kasama ka mas malakas. Ibis maghilaan bababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng
Why page ZeolyKH អត់ live ដោយសារគេអត់មាន caster ខ្មែរយក caster ខ្មែរ I think លើកនេះដោយសារអត់មានខ្មែរលេងឬក៏មិនខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងទេប៉ុន្តែដឹងតែថាប្រកួត championship លើកនេះខ្មែរយើងអត់នេះទេយើង page នឹង page គេផុសប៉ុន្តែគាត់ថាគេអត់ live មាន caster អញ្ចឹងណាប៉ុន្តែគេ stream តអង់គ្លេស គេ stream តអង់គ្លេស
Starting from 2025, Honor of Kings professional esports
គេបើ
games
ថាមាន
មាន
caster ខ្មែរអត់មានទេ
This exciting format enhances the viewing experience by mandating a greater variety of heroes in every game and opening up new possibilities. The global ban and pick format was first introduced by Kings Pro League in 2018 and has been in use ever since. It has now become one of the most popular mobile games. Honor of Kings global ban and pick format entails that each team can only use each hero once in the entire BO5 match. This means that in any given game, each team cannot pick heroes they've picked in previous games, or heroes the enemy team has banned. The banning of heroes is only effective for the current game. This goes on until the end of the match. However, in a BO7 match, if Game 6 ends in a draw, Game 7 will enter Ultimate Battle Mode, in which ban and pick is disabled. All heroes will be available, and both teams can pick heroes freely. Teams cannot ban heroes or see each other's picks, which on rare occasions may result in identical lineups on both sides. When this happens, a true ultimate battle will unfold. Global Ban and Pick takes tournaments to a new level. It challenges professional teams and players to expand their hero pools, upgrade their strategies, and optimize their lineups in order to secure victory. At the same time, the players and audience get to see more creative lineups and play styles that make games more unpredictable and interesting to watch. Get ready for more exciting HOK tournaments in the future.
In this best of 7 series, and they are going to get it. The Generals of Philippines will make it work. Kaso lang ang base masyadong open. Nabasa ng Team Red Force, pero walang minions. Kaya ba? Mukhang kaya nga ng Team Red Force, and we're going to game number 7. Pilipinas, this is the first ever ultimate battle ng Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. Do or die. Ngayon ang Team Pilipinas, kaya kailangan namin kayo marinig. Pilipinas, nandito pa ba kayo? Dalawa! Ay, Dolya! Sabi ko nga, Dolya! Mga Dolya! Asan na ba yung mga Dolya? Ayun yung mga Dolya! It's a horrible fight for the side of Elevate here. Azar, can you get the return fire? Not gonna be happening now because the base! Oh no! vision, guys. It is going to be victory. The Nongshim Kings here from the JPKR region. Game is over. Welcome to the semi-finals, Nongshim. Unrelenting from the side of Vitality. Do they really want to end this here?
Oh, okay, the Splendor has gone through, but it's not going to be enough. Team Vitality at the Crystal, taking a 13-minute match, potentially their longest game yet. This could be Team Vitality in the midst of their first loss within the Season 3 Invitational. There we go. It's once more Tufts coming in, takes down Muchi. It is going to be BTR taking a round from Team Vitality.
Welcome to the new era here, BT.
Making sure borders exist. He takes down Neil, takes down John Q as well. Down goes Tufts. A 3-0 trade for Team Vitality as they push the high ground turret into what could potentially be the match point. And it is looking like it's going to be a ferocious ending here for Team Vitality. Semi-finalist number 4 coming through is Team Vitality.
អាចគ្នាយើង support YouTube គ្នាយើង support YT អីគេ YouTube មែនអីគេ YT ឬក៏ VIT
They actually go in with the Tremor Smash as well, but here comes the save on the backlines. High catches the backline. Nobody survives here. Illusion and Seaweed, they're out of damage. Jump 9, he can't go in alone as well. They give it up, and it's going to be Haku against the world, but the world is full of pain, and he will not survive at this point. Comes from the other lanes that are going to be a pain in the behind of Elevate. String him out and do that front line, but it's not looking good. He won't commit. Gets essentially one again. Zura does not have the disruptive solution. They're falling low. Ball comes in and Kyung 9 once again. Just so clinical on the side of Vitality, right? Touch every single minor mistake. It's not even a big mistake here.
Oh no, yeah, the fight between turrets here. They're definitely in for the biggest bit. Oh, down now, getting the kill onto Zan. This is going to be a 2.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. Taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory.
Hello Tomo. Hello Luna. Hello. Riêng Nguyễn Dục
Take a hold and pursuit of the prize of a toll.
ngay
Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked to beside. When this is
không
the
mình đang chịu
time,
ông
enter the ring, all those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight.
bài nợ bù bài ấy
You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I'm already on it. Watch Riddle Blake going hit to the moon.
anh Luna ពេលព្រឹកđấy ពេលខែដេកពេលយប់រៀនត្រូវទេប្រូទីទៅរៀនព្រឹកមិនsaoឡានក្នុងម៉ូតូ update ព្រឹកទេមិនដេកព្រឹកដេកពីយប់មកដេកយប់តព្រឹកតថ្ងៃហើយជំងឺទៅរៀនបើដេកព្រឹកណាធ្វើបាញ់ស៊ីអត់ហ្នឹងហើយអត់ទាំងអស់គ្នាណែពងហាំញៀនដេកអញ្ចឹងហៅមកបាត់ហើយ
មកអី
មកសាក់ចឹងយ៉ា
អាទៅផាត់ទៅមកហ្នឹងហើយទៅផាត់ទៅ
ទុកខ្យល់ហើយណោះ
យ៉ាអូនហើយតាមមន់សាប់ទៅច្រើនណា
យកមកយកមកអុយផាត់ជៀនដុតអាំងឆាលីងអូហុកហុំ5
nó ăn tinh ngon mà vậy luôn tinh tục lên đấy đúng rồi hai xưa lại tinh lại nhá tục về phong ở trên mà
Challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I performed to the higher level and won. I won.
đã chết
Stop
màn ta.
being the best now.
Yeah, bro. Why not? Thôi chẳng thằng đám on chuột sao đó.
우리가 마지막으로 세계 무대에 오른 이후로 많은 사람들이 우리를 잊어버렸습니다. 이제 정상에 올랐으니 우리를 기억하시나요? Sige lang, malitin nyo lang kami. Walang problema. Di nyo alam kung kailan kami aatake.
Baka trong tục sọ bên đó chi dịch đá vậy.
Embrace it. The red robots are coming. Beware, the group stage was just our training ground. Now, we are hungry than ever.
Dall'inizio fino adesso non abbiamo perso manco una partita. Abbiamo deciso di continuare così. Potete provare a prendere punti da noi se ce la fate.
I prefer to just keep my mouth shut. I will let our game do all the talking.
Masarap ang pakiramdam
Pu cái đấy rằng ha.
At gagawin namin to sa harap
Pu
ng
na.
mga kababayan. Walang makakapigil sa amin na kuhain ng corona.
Đồng mùi nào tục trong tục sọ bên đó chi dịch mình. Nè sọ về nhỉ. Sọ chi dịch lôi. Chi dịch quá chi dịch cả bật. Ồ, pe cái vần ta nó mến rồi. Pe cái nó sim vần ta style đi. Vô sợ đi faker á, score faker nơi league á.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is day 3 of the knockouts for our Honor of Kings Invitationals Season 3. All the roads converge into one, and we are one step away today. It is the semi-finals. It is your favorite kind of tofu here, Kindofu, and with me today is Taller.
Hey, how are you guys doing today? We have an amazing set of matches that are ahead of us. The top 4, the final 4. Who's going to make it to the grand finals? It's going to be Team Vitality going up against Nova Esports, both top dogs in their own rights from Europe and Malaysia. The secondary matchup is going to be, of course, Blacklist International versus Nongshim Red Force. That will be coming up in the later part of the day. Okay, so the out there for you to play this competition as well. It is the Infinix GT20 Pro. All the players are using this. So if you're looking for performance, not just by the phone, but also by design, give this a try, give this a look, and if you are interested, give it a buy as well. Now, this is going to be the stage set for the grand finals tomorrow. And Nova and Vitality, they have a very big chance to take it all home if they win today. Yeah, I mean, that is so much pressure on them. I mean, both of these teams have kind of been brewing. You could tell by the interviews that these teams were kind of like aiming at each other even from the beginning. This is something that's kind of personal, right? In the sense that like Nova Esports really haven't won anything from Malaysia as of yet, the big tournaments that I'm talking about. And the fact that they're the #1 squad and we've only seen Malaysian champions, definitely Team Vitality want to dethrone them here.
Yeah, so we will take a look at their introduction in a short while as they take to the stage. Now, this is a very stressful moment for them because now they're going to be playing in front of all the fans, not just from Philippines, but all over the world on the broadcast as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be a best of 7. So many, like, strategy that's going to be happening. I mean, you saw an ultimate battle yesterday, and just seeing how deep these players can go in terms of hero pools, it's going to be super important going into this one. I'm sure that there's a strategy in mind for this one. It's going to be kind of crazy, but let's talk a little bit about the prize pool. What are these teams vying for?
Champion 100 $10,000 champion.
As the champion, second place will be
champion បាន $10,000 លេខ 2 បាន $50,000 លេខ 3 លេខ 4 បាន $25,000 លេខ 5 លេខ 8 បាន $15,000 លេខ 9 ដល់លេខ 12 បាន $10,000 ម៉ែកន្លះដល់ $10,000 set ជាអមអត់បានមើល blacklist គូក្រោយគូទី 2 អប់គូទី 2 ហ្នឹងហើយគូទី 2 ត្រូវតាគូទី 2 ហើយបានអត់បានមើលវាយអត់បានមើល
I mean, there have been no easy opponents on this one.
រវល់លេងភ្លេងនៅហាងយើងលេងភ្លេងហើយយើងបើក live ចោលផង យើងលេងភ្លេងផងយើងបើក live ចោលផង
This is its final 4. Who's going to want this one? Let's check out the schedule to see exactly what we're talking about. Nova Esports, the champions of Malaysia, going up against
ចង់ restream បើកដាក់ចោលទៅនៅដាក់ចោលទៅ ហើយមិនជា remote បិទចោលឬក៏អីយ៉ាងទៅ
They've been the Philippine qualifier #1 squad. There's a lot of pressure on them as the home team to really perform and to get into that grand finals, and they will be going up against Nongshim Red Force.
បងតាក់កាត់ឲ្យ organization ហើយសល់ប៉ុន្មានចែកជា 5 ទៀតនៅតែបានច្រើនអញ្ចឹងអានេះដូចជាគិតតាក់ហើយអីនេះខ្ញុំអត់ច្បាស់នេះលោកមុនដូចគេឲ្យមកនេះតែដូចគេឲ្យពេញហ្នឹងគេអត់គិតតាក់គិតអីគេឲ្យពេញណាហ្នឹង $10,000 យកទៅធ្វើអីពូលី $10,000 យកទៅបើកហាងកាហ្វេមួយ
They want to take a bit of time. Thing is that actually it's going to be not only were they the qualifying champs, but they were the #1 seed in their groups. So when you're talking about what a performance on that,
មិនបាន page អីអូខេអត់ live ចឹង
check out the team intros here.
ដោយសារតែ page ប្រហែលជាគាត់អត់ទាន់បាន share គាត់តែបាន share live ចឹងប្រហែលជាមួយទៅទៀតគាត់បាន share live មកទៅប្រហែលជាតិចទៀតអីមកទៅខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងដែរតែបើសួរខ្ញុំក៏ខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងដែរដោយសារខ្ញុំមិនអ្នកកាន់ page ទេខ្ញុំមិនអ្នកនៅ page នោះទេចឹងខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងទេពួកខ្ញុំ share live នេះគឺខ្ញុំយក restream តពីនេះទេពីអង្គពីនេះ
Once again, no stranger to the big
boys,
YouTube. The big stage, and the big stage as well. Wendy, one of the star players on the side of Nova, looking to impress once again
as we head into the gold later today against Vitality. He's going to have a very prominent positioning and he is
តើមក
paramount
គូទី
in
1 ពេញសាច់លេគ្នាយើងគូទី 1 Nova 1 Vitality អូ shit boy
Yeah, Nova Esports. I mean, let's check out the other side.
មកគូទី 1 យើងគឺពេញលេងហើយគូទី 1 ខ្ញុំសង្ស័យ7 game ពេញទៀតហើយមើលទៅ Nova 1 Team Vitality តឹងសៃកយតឹងសៃកយតឹងសៃកយ
Vitality here. This is a squad that's been somewhat new, right? They shook up the team. They
KKH កំពុងតែ live ហើយហ្នឹងហើយគេ live តណាគេ live តដែរហ្នឹង KKH យើង live តទេដោយសារនៅខ្មែរយើងអត់មាន caster ទេ
You see them in the top 4 already. Dao has been an absolute monster.
Why you like that?
There wasn't a whole lot of data, a whole lot of games that we could see exactly what they were going to bring, but at the end of the day, they were able to bring everything on this one. An absolutely strong lineup. All right, let's take a look at the players representing Nova Esports. It's going to be Wendy, CY, Xuan, Muji, as well as Wavekit. All familiar names by now, right? All 5 of them have their own unique strengths, and the synergy that Nova Esports brings to the table might be enough, just enough to beat Team Vitality.
តែយើងគេ live តពីអង់គ្លេសទេដោយសារខ្មែរយើងអត់មាន caster មានអីទេយើងគេ live អង់គ្លេសតទេដូចតែខ្ញុំដែរខ្ញុំ live តពីអង់គ្លេសដែរណាបើថាខ្ញុំ live លឿនជាង page តិចខ្ញុំ live លឿនជាង page តិចអញ្ចឹងបើសិនជាគ្នាយើងមើលនៅលើ page official ក៏បានឬក៏បើសិនជាចង់និយាយគ្នាចង់មើលហើយនិយាយគ្នាលេងអាហ្នឹងអាចមើលនៅលើនេះក៏បានដែរអត់អីទេមើលនៅណាក៏បានដែរដូចគ្នាទេគាត់ថានៅវាអង់គ្លេសសុទ្ធនៅនេះយើងមានខ្ញុំអង្គុយនិយាយគ្នា
Right. I think they want to warm up their voice boxes first.
For every team, your ranking depends on when you meet us.
Ôi, mà để chờ Nova. Mà để chờ Nova xa quá vậy mà. Khơi chẳng đơm tầng pi cột đơm. Oh my god, so cute. Oh my god.
All right, so let's take a look at the boys in purple here. Nova Esports
Look at the boys.
Looking to at least put a very good step ahead in this best of 7. Now, what are your thoughts about this matchup, Hall?
Look at the boys.
It's always going to be about where Wendy is from Team Nova, and then Team Vitality side, obviously Dao.
Trời ơi, thằng Mai giống phía trở đi ở sơ tam đa nè, bật cột kia đằng sau nè, anh vô.
But the fact that these guys have been trying
ở sơ tam đa được đôi cao bật cột bao kì, phần tay cho chất xua bên này dùng mình bật cột. Ta tam đa được đôi cao bật cột gì. Bởi dương chọn đơn tháp bên này mình bật cột là dương tam đa được đôi cao bật cột bao kì, ra bật cột cái miền cao bị phía cho bạn lòi chẳng trọng mũi trôi mùi. Chẳng mẹ về chơi tầm miền tập pi này.
So global ban pick format, if you're not familiar yet, it has been adopted by the KPL since 2018, and right now in season 3 of our Invitational for Honor of Kings, this is the format we'll be using, meaning you can only select this hero once in the entire series.
Chơi man Nova hay Vitality chỉ mới game từ bốn trap thủng thông bay kia áo mà thôi.
This is a tough decision because you need to have proficiency with.
Nhưng cái thà bị team này cứ bốc này rồi do buôn sâu mà nãy cái do buôn môn á. Put mòn vậy đúng cứ put lên bên đây mà. Put ở nãy cái do xem môn mà ở trang oi nãy cái mỗi bán pung cho bên tao màu. Nhưng cái thà hay chụp put bay thêm mầm hăng mà.
Tremendous addition to this one because again you're into that 7th battle and you don't want to be kind of playing the bottom of the barrel of some of the hero pool, so being able to pick whatever you want no matter what I think is going to be super key, right? It's a super exciting format and it keeps it very fresh. That game 7 yesterday was an absolute banger in terms of Nongshim and Elevate. That was a very interesting one, but going into this one, are we going to see 2 more potential ultimate battles, Kindofu?
I'm not sure. I mean, we all hope to see it as well, right? Because it really brings out that very primal instinct where you have to focus on the basic foundations because everyone is just as good.
Yeah, definitely. All right, but it looks like we're going to see exactly how this game starts off. The drafting has already begun. A lot of respect onto both sides. Musashi ban from Nova, Team Vitality with that My ban. They definitely don't want to let Wendy get hurt, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we've already seen how both of these teams have performed with the Mai, and it was masterclass, right, from both Wendy as well as Wood. So right now, I think we might be having an Ogren first pick. I think this is something that the teams have already showcased. It's no longer that big win condition because it's pretty predictable. But
Tôi
Nova
mà vô
say
Charlotte
they
mà
want to go
rồi.
for the Charlotte first.
Nova vô Charlotte mà draw này draw vay câu nè.
And then you had first pick. Would you have gone? Oh, they're just
Oh,
flexing
Ogren,
to it
never
right
mind.
now. It looks like they will go with the Ogren here. They're just playing with our minds at least for now. But Ogren, fourth most picked hero throughout this tournament in 21 games. It's 13-8. It has definitely been the monster that we've seen in the past. Obviously, we haven't seen more picks just because of the fact that there was global ban pick.
Yep, but it's not the ultimate impossible to beat pick, right? So Diadea and Arlie, picked up by Vitality, fulfills the two different conditions required to stop an Ogren, which is the control as well as huge burst. So that's a good idea, the counter pick from Vitality, as usual, from the red side. But Nova, they're gonna make it even stronger with the Dolia and the Lung as well.
Yeah, Nova not pulling any punches when it comes to this draft, right? The fact that they've gone with the Loom, Dolia, nice little 1-2 combination.
Dolly hay vô long mò
laning
tiệt.
as well as
Xùi
kind
à.
of getting that celestial melody onto Loom so that he can get out of jail free. I think it's a great little pickup, but Team Vitality, they're gonna go flashy. They're gonna go Luna to start.
Luna tiệt.
I think it's a very smart move, right?
Ngoài
Because if you take a look at
draft
Ogren's
first game
play,
bao mấy ba đây rồi.
kind of positioning, right? The Ogren will come in first, everyone stays behind, let Ogren tank, and this is where the Luna comes into perfect synergy because Luna is able to really just cut past those frontliners and go straight to the back and get those kills as well.
Yeah, so I mean, you gotta watch out where he's gonna be at every moment, right? And I think that this is something that we've been waiting for from Dao Dao. Obviously, he can play the more sustainable ones like the Ogrens and the Dunes and kind of wreak havoc from a front, but being able to do it like a ninja, like he's gonna be doing probably on this Luna here, it's gonna be super exciting. So we're looking to go with fireworks in this first game already.
Yep, and I think it's a very smart ban. The fact that they take out the Angela as well as the Shangguan, is you know, most people be thinking, hey, maybe they need huge burst. Ganemo makes sense, but Ganemo doesn't really do well against heroes that are super mobile like the Luna and with the Diadea catch as well.
Okay, well, you know, one thing that's kind of interesting, though, is that Team Vitality are going to pick up the Byron. We've seen it in previous, seasons of the championship where it had an amazing win rate. It was definitely a top-tier Clash laner. But in this one, in Season 3, it's been picked 12 times. It's a 4-8. It has a 33% win rate. Not great. So maybe they're kind of watering down their lineup a little bit with that pick.
Yep, it has always been muted, right, this Byron pick, because they know what this Byron is looking for. I mean, the whole purpose of picking up a Byron is that you want to win in lane. But Sun Ce being picked up by Nova is also a great counter pick because he can balance and match up with the pacing on this Byron. So Vitality going to wrap up with the Shi. I like the potential save as well. We've seen it played by Nongshim yesterday, Illusion, with the insane, uncanny ability to save his junglers if they overextend and initiate that counter engage as well.
It's going to be interesting, right, with that Shi, that pull, that orb, just kind of pulling back the Ogren. Maybe CY doesn't want to be where he's going to end up being pulled into, and that might be in the heart of, again, the Byron, the Arlie, and Luna just jumping on top of you, potentially bursting you down. Easier said than done, as I know that there's so much sustain on this Ogren. But again, okay, now if we're looking at the drafts, who do you give the edge to?
I think Nova's draft is easier to execute at this point, right? The only difference maker that they might try to focus on the side of Vitality is to try and burst down the Ogren or the Lung so that they have lesser damage on the side of Nova. But that's not a very simple task, right? Because you have the saves coming in from the Yuan as well. Unending Sorrow, if changed to the Melody of Peace, will actually heal up the team by an insane amount. And while there is control coming up from Vitality, it's pretty risky to go all in when you don't know where the rest of the members of Nova are at.
Yeah, vision is going to be key, right? And being able to just provide that and to see where they are
Let's
is
go!
super important, especially in a matchup like this one. But I love the fact that both these teams are going
Camera
guns blazing.
to win the
They really want this
round.
first game, set up that tempo. Who's going to win game one? We're going to have to find out. And I think it is, again, the most key battle for this one because it really sets the tone for the rest of the game.
Yep. In fact, the first piece of action we might see might happen in the river as well, right? While Nova want to be aggressive, maybe steal a couple of camps away from the side of Vitality, they also want to make sure they emphasize on the strength of the Dolia coming in from wave pit. So they definitely want to fight in the river in the early game because they have an early game advantage in terms of firepower.
Okay. I mean, I think that, you know, the early game advantage is always going to be key. Setting yourself up for success, putting yourself in a position to kind of get into that mid game where you have that map control and that lead is gonna be key. But going into this one, anything can happen. I think that if we're going to pick on this one, and again, I know that you don't like to sit on the fence, I don't like to sit on the fence, but who are you picking in this series?
I think for the entire series, my heart goes out to Vitality. I think they have shown that they have the quality to take this whole competition by storm.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was going to go, my heart tells me Team Vitality as well. But we've seen time and time again, just Nova Esports finding ways to win, looking to close things out. The stats are basically saying that Nova Esports are the guys, but it could go anyway. I think that this is as 50-50 as it gets. It's going to be super close in this one, but let's go into the first matchup, game number 1 in the semifinals between Nova Esports and Team Vitality.
Yeah, bear in mind that both teams have invested quite a lot of heavy and strong picks in this first game of the series, right? The Organ, the Yuhuan, the Idea, and even the Shi itself, right? Huge early as well. So it's a must-win for both of them.
Yeah, they're looking to go already, and on. Has to lift that back. We're trying to do something a little sneaky. We haven't seen Team Vitality really do this, where they try to group up and get a potential pickoff. But Nova Esports up to the task, and they force that.
Actually, this is a perfect start for the side of Nova, right? They get on down. Now he's in a risky position. He can't go as aggressive. They will be at risk of making a mistake.
Yeah, and for sure. I mean, he ends up what? I think that he's at half life. He's already been pushed away. Muchi's there in the bottom lane, kind of exerting dominance. And, you know, obviously, it's not even a minute into the game, but it's one of those things where every single moment matters, especially if you're the farm laner. You got to get as much farm as possible early.
Yeah, exactly. And the strategy from Vitality was to allow An to get both lanes, right? But because of that first burst of damage, now An is pretty much muted for the first part of the game, and it will have given Muchi an advantage as well.
Okay. Another thing that we talked about was the fact that, you know, Wendy, I thought that he was the #1 target, Dao on the Team Vitality side. But let's take those heroes out. Who do you think from each of the teams needs to really step up in this game and series?
I think let's talk about Nova first, right? I think Waypit is actually one of the big win conditions coming in for the side of Nova, because if Waypit gets that Celestial Melody onto the correct targets here, and it could be on any single one of the members of Nova, situation dependent, it will change the state of the fight. Meanwhile, on the side of Vitality, I think it has to be Wern here. Wern is the one responsible for initiating that re-engage or just pulling people out of position.
Yeah, it's going to be key, especially at, you know, those key moments for those team fights. But, you know, the Shi hero, we've had some, I would say, some moments where it's been very good. Obviously, that orb, that pullback has been key. But there are also times where when she's behind, she's kind of underwhelming, dare I say?
Yeah, simply because she doesn't offer the damage, right? So I believe the skill you're talking about is the Silky Beauty, right? Everyone enchanted by the beauty of Shi, obviously, but you want to maximize the efficiency by getting damage in as well, right? That's the whole point of
team Honor ដាក់ ប្រើប្រាស់ នៅ season ថ្មី yes game គេប្រកាសហើយតា game ដាក់ event ឲ្យយើងមើលហើយតា hero អា Fay អីគេនោះគេប្រកាសហើយតាមើលនៅ event ទៅឃើញយើងឃើញរូបអា Fay ហ្នឹងហើយគេដាក់ឲ្យតាគេឲ្យយើងធ្វើ quest early ដល់យកអាកណានោះហើយដល់ពេលថ្ងៃ 5 ខែ 3 ដែលយើងត្រូវចូល season ថ្មីហ្នឹងវាមក
Yeah, so both teams
គេប្រកាសហើយតាគេប្រកាសហើយតា Hero Assassin Jungle
yes, they have the bit of power lockdown from Lucian, but there's not enough burst coming in from the side of Vitality.
ស្តៀងបើគ្នាអ្នកលេងអំបិលស្តៀងអា Link.
Yeah, needs to land the skills, but I mean he's been staying a long time in this bottom lane. Obviously Dao will just take that free farm from the lane, but you know Wen is not getting his farm, and he's falling behind. He's actually 2 levels behind Wendy already, who's been a little bit, you know, more aggressive in that mid lane and just kind of sticking around and forcing Dao to play a little bit more cagey. But you know, this level differential is a little worrying at this 4-minute mark, which could potentially happen. They do have the set sail, but Dao shrugs it off.
Right, so let me give you the perspective of Vitality here. I think Wern can deal with a little bit lesser farm, right? And they want Dao to be over level, but he will go potential first blood.
Yeah, KK, he's going to flash over the wall. He's going to get under tower, but CY not going to let him go. He'll guillotine him to death. Take that one to go with his first blood.
Yep, just right before the CS state ends, gets that instant execute as well. So now he has a lead on the side of CY going up against Dao. In terms of like the control he has over the game, right? CY is still under level, but it doesn't matter that much.
Not that much. Net worth-wise, still in favor of Dao at the moment, who's been very quiet on the map. We'll see Luna at, probably 6 or 7 minutes. I mean, they're going to start this off with the Tyrant here. CY is making his way downtown.
Đau chẳng gọi boss vitality ไปต้องปั่นฟาร์มได้มาเล่นเกมหน้าก็แล้วยังจำเป็นต้องคืนไปต้องคือระเบิดลูกเกมน้องปีไประเบิดเราปั่นเลยไงปั่นฟาร์มวะ
Look, even though CY is under level, the concern is not chasing Dao in levels. He just needs to be above the rest of the map.
Oh, it looks like Dao takes this one out. He's got the smite. Here's the set sail. Do they get anything in return? They found Mu Chen. They're going to get the kill. CY will clean that one up. So they got something on that one. They're doing well on the kill side. But again, that thief in the night.
Yeah, but they needed that steal, right? Vitality at this point, not everything is going well for them. In fact, CY is actually a little bit too far ahead. Same level as Dao.
Yeah, a little bit of action. CY still on the bad side. He's being
CY đánh lỡ actually, bro. What?
He's gonna fall. Dao will get credit for this one. They have the pullback onto Wendy and Waypit, but KK chasing after him, gets the Storm Strike, not letting him go. Waypit dashes away. He's gonna be fine.
Oh, I like this patience coming out from Vitality. And look, in the space of 30 seconds, Dao recovers, gets the kill onto CY, slows him down as well. And this is going to open up the map for the side of Vitality as well.
I love the patience, right? The fact that Team Vitality are like, actually, let's hold our horses just a bit. Let's kind of slow things down. We realize that Waypit is able to dash away. He's just going to bait us out, put us in a bad spot. Team Vitality go back into the lanes. In terms of farming, Nova have done such a great job of that as they have a 1.2k net worth lead.
And this is one of the reasons why both of these teams are in this particular position right now, right? The ability to restrict yourself, refrain from overstepping and overextending your boundaries has been what brought them to this place right here today.
Yeah, very smart play, very calculated. Team Vitality, they're looking to take the top T1. It doesn't look like Nova are going to defend it in any way. But seeing as they've just kind of equalized, at least on the top lane, but the bottom is still open. That's something to take note of. But now the Overlord is going to be picked up by Team Vitality. That's going to be a little bit of a push.
Yep, and curious. Oh, hang on, this ship is coming. I don't think they want to do anything with it.
I don't think he's gonna. Okay, he's gonna go for the city private. Nice little stun, but obviously it was under tower. It's a little dangerous. Dao thought about going in. He's gonna pump fake that one. He's gonna just back off. Nova Esports again. We'll just deal with the Vanguards if anything.
Yep, I just wanted to mention about Wendy. Wendy actually going for a damage build instead, and I'm worried in terms of if this game goes late, Nova might not have the tank ability to survive the burst coming up from Dao.
Yeah, potentially there, right? And I think, they got to be careful. CY used the Conductor of Souls. Path of Passing doesn't get to safety. He does have the red carpet. He will be fine, but he loses a lot of minions in his jungle.
Yep, a red carpet to go back home now. And the map is looking a little bit better for the side of Vitality. Look, they have evened up the farm. They have managed to even out a couple of turrets. They still need a T1 on the bot or on the mid to tie things up here.
Yeah, and they're playing much better, right? In the sense that, like, Team Vitality were slightly behind, and you're thinking, how would they respond? They were able to just out-farm them. They're able to get back in, and now they've kind of put a little bit of pressure. This is still on, like, basically, it's still a coin flip at this stage. Things are so precarious.
Yeah, and one of the things, one of the behaviors you will see that Dao has really shown throughout the first 7.5 minutes of this game is that during team fights, he's actually looking for Waypit, right? They understand that if there's no Celestial Melody, no refresh, then there is not much survivability coming out from Nova as well, and no counter initiate.
It's super smart, right? Because if he goes for Muchi, which is probably the other squishier one, he can just, like, infinite fast this on out of there, right? So it's really a non-factor, but KK does have the pullback with the portal. Waypit does go down. That's a huge one, Juan. A little bit low, about half life. Team Vitality have gotten the kill. They're just going to look to slow siege. They're going to look to just push the minions in this mid lane.
Yeah, and this is why you have Muchen on the Diadem, right? It doesn't matter if An gets caught. Look, he can heal him back up really quickly, and suddenly you are in a 4v5 situation. So Nova struggling to find a safe space for Waypit to provide his value because he's not just someone who refreshes the skills, he also offers the heal with the wave breaker as well.
Yo, Team Nova and Team Vitality are playing. There are no safe spaces on this map, right? Everything is super scary. They could be at anywhere at a moment's notice. This is not a good time. These are two of the best teams. And
back.
That they're up in this semifinal. You know, there are so many implications of a championship on this game alone.
Oh yeah, I mean they're carrying the hopes of their individual region, right?
Rồi mà objective và thà thi lên miền đô mà.
They're the last one surviving. I mean, this could potentially be it. These teams have wanted each other from the first day, and going into this one, we were going to see a little bit more pressure, right? And nobody wants to kind of blink first. I think that mid T1 taking a little bit of damage here. CY still out in front, does have a decent amount of farm, but he is falling behind. It might be a jungle diff. Oh, the set sail. Xuan, but is in a bad spot. All 5 members focus in, and Xuan is going to be killed. CY looking to just use his Conductor of Souls, but now he's being forced back. Dao trying to just take him out, and they do take CY. The bitter farewell is a bit on point, but Muchen does fall. Wendy's still up in front, the double on Muchi, but is that going to be enough? Dao is cleaning up. He does have Wendy and a triple kill going the way of Muchi, but he does fall in the end by KK, and it looks like it's going to be a 4 for 3.
Vitality know what they're doing. Look, the war of attrition never works out for you. This time they left Waypit alive and they actually went for CY first. And when Wendy is dead, right, there's no more heals coming out. I would definitely prefer to take out the Unending Sorrow. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, I mean, you're just seeing exactly how this one went out, right? I mean, CY still up in front, that's typical. But then the set sail from Xuan, and I thought it was bad because it kind of started where he just kind of died, right? He had a nice little stun, but they were able to turn it around. They do have some damage, but they lost sight of Muchi. Look at him firing from the backside, getting those flaming palms, doing so much work. They need to get somebody on top of him. Dao needs to 100% target Muchi, assuming that he doesn't have his infinite fastness on.
Yeah, so when high-level teams play, 2 things we're looking at, the common skills and your positioning, as well as the vision, right? The usage of Flash was what changed the fight, because Wen did not get caught. His Silky Beauty actually locked Xuan in place so that Vitality could finish him off as well.
Yeah, and as long as he stays safe, that's his big thing, right? Like when you're talking about the fact that he doesn't really need to do the damage, but he needs to be on the map so that he can cycle his spells, his skills, so that he can kind of ensure that he's controlling the enemy team, pulling and prodding and doing what what he's supposed to be doing, right? Which is controlling the battlefield, buying time so that the rest of the team can really just kind of do all that damage.
Yeah, exactly. And Nova now, yeah, behind by quite a lot. 4,000 in the space of 11.5 minutes. This is not a good position to be in.
Not a good position, but Dao also not in a good position to set sail. They're going to focus in on him, and they do have the damage, and CY will get credit for this one. But now Nova Esports, they have 5 members. They might be flanked. The line of retreat is going to be turned around, but Nova are like, hey, actually, we have the numbers. We should be advantageous here. They push them away. They take the Crimson.
Yeah, look at how... definitely Dao didn't mean to get caught there, but the thing is, because of that rotation by the entirety of Nova is
Hang
on, they want to go for the chase.
Oh, they have set sail, but Muchen flashes away. KK still going to be fine. The Destined counter going to be burned a little bit on the early side just to keep him alive. They still have the numbers, but this is going to look to just turn into a Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, I don't think they have enough reach, and it might be a steal here.
It might be a steal. It's going to be Solo. Who's going to take this one? And it looks like CY will take it in the end. Muchi's still up in front. He's looking to just go for this one. But Wendy getting Solo. Oh, the Unending Sorrow keeping him alive on his Solo as well. And it looks like he's going to fall. Dao has now joined. He's going to turn it on. He wants to go for Muchi. He does get the kill, but he's been pushed away. He's in the heart of 3 members. And Dao with that double. Looking to get more. Doesn't get a triple. He does. He gets Waypit. And CY and Dao fighting in what is the Overlord cave. Who's going to come out on top? They're like eyeing each other. It's a Mexican standoff in that sense. But CY will retreat.
Yep. Overall, it's a small win for the side of Nova. They cut the goalie down to 2,000, but the map is still very much in control on the side of Vitality, right? Once they get rid of all these Vanguards, it's going to be a reset situation. Vitality once again restore the lead. But if you take a look at the gold, finally it's a swing. Does get the lead in terms of gold. He does have
clear blue.
And this is going to lead him into the Siege Breaker, so he's going to have a lot of burst in the next fight.
Yeah, a lot of bursts here. Dao, he's just going to invade. Mind you, he actually let the Azure Golem stay alive. It was on his last hit. He did walk away. It ended up healing. So he has to go back to ensure that he gets this buff. Dao cleaning up. He's got to do a good job of just making sure that he's vacuuming all the corners, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, it might even force CY to have a premature smite. And if he loses that red buff, the Crimson Golem, then it's a guaranteed Azure Golem for the side of Dao Dao. So he doesn't have to really worry about that Azure Golem being taken second.
Yeah, Dao Dao, I mean, every buff is super key, right? He's just there, basically. He knows the timings more than anything else. He was willing to give that up because he just, again, he's looking to invade. He's already picked up another blue on this one. So Dao Dao is just going across the map. And what's more important than a blue buff on Luna, I'm not entirely sure.
Oh yeah, exactly. Maybe the Tyrant, right? That's where we're at this point. 14 minutes in, it's a Shadow Tyrant as well. It's going to buff up a huge amount of damage during the team fight.
Yeah, and it looks like Dao Dao looking to go for the flank. Nice little pull into that one. The Destined encountered on top of this one. Muchi's at half. Needs to be a little bit careful. The Tyrant is being pulled out of pit. Team Vitality see that the Shadow Vanguard is in the top lane. KK will rotate. He will take care of this one. The Tyrant is at about half life. This is where the fight will pretty much be. The Tyrant going to be picked up. They have the numbers advantage because that Shadow Vanguard was in the top lane.
Okay, thanks to that, they do restore a little bit of control on the side of Nova, and this next team fight can definitely swing things in their favor. All they need to do now is to manage the waves. So every single lane management is going to be of much importance for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, but it looks like they want to go CY and found Dao Dao in a bad spot. He dashes away. That mobility on Luna is just insane at this point, but they don't have minions. Nova wants to continue pushing. They will slow siege, eventually take that T2 down, and it now looks like they're going to rotate to the bottom lane here.
Yeah, this aggression is going to start starting to be real painful for the side of Vitality. If they get catch here, this is a big moment for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, with the path of passing, CY is going to be fine, right? He knows how to get in and out. He can just use that wall to his advantage and his wall hacks, so to speak. Traverse that terrain, not an issue on that one. But again, and the bottom lane. The top is still going to continue to push, but it looks like the focus right now is on this bottom T3. CY providing a lot of vision. The Destined encounter, the pull back in from Dao Dao has gotten Wendy a little bit on the hurt side, but the bottom T3 taking a decent amount. It is kind of still alive at this stage. CY still up in front, and it looks like they will disengage at this stage.
Yep, that's the best damage they could deal to the T3 on the bottom, and I think Nova did a really good job, right? It's more important to try and work the map hard as well. Overlord, hang on, CY caught in the middle of 4.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. I mean, this is the CY show. This is what we know from him, right? Dao Dao is gonna be looking to make some moves. It's gonna probably hit in the flank. Doesn't want to go one-on-one with CY because of the sustain. You want those squishies in the back line. CY needs to be that forward scout. His vision score will be quite high.
Yeah, right now both teams are actually looking for an opening on how they want to start and end the fight as well, right? Dao Dao is definitely looking to be right in the middle of all the different members on the side of Nova, so he can get the lock-in as well. But if you take a look at the positioning of Xuan, yes, he's doing his standard job, right? Split pushing, making sure there's consistent pressure across, but this also allows him to come in with the angle, so it pulls attention away from the main fight because they have to make sure they don't get crashed on by the boat.
Yeah, and that's kind of the power of the Sun Tzu. He's been like a tremendous hero in Season 3. I think he's 12-2, and here's that boat that you were talking about. They found Dao Dao. He's been knocked up. Juan goes over the wall, and Dao Dao taking so much damage, and he gets shut down. Muchi's going to get credit for this one. CY has found Muchin as well. Wen fighting with CY, but Wen probably not able to keep up. Wendy does end up taking on, and Wen is the last one to survive. The rest of Nova, aside from CY,
still.
CY, the destroyer. How are you going to deal with this? When this is a scary moment, he's probably just going to run into this cave and just hide, but not really much you can do as CY will take yet another.
Yep, and it looks like this is game over. So game number 1 will go to Nova.
Yeah, and this is going to be clear cut. They won that team fight. They deserve that one. They're going to take game 1. They strike first.
Okay, so we start Nova lên à, team fight trong khỏi vẫn xa đó. This is the victory they were looking for. They were pretty much on the back foot at the start of the game, right? And I think it was just one mistake here where the win condition on the side of Vitality wasn't fulfilled. And that is Dao Dao getting the catch. He got caught instead.
Yeah, and you're kind of looking at this lineup and you're thinking, how are they going to catch this Luna? I mean, Sun Tzu with that boat basically just jumping on top of you, just getting the Typhoon and just the waiver, like just the amount of damage that they had. I mean, they were able to catch you out. If Dao Dao does not get caught, they don't lose that team fight, right? I think Dao Dao gets away, but unfortunately for him, he was just in a bad spot, just happened to get caught by that amazing boat.
not even getting out or escaping, Dada would have gone in, right? He would have gone for the backlines, and then the result would have been very different because he definitely had enough burst to get rid of Muchi on this Lung even before he took that infinite fastness. And even if he didn't, he would have burned out 2 big ultimates because it's always better to have on hand the infinite fastness as a defensive measure.
Đó, team fight ở Bonova trong khỏi mình ra nó set up rồi.
Very good gameplay, controlling with the ship as well. The sailor making and delivering the win from the seas.
Yeah, and going into this game, I was kind of like, hey, are you going to, which team are you going to kind of pick? And you were kind of like, yeah, I'm going to go with Team Vitality. After that game, though, have you been shaken up? Is your confidence kind of shaken in the sense where you're like, oh, Team Vitality, are they going to be able to pull this one off?
Nah, I'm fine. at this point, look, they use the Luna against a Ogren, right? Ogren is one of the very stable picks across the map. A Luna is high risk, high reward. If you win, it's great. If you don't, I wouldn't say it's expected, but there is a level of safety. There's a safety net for the side of Vitality. They now still have the Ogren for themselves, and later on, I think it might be a win in the long game.
Yeah, and to be honest, Team Vitality's lineup is still very. They have a lot of options. They went with the
Team Vitality tranh mình đang tranh là sao set up Nova set up mình ra rồi. Nova mình bật là sổn bật là nhờ Sun Si ở được clear nó khăn khổm lắm. Hay tower nó khăn lửa, đại tower TP ba đây được pe giống Swan clear tới đập pe máu trăm là hold đo từ Team Vitality được clear đọ mình nè tới mình đọ bảy rồi được clear tới đập pe kia buồn nè trắng. ពួកគាត់ឈប់វាយ overlord ព្រោះមុនហ្នឹងពួកគាត់វាយ overlord វាយតែចឹងតែដើម្បីឲ្យ team vitality នៅចាំមើលហើយដល់ពេលគ្រាន់តែឃើញ Byron ដកភ្លាមគេ cancel overlord គេរត់ត្រេងវាយមនុស្សយកបរោយគេរត់គៀបយកបរោយសម្បីមើលតែឡងបើស្ទាយគេចង់គៀបតាំងដើមហ្នឹងសម្បីតែឡងក៏ឈរនៅស្រាំដៃដែរឡងអត់មានបានជួយវាយទេមិញឡងឈរនៅលើចាំឲ្យបាត់ឯហ្នឹងចាំតែទូកមកជីមកបុកវាយយកបរោយ
But the heals as
set up mình ra nó set up mình.
When he was going for the damage build, but look, it worked out 26% of hero damage coming out from the side of Nova, as well as tanking 17% of it for the team.
Yeah, we were talking about like the fact that yeah, you had your sustain, but Wendy was able to just kind of stick up in front and just be that forward frontliner. You have CY and you have Juan coming in as a secondary initiation, so you had so many different options, but Wendy was still up in front. Wherever Wendy was, the fights were pretty much happening, and they were able to catch them out, right? And we're seeing some of the highlights of just how these things played out. Look at how, again, Wendy is following up with CY, and that those bolts have been tremendous by Juan.
Yeah, they kind of fixed the issue here, right? Which was, it looked like Nova was actually not committing enough, just throwing one member, example Xuan, into the midst of the side of Vitality. And what they needed to do was to commit, right? And allow the space for Muchi to have...
Bấy á, mà dân hộp bấy của Sun Si ai chi tục bạc một dù khoan ai cho cô vừa skill ta dù khoan lên được mấy đợt về cho sợi tan mà tại bàn câu hay ở miền Okran tại bên nó không vật thơ thi của miền này không vật thơ thi miền ở cưa miền Byron mà tha Byron bạc một cái thị trấn buôn giang trăng thị trấn băng lờ ở giả địa bạc một hai bàn cưa tới bị khỏi bạc một tiệt buồnแต่ว่าสิ่งที่เกดาทลอยคือจับไว้ยอมมองบากmột bàn này và ra giờ mình đang tranh để xa set up team fight mình Nova set up team fight mình sẽ bị ở đâu bạc một quay này mình sơ dẹp bánh ha nơi game nhưng mà từ này sầm đập nhom mình có thao sơ bên bánh ha thì bánh ha mình bánh ha cứ để xa set up team fight nào mà của pi đo này và thao thi phe là hưởng set up team fight trong pi đòn là món đòn này đọ bài ron từ clear lên mỗi hết chỉ vài nó mà đòn ấy lưới TP này nhưng mà đang buộc qua trong bảo khơi nhỏ đến tay cái thua màu đang pi đòn. Hello bro Bito. Oh Bito Kisake. Hello.
But of course, this is just one game. We're gonna find out. We're in a best of 7. We have many games ahead of us, but we're gonna take a little bit of a break before we go into game 2.
បទចម្រៀងឡូជាយ៉ាបទចម្រៀងប៉ុន្តែបើអត់ចេញបទថ្មីណោះក៏ពិតភាគច្រើនទូទៅសេរីពេលប្រកួតពីមួយឆ្នាំទៅមួយឆ្នាំគឺមានបទចម្រៀងមួយថ្មីយកហ្មងតែអូខេខ្ញុំឃើញដូចប្រើបទចម្រៀងនេះបានពី3ឆ្នាំនេះបើដល់ទូទៅពេលប្រកួតមួយឆ្នាំគេចេញបទមួយทีมปีนี้ពេញលេងทีมปีនេះហើយនៅทีมក្រោយទៀតតែបើថាខ្ញុំគិតថាทีมក្រោយប្រហែលជាមិនវាយផ្ទុះសាហាវទេមកទៅ
Alright, welcome back. It's going to be the second game of the series of best of 7 between Nova and Vitality. So far, Nova have edged it out thanks to Shen on that perfect boat delivery. And that's not a nice sight to see if you are Vitality
boat
fan.
delivery.
Of course, this is just game number 1.
Boat delivery,
Let's see
bro.
how we do in game number 2.
Boat delivery.
I think we're going to see a bit of a bounce back. I think Team Vitality's draft, if you're looking at it, I think that there was definitely some holes. It wasn't really top tier. Like the Byron to me, the Shi, both heroes that I think are not really, the top of the top, right? I think that the lineup that you saw from Nova Esports was like super meta in terms of what you want to do. If you're going to the ultimate battle, this is almost like the ideal team that you would want going into this one. And they might have kind of, maybe not played their best cards in that first one. Right? Yes, they picked the Dia, which is like the 11th most picked, and it has a 80% win rate. But I think the rest of the heroes kind of were not as great. Like if we're talking about the mid lane and like gave something a little bit better for Wen instead of the Shu, I think that they might have had a better time in that game.
True, but bear in mind, this is a best of 7 as well, right? So we don't want to play all of our best cards right from the get-go and be at risk of a position where in the later games of the series, you have nothing good to pull out as well. Right, so I still hold true to the notion that, Vitality, they may be hiding a couple of their trump cards or their aces in hand. And Nova, of course, I don't think this is their best hand yet in terms of the draft, but it's a good win for them. It sets the tone. It also gives them a little bit of relief, right? You're not as stressed about winning another game in the series.
Okay. While you don't think that it's their best lineup, I think Nova Esports went very heavy-handed with this game one. They were ensuring that they were winning with this one. I think that this is a very strong lineup with the Ogren, Loom, Dolia, Yuan, and as well as the Sun Tzu, which has really been a pleasant surprise in Season 3. This is a very strong lineup going into this one. I think that they wanted to set the tone with that first game, ensuring that, hey, Team Vitality, they can be, you can make them bleed.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is the second loss handed to them in the entire competition thus far, and that's a good sign for Nova, right? And for Nova fans as well, all across the world. Now, this time it is going to be Vitality in the blue side, as Nova will be looking for that counter picks and bans as well.
Yeah, changing things up. Team Vitality get first pick on this one. They're going to ban out the Mai. It seems very consistent. They don't want to give Wendy any sort of that action. He just does so much damage, right? And usually, I mean, Wendy is a player that has like 91% kill participation on his team. He has the highest average damage done per game right, throughout this entire tournament. So basically, wherever Wendy is, he's going to do some serious damage to you. You got to ensure that you be careful for that, and you definitely want to focus him, especially in the drafts.
Yeah, and that's the strength of Nova, right? Every single one of their players is unignorable. You can't leave them alone in the team fights, and especially as someone as dangerous as Wendy, who has already shown very deep proficiency on multiple heroes in the mid lane. And Vitality, they want to try things a little bit differently. They're going to start off with the Musashi.
Yeah, Musashi starting it out. I mean, last game, Nova had banned that one first. They're doing a little bit, they don't want to get Dao Dao going, right? And I think that Dao Dao is very strong on this hero. It was a lot of respect, but it looks like they're going to go a different way. Nova Esports still kind of sticking very strong. Dharma, #1 picked hero throughout the entire tournament. 26 times it's been picked, won 14 times. It has a 53% win rate. Very strong hero.
Yeah, even though it's 53, it's good enough, right? The whole point is that Dharma is meant to be the game changer. So this is great. Now, I love this pick from Nova. Okay, so Nova taking up the DRNG. Look, the point of Musashi is that it also kind of silences tanky heroes.
Musashi họ cho vay ngon.
Duel to the death, right? You don't have that life to play around with, and it will be complemented by someone with huge burst. So actually, DRNG was one of the bio picks I would have wanted on the side of Vitality. So Nova taking it away does hurt the draft options on the side of VIT.
Wow, and it looks like Team Vitality are going with the Elaine Dolia combination. What's better than 1 Death at Sunset, 2 Death at Sunsets. They'll continue to get on, and again, you have Duel to the Death as well from the Musashi. Will potentially just blow somebody up.
Bây giờ lên đồ lia mau.
Wow.
Đánh về.
It's a very big pick, and it counters.
Sẵn sàng trên sẵn quan mà mua tiền lớn. Mày bà đây lớn.
But every single stack of crowd control actually empowers Dianwei even more, and the Leap of Fury definitely able to finish the job as well. So this duel to the death kind of muted for a little bit. It's not entirely useless, but the effect is not going to be as strong as Vitality had hoped for.
Yeah, and it's going to be scary, right? When you see that Dianwei, from CY, he's got some farm, got some kills, he's starting to snowball, and he's running at you, and you're just like a poor old Dolia. Or even in a lane where you're kind of like, I kind of don't want to fight him. You want to you want options, right? So are you going to look to just like CC him, control him, or just avoid him altogether with the rest of Team Vitality's draft here?
I think ignoring is the best move here, because he's like a bulldozer, right? He's just going to run over you. I think until you have the lead, there's no point going up 1v1 or even trying to kill the enemy. And to support the core on the side of Nova, they get a lot of stuns as well. The ultimates by Dianjie, the Chaos Cinders coming out from Angela, and as well, right, the turnaround game changer play with the Truth Mantra by
Bạn nhâm tha đỏ vô chẳng có cơ vô có Vitality vô Angela này, ta lấy cái bản sang con hết cái vô Angela là bật điện.
But same potency.
Alright, but real life advice here, mate.
Mà câu hay sang say Lady Zen, làm Lady Zen from hơn mà thế.
And I think that running from Dianwei,
okay, Lady Sun.
The gorge is only so big. You have to figure out ways to
get vô control mới đi nè.
You just maybe potentially kill the Angela and DRNG and just like save him for last, or are you looking to burst Dianwei as quickly?
I could argue that you want to run away and run to a corner, so you can flip the script and corner.
But
in any case, Vitality, they come up with the Lady Sun and Yi-Sing combination as well. Now, this is a very strong combination because it then puts away that win condition from the side of Nova, right? The lockdown with the World is My Board is definitely very useful to contain the members on the side of Nova and help them get this Death at Sunset, or even just the ultimate shell rolling raids, frag grenades, everything from Arn and the kitchen sink.
Yeah, actually they have a lot of, lockdown that potentially can happen. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Yi-Sing to make those plays with that board, ensuring that, again, he finds the Dianwei, the Angela, who's kind of static in and of her own right, and being able to just kind of lock them down, let Dao Dao do Musashi things, find ways to get to the backline, because there are some pretty serious, juicy targets on that Nova lineup, but is he able to kind of ensure that he gets the CC and the damage to kill those heroes?
Yeah, that's my worry here for Vitality. On paper, this draft looks extremely good if they get the combinations off. But once again, my big question coming into this is, as a strategist, right, who's going to keep eyes on Xuan? And even if you do see Xuan, who's going to stop him, right? If he does have the flash, there's no one here on the side of Vitality that has a hard enough lockdown to be able to get that Truth Mantra away from them.
Yeah. He's gonna be super scary from the wings, right? You don't know where he is on the map. You don't have any vision on Chuan. He could potentially just win the team fight with that control. That truth is just insane. But let's find out. Of course, this is gonna be just the first match of the day. The second game, Nova struck first 1-0. Is Team Vitality's draft good enough? Were they able to come back? We're gonna find out in this one.
I mean, they're called Team Vitality, right? So I want to see them revitalize themselves and maybe take a win here, tie things up. But right now, I think we have to keep very close eyes onto Xuan, because Xuan, to me, is the ultimate win condition here on the side of Nova. If he gets the truth down onto the members on the side of Vitality, this game is pretty much over.
Okay, so you think it's going to be Xuan on the Nova side to really make those plays and to kind of set them up. Who from Team Vitality really needs to step up this game?
I think one needs to, right? One would be the one that will make life a little bit easier and make certain objectives easier to complete by the side of Keke as well. And you can already tell, right? Vitality, they recognize that, hey, Xuan is going to be a problem. We need to try and suffocate this Clash lane. If we can lower Xuan's farm, his truth doesn't hurt as much.
Yeah, but it looks like KK kind of walking away a little bit worse for wear, about half life on this one. And he's been with Dao. So yeah, they're trying to prioritize it, but not the easiest of things to do. Is it looks like, again, Nova Esports have countered it in kind. They have Waypit and Juan making life miserable for KK, where he's not able to just free farm.
Yeah, which is a difficult position to be in, right? End of the day, you're supposed to be making Xuan's life hard, not having your own life made difficult. But in any case, Nova, I think they are fulfilling this condition. Likewise, it's the same story on the side of Vitality, right? If Keke does not get farmed, he does not have the counterplay option. He cannot dive the backlines. Mushi will be free roam to just do whatever he wants. And this might be the reality here because Keke is getting dove on.
Yeah, I think that he's definitely going to need to ensure that he gets, KK is going to be able to survive at least a couple shots because, again, he wants to get onto Wendy and Muchi in those team fights, right? He's going to be that guy that just kind of makes their lives a little bit uncomfortable. You want to be on that front. But KK, Elaine, sometimes he's not the tankiest of types. If he gets focused, if he gets controlled, especially with that truth from Chuan, he's going to have a bad time.
Yeah, he definitely needs that Jurassic Savagery to be able to not just amplify his damage, but also get that tanky ability, right? Now, at this point, Xuan, I think his truth is definitely going to be very painful. It's like, hey, Pineapple does belong on pizza, right? And I think Vitality do not like that.
Okay, well, that some of us don't really like that. Let's be very careful with how you proceed here, okay? Let's not just go crazy now. But you're right. I do think that is a potential. But it looks like Nova here,
nice
go
catch.
in, gets the Mulberry Power, and the Blazing Brilliance is going to be on point, gets First Blood onto Muchen. He had no real way to go, but here's the board, knocking up 2. And it looks like they're looking to turn this around, maybe. Wendy getting a little bit low, needs to be careful, but Muchi trading with An, and it is a little on the personal side, but taking liberties onto Waypit, and that will be the end of it.
Oh, they knew the exact limits on the side of Nova as well. An also recognizes that situation he was in. Most people would say, hey, why wasn't he diving to get the kill onto Wendy? Look, he couldn't. If he dove it, there is a chance he might not have reached Wendy, and Muchi was right in his face, and Muchi was just free hitting him.
Yeah, free hitting them. And I mean, again, this is why these guys are, the top dogs, top 4, final 4 teams, right? Because they know the absolute limits of not only the heroes, but also of what's going to happen, ensuring that that space is there to stay alive. But now, let's talk a little bit about CY. This Dion Wei, highest in terms of net worth, pretty much been off the map. I mean, he's just going coast to coast, taking whatever jungle camps are available. But he's been, at what point is this guy critical mass where he can get out and start doing some damage?
I think at this point, once he gets his Blazing Cape, he's going to be more than well equipped to really just go in crazy, right? Because at the end of the day, if you look at the playstyle of both the Dianwei and Dao on this Musashi, it's almost identical, right? They just want to rush down onto the backlines, get the kill, get the burst. But the rest of the team supports them with any CC skills or just making huge bursts, right? So you want to hope that when he gets that Chaos Cinders, you want Muchi to be able to land the Imperial Order, get the stun, lower the defenses as well. And there's plenty of bursts offered by Nova. Likewise, Vitality. It then relies on Dao how much... Oh, hang on.
Oh, the Death and Sunset will connect on the 3. He Meteor flashes away. KK not going to go out of position. But that was just kind of, a little bit of a bait, so to speak, for Dao to take that Tyrant. It's going to be the first one of this game. Very nice space created by KK. there's a preview, right, of what's gonna happen because Kaka is just he just wants to go onto the backlines as well. And until there is big confusion and chaos, hang on, Muchi might be dead here.
ខ្ញុំគិតថាប្រហែលជា Nova ឈ្នះបើ Order Late Game
a little bit more space. KK doing a great job.
Order Late Game គាត់ថា Nova ឈ្នះ
is going to be fine. Just need to defend it and protect that top T1.
បាទ វាយ down lane ហ្នឹងវាយ
a little bit of pressure on the bottom lane as well, so they've kind of traded blows in that sense.
អត់មានតែគេទប់ down lane មក
Right now is exploring the options.
គេថា lane ទៅជាន់ក្រោយ
make a play so that
អញ្ចឹងនៅសល់តែ Musashi អីហ្នឹង
filter towards that side.
យើងគាត់ថា Musashi ជាន់ក្រោយមួយទៀតចុះអញ្ចឹងនៅសល់តែ
input their will onto any one of these lanes.
នៅសល់តែ Yixing Dolia មួយ Lady Sun ហ្នឹងតើប្រយអញ្ចឹងមានតែគេទប់ជាប់បាត់ down lane ហ្នឹងក្បាលចូល
I mean, they're going to try to. They take the bottom T1, but again, I think that the movement thus far of Team Vitality has been superior, but Nova are able to consistently farm. Look at how CY is invading the enemy jungle. Now is going to look around and be like, where did all my things go?
Nova
and,
មាន
Dama to take this mid lane here. Something to take note of, because again, it's a race
ចាប់ stand បានអីបាន
to get the most farm.
ហើយមាន Angela ជួយបាញ់ skill កោទៀតហើយសំខាន់គឺគេមានសាគា heal ធំទៀតបាក់ចូលហ្គេម
I think he was just scared, right? He was just like, put the
នេះ
board
និយាយ
down.
អញ្ចឹង admin ប្រើតំបន់សម្រាប់ធ្វើតំបន់នេះប៉ុន្មានដែរ
CY is just laughing and he's like, haha, all down. Yeah, I mean,
300k 30,000
because the cooldown on the side
30,000
actually dictated by the size of the board. So the smaller it is, the faster your cooldown. That's what she said, am I right? Yeah.
300,000
But the bottom
yeah 30,000
Your Muchi doing a lot of work. In terms of net worth, neck and neck with On.
Yeah, 300,000
Lady Soon versus the D-Renj. Who do you give the edge to?
30,000
I would actually give it to Muchi here.
30,000 $.
He has a stun, right? The Imperial Order does lower defenses as well, so he matches blow for blow in terms of damage output. So An must make sure that he does not be caught as well. Okay. I think it's going to be an interesting one. I just feel like Lady Soon in the late game is going to be a monster. But if Muchi has that sort of control, or if CY is able to get on top of him, I mean, you're going to have a little bit of a rough time. But CY, largely up the map, again, very quietly just stealing camps under him. But this is the first action we've seen him going up against Dao Dao. And then we'll just kind of, hit each other with these glass noodles, so to speak, and just kind of walk away from one another. Yeah, right now, one in a dangerous position. Not sure what he has to pass. See why. He finds Wen. Oh, he's going to let him walk away because he saw Dao Dao in the side of his eye. But An is going to be killed, and they're going to focus in. And they do end up killing CY. Here's the Death at Sunset. The Meteor kill is on point, but the flash away. Waypit gets back to safety with that ride in the wind. Okay, so that was a beautiful play, and it's a bigger win for the side of Nova because they actually got the kill onto An. And like you mentioned before, the one-on-one An versus Muchi, it's already in Muchi's favor in the first place. If it's an honest-to-face fight where they are in a 1v1 next to each other, right, in range of each other. But in this case, An is going to lose out because Muchi is going to have slightly more farm than him. He's already about, 300 gold ahead. This extra item coming out earlier for the side of Muchi will make the world difference in the team fight. That you say that, because whenever I see the Dian Wei being picked, usually I think of it as like a 4 protect 1, let Dian Wei farm and just let him just kill people, and then everybody else is kind of like supporting cast. But it looks like Nova Esports are going to kind of go with the, Muchi D-Renj and to, fight on his own accord. He's definitely going to have his own farm. You're kind of diversifying your portfolio in that sense of just not all your eggs in one basket. I think it will kind of help them out, especially against Team Vitality, who can do a good job of just literally shutting down a hero. Exactly. I mean, the win condition, the setups on the
season ក្រោយ admin គួរចុះឈ្មោះប្រកួតនឹងគេដែរទៅ admin ប្រាក់រង្វាន់ច្រើនណាស់ចុះឈ្មោះប្រកួតនេះទឹកដៃខ្លួនឯងលេងរាល់ថ្ងៃជេលេងថាពេលយប់ឲ្យខ្ញុំ live លេង game តែមិនសមហ្នឹងដូចអត់ឃើញទេឬក៏មើលខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងទេប៉ុន្តែយប់មិញខ្ញុំទៅចាញ់យប់មិញខ្ញុំចាញ់ដូចជាមិនដៃនេះយប់មិញខ្ញុំទៅចាញ់7 8ដៃជាប់គ្នានេះបានជាប់គ្នាទៅចាញ់យប់មិញដូចឈ្នះ2ចាញ់យប់មិញខ្ញុំលេងឈ្នះ2 game ដូចជាចាញ់7 8ដៃហើយលេង rank ធម្មតាចាញ់ប៉ុណ្ណឹងឲ្យទៅប្រកួត Global Pro ប្រកួតតាមណារួច
Team Vitality will probably look for a little bit more pickups. Yeah, for sure. At this point, Vitality, they haven't been really achieving the playstyle they're looking for, which is the Dao Dao duel to the death on the backlines, trying to catch out Muchi, which can be kind of mitigated when he uses the second skill, right? The anti-CC movement. But yeah, right now, I don't think they're comfortable doing anything on the side of Vitality because the farm is just not in their favor. Not yet, but Waypit, taking a decent amount. They're looking to go for this one with the truth. They found On. That's the target. That's going to be the one, but Dao finds Xuan in return. CY gets knocked up. He's going to be killed. Muchen will take this. The Death at Sunset trying to chase Waypit, but he's just so fast. He's going to be fine. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Vitality.
And this is where the Musashi shows you his value, right? The duel to the death. So what if you have life? I'm going to keep you at that HP. And from there, the burst is definitely going to be a bit more effective. Kerker, unfortunately, could not, really unleash his full potential because it's so hard to catch a secure. So Waypit did well to escape because if Waypit is gone, they have absolutely no defense on the side of Nova.
Yeah, look at how this one is. I mean, Waypit tried to go for the Mulberry Power, and then the Truth really setting it up, ensuring that you got On. That's a huge win. But again, Xuan, look at where the positioning is. It's so far that Nova really can't help support him, and it looks like On will take the Tyrant. Their world is my board. Nice setup. Muchen is going to be killed. CY will take this one. They found KK, and CY now chasing after him. Dao on the run. Waypit is getting low. He needs to get back to safety, and now they've traded 2 versus 1.
Yeah, it's so back and forth, right? Because both teams haven't been able to kill the people that have absolute massive damage. And this doesn't come from a singular source. That's the issue for both teams, right? So in one moment, Kerker is the one surviving and he gets to jump onto the backlines with the Death at Sunset. This situation, An is the one that survives and he can definitely rolling rate his way into victory here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the amount of damages he has. The Duel of Death. It's going to connect. But they're not able to follow this up. CY is still up in the front line. He's being focused here. Dao needs to be careful. But here's the truth from Xuan. Catching him out. And Dao a little on the low side. But Xuan, not enough takeability. The Death at Sunset finds CY. They have the target. The flash over the wall might not be enough for Wendy. It is. He does get back. And now it looks like KK will back off at this point. But they've got 2. And now they're going to look to take this mid T1.
Yep, and he burns a lot of ultimates out from the hands of Nova. So this is a horrendous position to be in. Horrible situation. And now Vitality, look at it. Suddenly the map is so much more open. T2s are exposed. They also have access into that Overlord when it's necessary. They still have the Primal Bond for the next 10 seconds. So I think it's a better idea to try to just work their way into the T2 of the mid, of which they'll do so. And T2 on the top. So easily done. This is the perfect formula for Vitality to get the comeback.
Perfect formula. I like the way you said it because it is actually perfect in the sense that they got those 2 kills. They turned and made sure that they got the towers. All the minions were in like the perfect spot so that they could continue on. They got the mid T2, and once those have been taken out and the rest of Nova were starting to respawn, then they could back off and take that Overlord. Just everything just lined up perfectly for a great team fight by Team Vitality.
Yep, so we keep it basic, we keep it simple, like a margarita pizza, nothing extra.
Somebody's hungry. Somebody keeps talking about pizza. Because you're actually making me hungry, sir. I mean, the pineapple discussion, not so much, but then the margarita. I mean, we're talking about pizza. One of these days, we're going to have to go get one. Because at the end of the day, you're making me hungry now.
Look, marinara sauce, you have the basil leaves, and then,
Focus. Now
well, that's exactly what Vitality is doing right now. They're so focused as well, right? And I think they have found that formula that really works on how they want to execute the team fights as well. Dao has been very successful in finding out Waypit. I think that has been...
Bro, what? What?
The major change in the way the fights go, because then there isn't too much control. At the same time, he's able to survive the truth mantra coming out from Xuan. That's a very big marker, because when that burst doesn't work, then the turnaround, the comeback factor, the re-engage can happen.
What?
Happen for the side of Vitality.
It's kind of coming back to that draft, right? In the sense of like why Nova Esports in game 1 banned out to Musashi. You're seeing why. Dao 2-0-4. He's got almost 10K in terms of net worth lead. 10K in terms of net worth.
What?
Excuse me. He's tops, right?
Do I save my backlines being pressured by Kerker, or do I try and deal with Dao? Or maybe I want to try and find the rest of the cast on the side, which is Wen, An, and Muchen, which at this point, too many things where, more becomes less.
Yeah, and I mean, more becomes definitely less on
ខ្ញុំញ៉ាំស្វាយខ្ញុំពងញ៉ាំនំដែរនេះ
that gold graph alone
ខ្ញុំមាននំមួយថង់ប៉ុណ្ណានៃពងញ៉ាំ
CY was towards the bottom and that's a
ប្រែងស្វាយ slow
14-minute mark but
Got it.
CY we know he's a grower not a shower
អ្វីផ្សាយ live វា slow
Yeah, and now look at the recovery. An is now blow for blow. He is matching it. Band for band here in terms of gold, right? 9,000 hitting that 10k mark soon. So both of them will reach the same power levels at the same time, probably.
Yeah, and it looks like look at how dark the map is for Nova Esports. The slow siege is starting to go. The death headsets are right on top, connecting on a 3. The meteor kill is legit. It goes for the secondary one. He stays in this one, and they do get the first off. They found Wendy. They've got duel to death. They're going to continue on. They've taken the top D3, but they just don't have the minions. They need a back offer now. They're going to take the siege catapult. They're going to look to take this mid T3. The base is open. This is a scary moment. The siege catapult slowly making their way into that mid lane with the crystal now. Going to be focused in, but they've already got Muji. They've got the base, and it looks like Team Vitality will take game 2.
Perfect execution of their draft, and this is what we expected out of this series here. Vitality showing that hey, they are not here to play around as well. Everyone is
ឲ្យតែ
locked
ពេល
in.
ខ្ញុំទាយឬក៏សរសើរធីមណាដែលថាធីមនោះមើលទៅភាគរយឈ្នះច្រើនវាបែរទៅឈួតពី3ដងហើយប្រជ្រះគ្នារហូត
It's going to be a heavyweight fight. Punch for punch, they've equalized going into this one. It's 1-1. Team Vitality really.
ខ្ញុំម៉ៃសុកលីហ្នឹងខ្ញុំម៉ៃសុកលីខ្ញុំ
the Dao Musashi, man.
Yeah, exactly. I think they fulfilled fully all of the checkboxes that they needed to tick, right? So, number one, they allowed Kaka to get into the late game stage, itemization, as well as provide the space. But here's the thing that I hate to point out, but as a Nova fan, if you take a look at Wendy was just a little bit too trigger happy with the Blazing Brilliance. And I think that's what costed them the fights, because he thought he could catch Dao, and Dao has extreme speed to kind of zip in and zip out of dangerous situations. And especially when you don't land the stuns, you don't get the damage down on the Dao. And that kind of was the nail in the coffin for the side of Nova. They just didn't have enough resources because it was prematurely used.
So generally speaking, I'm not a huge fan of Angela, right? I just think that it's too static for me. I mean, yes, you have the Chaos Cinder, Blazing Brilliance. You can combo that with other heroes and things like that, and it can do well. And I always thought that Wendy was like one of the only few that could pilot that one properly. But you're kind of seeing the limitations of that hero. Again, if you want to let Wendy get going, he needs to be able to move and to do that bursty type of playstyle. And they weren't really able to do that with that. But let's talk a little bit about this post game. 0-1-3 from Wendy, not his greatest showing.
Yeah, in fact, I want to talk about the farm rate of Dao, right? Dao didn't die once in this game, which helped amplify his farm, which allowed him to then be that sponge for the side of Vitality. And he was a catalyst so that Kerker could really reach the true form of what an Elaine should be, being strong, being able to dive onto the backlines, and making full use, which is the trickle-down effect of Muchen providing value through that Celestial Melody as well. So if you take a look at the stats itself, Wen responsible for the catch. And look at the amount of catching that he did. It allowed him to maximize the damage as well. 31% with the sliding stones, taking liberties. Everyone that was caught in it did not have a chance of surviving.
Yeah, went with a really good bounce back game, right? I think the first one was not as great on the Shiv, but the fact that he was here with the most damage and he had 100% kill participation. But this is a game where we thought it was going to be close, but these type of gold grabs, man, when they skew hard. And Team Vitality really started to back up.
Vitality ដែរណាខ្ញុំគិតចឹងដែរ No one ធំ No one ធំជាង Vitality តែរបៀបលេងលេងអត់ត្រូវវា set up អត់ត្រូវសំបីត Wendy ក៏ប្រើ skill ឡើងទៅពីដែរណា
It's so scary, right? When Kerker takes to the
Angela ហ្គេមនេះខ្ញុំមើលទៅដូចជាអត់ប្រយោជន៍ក្នុង Angela ហ្គេមនេះយកមកលេងមកដូចជាលេខឡងហើយហ្នឹង
24% of damage taken. He was tanking quite a lot for the team, but he was also
តែពិត game ហ្នឹង game ហ្នឹងគេជន់ backline មកចដល់គេនៅតែវាយគេកាត់ដែរសារមាន Dunvane មានអីវាយមានមាន Dama មានអីសេរីវាយហ្នឹងទៅហើយគ្រាន់តែថាមុនវាយហ្នឹងក៏ពិត Angela អាចចាប់បានមួយអាចចាប់បានមួយឬក៏អាចចាប់បានអីបាត់ហើយតែនិយាយហ្គេមនេះ fail ក៏ Dunvane fail ច្រើនដែរហ្គេមនេះដោយសារ Dunvane ដេញវាយគេច្រើនពេកឡើងពី3ដងហើយ fail Dunvane វាយគេហ្នឹងមិនងាប់ពេញទាំងអស់
The fact that he was able to just like supply the Celestial Melody so that you have that parachute for him to just go in and out and to ensure that he had that survival one, right? it's going to be key, right? And we're checking out the highlights to see exactly how this is going in, see why on that one falling, but Team Vitality with some good team fights. They really kept themselves in this game, but look at how the backside, again, KK, he's creating so much havoc that the frontliners, the rest of, you know, Wen and An can just kind of free fire at the other targets.
Yep, and it's
រ៉ៃនេះ team fight វាយអត់ទាំងមាន DNG នៅក្រោយហើយ
So either one can dive in
ខំប្រឹងវាយតទៅយ៉ា
on the stage. It just has to be one of them so that the rest of the members
Fail
can
ច្រើន
take
យ៉ាងនេះ
advantage of this confusion and chaos.
ហ្នឹងហើយ fail ច្រើនដងយ៉ាង ហ្គេមហ្នឹង fail ច្រើនពេក
Wendy gets caught
និយាយរួមគិតចេះក៏ប៉ិត game នេះឥឡូវណាត្រូវអាចលេងលើ slow ដល់ថ្នាក់ហ្នឹងឯង
My time to shine goes in, you guys do the tower and then we can clean them up after this.
He did so much.
យ៉ាមនេះក៏ប៉ិតឥឡូវណាដែរត្រូវធ្វើបានច្រើនណាស់ហ្នឹងឯងប៉ុន្តែយ៉ាមនេះ fail ច្រើនពេកឥឡូវឡើងទៅស៊ីនៅខាងក្រោយឡើងបានលុយឡើងធ្វើឲ្យបានឡើងតាមដូចកបៃឡើងដើរវាយគេប៉ាហើយណា
And just so much space provided.
តែប៉ិតយ៉ាមហ្នឹងក៏ប៉ិតឥឡូវណាត់គួរបានដើរដល់ហ្នឹងឯងនិយាយមែន
Clear one in this one.
Okay, so we're talking about a monster series here, and I think you need to buckle your seatbelts because this one's going to be a long one. Now, we have the expectation that there is going to be an ultimate battle today, and maybe this may be the series that we're talking about here because they are so close, neck and neck. Game 1, it wasn't a actual domination. It was really just by a hair. Second game, comeback game from the side of Vitality. So, back and forth. I don't even know who's going to win the next one.
Yeah, and that's the brilliance of this series, right? The fact that these are so evenly matched teams that are going at this one. You were talking about the ultimate battle. It is not a curse. This is a blessing. I want to see this series go the full distance. There's just so much high-level play, and just the fact that you win one team fight and you just take over the game speaks volumes about both of these teams.
Exactly, and it also puts to the notion that both teams are so equal that we need a decider match, right? Because in order to trigger this ultimate battle, you need to be at a 3-3 scoreline. And right now, I really can't tell the difference in terms of proficiency, right? Both teams look super good. Both teams know how to execute their draft to the T, and it really came down to the smallest of difference in behaviors, different things in mistakes as well. But look, it's just the second game of the series. It's time for us to take a break. When we come back, let's see who is able to edge it out once again.
tournament ធ្វើនៅណា tournament នេះធ្វើដូចជានៅឥណ្ឌូម៉ាឡេឥណ្ឌូហ៎ដូចជាឥណ្ឌូ Philippines ហ៎ yeah Philippines sorry មានតែប្រទេសហ្នឹងឥណ្ឌូឆ្នាំមុនហ៎ឥណ្ឌូម៉ាឡេនេះខ្ញុំមិនដឹងខ្ញុំភ្លេចបាត់ហើយខ្ញុំភ្លេចអស់លីងឥឡូវនេះធ្វើនៅ Philippines អូដល់ស្អីហៅថាធ្វើនៅ Philippines ជាស្រ័យខ្ញុំភ្លេចបាត់ហើយណាដឹងនេះមែនដឹងនៅណាខ្ញុំភ្លេចបាត់ហើយដឹងតែដល់ធ្វើប្រហែលប្រទេសហ្នឹងហើយដល់ពេលចប់ tournament នេះហើយគេបង្កើតប្រទេសបន្តទៀតហើយថាប្រទេសក្រោយហ្នឹងគេធ្វើនៅណា
Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ
welcome back. That was a short break, and now it is time to see who is going to edge ahead in this race. And this is not a sprint. If we try to make it a sprint, this is a marathon. Other as we head into the third game of this best of 7. Any expectations now?
I mean, look, it's just first 2 games. Obviously, both of these teams are going to have probably one of the deeper hero pools, considering they've been playing the game for as long as they have. But I think going into this one, you're going to really see how stretched the drafts will come game 5 and 6. I think that some of the teams that we've seen in the previous days have kind of struggled a little bit in terms of having a competent lineup that really kind of is able to play the game properly. But again, going into this one, I think it's going to be that chess match, right? How deep are we going to go? This is going to be game 3, again, setting the tone, right? Getting that lead. How much momentum is it going to be able to provide the team? It's going to be super key in this going into this game 3 draft here.
Yeah. Now, right now, what we have on hand is actually a boiling pot of soup. Okay, simply because, look, the initial drafts by both teams, they have been very mellow in terms of it's a tanky lineup. We're looking for small moments that will dictate the change in the game. There are many heroes like the Gun and Mo, the Nuwa. These are heroes that have huge burst potentials, and none of these teams have picked it up yet. So you can expect as the series goes on, we're going to have more and more damaging heroes coming into the Gorge, and it could be one big moment that changes the fate of the entire series into the advantage of either side.
Yeah, it'll be super interesting, right? I think that, but again, if you're going to even go with like the Nuwa, I think that you need the complement, the right draft synergy with that. Obviously, she's good in a vacuum, and you're probably seeing some of them, the rank games being destroyed by this hero by itself. But, you know, on this level, you got to have everybody playing together. You got to have something that kind of really gels well together and really takes advantage of what her kit brings to the table, right? So going into this one, again, I think it's going to be key, right? How are we going to draft this one out? Is there ever a game where you're kind of like, hey, maybe I don't draft my best heroes and then see if, you know, maybe that enemy team will, you know, pick everything and then just kind of be heroed out come later down in the series?
I mean, I think both teams are too experienced to make that rookie mistake, right? They definitely want to kind of space out and ration out the strong picks. And it then really comes down to the play style of each team. And so far, I think they have done the very traditional behavior of let's just punish small mistakes, right? So far, I mean, the difference between a good team and a great team is number one, making lesser mistakes. At the same time, exposing and understanding when there is a out of position hero or when they're out of resources. And I think it's really important. We have seen already in the first 2 games of this series, not having a flash or expending just one ultimate that is out of range or out of time, then it really changes the state of the team fights. And both Nova and Vitality, they understand this, right? If you waste an ultimate, you can be well sure that within the next 30 to 60 seconds, they will make something happen.
Yeah, and they're going to force. I mean, they're keys on that, right? Just understanding when they're on cooldown, super important. But okay, let's talk a little bit about cooldowns in and of itself. I think the Nova lineup thus far, the Dune and the Marco Polo, both heroes that have revolved heavily around those cooldowns and just kind of playing around. But now you've picked up the Dia to kind of help complement what they're bringing. Team Vitality's lineup counter pick. What are you thinking on this one?
I think someone like Long makes perfect sense against a Marco. Okay, personally, I love to play Marco, and I love me a good matchup against Long. I think, at least for me, against Pups, I take Marco any day. But in the professional scene, that's a totally different concept, right? Long with the riding the wind will always
set up character
or he's trying to go in with the ultimate on the Fever Barrage. These little interactions does change the way that the win conditions will be achieved. So I think Vitality, yes, they have good control. Nova, I think they might just need someone to help set the opponents on the side of Vitality in order to extract the full value of this Fever Barrage.
Maybe An and Muchi just need to get on your level, man. Huh? You know, you ever think about it that way?
Thanks for putting me up there. But yeah, we all know we have to come back to reality. So let's take a look at the bans here. Guan Yu going to be banned out by Vitality. I think that's a smart pick as well because of the amount of rotation, the speed of rotation coming from Guan Yu definitely does hurt the gameplay on the side of Vitality. They need to ensure as much farm is funneled into the hands of An in this Long. And right as we talked about it, right? The burst damage potential, Nuwa coming in for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, and it's like you called it, right? Going into this game 3. And this draft, I actually think that they have a decent amount of sustain as well as damage and that control, right? Which Team Vitality. So their draft thus far is rounding out nicely. It looks like Nova, though, are going to go with the Byron and the Gan and Mo to kind of close that one out. Your thoughts on these two?
Okay, I at this point, I think I still prefer, I prefer Nova's draft for pretty much all of the games in the series, but for good reason as well, okay? Take a look at the Byron pick. So Xuan is actually the main setup for the side of Nova, besides CY, right? If Xuan gets the Flash, Storm Strike, lockdown onto the members on the side of Vitality when they're grouped up, it creates that space and opportunity for Muji to just have the maximum effect and value from that Fever Barrage. But of course, easier said than done. They also have the complements of the big damage coming out from the Gan and Mo Wendy. As we've seen, he's very proficient on that hero, very accurate.
caster only នេះពួកគាត់នេះណាពួកគាត់ analyze game ល្អដែរតាពួកគាត់មិនថា caster ពួកគាត់បញ្យល់ draft ពួកគាត់អីមិនបញ្យល់ទេលក្ខណៈថាគាត់និយាយពីចំណិតគាត់ draft ហ្នឹង draft ចេញមកមិន game លេងចេញមកមិនអីមិនល្អទេតា
And this is the opening that Kirker is looking for. Right? And in any case, if that does not happen, Dao or Nuwa, Wen can set up those stuns as well.
Okay. All right. For me, it's just as simple as Team Vitality, just space. You know, you need space between your own teammates. You don't want to group up. I think that's the biggest thing.
caster ពាក់មួយប្រពាក់វ៉ែនតានៅឆ្វេងដៃហ្នឹងពាក់មួយស្ដាប់និយាយថាស្ដាប់ caster គាត់ហ្នឹងភាគច្រើនគឺគាត់យល់ពី game ច្រើនណា
So you need to ensure that you're just spaced out, you have that proper vision, you know what's coming, and I think Team Vitality will be fine. If we're talking about drafts alone, though, who are you giving the edge to?
I think in terms of execution, I think it's easier to execute on the side of Team Vitality. But in terms of achieving the win, I think Nova might do it instead. There's a couple of things they need to fulfill in the early game. You can definitely expect the roam coming in from Nova to support this mid lane. They want to make sure
ចង់ stop caster Lee caster Lee ពិតបើអង្គុយបញ្យល់ game និយាយដូចគាត់ចឹងនិយាយដូចគ្នាអង្គុយនិយាយមួយថ្ងៃបើពុះមាត់និយាយបញ្យល់ character យល់អី តែគាត់ថាអត់បាននិយាយចូលជ្រៅឬក៏និយាយច្រើនជាងគាត់គាត់នេះនិយាយច្រើនខ្ញុំទៀតគាត់និយាយ game អស់អាចអស់ no ហ្មង
because of the fact that you do have Wendy on that gun and oh my gosh, Dao. Okay, all right, a little bit of action, a little bit of change of pace. Nova Esports, they were hiding in the wings, in the bush. Dao was kind of making his way there, and it looks like he's going to lose his red buff because of it, potentially. Although CY does have the smite, it's going to be very close. It looks like CY will smite it in the end.
So bare foundations, bare basics there, hiding into the brush, so that they don't allow An to come in safely, right? If he wants to go for the face check, he might.
Vitality.
And this is a great start for the side of Nova. You know what? I was concerned about, hey, he might not farm as fast. So let's solve the problem. Kill the opponent jungler so that we can take Diaz instead.
Yeah, but it looks like this is how it kind of played out. Oh, they were just going in. Dao did not expect Waypit to make a rotation. And then, yeah, that lockdown with that first flood. So they've changed things up. I love the fact that these guys are playing like 4D chess in that sense of being like, hey, we've always had a 2-on-2 in the top lane. Now let's rotate Waypit quietly and come from the flank and the rear. And they were able to kind of capitalize on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's so apt, right? Definitely left a bitter taste in their mouth with the bitter farewell here. Another one.
Yeah, a little bit more aggression. Nice save by Wen. I mean, Waypit, again, just spotting himself out. He is a massive roamer, right? Just the amount of damage he does. You got to be a little careful where he is, especially since he's, like, not even shown in the bottom lane yet.
Yeah, I mean, his damage is actually something that you would not expect coming out from a roam, right? I mean, nerf her, except when I use her, you know?
I mean, she's very strong. Let's be
Yeah, they are much
kind of honed in on her, ensure that they played her.
Roam the much
most picked heroes. Has like an 82% win rate over like 17 games. Very strong hero in and of her own right.
Yeah. Right now, let's see if Nova can kind of amplify the advantage they've given for themselves. It's close to 1,000 at this point. Nothing too big, but it is something of concern for the side of Vitality because look, they haven't been able to stop any of these rotations. Every single River Sprite has been eaten up by the side of Nova on the top lane in the clash. Right? So nobody has taken anything of the sort from on the side of Vitality anywhere else in the map.
Yeah, and it just comes back to these two teams like like really just changing things up. You're seeing just how aggressive Nova is being. Like they're letting Muchi just kind of stand by on his own. He doesn't have his resplendent revolver, so he's gonna be able to deal with that minion wave. But this creates space elsewhere. Waypit making moves across the map, and you can kind of feel his presence throughout.
Yeah, so every minute that Muchi survives on his own in the farm lane is a major upgrade and a major funnel going into the side of Nova, which is perfect, right? I like the way they're executing this draft because it fulfills so many different conditions. Number one, you make sure that CY is always at the top of the leaderboards in terms of farm and map control. At the same time, Wendy so far has had a pretty quiet game, and that's great.
Yeah, with the unending sorrow with that wind slash, it looks like it's way too much, and Dao gets caught out. Nova, a nice little rotation, but it did take 4 of them, and again, just yet another kill going the way of Nova.
Yeah, so take a look at it, right? Wendy now is another additional
Màu gì bánh trơm đó trong cái đại liền.
Nova can make use of in terms of resources to get the kills, and it's hurting Vitality so much.
Bitter farewell. Oh, the couple blades, not enough, but Juan was thinking about it. He thought about diving the Venn diagram of the Wendy.
Nó quá, tao chơi hơi tao lên ban lead early game tiếp. Đó có đang tờ pa đây.
And look, Muchen has no flash, and right now, first objective of the game, I don't think it's going to be comfortable for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, especially since CY is going in, finds Dao yet again. The unending sorrow dodges the wind slash though. Well played on that one. With the resplendent revolver, a little bit more zoning. Waypit needs to be careful. He's a little on the low side. Juan is here as well. All 5 members right now looking to take this tyrant here. Wuchen might go for some cannon blast. Dao thinking about going in.
Oh,
He's gonna be very low, and Dao gets the steal. He's gonna take the tyrant here, but it looks like the infinite fastness is gonna go aggressive. Oh, sorry, on the retreat. On is gonna back off. They've gotten a single kill, and Wen is down for the count.
Yeah, it feels like Wen didn't get the message from the team. I think he felt the adrenaline having the steal, but now, look, immediate trade. Oh, hang on, Muchi died one-on-one.
Wow, Muchi getting picked off. I hope we get to see a replay of that one, because looks like Han will just continue to push, make his way there, completely off the map.
Yep, and no, look, now this is a big swing in terms of map control and gold as well. So a T1 turret on the bot. Nobody has gotten a turret just yet, but Arn now secures 1. They secure the tyrant for themselves with the steal as well, and now they can start being more aggressive in the jungle.
Yeah, it's gonna be scarier, right? Especially since Dao is there.
Em ơi, bội long nhóm về đúng bội long nhóm khơi là hốt mà. Ta hiện play nâng vô lên mà. So bây ta play thích được kia vô bội long nhóm pi vô tầng son hàng. Bội long nhóm là bấy hả bội long nhóm. À không. Hãy ngu là bay mấy à không. Chúng ta 2 bài ok luôn nè. Ta riêng. Bài ta riêng này. Mày ta riêng. Bên tao năm mau nè, mày ta riêng.
Yeah, this is when he gets bind, and then the flash forward. Oh, he gets him with the flaming palm. On with a little bit of an outplay on the solo kill on the bottom lane. So On still making plays, realizing that hey, they were behind. We need to do a little bit more of a riskier play. And I mean, I don't think Muchi expected him to flash flaming palm like that forward.
Yeah, I mean, he expanded quite a lot, right? So roaming gun, he used his ulti, fever barrage as well. Didn't use the purifier, I presume. I mean, purifier's cooldown is pretty long as well. So that is the silver lining. Yes, he did die, but he didn't expend all of his resources. So Vitality, a good advantage. Maybe getting caught once again. Kirker at risk.
Yeah, in the top lane here. Muchi has made his rotation there. They will put a little bit of pressure on this top T1. Dao and CY dueling to the death. This is a better love story than Twilight, am I right?
Oh, but CY, he actually does not.
Dao smite hả vơi.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the smite timing is a little bit better. Dao will ensure that he gets it. But oh, the Storm Strike! Oh, the Infinite Fastness and the Unending Sorrow used instantaneously. Both of them will survive, but On solo will recall back.
Okay, so On does not have a flash now. They can't take dangerous fights. Does not have the Infinite Bosses as well. So I think at this point, if I'm Nova, this is a perfect time to try to make something happen at least.
Yeah, but Juan, no force field suppression, Waypit, no bitter farewell, or destined encounter, excuse me. So the just kind of went off cooldown. So it has potential here, but again, work around those cooldowns, put a little bit of pressure here. KK needs to be careful, but the Fever Barrage right on point with the lockdown from Waypit, and they do end up getting that kill very well. A nice little 1-2-3 combination there by the 3 members.
And this is where
nó bây giờ sao skin men ta thời à không change skin mong bạch change skin phẩm ná change skin floor là change skin say hả ồ vô skin vô muối đâm muối vô mong
Waype just needs to lock
ហ៊ាន
him down.
សុខចិត្តចំណាយ
Full
លុយ
extent of his fever barrage.
តែបើថាបើចេញ rare ចេញ epic ចេញអីមិនចេញទេ legend អីបើ legend អត់ស្អាតហ្មងបើចេញចេញ flawless មកហ្មង ចេញមួយថ្លៃផឹងហ្មងខ្ញុំសុខចិត្តចាយលុយយក
Team Vitality, all 5 of them need to react
Enjoy.
to protect their jungle, but now they're looking to go for this.
ហើយមួយចិនខ្ញុំមិញ
thought about
មួយចិនខ្ញុំមិញចុច ult ចោល bro what the fuck
to see why they're going to be under this tower. Now they're under siege.
Okay, Moonchen actually wasted his ultimate there. I think it's a mispress, sweaty palms maybe. But at this point, I think Nova definitely want to push for something here because they need more control of the map.
Yeah, they definitely need more. But who's going to pick this one up? It looks like Dao will pick up yet another. He's been great with those smites. I mean, if he's losing these smite battles, those 50-50s, I mean, and CY was able to take them all, this game would be awfully lopsided at this stage.
Yeah, but you know what? This is what Vitality are known for as well. Dao, I think his smite rate has been pretty high at this point, and he is ensuring that the team on the side of Vitality have the best chance of survival. But as it stands now, I think, you know, the power is swinging back into Nova's side, and nobody has been able to capture Wendy just yet. So that might be a huge problem for them.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. I mean, that could be a potential huge issue. But like, look, Wendy has got the net worth. He's going to start to do some even way more damage with these couple blades. You got to be careful. Yes, he's squishy, but his positioning has been flawless.
Drop down.
CY getting gone on. He's been boxed in, so to speak. He's taking a lot of damage. The Wind Slash trying to stay alive. On the top side, Kuka is looking to go, but CY is going to fall. Kuka does die by those couple blades, so they do get something in return. It's 4-on-4, and it looks like Team Vitality are backing off at this stage.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate for Vitality fans there. Kaka didn't actually manage to knock Wendy into the wall. I think things would have been very different there. Likewise, Nova, I think they did a good job of trying to stave off the aggression. They killed off Kaka, but that's not the target that they want.
Admin មិនបាន skin mythic ខ្លះយ៉ាង skin legend ដោយសារវា skin mythic ខ្ញុំមិនដឹងឆ្លើយមិនដែរហ្នឹងដោយសារ skin វាជាប្រភេទ skin mythic ដែល affect វាច្រើនជាង legend
It's easier to catch the fish when he's closer to
detail ឆ្នៃវាធំជាង legend
prepared for it. But Team Vitality on the other hand will just pick this one up. Oh, they found him. Oh, the unending sorrow. Is it going to be enough? He's been whittled down. He's going to stay alive. Waype's so low. He's going to go for the blast.
Vẫn từ một tia đấy vẫn.
And he gets killed.
Vẫn pi đó rồi, thay là pha cho cái đảo vô kia nó.
On continuing forward by CY, who's taken a decent amount. The Tyrant is there. The rest of Nova are backing off.
ដោយសារ skin mythic គឺ skin ថ្លៃជាង skin ធំជាងគេ skin ខ្ពស់ជាងគេយើងគិតចឹងចុះ skin វា grade វាខ្ពស់ជាងគេអញ្ចឹងបានវាថ្លៃ
Couple blades are on point, so Wind Slash is going to go for this one, but Muji takes the Tyrant, and now Dao limps away on the back.
Dao fast smite, what?
Which way is he going to go? They found Schwan.
What is this, bro?
He's going to fall as well.
Oh, that's a big win for the side of Vitality. They make the trade. It was an important trade to make, right? Now they have access into the Crimson Golem, and Vitality, they need to rush this aggression because it's not a lot of time on the death timers on the side of Nova. Nova, I think they did well to secure the Tyrant for themselves, but the positioning was just a little bit too spicy to handle.
Yeah, a little too much at this point, but they're looking to go for this one. The Fever Barrage, nice catch. An is going to be killed. What a perfect play, but do they get the return? Oh, the healing spike keeps him alive. Waypit, though, he's going to look to go. Muchi's already been killed. It's a double going the way of Dao, so they got revenge for An's death.
Oh, they just overstepped their boundaries here on the side of Nova. Yes, it's their half of the map, but they overestimated their kill potential, and Vitality punished them so badly for it.
Yeah, definitely punished them for that one. I mean, you get the single kill, but they were
the
numbers over the truth. Oh, they found Wendy, and Kuka says, "Bam! I'll take that one to go." Takes that one, free food, and he makes his way on out of there.
Yeah, Vitality, a very important decision made there. Kaka actually found that opening, and now look, the space he has created, there's no potential for steal coming in from Nova, and it's a guaranteed Shadow Overlord, which is going to enhance this lane pressure all across the place.
Yeah, this is that replay that we're seeing, right? Muji taking the Tyrant there, and you're thinking it's decent, but then the Infinite Vastness is going to look to go. But look at the numbers. Schwan and CY were continuing to fight 2 versus 4. That is a losing proposition, but they do get the return kill. They found An, get the pick off, but then look at this control and the damage that they're able to get. They find Muji. You cannot get away from the emergence. He teleports in and says, "I will take this."
Yeah, the management of the resources was not ideal on the side of Nova. They were forced into an error here, and it looks like they're forced into a bad position again.
Yeah, unending sorrow yet again. Dao still up in front. All of this just for the Crimson. The Vanguards are pushing, something to take note of. Team Vitality right now have turned this game around. It's pretty much 50-50 in terms of net worth. Not the way that it was supposed to go for Nova, as they were in the lead. Now they're on the defensive.
Yep, if you take a look at the way that Vitality are fighting, it's actually costing Wendy quite a lot, because one of the reasons why they could turn that fight around, even though Muchi and Wendy were in a safe spot in that replay itself, Wendy actually didn't have a lot of mana, so there was no potential of a burst opening coming in from this Wendy gun and Mo.
Yeah, just not enough. Oh, Fleming Palm onto CY. He's taking a lot of damage, and An is starting to do some serious damage from the Loom here. But they don't have minions. The Vanguards are slowly making their way there, so the siege will start. Nice two-man cannon blast on this one. Couple blades onto Muchen, pushing him back, but CY still up in front. It looks like they're gonna just continue on. Dao taking a decent amount. He does have the unending sorrow if they want to go. He's actually threatened, he's gonna burst it now. They found CY a little bit far up front, but that should be the end as CY eats yet another cannon blast.
Look, Vitality, they can just keep doing this until KeKe expends his ultimate, or even Muchen runs out of mana. There is always an opening that Vitality can go for a try onto the lineup Nova, right? Nova, they have to commit quite a few skills, especially coming from Wendy, and it's difficult to aim, especially when they're so mobile on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, they have a lot of options here, right? Crimson Golem right here. They find CY, Flaming Palm onto him. They're doing a decent amount. He does have the shields, though. But now the Shadow Tyrant is going to be up. That's gonna be the next big objective. But they need to be careful with how the lanes are pushing. Top lane is a little bit in a not the greatest of spots for Nova Esports. The Tyrant's already down to about 25% life. It looks like it's going to go the way of Team Vitality.
Yep, so Nova's decision to funnel all of the farm into Muji, obviously that's the stock standard traditional way to play. But because of that funneling, look, CY is actually behind Dao by quite a lot. He's at 7,000 only, right? And Dao already is at 10k. So CY is actually unable to tank the damage coming out from An, which is why these Flaming Palms are hurting them so much, which is making life so difficult because they're stuck in a corner. If CY can't tank, they can't reinitiate.
Yeah, actually the rest of the lineup is just so squishy, right? From Nova
Oh,
Esports.
getting star breaker
Muji's doing
rồi.
everything they can in terms of this gold, right? He's got the
Getting
highest
star
net worth
breaker
in the
bên
game,
này.
competing with An.
Cơ vẫn có tính star breaker thôi là mình.
An is trying to, keep it close with Muji, and it's a battle of the farm laner, so to speak.
Yeah, it's also a battle of setup, right? It's much easier for Vitality to get those stuns coming in. And look, simply over and over.
Oh, kick out the truth! Oh, the four-man Wendy gets killed! That's a double go the way of KeKe. Again, you just spot him out. The flash truth goes in, gets the triple, and KeKe with a play on the game. Setting it up and opening it up. They've got 4 members down. Muchi's the last one. The minions are making their way downtown. Dao pushing him back, and KeKe throws him back into the fountain. They will take the base, and Team Vitality, off of the amazing truth, sets it up for that Game 3 victory.
Oh, he has to be the MVP of this
What
game.
the fuck?
Blindsided.
Trời ơi
Look,
mà.
the draft is still okay, look. But just that play, insane from KeKe. The entire game, they never once grouped up like that. And the one moment it happened, KeKe saw it and it was like, this is my moment.
It's definitely their moment, right? That was it. I mean, they were grouped up, and we were talking about the fact that like Team Vitality needs to stay spaced out and kind of have that, that space, the social distancing, so to speak. But man, you completely caught out on that one. What an amazing play by KeKe.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk to the coach of Vitality, man. Where do you find these boys? They're insane.
Yeah, they're all so good, top tier, everybody, just mechanically sound, being able to set things up, and just like having that moment where just go, right? Don't be scared. You know that they're grouped up, they're in a bad spot, and getting that angle was just amazing attack. And again, we'll see the highlight on that one, and that was clearly game winning there. Woo!
Yeah, and we'll also see the disparity in the goal difference, which kind of led to this situation because, look, the win condition on the side of Nova was the fact that CY was supposed to be able to tank the damage and create the situation where Vitality couldn't handle the tankiness of CY, and that will allow Muji to come in, especially with the lockdown by Way Pit and whatnot. There were 2 big moments of two big openings that they were looking for on the side of Nova, which was for Muchi or for Wendy to get in the burst, right? But it never happened because even before the fight started, Wen was already dealing so much damage to them. Mugen was landing all those cannon blasts, and Dada was supporting with the Tragic Beauty as well as the Monfu Tempo. Stuns, damage, nothing else. And Keka was just waiting for an opportunity. He waited for a very long time.
Yeah, he was so patient, right? He was just like, wait, like the patient hunter finally gets it, sets it up. Nova had zero answers for that. And again, this is kind of what we're talking about in terms of the post game right here. We knew Wendy was going to do a lot of damage. He did get caught out a couple of times. And the rest of it, you were talking about how CY was like struggling to get the farm, and you're seeing that here with this 9% damage dealt. Not his best game. He's probably going to want to forget about this one moving forward.
Yep, and that's what's so scary, right? He tanked over 100,000 damage for the team, but it still wasn't enough, simply because he did not have the items to continue making life a little bit easier for his teammates. And end of the day, it's a team game, and they were leading. That's the most painful thing. But let's take a look at the MVP. This time, it's An dealing 26% of the team's hero damage and only taking a good 14%. Now, this is definitely empowered and allowed by the tremendous plays across the team lineup as well. Yes, it was a Keka moment, but it was An who was consistently laying the pain with the flaming palms as well.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree here, right? I think that's, An is like your consistent guy. He's your Toyota Camry that's not going to break down throughout the entire game. But Keka, we just need that flash. We just need to go 0-60, win one race, and we'll be fine. Because I felt like he just did just enough. Winning that team fight and winning that, like the way that they did it, just speaks volumes about this player here.
Yeah, you want to wait for that perfect moment, right? And this lockdown, this combination by Nova, let's not get too carried away. It's a good combination as well, right? This single target lockdown by Waypit, if they're out of position on the side of Vitality, it also spells instant death because Muchi or Wendy can get the kill just based off one catch that has a ridiculously short cooldown, the Bitter Farewell. Unfortunately, they could not capitalize on this because there were no opportunities open by the side of Vitality. They never left their single man alone that many times in this game.
Yeah, and like even this fight here, it seemed like Nova got that pick off, but they were doing it with numbers that weren't equal. Like they were behind. Yeah, you got the pick up onto An, and that was great. That was like, I think, his only death. But it's still a time where you got to be thinking long term. At the end of the day, Muchi needs to stay alive. He needs that farm. But the truth, oh my God, like that was so good. Like just setting it up, and I mean that's pretty much all she wrote at that point because they had the damage. They just just forcing them back. They were able to take it out. Team Vitality really fighting back, getting that game 3, well deserved.
Yeah, look, and they didn't even die, right? Everyone was on their last pixel of health, and that's, to me, that is adding salt into the wounds, right? So, I mean, very good gameplay by Vitality. Now they lead the series 2-1, but hey, it's 2-1. This is the best of 7, right? It really is. Who's the first team to reach 4? And based on my own personal expectations, I think Nova definitely going to come back from this. We have seen these two teams show brilliant resilience. I mean, Nova, they have their own story to tell as well, right? So I want to hear more of their story after this break. When we come back, let's see, can they rise back from the bottom in this series to try and even things out once again between Nova and Vitality? We'll see you.
Wow, insane, bro. Actually crazy.
dream my way, never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender, and try can feel the smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Granite, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back. It is time for the fourth game of today in our best of 7 series between Nova and Vitality. And my goodness, what a play by Kerker. We were talking about this during the break, and yes, Holler, I like that play. I see it in my games because it's done to me.
Yeah, yes, yeah. You were talking about how amazing of a play it was in that setup, but that was like one of the best plays I have ever seen. Just setting it up, and just the fact that they were like losing, but they were like starting to siege, and things were like, who's gonna jump in, what's gonna happen? But they just got a little bit out of position, and Kaka just made them pay with that amazing truth.
And it was forced. You know why? Because of Wen on that Nua. The Nua coalescence, number one, it puts the block there. They have to move sideways. Annihilation, even more reason to move away from that space. And just so happened they were close to a wall. And Kerker was like, it's a wall. It's my turn to turn things around.
Yeah, it's also one of those moments where you just kind of trust his instincts, right? Because they're like microseconds that things are happening. And then it's not like a, hey, you need to go in and no, it's just like go, right? It's just like an instinctual go where everybody goes and then everybody's doing the damage to follow up. So the fact that everyone is together and they were able to just kind of like make that play, the setup, but the damage was there on point under that tower. Really just well played by Team Vitality throughout.
Yeah, exactly. Ticking all the checkboxes, getting the farm as well. And this wouldn't have worked if they didn't have the financial advantage against Nova, right? So Nova now, I think one of the things they need to make sure is that, hey, they need to make sure that they win the lanes really hard. And here's the thing, Nova wasn't bad in that game. They were doing the correct things. They were taking camps away from Vitality. They were, enforcing their presence in the jungle of VIT as well. But they just couldn't sustain that pressure, and they didn't funnel the farm enough into CY's hands to allow him to tank, and it costed them dearly.
Yeah, so, I mean, there were definitely some mistakes. I mean, the fact that they were winning that game, but losing a second game in a row in this series, that's got to be incredibly demoralizing, right? I think true champions, we see the resilience if they're able to bounce back. I mean, Team Vitality lost that first game. Now they struck back with 2 in a row. How does Nova respond? I think that this is the ultimate key. I mean, being down 3-1 is almost insurmountable against a team like Team Vitality. So this is a must-win game for Nova.
Oh, they must. I mean, it will break their spirit at this point, right? If Vitality takes this third one, they're one game away from taking the entire series. That's not what you have in mind on the side of Nova. So Nova now going to pick up the Mayin as the first pick. I like it. Look, yes, Vitality have had 2 successful games, but the performance from Kerker is also due to the kit that he was given. Right now, I don't see anyone that has the same potential of that proof mantra, unless we're talking about Asunsa as well. And I don't think they're looking to be so giving and so charitable on the side of Nova.
Yeah, they're going to figure something out. I think that Kaka just literally put himself on the map of potential game-winning team fights, right? And I mean, there's definitely some heroes that he can play. But the Zhangfei, Direnjie countering the Mayin here, your thoughts on these 2 picks?
I think it's okay, but I think they need a little bit more protection. Zhangfei's effectiveness is in the laning phase, right? He's going to be able to provide that leaping savior, but as it comes down maybe towards the mid-game, the late game, the big plays coming out from the Zhangfei is actually that unbridled outburst lockdown and maybe just a little bit more damage, right? So it's really just giving Direnjie that good laning phase against Lady Sun, which is not ideal for the side of Vitality. But Nova, they need this big win. And I like this pick on Da Qiao, right? Da Qiao with both S1 and S2, your Severing Surge, your Leaping Koi Tai, these are the things that will lock people in place, deal damage as well, and then you get the opening for Muchi to really just lay the pain.
Yeah, and the split push potential is there too. So something to kind of just really underrated, and like how annoying she can be just with those Sea of Fates, right? But okay, it looks like Team Vitality have gone a different route. They've gone with this Charlotte. I find it very underwhelming in Season 3. We haven't seen Charlotte's really popping off where they're able to kind of just like team fight, game-winning type moments like what we just saw in that game 3. But I think it's going to be more tried and true more than anything else for Kika.
Well, I think it also is reliant on the amount of farm they're getting, right? So far across Season 3, the Clash laners haven't been getting majority of the farm, which also impacts their ability to deliver painful experiences to their opponent's side. And so far, I think that formula still holds true, right? Main farm, it goes into the jungler for the tankiness, or it goes into the farm lane for that extra damage. And in certain cases, like this one for Vitality, I think they want to put a decent amount of farm, delegated some of it into the hands of Wen in this Gun and Mo. It's definitely going to pay dividends in terms of winning team fights and whatnot.
Okay, all right. I mean, like the Gun and Mo setup. I mean, when like the whirlpools are coming, that kind of stuff, and but it's just a little too static for me. I'm a little worried about the potential jump-ins. I mean, you have the Kaiser, who's very tanky, and now the Kong Min, which is a potential burst. Team Vitality's lineup, to me, is looking more on the squishier side. Yes, you have the Zhang Fei, but that's pretty much the extent of it. You don't really have that frontliner. Oh, Prince of Lanling. Oh my gosh, what is going on?
They want to rush for the early game, right? At this point, Vitality, this to me is actually a very risky draft. It's a good draft, but it's a risky draft because if your early game does not work out, you are in for a very short game this time, right? There is so many picks on the side of Nova that benefit off of having a gold advantage that they can essentially just snowball. And this, to me, one of the biggest snowball potentials is Wendy. When you give a Kong Ming extra farm, extra damage, his winning strategy suddenly becomes something that is insurmountable. Adding on with the time shift, the ability to move in and out, and look, amount of catches that's possible. They have Wei Pit on the Da Qiao, they have Xuan on the Ma Yin, both of which very adept at catching or slowing people down.
Yeah, if they're able to do that. I mean, look, I think that some, like the Ma Yin, I think is great for the Prince of Lanling because you just need some way to kind of just slow him down, catch him, so that you're able to, just burst potentially with the Kong Min and the Lady Sun. But let's talk a little bit about the Prince of Lanling hero because it's been underwhelming. It's picked 3 times. It's 1 and 2. It hasn't had the real impact that I think that teams are looking to have with such a high-flying, high-risk, under-the-radar type of stealthy type of hero going into this lineup. But we haven't seen Dao Dao use it. So I think that this is a moment where is this hero really top tier, right?
I mean, it's really not the hero, right? I've said this throughout the entire season. It's the player that makes a difference. So end of the day, I can give you the best equipment, but if you don't know how to use it, it's still trash, right? But in this case, I'm not saying they're trash, right? Let's be clear.
You are, by the way. Kindofu.
But
this guy, Kindofu.
No. But, Vitality Dao Dao, I think we have seen his performance. It does warrant the need to be really careful with this Prince of Lanling pick on the side of Nova.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all onto Dao Dao, right? The way I look at Prince of Lanling just in general is that he falls off or he goes even, he just loses, right? And so he does not want to be there. He wants to ensure that he's faster than everybody and also making an impact in the different lanes. Getting some sort of pick off would be ideal, and so that he can kind of snowball because, again, if he falters, and I think that he'll be able to farm faster than like CY's Kaiser, so I think that is beneficial or an advantage for them.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Nova's game plan, I think, is pretty straightforward. There are 2 lanes they need to control and have an advantage over, namely the farm and the mid lane as well, right? You want Wendy to be ahead of the competition. Likewise, you want Muchi to be ahead of the competition. So they're going to do well for themselves to try and put additional pressure down here. So every small win matters, which in this case, winning the lane is of utmost importance. This Firehawk is something they need in their kit.
Yeah, we'll push them both away, but okay, look, if we're going to do a little bit of, like, let's talk a little about the mid lane here. Wen on the Gan and Mo versus Wendy's Kong Min. In terms of, like, straight up one-on-one laning, who do you give the edge to?
It has to be Wendy, man. It's so difficult to play on a Gan and Mo against a Kong Min, simply because you have to essentially telegraph and know what's next, but potential first blood.
Oh, yeah, sets it up. Dao Dao makes the nice little rotation. An will actually get first blood, though, so nice little setup by Dao Dao. And again, we're talking about how he needs to set things up. He's already done it in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah. Now, the question here is, does An freeze the lane so that he can dwindle the farm even more against Muchi, or will he try to go for the rush and maybe go towards the mid lane and share the farm with Wen as well?
Yeah, I mean, Muchi is already back up. almost there to the T1, not really able to freeze it. If anything, they've kind of pushed them away, and it should be, I would think that it should be under tower. We'll have to find out. Yeah, it's going to push a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of decisions they can make, right? And I think because the camp is open, they would rather force the lane out and have the security of being able to farm this lane without the threat of it being stolen. The other option they could actually explore was to freeze the lane and force Muchi out deeper out into the open so that he has to clear the lane, right? And that's where Wen's repositioning or rotation will actually have a chance of scoring a kill for the side of Vitality.
Yeah. I mean, I think at this point you push it out, and it looks like that's the decision that they made. I mean, you've already got first blood. Muchi's already behind. I don't think that you need to like try to bait him out because it's not. Yeah, he's probably not going to get there. But Muchi taking a little bit of damage. Wendy rotating is as well, but they're not going to capitalize, not get any sort of conversion.
Look, there's a big deal of difficulty on the side of Vitality, right? Because actually every hit that you take amplifies the potential of Wendy getting a kill onto you. So they need to be really careful here. And I like the fact that they actually allow Dao to farm. He needs the level lead as well, so he can actually get those burst kills down.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets to that back line, that Lady Soon, the Kong Min, they're all going to struggle, right? This is a squishier lineup. They definitely have their options in terms of targets, so this could be a good Prince of Lanling game, but I think it really comes back to Waypit. Is he able to make those saves or those Sea of Fates? I think it's going to be, time will tell in terms of this the team fights that happen.
Agree, and even not just a Sea of Fate, right? If he actually manages to land his first and second skills, they could very well turn this into a kill.
Yeah, for sure. Just setting them up, I mean, it's just, he has so much of like, you know, basically control, right? And being able to just kind of put it so that it's difficult for them to make any sort of approach onto them. But again, if they don't see him, right? If they can't find out where Dao is coming from, he can just pretty much just jump on you. So again, it really comes back to Waypit. How is he going to keep him alive? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, and the stun comes in. Look, I want to compare the gold differences. 500 gold ahead for the side of An already has the Sparkforge Dagger, so it's something that is a little bit scary, worrying for the side of Nova, because they need to make sure that they can keep up. 1,000 gold at this point is not the biggest of losses, but it is a potential snowball effect going in advantage to Vitality.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like, look, 1K at like less than like 6 minutes is going to be pretty huge. It's sizable. It's definitely noticeable in lane. So I mean, a lot of it comes really down to, I mean, this 500 gold is probably that first blood, right? So you have that advantage, and there's a reason why An is just kind of being able to stick around, and now putting a little bit of pressure on that mid lane. The Umbrella Outburst is going to whiff, but it will create a little bit of space and some takeability by that team. But CY now going with the Invincible Warrior, looking to turn this around. Muchi thought about going in for this one, but the Stampede on forward, but Keka is going to be the first to fall. An gets a little bit low. Waypit being very aggressive, but not able to capitalize and get anything else.
That was a big win for the side of Nova, actually. The fact that, you know, Vitality committed so much in terms of ultimates and resources, and still lost their member, especially Kirker. It's a big win for Nova.
Yeah, definitely a big win for that. I mean, they want to push this out. They do not want to let Team Vitality to kind of force the issue, because once they've got that advantage, and you know that Dao is constantly farming, he's going to be even scarier, right? Because Nova's lineup is on the squishier side. This is something that you do not want to see on the backlines.
Yeah, for sure. And look, the save is coming in. They traded T1s. I was expecting Kirker to really try and go for the defense here, but I think it's a risk that he's not willing to take. Having died the once, he is still having the lead, but he doesn't want to exhaust this lead.
Yeah, just stay alive. Don't let that tower go down. I mean, the T2, just keep it going. But on the Umbrella Outburst, pushing them away, let An and Wen farm as much as possible, if anything, and they'll just kind of back off. But, you know, some would say wasted ult. I just say space created.
Actually, it is a lot of space created, because then it deters Nova from taking a unnecessary fight, and at the same time,
Vitalityមួយ objective អត់មានទុកមក
go for that overlord now. Dao.
អូម៉ែអូយក objective ឲ្យដើរមក red បោះដល់
doesn't have the okay, he's going to get pulled away.
Nova draft.
So again, I think they were just playing within their skills cooldown.
Yeah. Right now, I think Nova is
draft វាមានអត់តំណងសោះ Vitality draft តំណងជា
Right, the split pushes by Xuan have proven to be pretty effective in holding and stifling the growth of the advantage on the side of Vitality. In fact, they're so close neck and neck, still maintaining that 1,000 gold difference.
Yeah, it's very close, right? It's pretty much a non-factor, but it looks like they found him. Looks like Xuan got a little serious on that one. Does cartwheel away to safety, but they're going to back off. Just kind of like a feel-out process at this point. No team really wants to commit to a big team fight just as of yet, especially with just equal numbers.
Yeah, they can't. And another camp, this time going to the hands of Wen. Look, Wen is going to be, to me, the main character of this particular game itself. Because if Wen gets the appropriate burst onto any of the different members, Nova will have a very tight position to fight from.
Yeah, for sure. And like that's another reason why, you know, Nova needs to be careful about that position. If they're grouped, those blades will literally tenderize them. They're going to have a tough time. They're very squishy, so they can't really deal with that. They need that vision so that they can spot out where Wen is potentially, so that again they're not getting hit by multiple couple blades at different times.
Yep. So I want to take the perspective of different players here. So if I am in the position of Wen, I'm definitely looking for squishy targets to burst down. In fact, if I could catch my eyes onto Wendy, that would be great. But hang on.
Just gonna be dove a little bit, but they're not gonna continue on. They gotta get the fireball. Dao does not die though. The Umbrella Outburst finding the Stampede onto Wendy, so they've gotten him. The Sea of Fate is a little bit off mark, does get him out to safety, but now they're gonna continue on. Kaka, you're going in, nice little Stampede, nice little two-man stun, but Muchen is gonna go down. Muchi has that damage. The burst is real, and now 4 members of Nova going up against 4 members of Team Vitality at this point with this Tyrant about half life here. CY does take this Tyrant, walks away, but now here's Dao, gets the first kill onto CY, and it looks like Juan was thinking about going in, but that's gonna be the end of it.
Yep, and they put a very safe distancing between each other, right? So on the side of Vitality, there is no big catch coming out from Xuan. And I think this makes it so uncomfortable for him because, look, you're looking at Xuan, he is definitely going to be the one person with the most amount of health and ability to change the fight. But there's no one on the side of Vitality that he's able to catch in a bunch. And the fact that of the matter is, look, it is so survivable for the side of Dao, and that's a huge problem. As Wendy, you want to be in a position where you are able to burst down a single member, doesn't matter who, on the side of Vitality. So when that doesn't happen, look, you overextend. And just unfortunate because Wen did not have enough mana there. If Wen had enough mana, that fight was horrendous on the side of Nova. They would have been wiped.
I'm just kind of wondering if Nova's gonna make an aggressive play where they're so out of position. If again, Wei Pit kind of sticks in with this, like the Assault Team 1, and then go together, and then just kind of Sea of Fate themselves on out of there, you know, as your escape pod, right? It didn't seem like they were really on the same page. And once Wendy got caught out, and I mean, he was so far ahead compared to Wei Pit that, you know, they're basically not on the same page.
Oh, you know what? Muchi's having a tough time in this game. Look, this is why I emphasize that the farm is super essential for the side of Nova, right? Take a look at what's happening now. This is simply because of difference of itemization here.
Yeah, and it looks like, oh, Zwan taking a lot of damage. He's going to be backing off. Muchen, Leaping Savior's back. CY thinking about going in. Spider senses are tingling. They know Dao is within. He's going for the back line. He's looking to go for the flank attack, and he does end up finding him, and he does get the kill on the Wen, but honestly killed in return. Muchi's been dead as well. They found him, and CY, they're chasing it down. Muchen with the Umbrella Outburst. He's going to be knocked up, and not really much he can do, and that's a triple going the way of Wendy. They found 4 members thus far, and they're going to turn it into a Tyrant here.
Mẹ lô Muchi muối ơi, cái bay backline backstage Arling.
All credits to Wendy there doing a big job of making sure they cleared the members. And while this was a strong draft from the side of Vitality, this exposes the weakness that Nova have been looking for, right? When you give Wendy freedom of time and no pressure, on the backlines, he's just going to do all the work for the side of Nova.
Yeah, he's able to do it, but look at Dao. You think that this flank is good, but the Unbridled Outburst pushes him into Dao, and now he's fighting 1 versus 3. CY has that Invincible Warrior, and they're pinballing him back and forth. They find On, they get that pick off as well, and they're just like cleaning house at this point. It didn't seem like they found the right target prioritization. Dao, tough to go up against 1 versus 3 sometimes.
Yep, they just allowed too much space for Wendy, right? Wendy also very prominent and very clean positioning to make full use of that Arcane Assault into Time Shift, as well as the ultimate winning strategy. So he's able to reset, get his Arcane, his 5 spears around him to really deal maximum amount of damage against Vitality. And look, just one play, suddenly pressure's alleviated, and now they have a little bit more control around the map.
You're talking about Wendy, right? He's 3-1-2, 8,300, right? Like the most on his team as well as the game. They found Muchi, they got the pick off, and now Nova was thinking they were doing well, but now Team Vitality have a bit of an opening with no Muchi for 30 seconds. That's a long time at this stage.
Yeah, the burst damage potential is definitely dwindled, right? But they still have Wendy, so they just, as
Invincible
long as
Warrior,
Wendy gets
they
it.
want to go. CY still up in front. And it looks like KK trying to chase after Wendy, can't able to buck him down. They found Wen instead. Waypit, he's looking to go for this one. The Umbrella Outbird is legit. It finds him, and Waypit is going to be killed. Dao gets that pick off. The Fireball eaten by Muchen. He will survive. On, still chasing after CY. One more shot, and he does get the card, and he shows him the Ace of Spades as he takes him down. But they find Dao. Xuan gets the return. Now Kuka against Xuan and Wendy. It's going to be 2-on-3 at this point, and they're looking to jump over the wall. They find him. They do have the lockdown, and they find Xuan, and they're continuing to fight. Wendy throws out the fireball, but it takes him out, and he does survive.
Oh, that was not the best decision coming out from Nova, right? I think they're feeling a little bit too stressed. Vitality, though, the way that they kind of maneuvered around the fight, beautiful. Dao made sure that Wendy was away from the rest of the team. And I like the fact that, I mean, okay, this is stock standard. Guys, when you're playing against a Kongming, get your healthy members to tank that winning strategy for you, right? The fireball comes in, someone with more life, take the hit.
Yeah, they did such a good job. I mean, they were looking to fight this 4 versus 5, right? Nova, this is very, very ballsy going in. I mean, they had the Invisible Warrior. That Umbrella Outburst was legit. Waypit gets killed on this one, and Dao was finally able to do some Dao things. CY getting picked off. He's being chased by On. So they've turned this around a bit. It's so neck and neck at this point.
Yep, and that was a very extended team fight, right? And that actually is one of the most difficult things that CY has to do, which is once your Invincible Warrior is expanded, what do? You don't have that huge regeneration.
Trời, nghe mà chàng này thì là what the heck man. Chàng này thì rồi. Jolie.
Anymore.
Yeah, I think at that
Bro.
point, it's very underwhelming, I would say, right? Without that Invisible Warrior. Dao looking for the flank. He finds him. Oh, the Unbridled Outburst. Do they have the damage, though? They do, and CY is going to be killed, and that's going to be a great start. Muchi, oh, he's trying to dodge around, use that Whirlpool, but he's been chased, he's been stun-locked, he's been killed, and Wen will couple blades him, and now they've turned this around. They've got a 2 for nothing, make it more, assuming KK finds something, but no. Team Vitality are looking to just invade the enemy jungle, put a little pressure on these T2s.
I mean, I would expect that Nova is the one tangoing in the fights, but it's Vitality who are just dancing around the members of Nova as well. And now the door is starting to open bit by bit. Wen, still alive, still has a lot of damage to offer.
A lot of damage at this point. They're just trying to push them back, slow it down, take care of the minions. Nova looking for that winning strategy onto On. Again, tank throughout, but when very low, it looks like they're going to back off, regroup, and take the Tyrant instead.
Look, Vitality just showing that they are the better team at this point of the game. Every single decision is they don't waste any resources. Muchen making sure that An never takes a single hit from the winning strategy, right? Getting the Leaping Savior onto Wen when he's low, and then also because of the way they position, they allow Dao to just free roam in the backlines with the flank as well, with no pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, no pressure. And I mean, Dao is, like, again, he's got to the point where he has the items, and he's actually starting to be very scary. And the Nova lineup of being somewhat squishy is very vulnerable to this. This is a potential, you know, it's scary moment. See why he is not that great of a bouncer to deal with what they're throwing at them. And now Team Vitality sieging the top T2.
All right, this is a good position for the side of Vitality, but it's not the end of the road yet.
Oh, Wendy just completely deleted. Got locked up, and then the couple blades was real. Xuan looking to go. He's going to go get serious. He's trying to fight this 1 versus 4. But Dao's looking to turn this as well, and CY gets a little bit on the low side. Nova now are looking to retreat. I don't think you can take a fight 4 versus 5.
Oh, definitely not, right? This is the perfect situation for the side of Vitality here.
Yeah, they're going to look to just siege this one. T3 goes down. Team Vitality doing such a great job of using the map, pushing things around. Dao had been pushing the top lane. It will get here shortly. Now he will join the fight. He's looking for the right angle at this point. Dao goes in. He's got the stealth. He's thinking about going in. He finds Xuan, and he's going to take most of this one, but it's just all space created. They take the top T3.
Okay, patience does it, right? You don't want to overextend your advantage. And right now, I just have to comment, Dao, the way he's playing it is so different. Simply because he's dancing in between the fields of aggression and, you know, fleeing out from the battles. And it's kind of baiting Nova in as well.
Yeah, definitely baiting them out. I mean, through that all, Team Vitality turn around, they take the Shadow Overlord. It was so quick, right? There's no reaction time by Nova Esports. Now they're down about 5K. They need to fix the lane. The Vanguards are pushing throughout. They need some space. They need a little bit more time because right now they're faltering across, if you're looking at roll by roll.
Yeah, and the worst part is when is very close to the 6 stack items, of course, aren't already well before they're already hitting that 12K mark. And even though we are close to the Tempest Dragon, we might not get to see it.
Yeah, we might not. But the nice little stun. Wen has to go golden. He's going to be backing off. He gets knocked up. Juan almost gets the pick. He does. He finds Wen. That's a great start, but he does trade. Juan now, it looks looking to go for this one. It's 4 versus 4, but Juan for Wen.
Okay, not a good trade in my opinion. Right now, it means there is very little catch potential coming out from Nova. Yes, they don't have as much burst on the side of Vitality, but Dao can still flank around the backline, circle around, and they still have plenty of stuns and setup potential from Kirker as well.
Yeah, they have that potential here, but the bottom T3 falling at this point. I mean, the base, they have no T3s. This is the Crystal. This is the last one. Nova Esports need to make a miracle happen.
Bye mồi, bye mồi, bye mồi.
Must-win game at this point, and things are
Bye
not
mồi
looking good
coming.
Okay, so we put this competition #1 seeds of each region, and somehow Vitality showing just a little bit more class against Nova.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding ways to just kind of close this game out. It was close. Nova had their opportunities, but Team Vitality have taken such good team fights where they've been able to get the flank. They've let Dao really rise on this Prince of Lanli.
Yep, and everyone has a lot of bursts coming out from the side of Vitality. Double Star Breakers, and one is very close towards that Void Staff. That's not a nice piece of news for the side of Nova.
Yeah, and now they need to push. They need to force things out. They need space. They cannot just hunker down in their base. This Tyrant is going to be key for them, just a little bit more in terms of net worth. CY still up in front, does have the Invincible Warrior if they want to go. He's been scouted out, so to speak. He turns it on, the Invincible Warrior, but the Invincible Warrior is low. He's going to just kind of whimper home. He's going to go back. Team Vitality will take this Tyrant.
Yep, not so invincible after all at this point. And Nova, now they have to be content to sit back and hold for another minute before the Tempest Dragon comes out. But even then, this is a barren base. 3 lanes of super minions constantly at your neck.
Yeah, so Team Vitality are going to look to play this one smart. I mean, they're going to push with the super minions, put a little bit of pressure in so that Nova have a hard time even potentially defending against that Tempest Dragon. I mean, Team Vitality, they can win without it, but I think they're in such a prime position right now where they're going to force things out and put a little bit of pressure. The winning strategy eaten up by Dao. He was back off. Juan looking to go, finds Wen, gets yet another pick off. That's a good start for him, and now they've held.
Yep,
That's a lot of damage, bro.
The fact that Wen is the one that's taken down is a big win. Yes, they might not be able to really rush down that Tempest Dragon just yet on the side of Vitality, but it's a better positioning on the side of Nova to be at this point, right? Just cut as many losses as you can.
Okay, but Wen down for 23 seconds. The Tempest Dragon is now arrived. And it looks like they're going to look to go for this one. They want to fight this 4 versus 5, the Invincible Warrior, but so low already. That's going to be life #1. Is he able to get away? And it looks like Muchi somehow still surviving. He rolling rates back to Stapy with a Stampede is on point. Mucha does fall yet again. Wendy continuing on.
Oh my god, what the...
Wendy falls in return, and it's just not enough. 2 for 2 thus far. Wen is back up.
Oh, they made sure their win conditions stay alive. Arno was just dealing the damage, and he was about to be taken down by Wendy. But Dao comes in, saves the day with the daggers.
Hi, doing hi. Okay,
well.
bye-bye.
And just make sure that, hey, there is no potential of a turnaround in this fight. Get home.
Yeah, Tempest Dragon, they know something is astray. They're trying to go, but CY, Waypit, both so low. The Sea of Fate, they cannot defend, but it resets the Tempest Dragon. A little bit of a reprieve. Maybe it's just a pause at the moment, but Waypit still up in front. CY throws out the Whirlpool, and CY goes, okay, I don't know why I teleported there, but I'm up front. It's about half-life. CY can potentially go for the Miracle Steal. Not able to do it. Dao picks up the Tempest Dragon.
Yep, and Muchi now on a solo journey to try and defend the base, which is, it's okay, right? It's a Lady Sun. But look, the purpose of that Eye of the Whirlpool was to try and deter that finishing blows onto the Tempest Dragon from on the side of Vitality. Did not really work out the way they envisioned it too, because look, they didn't have the manpower. There was not enough strength to scare Vitality away.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, You are not
Bye
gonna
bye.
see nothing
Bye
scares Team
Chen.
Vitality.
Bye
You're
bye.
seeing just how strong this team is. They are confident. They are looking to siege your base. They are forcing it down. It looks like they've gotten pretty much everything they want with all 3 lanes pushing at the same time. The pressure is immense.
That's right, and it's a countdown at this point. As the Tempered
Ooh.
Dragons take flight
It's
and
a lot of damage,
find their way
bro.
down into the barren base that is Nova's attempt to survive in the series, I don't think it's going to be looking anytime good.
Yeah, they need the miracle hold, right? Waypit's still up in front. CY is going to be there. If they want to go, they need to ensure that Xuan, who's waiting on the wings, he's looking for Wen. Look at the positioning for him. They're going to look to go. The Unbridled Outburst, they found him. It's a decent start on. He's going to go golden, but he actually is going to be the first to fall. CY is so low and somehow survived. Xuan is finding him, and KK goes down. Wendy's doing some serious damage. 3 members of Vitality still alive, but the base is under siege. CY is looking to deal with the Vanguards. Can they get anything more than what they
They're really just buying so many lives on this side of Nova, right? Every single time Vitality seem to have it in the bag, they say no, denied by Nova. And how many more times can Nova do this though?
To be honest, not very many, right? The Crystal was actually taking some damage at this point, but if they're able to get the pick off, that would be game losing for Team Vitality. They need to back off, let the respawn timers work. Kika and An are almost up. They need to buy some time. If the T2 mid goes down, so be it.
Nó vô bật mà ngay ta nè. Muốn nó tha tới
It's
ta
not the
nè.
end of the world yet for the side of Nova. There is
What?
a chance of comeback here.
Definitely a chance right here. Dao Dao.
What is
they
it?
found Wen? Oh, they got the pick off. That's a huge start for them. Wen's got
Hey,
pick off
Wendy.
yet again, but they do get something. The Sage's Sanctuary, at least the first one. The second life is going to go down. And Muji and Wendy, both of them going down. That's huge for them. CY is trying to outtake this. But the immunity, not enough. And it looks like they've got him. And Stampede from Muchen trying to support CY looking to turn this. Is he able to kill on the Sage's Sanctuary?
Oh, shield is coming.
He's looking to just fight 1 versus 2.
Lật mộtទៀត, nó xong một
One
ទៀត
more
đi.
shot and CY goes down. Now Juan has to make the miracle
What?
all by himself.
Yep, 20 seconds before the next member on the side of Nova.
He's
can come
hiding,
back.
bro.
This is a very tight timing. Oh, can he get the kill?
Oh, Xuan, he almost gets it. That's life number 1. He's looking to do it a second time. He does kill An. That's going to be huge for him. He's just trying to cartwheel away the Leaping Saber by Mu Chen. But does he have the damage? I think Xuan survives, but Wen is back up. This is not a great spot for Nova.
They have pulled time out of nowhere, and Strand, with the play of his life, Nova survived once again. Now it's a reset situation. Nova, they have another chance to try and mount the comeback here.
I mean, it's one thing for Xuan to get that pick and to go very brave on that one, but the minions were not pushing, so there was no pressure on the Crystal. So he was able to make that one last attempt. Now it looks like the Tempest Dragon, yet again, spotted out by Waypit. They've called the Whirlpool. This will scare them. They actually do call in all 5 members, like the Power Rangers. The Unbridled Outburst is going to go in. Who gets the Tempest? It's not over. Dao Dao. He picks this one up. Wendy's going to be killed. Juan is going to be next. They've gotten 2 members, and then it looks like Muji is going to be killed as well. Waypit's the last man standing. Team Vitality are looking to just end this game. They find it? No.
GG.
Waypit is on out. Now Team Vitality are looking to end this game as they push the mid lane. Waypit, what can he do? He's all the way up in front. The Crystal is doing some damage, but Waypit is back in the fountain. Team Vitality will look to take this game. It will be game 4 for Team Vitality.
What a game. They tried to survive. They hung on for so long. Nova, they really put in the most valiant effort here, but Vitality, they were just that much better.
I mean, they were just
One more.
It was a chess match, right? In terms of the play style and how they were going back and forth. You saw some miracle holds by Nova Esports. You thought that there was a chance of being able to get those pickoffs, but unfortunately not able to do so. It was a situation where they were very close. But let's check out the post game and see exactly how this game went about.
They even destroyed my computer, dude. I mean, this was a lot of damage coming out from this side of Vitality. The fact of the matter is there was so much tankability and save. I think Mugen, to me, is the MVP of this game because the amount of time he bought for Vitality in this game allowed for Wen and An to really deal the damage. But another shout out, Dao Dao, what a game. This is how you're supposed to play the Prince of Landing. Everyone, item switching, Destiny, Sage's Sanctuary. It really came down to how fast your fingers were to make sure you had as many lives and as many chances to come back into the fight to get the win.
Yeah, that the last 2 minutes of this game absolutely crazy, right? Just the fact that like it was so back and forth, and Juan gave them the lifeline by getting that pick off onto On, and there were moments where you're like, oh, Nova Esports, it's completely not out of this. But then that last fight for the Tempest Dragon, if they got that Tempest Dragon and somehow managed to win that team fight, it could have gone their way. But unfortunately, Team Vitality were up to the task and were able to ensure that they got this
Vitality yes sir ឈ្នះចូល final
He was on
ខ្វះ
point.
មួយ only
Every single target prior was on point. He managed to catch out Wen so many times. He saved the
ត្រូវ
day
ត្រូវ
by
វាយធំ
Shen
ធំ
in
เลย
that
អូ
last skirmish right before Tempest Dragons were marching down as well. I mean, he did so much. He bought them so much time. But Vitality, they just had the better execution. And in the midst of such a crazy brawl, I mean, it just came down to the slightest of movements here. And I'm talking about the fingers. They were so much faster, much more adept at making the item switches, and they got the win off of those extra lives they bought for themselves.
What an amazing game. And to be honest, if you told me that we were going to see like 25-minute games between these two teams, I would have been like, wait, no way, right? Like these teams they had the shortest games in throughout the tournament. But your MVP of this one, Dao 6-3-11, Honest Prince of Lanling, proving me wrong, proving everyone wrong, and showing that, hey, if you're kind of a squishy lineup, I can get to your backline. I can really make this work.
Yeah, no doubt in mind. Down here, what a performance by this Prince of Lanling. He did exactly what his kit was built for. If you take a look at the highlights as we go into it, look, the start of the game was something that was teetering on the edge because Wendy was just hitting those power spikes very early on. But Dao Dao's rotations were what really made the difference here because look, there's so many things you need to pay attention to on this Nova lineup, right? And there were a couple of moments where they did so much work. Xuan able to catch them off and provide the room and safety for Wendy to jump in and out, maximize his efficiency with the arcane assaults, with his spears, and more importantly, getting the winning strategy down. But once it happened, the power swing into the side of Vitality, I mean, the goodness me, the amount of control they had. Even the slightest of movements, that ultimate coming out from Muchen to set up the stuns so that they could get the lockdown in order for Wen to get the burst in, everything was calculated to a T on the side of Vitality.
ខ្ញុំ open YouTube មើលគេ stuck frozen អូគេ stood frozen Leviathan អូមកបើ YouTube មើលវា stood ថៃទៀត
It's a 5-on-5. They're just going to steamroll, and they made it very difficult for them. Nova trying to fight 5 versus 4 and still coming out the losers just showed how strong Team Vitality were, and were able to find the right pickoffs at the right time. It was so back and forth in this series.
Yeah, exactly. And I want you to notice something about Kerker as well. Okay, Kerker has always, in between of these skirmishes, managed to insert himself into the midst of multiple players on the side of Nova and get his power gradation, which helped to add on to the duration of lockdown and stuns given by both An and Muchen with their respective skills as well. And this is what really made the difference in the fights. But, oh my goodness, this play where An, we knew that CY was dead from the get-go. But Xuan, he saved his team because look, at this moment, 30 seconds before any of the members on the side of Nova was going to be coming out. And still, Xuan did not give up. There was no hope lost. He did the absolute best job here, getting the kill and shut down onto An and buying them another chance. But I mean, it's Dao on that smite, so there's
New event try នឹងវាពិបាក stood ពេក
I mean, but for that one fight, Juan was like, he was kind of not helping CY. CY was getting bullied a little bit by An.
ជាមួយចាំត្រមើលបាក់ stood try ដែរ
But the fact that
ខ្ញុំគិតយប់ហ្នឹងគួរលេង account ខ្លួនឯងតឬក៏លេងជួយ rank គ្នាយើងដែរព្រោះយប់មិញលេងចាញ់សាហាវពេកខ្លះយប់ហ្នឹងលេងចាញ់សាហាវទៀត
Because you get yourself a chance with a Tempest Dragon. It's 50-50, maybe not a full 50-50 when Dao Dao is able to smite it, but you know, you want to give yourself a chance, and they had that opportunity. And Nova Esports, well, you know, they fought with their backs on the walls, and they tried to keep this one as close as possible. But now it's going to be super scary at this point because now you're 1-3.
Yeah. Now this is one step more before we could potentially discover our grand finalists. But it's not going to happen just yet. We will go for a short break. When we're back, let's see whose reality comes true.
ខ្ញុំ break up with AOK សិនហើយចាំចូល season ថ្មីចាំត្រូវគ្នាវិញលើមកត្រូវគ្នាមួយ Roblox អត់លេងដល់ពេលបានលេងឥឡូវជក់ប្រាហើយអាលូណា អត់ដែលលេងពេលឥឡូវពេលបានលេងស្ទូចរហូតហើយអត់ដឹងធ្វើអីស្ទូចអត់ដឹងធ្វើអីស្ទូចហើយមកឲ្យកូនក្មេងជួយស្ទូចត្រីស្ទូចមួយនេះស្ទូចមួយប្រដាប់ប៊ុនលីគាត់ក៏មិនលើ YouTube យប់ហ៎ឈ្មោះស្អីគេ Mr English or Spanish អីគេនោះ profile Roblox កូនហ្នឹងគាត់តែមកอยู่10ឆ្នាំហ្នឹងគាត់មកហៅខ្ញុំលេង Roblox រហូតអត់ហ្នឹងលូណាទៅស្ទូចថៃមកគាត់ទៅបានគាត់លេងស្ទូចថៃដែរនិយាយខ្ញុំទៅលេង Roblox គាត់ពិតគាត់ដោយសារគាត់ដែរគាត់ពេលទៅលេង
Welcome back. It is now the potential final game of this best of 7 series. The EU #1 representatives, Vitality, looking to close the game right here, right now.
Yo, look, I kind of want to see like a best of 9 or a best of 11 at this point because these two teams are really going for it. Every single game has been like so close, and then all of a sudden one team fight and you just win the game. And getting into this opportunity, like just to see these two teams play more would be amazing.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's so many things you can learn, right? Look, the positioning, new heroes. Like, we don't really get to see the Prince of Landing that much in our competitive scene, so it's always refreshing to see a new hero being highlighted. And the fact that, look, Dao, exceptional in the gameplay, decision making on point as well. And I mean, okay, I love myself a good guy, and more I play here as well. Wen was just phenomenal this game. The way that he positioned himself, always slightly away from danger, but still close enough to lay the damage down onto the opponent team.
Look, too many compliments to the 3-1 team right now. I need to go to the other side. We need to hold our horses a bit because Nova Esports, valiant ever, right? The fact that Juan was able to find the guy that you're highlighting in Wen with his perfect positioning, not so perfect when Juan can find you. The guy's an assassin. He's going to find ways to make his, to get those kills, right?
Yeah.
So going into this one, I think that, Nova Esports, what their strategy is not wrong, right? They've been able to find ways to win. I think that there are moments where when they have those leads, they need to close things out. There are some gaps where Team Vitality are able to claw their way back into games.
Yes, and we need to highlight Xuan and Weipit. I think these two members on the side of Nova have been the difference makers so far, right? Xuan, look, it's a lot of chaos, and the fact that he could consistently find Wen in the fights, it's a game changer. Unfortunately, they were just behind too much on farm. Another member I want to highlight on the side of Nova, Weipit, look, he has been very clean with his catches. So all they need to do now on the side of Nova is to equip Muchi and Wendy with even more burst potential heroes. But it's a tough decision to make because look, Wendy playing the Kongmin, one of the highest burst potential heroes in this game, absolutely muted because of the way that Dao was playing. So they need to give themselves the best tool to work with and find a way to shut down Dao. If they can shut down Dao, especially when he's playing an assassin role jungler, I think that will make the difference.
But how do you shut him down? I mean, I think that's the #1 question going into these games, the type of series. Everyone knows that Dao is the all-star. He's going to be the guy who's going to find plays.
Rồi game lên bám nhà sút trái.
Regardless
Game
of
không tao
whatever
lên mà
hero
nó
he
lên đâu.
wants to use. lose.
Chắc
Like,
khoai
he
game
has
công
been
tờ.
so difficult to deal with, and Team Vitality right now
Tại
has
dương
done
rô
such a
miếng này
good
mà
job
dương rô.
of letting the man
Tại dương
shine.
rô miếng này.
Yeah, and here's a very scary notion
Tờ
for
rô
the
miếng
Nova
này vô
fans
đi.
here. It's going to be a Princess
Ất
Frost
miếng
going
lúc ra
up
giờ ất
against
rô
Fang.
rô ất đo.
Now, we all know about this matchup, and at this point, it really then comes down to the point of rotation, right? How well can Xuan flank? How well can they manage their lanes, right? In order for this composition for Nova to work, they require the advantage in lane management, right? They need to have the space, so turret takes are of mega importance in this game for Nova.
Yeah, it's gonna be right. They need
Chồng mình ra rồi.
They want to be in the driver's
Lên
seat. They
set
wanna
up
be
vay
having
vô
all that
rồi.
map control, putting
Lên
pressure
quân
on them because
y set
the
up.
last couple of games, and Team Vitality have struck back with all three the most recent games because they've done such a good job with that map control, putting pressure on where Nova have to make those plays, and they make the miracle ones, and they give themselves a chance. But again, Team Vitality, the leads have been such in their favor that they've been able to close out the games.
Okay, right now I think Nova once again very difficult position to be in because the three picks here coming in from Vitality, absolute counter picks. Number one, Princess Frost. There's a lot of control. You slow the Guan Yu. Xuan can't really do much without the charge, right? Secondly, Lianpo. Lianpo
Game khoai trong lấy bạch sơ bãi.
about being caught by the
Đi game nó để trong lấy ất ất lui.
he will be instead focusing on to catching Muchi on this Maya. And of course, once again, we have seen the gameplay by Xuan. And
Chơi khôi pin này gì điếng cái này.
mirror that performance with his with the Maya.
Khôi pin này mơ màn plét gì điếng cái này.
Looks like Team Vitality right now. First phase of these picks just very strong, right? I love the fact that
Khó tay tầm rong cho món tích.
you showed how they countered them all. But KK is great on that Mayin. The amount of control that's going to be provided, getting into it, finding ways to get onto Menya is going to be the big thing because he's kind of not the fastest of the types. Yes, he comes in with all of the armament in the world and the kitchen sink, but he's kind of a static target, right? Once you can get on him and then you're able to find ways to kind of diminish his ranged attacks, you're going to have a good time.
Oh my goodness.
Ủa ai so rằng ha?
The Fang and this Fang is a huge detriment to the lineup of Nova, right? One of the main win conditions, like I mentioned, is the
Ủa ai so rằng mười mấy khởi rằng ha đấy.
Fang is one of the
Player
biggest
bằng rằng ha.
turret takers. If Nova don't protect the towers this game,
Player rằng ha những khôi tiết.
across the entire map.
Yeah, but how do you stymie this guy's growth, the Fang, right? Okay, Yixing is one. It looks like they're going to go a whole bunch of movement repositioning with
Player rằng ha. Không bao giờ nó player nó ở nơi team Vitality có làm đây bỏ họ muốn bằng sạt.
And it looks like they're going to go with Menki.
They're putting a lot of hope onto Muchi's Mengya here, and as well as Wendy on the Yixing. They need to have the catches, and they need to have
Wendy mới chửi khổng play lôi.
From the side of Muchi, right? That's the win condition here. So they're going to try and attempt to achieve this with the Zhang Fei ultimate Unbridled Outburst, along with the Dream Roam coming out for Menki. So positioning is of utmost importance to the side of Vitality.
Team Nova mua nó cái tôi chơi cho cua xong.
They have given here on the side of Vitality all counter picks into the main win conditions. The Tianwei destroys a Menki if he has the advantage, and even on an equal basis, Fang meant to destroy the lanes in terms of prior for turrets, so they have map control. Lianpo, Princess Frost, Ma Yin, the three most controlling heroes to number one.
Nếu team Vitality mui bị train tới đám TP cho khoảng 3 là đôi từ một sạ tranh nó em rồi.
I do agree with you. I really like Team Vitality's lineup. I think that it's again, you're talking about the counter picks, but I see some holes in the Nova one. I think that this is very concerning. You have a whole bunch of repositioning.
Nova bạn lên châu khá nên tiếc miền Di Sinh phong, miền Quân Y phong, miền Trang Phay phong. Đôi hụn tư cho bên hụn tư cho mau.
If he dies, there's no way they can take any sort of team fight. Team Vitality are going to run at you and they're going to just blow up towers. This is not a good lineup in my opinion.
Well, you could potentially turn things around if you can get rid of Fang. I think early on in the fight, and I think that's definitely what they're going to be trying to achieve, right? This lockdown combination coming out from Nova is meant to initiate huge bursts across the lineup as well, right? If we're talking about simple combinations between two players, the Mengya ultimate along with the Unbridled Outburst, it buys them so much time where they lock them in place to allow the missiles to land. That's actually a lot of damage, and it's AoE damage, by the way. So they could very well clear the entirety of Vitality. So once again, I just want to emphasize, look, you need the farm. Nova need to get the goal. If you get the financial advantage, you destroy the Team Vitality lineup.
Yeah. which is just more pressure onto Nova Esports. This is again an elimination game for Nova
តែ game នេះ Team Vitality តែបាន lead បានតិចបាត់ឈ្នះបាត់ហើយមានអីទៀត Team Vitality បាន lead ទៅមកល្មមហ្នឹងមក snowball មកទំហំប្រយដាំក្បាលចុះក្រុមដេញប្រយ
because they're up against Team Vitality.
តើ Vitality បាន lead មកល្មមហ្នឹងនឹងទៅ GG ហើយ game តែតែខ្ញុំនិយាយចង់ស្អីសង្ស័យជាប់ខុសហ្នឹងគេ game កន្លប់ប៉ាប់ផ្ងាមិនណាទៀតឡើយ
explosive growth over first bloods or even camp steals here.
Yeah, I think that the laning phase is going to be a huge
player អត់សង្ហាតែ hero សង្ហាមកអត់ទៀត
how we're going to go.
អលួយណៃដែលមើលនេះដែរដែលមើល
everyone needs to win their lane in this one, but I think
អលួយណៃដែលមើល anime អត់
more pressure for Nova to really
ដែលមើល
ensure that no one is falling behind.
ម៉ាំងម៉ាំងហួរអេដងហួរម៉ាំងហួរម៉ាញ់វ៉ាម៉ាំងចុយស្អីគេបោះចិនវាបាត់ទេនេះតែមើលដូច anime តែបោះចិនណាមើលតួវាក្នុងមួយអត់ដឹងទេតួក្នុងរឿងមួយ
If Muchi loses this, it's not ideal. So
មើលខ្លះតួក្នុងរឿងមើលអត់ដឹងមួយ
they take it away from Vitality.
Like, don't you think that if just Muchi cannot get any farm, they just like lose? Because there's no other real damage.
និយាយរួមតួចិនមួយគឺធ្វើចេញមកគឺដឹងតែស្អាតហ្មងគេអត់មានធ្វើអីនេះទេ
I think Wendy also offers
ចិនវាធ្វើចេញមកមួយគឺអែមហ្មងមុខ
but that also requires
មុខមួយចេញមកគឺមុខ V មក
was my board along with the taking liberties
មុខ V ដៃខ្លីជើងខ្លីរៀងស្គម
and everything needs to work out in their favor. Like everything needs to work.
ដៃខ្លីជើងខ្លីដៃវែងជើងវែងច្រឡំដៃខ្លីជើងខ្លីដៃវែងជើងវែងហើយដៃជើងគេរៀងទូចសាឡូន
He actually could turn the game around. There is a decent amount of control coming out from
និយាយតែ AOK បានហើយ
I think itemization is going to be key on this one.
Pro Lemon ស៊ីឡុងសង្ហា
No, they can't all just be the tank, and because
Yeah,
I don't know how you're
everyone.
going to carve into Dao Dao or
តែថាគ្រប់ character
onto on and be
នៅក្រៅក៏ខ្ញុំក្នុង game ក៏អញ្ចឹង design ចេញមកគឺអញ្ចឹងមកសំបីតែស្រីអញ្ចឹងដែរ
You need figure
ស្រី
you
មុ
need
ខ
to find ways to get onto those
មុខ
heroes.
ស្រួច
And I
ស្រួច
think
រៀង slim ដៃវែងជើងវែងនេះគ្នាហ្នឹង
just are they able to find on in team fights?
Yeah. Okay, look. I think for Dao Dao's case, actually Nova does have enough damage to melt Dao Dao. My concern here is Muchen. Muchen's passive actually empowers him the more damage he takes. So once his bar is full, he actually takes reduced damage. That to me is the difference maker in the team fight itself, because he is going to make sure that he's going to always try and stop Muchi in the fight itself. And when Muchi is distracted, unless he has his ultimate up, that damage that he offers is dwindled by a huge amount.
I like how you call him Muchi. It seems like you guys are closer than I am. Like you guys are giving each other pet names and Muchi.
I was about to say a joke there, but I realized, nah, that's not the best joke. So,
all good.
We play safe.
Oh, here we go. Dream Roam connecting on to win. They're just gonna back off. But Team Vitality again. They see this gank attempt coming a mile away. Everybody's fine. No issues on this one. But again, all eyes in this bottom lane, and it looks like Muchi falling a little bit behind on.
Yeah, and Guan Yu, the Xuan is just behind by a little bit, but I think the difference maker here actually CY. So it's good that CY actually has an advantage in farm. Slowly closing in for the side of Dao Dao, but I think at this point, if he's able to buy time and tank a little bit more for the team, it could set up the situation where Xuan and Wendy and Muchi are able to get their relevant ultimates off appropriately.
Yeah, and they need to combo them properly. I mean, if they're able to do it, if they're able to like reposition under tower maybe, and then like you have like a dream roam with that Razor Cavalry, like set everything up perfectly, right? The stars need to align. You have that potential, but again, it really comes back to is Team Vitality able to find
Vitality đang dò objective there rồi.
Take away all that damage.
Yeah, right now it doesn't look like Muchen actually secured it for the team. One major item that I'm looking out for on the side of Nova is actually in the hands of Wendy. I think he needs to rush this Mask of Agony ASAP. Because that's going to be the difference maker in terms
Vitality vẫn control objective đây
they're pretty tanky, right? So Dao Dao and Muchen
buồn tí vô
Mask of Agony.
Okay, Okay. I think they need to prioritize it for sure and just get that damage. Give them a chance right now, but right now Dao kind of just farming as per normal, just you know, taking everything off the map, so to speak. I do think that he's going to be a win condition with An. And the Dianwei always scares me whenever I see it, and I don't think Nova have the real lineup to kind of carve through this guy. We joked about it when you know, Nova picked up the Dianwei themselves of like, how do you deal with it? You just run away. I think that rule still might apply here.
Yeah, but it's quite difficult to run away. Potential first blood here.
Yeah, KK, look at the trade. He does end up finding Muchi, and that's going to be a huge win. Not great. KK does get killed in return, but hey, stymieing the growth of Muchi is going to be gravy for Team Vitality.
Wow, first blood.
Honestly, they don't care. Right now, that's a big win. Number one, you slow the farm of Muchi. Like you said, he's one of the main win conditions. Number two, they've taken a T1 on the bot. There's no big space, not much safety for Muchi to farm anymore in the bottom.
Yeah, An is already up the level advantage over here, but here we go. KK, again, just finding the right targets. He's fighting this 1 versus 2. He is not playing scared. Yes, he'll die, but he'll take this one. I mean, KK's just done such a great job in this series throughout.
Yep, it's all about the positive traits, right? Look, and life is going to get more difficult for the side of Nova if Vitality gets this neutral objective here.
Yeah, is looking to set themselves up for that one. It looks like Muchen with those burst rams slowing him down. Dao has already taken the Overlord. Instantly does it. Doesn't even use the smite for this one, but the Tremor Smash, it looks like Muchen will jump over the wall. He will be fine. Dao will continue to farm. Waypit might have gone for the steal. Not able to smite this one.
I just have to say, that was a big bait. The fact that he faked the Tremor Smash, that he was stuck in the pit, I would have gone in.
Thought about it, but on now, turning it around. Juan has had a rough time, a rough go of it. He's been ranged away. On doing a great job, but now with these Vanguards pushing, a little bit more space in the favor of Team Vitality.
Yeah, but the pain point here is not just the fact that they took this Overlord and have Vanguards flying down. It's the fact that they took both neutral objectives here.
Yeah, pretty huge for them, right? And now Nova on the backside. Look, I mean, net worth-wise, they're still finding ways to farm. They're putting a little bit of pressure on this bottom T1. They should take that down. So Nova doing a good job of keeping themselves in this one. But I would say you need to put a little bit more pressure down. Control the map. Try to limit what Dao can get.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, they need to have something more because, look, the itemization required on the side of Nova is pretty expensive as well. Venom Staff is going to be used and going to be bought, in fact. And until the Master of the Agony comes in, Wendy is not going to be able to offer as much damage as he would like.
Okay, yeah. But picking it up is a good start. I think just try to limit that healing as much as possible. Dao putting a little bit of pressure on the bottom lane. Kika gets spotted out. He sees it 1 versus 3, but he gets away. Playing this Mayan to perfection in that sense of just being able to understand when to go in and when not to. Thought about going in for this one, sees Waypit, but I don't think that he's going to engage here.
Look, they wrestle back a little bit of the gold advantage here. Nice catch though. Oh, they're looking to go. Now KK shows himself the flash. He gets the pullback, but the Unbridled Outburst in return. The world is my board. KK looking to fight this one, but Muchen, the Dream Roam is unreal. Hits on 4. KK is going to be killed, and they actually are coming out on top. Juan somehow still alive. He's going to limp away, but Nova Esports with a single kill to their name. That was a big play, but the fact they only got Kirker, that is not good news, man. Nova needed more, and that was the perfect setup. Now that Vitality has been hit with that situation once, you can be rest assured they will not allow that to happen again.
Yeah, they know. It's like, fool me once, shame on me, kind of thing. With that secondary one. But the Tyrant is going to be picked up here. Nova, Muchi staying alive, which is the big thing. Putting pressure in.
ចាប់គៀប3នាក់មិនតែគៀបអត់ចាញ់ទេគៀបចាំងហ្វៃអត់ល្មិចវាយអត់ដល់
and KK was the only one that fell on that one, but now CY starting to get tanky, putting a little bit of pressure onto An.
Yeah, but it's not going to be too much. They did manage to make them burn the flash onto the An, so now they can put a little bit more aggression on the side of Nova.
A little bit of pressure, but the Winter is here, slowing down almost any sort of assault in that mid T1. Juan is in the top lane, putting pressure there. So Nova Esports, this is what we wanted to see from them, right? When they have a slight advantage, how do they use the map?
Yeah, Nova, I think they need to try and take down that T1 on the top. That will open a lot more space, but Dao, other ideas?
Yeah, he's looking to go. The taking liberties is not going to be enough. Dao, a little on the low side, needs to be careful. The Tremor Smash onto CY. He's not tanky enough. And Xuan, Razor Cavalry, Soaring Green Dragon, excuse me, onto that. Gets Dao. The Unbridled Outbreaks connecting onto 3.
Ooh, nice
little stampede.
play.
On has been killed. That's a double for Xuan. And they get more. And they've got the Frigid Prison. But when? It doesn't really matter. They've gotten a 4-for-1 trade. Great trade for Nova.
They found it. They found that formula. This is what Nova needs to be doing. They make their way back into the series, and it's a 2,000 goal lead, right? And this is where the potency of Wendy and Muji come into play. And the fact that I think they have actually bought a lot of time for Xuan to survive. And you can see, when he uses the Razor Cavalry effectively, this is the difference maker. Everyone gets locked in down here on the side of Vitality. And when they are caught in a bunch, it's an easy kill. And the fact that they allowed Muji to be free of any danger, that was the difference maker here.
Yeah, to be honest, I also think Waypit, we got to give, you know, his roses too, because that Unbridled Outburst connecting
Ồ, Nova đã vô objective đó rồi.
Looks like the Tyrant's going to be picked up by CY, and it looks like the Overlord is going to be taken up by Dao. The Heroic Strike, the Unbridled Outburst, went over the wall, goes out that Winter is here. It looks like that's going to just stop the engagement.
Okay, so this is a stalemate here, right? So at this point, Vitality should be able to alleviate the pressure coming in from the side of Nova. Whether they will choose to give this T2, that remains to be immediately answered, right? So they will clear this wave. They want to make sure that they stifle the growth. And look, Nova have achieved a big marker in this game. The map is so much more open now, allowing those potential pincers to happen.
Yeah, and the Shadow Vanguard used instantly in that mid lane. We'll just stop any ssort of push at this point. All T2 still surviving for both squads. But again, Nova Esports, they do have a net worth lead, but they do need to be careful about the Shadow Vanguard in the mid lane, just letting it reign for free, do some damage. But they'll give it up to Muchi, and that's, again, he's level 14, something to take note of. An is actually a level behind.
He has the Starbreaker as well. This is a big one, right? You're talking about, hey, what if Muchi dies? There's no more damage. Muji is not going to be touched. Hasn't been touched as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, hasn't been touched. An dashes away for this one. And it looks like the red buff will be picked up here. Muchi and CY both having that one. Something to take note of, because again, that damage that they have, CY with those buffs is a tremendous difference than without. So it's always good for them to have those.
Look, as a caster, I think it makes life easier when we have one superstar on the team to focus on. But Nova, I love this as well. 3 different members making all the world's difference. Xuan with the flanks, Wendy catching so many people with
Mình hỏi ok.
and Muchi finally offering so much damage with the missile barrage.
Drop it out.
They've actually got the catch. KK looking to just dash away. He's being chased under tower. Juan needs to be a little bit careful. KK will survive. The burst ran, but here's the Dream Realm finding An. He's looking to wheel away. The T2 mid has been taken out. An getting rained on. He's going to dodge the artillery bombardment. They will survive. Minions are looking to push though. Dao looking for that flank. He might want to go in. He does. He finds 3. He's going to go for this one. And the Unbridled Outburst pushing him back. But Muchen is going to be the first to fall. KK all the way in.
I'm in the mid bay.
Here is doing some work, but the Frigid Prison is not going to be enough.
I'm in the mid bay. Game này bắn Nova.
Now they're on the run. Team
Cho đó game mới tiếp rồi.
Just too much pressure coming out from the side of Nova. Right now, nobody is still able to lay hands on the Mushi, and this might be the game here for Nova.
Yeah, they're going to look to end this one. They do have the minions. They're going to slowly make their way there. The wheel away by An into the fountain. The pushback, Dao looking to fight, but he goes down. And Nova Esports strike back, and they say not just yet, my friend.
Oh, they were looking for it. Vitality did. They truly believed that this drop was the winning drop. And for a moment, it looked like that was going to be the case. But Nova, we now see why they are #1 in their region. Not only do they have the resilience, they have the adaptability, and they really, this time, worked on that win condition, kept him safe. Mr. Muchi, you did your job well.
Yeah, I mean, all the eggs were in that basket, right? And being able to just let him go and get all that farm and to do all that damage. And we'll see exactly how much he did. But I feel like the rest of the team really stepped up on this one. You know, everybody was playing it to the T, the Guan Yu with the repositioning, the Menki, the Dream Roams. Everything was so on point. But Waypit, Zhang Fei, to me, there were some standout moments. And we'll see those in the highlights.
Oh yeah, for sure. And here's the thing: the beauty of it is that they were forcing certain moves out of vitality. The saving, the defense mechanisms specifically, especially from Ant, right? The wheel away, very important skill. It can also be used as an aggression tool. Never once in this series did they use it as an aggression. They made him try and escape, and every time that was exhausted, they couldn't take a fight anymore because it was so risky.
Yeah, we definitely have a series on our hands. It's 3-2, and yes, Nova, again, their backs are going to be on the line, but the post-game stats on this one, Muchi, we're talking about how he needs to step up. 5-1-2, did a great job. Highest net worth in the game with 10,000 gold. But Juan also making plays on that Guan Yu. 4-0-6, man. Whew.
Yeah, he was just all over the place, and that's what you want, right, as a Guan Yu. It's phenomenal gameplay. I mean, this is picture perfect. But I think for me, personally, the highlight gamer in this match is actually going to be Wendy. I think Wendy did a fantastic job of forcing errors onto the side of Vitality. But let's be honest, that's just my opinion. Look, production, they're having a field day right now. Who do they choose?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, right? I do agree with that, with the Wendy pick. I think he really showed up with the Yixing. The world is my board, the control that they had, the taking liberties, everything that was like what you expect off of the Yixing. Because again, we're like, oh, where's the damage, all these things. But they had so much control, and it was kind of easy for them because you had like combo after combo or stun after stun, where he could just kind of lock those in and just cycle them through, and it made it much easier. But here's the gold graph. This is the all-teller. So close, right? Is there even a net worth lead up until like that 9-minute mark where Nova kind of spike a bit?
Yeah, I mean, this was my heart rate, I guess. Death was on the doors here, but MVP Xuan, his Guan Yu was so monumental in changing the way that the team fights were taken. Every single time, you know, when we take a look at the Guan Yu pick, we look at the things he struggled with, Princess Frost, Ke on that Mayin. That never was the case, simply because of the way that he was able to find the flanks. They couldn't even register him as a problem.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, the craziest thing is that Nova actually first picked him, right? So that, like, you can counter him all you want. At the end of the day, Juan is able to do Juan things, which is just, like, reposition you, get those kills. But this was, like, you know, you had the chance. The world is my board so good at this point. The dream roam, literally the dream, by hitting 4 on that one. But it would kind of slow things down. Just everything just really playing very well into Nova's hands.
Yeah, and this is the decision making that they have to do right on the side of Vitality. Look, sure, oh, this one, beautiful stun, and they finish the job. There's so many problems they need to fix. Number one, look, okay, sure, Xuan is going to push you guys back with Razor Cavalry. Let's try and deal with him first. But if you commit onto him, who's dealing with Muji? This fight, they try to go on Muji. Muji was a little bit low here, but the control coming out from the rest of the members of Nova made the world's difference. Then suddenly there's too much to handle, too much on your plate. You can't finish your food, and you're getting scolded by your parents.
Seriously, you're gonna still talk about food? You're making me hungry. But looks like Nova Esports taking it down, really striking back. Right, this is the Nova that we expected. And they've stemmed the bleeding, right? They're into this series. It's 3-2. Again, they need to look at every single game as a best of one and not worry too much about the long-term play. At this point, just survive. Whatever you can do to give yourselves a chance. I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they continue with these crazier drafts. And are they able to kind of continue on? But at the moment, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go into that next game.
dream my way, never a surrender. I fight it never fail. I'm a contender, and try can feel the smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back, friends. We have a series on our hands. 3-2, still at death's door at this point for the side of Nova, right? Vitality having the lead with 3 wins in the bag.
Yeah, 3 wins in the bag. Elimination game. Everything at stake. Nova Esport really striking back in that game 5, giving themselves an opportunity to go into this one. And this is going to be the last pick, or the last draft for Global Band pick. It's going to be super deep in terms of what heroes they need to kind of pick at this point, but potentially Ultimate Battle is waiting in the wings. So, I expected nothing but an Ultimate Battle casting with you, Kindofu. But your thoughts on this game 6?
I mean, stats don't lie, man. And I'm fully expecting Nova to come back in this series 3-3. Right now, it's up to the decision of the coaches, right? What kind of tools do they provide with the players again? I think it was a perfect execution of the draft coming out from Xuan here, especially his usage of the Guan Yu. Like, there's too many problems that Team Vitality had to answer to in that last draft. So this time, let's see, what does the coach on the side of Vitality, Coach Annie, what does he have for the boys in black to try and win this series over?
Well, I mean, this is, I hate to say, to go a cliche on this one, but this is definitely must win, right? Team Vitality do not want to go to a game 7. That opens up everything, because it's one of those things where you worked so hard to take this lead, potentially eliminating Nova Esports and moving on with your life, and then now all of a sudden you have the Ultimate Battle, which shakes things up, right? Where now it's like a great equalizer, and you play that 150-50 game, and you don't want to be in that situation, right? Obviously, Nova on the other side must win. It's an elimination game. They need to put their best foot forward. But this game right now is going to be for all the marbles, in my opinion.
I think Nova wouldn't ban out the Musashi unless they want to ban out the Algren. Vitality have not had the Algren yet, and Nova will not allow it. Okay, so at this point, Musashi is not open for Vitality anymore. We will see what kind of gameplay they want to have. I would presume we are looking at the potential tanky jungle lineups. Or Vitality could take the risk and go for the assassin-style jungler, maybe Hansing as a surprise hybrid pick. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think we've seen Dao Dao on the Hanshin. I need to correct, or check myself. I don't know if he did it way back with Fearless, but we have not seen it on Team Vitality because most of them have been but they've picked the Mai. They've opened it up. I don't know if Nova, I mean, they were giving up, they were going to go second pick, but they didn't ban it out. Wow.
When đi ăn là bot man à.
I'm sure
máy chia được nối ăn là bot man.
And Nova definitely very well versed.
Máy chia được nối cứ ăn là bot tên Nova vô rồi là ban đêm một lần này vậy.
They've won so many scrims, they have seen their fair share of the Mai, and it looks like
first pick cho em game đấy.
Strategy is to not focus on damage being dealt in the front lines.
Em mới chăm cú nữa em đi.
They want to deal with the damage on the backlines.
Tụi anh nhầm mơ. Đăng tụi ấy.
I love this pick.
Vừa event kia rồi ai đi stream mà. Tại chơi tên vậy trắng rồi cái chập rồi thay dương stream chart ăn mơ.
Okay. I was expecting that you were you liked Milady because you liked women with eye patches, but hey, whatever floats your boat. Going into this one, again, I think that this is the first Milady pick that we've seen. And going into the game 6 with this draft in mind, obviously Milady stay in the lane, going to be tough. Now they're going to go with Luna to kind of go high mobility, high damage. Go.
Oh my goodness, I'm freaking out right now because look. Nova's draft is so hard to deal with. They are so mobile, and there's a lot of invincibility frames coming out. This Elaine is just going to consistently jump on the backlines. Doesn't matter whether they have the Dolly or not. I mean, it would be great. I'm not sure whether they have picked it already, but there's a lot of lane pressure coming in from the side of Nova, and there's a lot of things you need to pay attention to, which will open up certain situations
for CY to just jump in. There's two
បាទខ្ញុំ
different
មើល alone
angles
ចឹង
in which they can jump in. One from
អត់
Luna,
ដឹង
one
ដែរ
from a
អា
lane.
នេះអត់ស្មានតែគេមើលភាគច្រើនគ្នាយើងមកមើលខ្ទង់ម៉ោង 4 ជាង 5 អីពួកគាត់មកយើងទៅនេ 4 ជាង 5
Vitality just definitely on the squishier side, right? You're protecting the Mai. You're figuring ways that, like, I mean, laning aside, in that when that team fight happens, is CY able to draw a beat on the Wen Mai? Right? I think it's really going to come down to that because if Mai is going to be able to dictate the pace of the team fight and initiate and do the potential burst, everyone from Nova is looking on the squishier side. I think it'd be great. Plus you have the rest of T Vitality's lineup to kind of be that cushion as well as the
បាញ់នេះបានអត់បាញ់ Milady
If Nova gets their way, this Mai is never leaving the
Consort.
lane. She's going to be late into the fights.
Okay. All right, but like the Kanto Yuri.
ចង់ fight pick ហ្នឹងព្រោះ main យ៉ាចង់ fight
I like the protecting wins. That physical immunity definitely very valuable, right? It
Oh,
also
Garo Ming.
allows you to survive a little bit earlier in the team fight. So initiations might not work on you and might not achieve the same results that they are looking for. But I love this Garo pick. Garo definitely does well against people with shields,
Sakia
in their lane, especially when he gets the
Sakia
blood
តំណង
rage
ដែរតែ
on, right?
នេះ
Luna
ផុយ
as
ពេក
well doesn't do well against a Garo. So as long as An positions properly, I think there is a significant win condition coming out from Vitality. There is a decent bit of control. All 4 members on the side of Vitality have decent ways to control the players on the side of Nova. But this Lianpo pick could spoil everything.
It could change everything, right? And having that in your back
Lianpo
pocket,
with John
especially in
back
game 6,
line
pretty
on again.
huge. But look, Team Vitality have some serious stuns. Like if they're able to combo them, talking from like Secure, Menki, Guan Yu, like just set you up for the Mai and Garo to just pick you off from afar, you might have a tough time. That's how I see this fight going. Nova, on the other hand, you're talking about this Milady. I'm questioning it, right? This is the first time we've seen it picked in Season 3. Garo, first time we've seen it picked in Season 3 as well. I would give the edge just on those heroes alone to the side with the Garo.
Okay, I'm going to move on the opposite end because I see potential of the draft, right? On the side of Nova. Look, if they play.
Wait, are you saying that I don't see the potential of the draft?
Now you see a better potential in Vitality's draft, right? I see more of Nova's draft as something that has a stronger and easier to achieve win con if they tick those check boxes. If they play their cards right, Nova will have an absolutely open map in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Okay. All right, we're going to have to find out. This is, of course, Game 6. Nova Esports going up against Team Vitality. Team Vitality up 3-2. They want to eliminate Nova Esports. They don't want to hear anything else that Nova Esports, the favorites going into Season 3, are all about. And they're going to want to close out the series here.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to the wire here, right? I mean, this is one of the most exciting drafts coming out from Nova, right? If they really can get what they're looking for here, we're in for a guaranteed outcome.
ស្អីគេ SA ហ្នឹងអី SA ហ្នឹង share មែន
A lot of pressure on. The Wendy from this one, again, we haven't seen too much of the Milady, but if you're saying it's the counter that it is, and it looks like Wen already trying to make some movement across the map, he's gonna have to get back in that lane very soon because the Milady just pushes like no other.
Exactly. And another thing, Wendy, his prior target is actually going to be Arnett.
វាស្លាញខ្ញុំតាមមិនសូវតន់ទេភាសាសំស្ក្រឹតក្មេងជំនាន់ក្រោយ
He's just going to be looking for Muji, right? Muji does
ខ្ញុំ
well
ជំនាន់សរសេរពាក្យអញ្ចឹងហ្នឹងគឺ JENG អញ្ចឹងតែសម័យឥឡូវគេសរសេរតែ JG អញ្ចឹងដែរអញ្ចឹងចង់ JG ទាំងអស់
Well, looking for the performance of Wen.
ខ្ញុំអត់ទេខ្ញុំជំនាន់ចង់សរសេរចង់ពេញអញ្ចឹងសរសេរចង់ពេញយកហ្មង
Those insane tango movements in the team fights.
Yeah, if he's able to find them. But look, he has not been in the lane at all. Wen is just constantly just harassing the other lanes, putting pressure elsewhere, right? And it's a great start for him, but again, I think that this mid lane here is he able to kind of get his own farm because he still needs items.
Okay, here's my point. Just stop.
He's fine for now. I mean, Muche kind of froze the lane more like right there just to ensure that he gets it. But it's either going to be onto Wen or Dao to get that farm. But it looks like they're going to be fine.
Yeah, right now I'm just looking at the pacing in terms of jungling speed for the side of CY, right? As well as the growth on the side of Xuan. Seems to be neck and neck in terms of EXP. And Wen is successfully making life a little bit difficult for Xuan because of his rotations. So they're going to secure this space right on the top, which is extra EXP, which dwindles the potential of a good team fight coming out from the side of Xuan. Number one, he might be stuck in lane. Number two, he has to take care that he manages Kerker's movements. Because if he doesn't, then yes, Vitality is going to have an absolute dream of a fight here.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to those clash laners when those team fights are happening. So, okay, for me though, Dao and then CY, this is the jungle matchup that we were all anticipating going into this one. Which of the two need to have a better game?
I think CY needs to have a better game. Dao's execution is pretty straightforward, right? He just needs to land a very nice Dream Roam into the appropriate heroes on the side of Nova. At the same time, CY is at risk of having a very bad experience when he loses that Azure Golem. So once again, everything trickles down, right? You need to have a very strong laning phase in the start of the game, which is what Nova is trying to do. Because if you have that advantage in laning, number one, you're ahead in farm. Number two, you have faster rotations. Which then, byproduct, you get to protect your jungle a little bit more.
Luna có
it's gonna be key.
Luna có chừng nón khói đấy, mình chừng nón mun mình tên phong chừng nón khói đấy.
For me, like, look, I understand that this is game 6. Tons of heroes have been banned, and you're not really limited. You know, you're not able to play some of his best heroes. But I always feel like Dao on this Menki is like not his true bread and butter. Like, you want to let the guy style a little bit. You want him to kind of be the aggressive guy that's just not just setting it up for your team. He wants the kills himself. And I don't know if Menki is going to be enough for this one. And my biggest worry is you're not letting the star shine.
Well, it will be decided by this first engagement if they actually commit to it. And hang on, Nova actually, they get a healthy amount of damage down.
Yeah, about halfway to the Tyrants at this point. Dao, they spot this one. I don't know if they're going to continue on with this. Waypit was just kind of going in for this one, but CY goes instantly in. They found him. The Dream Roam, the Dao staying alive. He's still tanky yet again. He will be fine. The Soaring Green Dragon by KK. He's going to get on the run, but Muchen not able to get away from CY's grasp. Does get killed, gives up first blood.
Nova mùi Nova liên po cứ bạn chăng ạ. Nó bạn lại liên po họ chọn backline cứ cái bay vô rồi.
And he just gets killed as well. And this is a huge win. You were talking about Wendy.
Trời mà ơi, cho đó giảm per vào đây.
Continue on tanking on. You've converted that first blood into that.
Giảm mùi.
And it's going to get worse from here because now they have the gold advantage. They can start invading into the buffs as well as the camps, right? And there's plenty of damage offered by CY, especially when he has the level and goalie equipment lead as well. Right now, he's level 10, guys. He's 2 levels ahead of Dao and 3 levels ahead of majority of the cast on the side of Vitality. Already has Lifesteal available, so he is a menace to deal with.
A menace to deal with. I mean, this is scary. You don't want to let CY get going, right? Once he starts to snowball and he's able to get to those back lines like the Mai and the Garo, all of these heroes really don't want to see this guy going in, but check out this replay here.
Yep, and there's a lot of AoE damage offered, right? So with the jump in from Waypit on the Lianpo as well, that was a beautiful ultimate landing so much damage, but more importantly, control. And that allows Wendy to just keep laying the robots down. Meanwhile, Xuan, he complements that control by jumping in onto 4 different members on the side of Vitality with his Death at Sunset as well. So there's a lot of damage offered on the side of Nova. Right now, Vitality, the win condition is if they can get the flank, right? Which is why you see Wen as well as Kerker trying to pass.
Yeah, look at CY just dashing in and out, making An's life a little uncomfortable. Nice Tremor Smash on it too. Do they have the damage? Dao not able to get away, but An goes down. So they've gotten something, and now Kuka's joined. He's going on the back line. Hero charges back to safety, but pushed away. Nova, all 5 members still standing, and now they take the mid-T too, and Nova have changed the game completely on its head.
Now you see the benefit of the gold advantage, right? If it was equal farm, if Kerker had more equipment in his inventory, this would have been a very different fight, right? The Nova members would have been dead because of the Razor Cavalry. But simply because they took a very good fight at the 4-minute mark with the Tyrant here, Nova have established control all over the map. Now look, 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes in, right? The first T1s in the mid and the bot are already taken down. It will extend into the T2 as well.
look at how CY going in the back line, and you're thinking, I'll just deal with the minions. But then he gets out of position. The Tremor Smash is legit. CY leapfrogs over, gets the pick off onto On, turns it into more. And again, the mobility on this Luna, you gotta be careful on CY. And now they pick up the Overlord.
Yeah, and I'm going to gush a little bit more about Nova, right? So look, there's two things that will happen. Number one, if everyone on the side of Vitality groups up, Waypit loves that. He's going to get the Tremor Smash of his life. And when they're separated, that's a favorite position for CY because he then gets to dash through 5 different members, open up the
Game này đó Vitality off đó lên game mà mình lên cái ở lại tranh lên mầm hơn này tên đừng off cái
So it's a very smart move.
sáng sáng rồi off lên cái tới game này chọc thầm đắng.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think it's a really good draft because of that one. I mean, they just have, like, you want a group, what is the counter, and they're looking to go for this one. But Muchen gets over the wall, the Tremor Smash. Waypit does get back to safety. He gets a little on the low side, needs to be careful, almost gets picked off. They find KK.
Okay, for all of the gushing that I've done about Nova, it's just for the moment. Because once Vitality, they hit that farming mark, that gold that they need to accumulate, it's not going to look as pretty as it is right now because he is an absolute shredder. He will put them through like a paper cutter at this point. So Nova, they are on a timer here. If this game goes longer in 15 minutes, Vitality will regain control. Right now, it's about whether Vitality can hold on to their T3s until that form is beat.
Yeah, let's see why finding the solo onto KK here. But you're talking about the 15-minute timer, 7 minutes away. At the pace this game is going, and I mean, look, Nova's lineup is all about getting those pickoffs and then the push, looking to just end the game, right? I think they're doing it off of the back off Wendy, who does have a 2-level advantage herself, right? So they've kind of changed things up. They've put a lot of pressure on, but Team Vitality, you're talking about how their win condition is on getting that farm. Is enough time to get that?
Not with the way the game is going, right? As long as they can't stifle CY's movement, it's not going to work on their favor. And right now, look, everyone's paying attention to CY and Waypit, but Muchi's also dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, doing a ton. Muchen taking so much, does get killed, can't get away from those drones. Wendy will get credit for this one. Waypit now sticking around. He's on the low side. They've taken the top T3. This is looking like an all-Nova game.
Yeah, Vitality got to be scared of going to the airport at this point. CY, he's pulling in, looking for an open.
It's just a bait, a little bit of a, like a teaser, like a poke and a prod. But through that all, space created, they take the mid T3. Team Vitality right now, base and ruins. All they have
game,
and now Nova, they have unlocked
Hello, bro, B2K
on the timer itself. Because now the T3s are down. They have a little bit more pressure from the super minions in the top
B2K
as well.
I love the fact that, like, Nova, like, throwing this like draft strategy out with this game 6 and everything is just going gravy. Everything is just gelling. They're playing this one perfectly here. And look at this gold like scoreboard. I mean, CY and Muchi all at the top and all what you want to see as a Nova fan.
Yeah, they took a gamble. Let's be clear here. If the Wendy Milady pick was shut down from the start of the game, this would have been a very different picture altogether. But the fact is, they managed to stick to the win conditions.
Yeah, they're sticking to it, and they're putting pressure. The drones have been on point. The bottom T3 is looking to go down again. Base wide open, super minions on the way. No more backing up. They are taking this game.
Nhóm cụ blonde đây nè, cụ blonde, cụ một chiêu mới chập đam blonde này. Cái lênประมาณ 2 bom cái lên hầm vẽ bay pi. Trong 10 năm hay giải cho game thì vừa mới game mấy không? Mà sao team mà tới tôi bắt chọp thế.
Fantasy World, you're dead.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more
đó team Nova phải push speed down. Team Nova phải push speed down mà sao thì không back
they haven't died a single time in this an elimination game speaks volumes about this team.
Belong how you how?
They're playing the strategy perfectly. They forced it out. They're choking you out. Team Vitality have no space. The goal differential, almost all of them in favor of Nova Esports at this stage.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at this. Waypit, Radiance Flash, Tremor Smash, a lane coming in with the ulti as well, and then CY just going crazy.
Yeah, they're thinking about going in.
Waypit
gets onto 2. The Mulberry Power does connect onto it, but Muchen is going to be about half-life. Waypit solo. He's going to be probably killed. He does get killed in the end. Dao though. That's the trade. Wendy's still up there. Looks to go for this one.
Oh, never mind.
KK, he's going to be killed. The flash away by Swan. Wen is killed in return, but the base is again wide open. They have the minions, and it looks like Nova are just going to end this. And we go to an ultimate battle.
Welcome to the ultimate battle. It is well-deserved coming in from the side of Nova. What a performance. An insane draft coming out from the Malaysia region representatives, the #1 in their region. And now, this is the moment we have all been waiting for. I mean, even in the chat, you guys have been touting this is a 50-50, and we truly are at the point where it has come down to be 50-50. Right now, both teams.
តរៀនរាល់ថ្ងៃឡើងជ្រុញត្រូវទៀតហើយតរៀនសោះឡើងជ្រុញ
What draft will they bring?
មានស្អីក៏ឡើងរៀនសោះមានស្អីជ្រុញត្រូវឡើងណា
away.
I mean, look at both of the squads. Team Vitality, they squandered an opportunity. I mean, it's not over, and it comes back to this literally a coin flip of a game. One last chance to move on, right? Everything is at stake at this point. Move on, and you're in the grand finals. Lose, and you're going home, unfortunately, as a top 3-4 seed. But it looks like it's going to be going into this one. Like, walk me through this ultimate battle.
Okay, so right now they're having the side selection, right? So it's an important decision because now you get to be in a position where what kind of deficit do you want to put yourself under, right? It's really not just about the benefits. So yes, benefit is blue side, you get the first pick. But bear in mind, because of the first pick, on the red side, you now have the opportunity to counter pick the opponents in terms of draft, right? But
first pick
right now, because it's the ultimate battle, it doesn't matter at all. Right now, it's really about position of buffs. Okay? This is where you want to pick heroes. If you're taking the blue side, you want to have heroes that have easier access into your Crimson Golems or your Azure Golems. You want a draft that is suited towards this particular play and win condition.
So, okay. My biggest worry for this one is that, you know, we kind of saw a little bit of mirror matchup in yesterday's ultimate battle between Nongshim and Elevate, right? Where there were some similar hero. I mean, like everyone likes the Long, everyone likes the Dolia, as well as the Dune, right? So those are similar on both sides. We're going to probably see some crossover on this one as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, I'm looking at different situations that would be happening, right? So if you're playing on the blue side, here's what's happening. On the bot side of the map, that is where your Tyrant would be. So if you want to be in a position where you want to play off heroes having a huge momentum after getting the Crimson Golem, then you would be going for the blue side, which is exactly what Vitality did. So you can expect heroes that will benefit off of having the Crimson Golem at the start of the first 4 minutes of the game.
Okay. All right, but I mean, are you just picking your tried and true heroes? Or are you just going to look to, or are you looking for something that's like this draft strategy? This is our ultimate battle. We knew that this was going to happen, like with like a set template of heroes that we wanted. But like walk me through that process here.
I think it comes into terms on a lot of different decisions, right? So let me put a scenario for you at this point. Number one thing you want to consider is what kind of draft you want to build. Is it going to be based on the timing of the game? Meaning, if you want to play an early game draft, okay, if you're on the side of Nova, meaning your blue buff, your Zero Golem is closer to the Tyrant, then you want to pick heroes that benefit off of having the blue buff instead, right? So having the Luna, and you want to close the game fast, right? Because you don't want to go into the Tempest Dragon stage, or you don't want to go into the 15-16 minute late game. I would build a team that benefits off of having the Zero Golem, so I will pick heroes like Yuan, I will pick heroes like the Luna as well. These are all picks that I think would suit Nova's lineup, having been on the red side of them.
Okay.
Likewise, flip side on the side of Vitality, if you want to
ដល់មកពេលចូលដល់ ultimate battle ហ្នឹងថត world ទៅ world មក world ទៅ world មកជិះក្បាលទៅយ៉ា
It matters in terms of like, okay, do they benefit off of having the blue buff, do they benefit off of having the red buff, but understanding this prior concept that I've just spoken about, then you might want to consider heroes that are able to invade the jungle very early on in the game, right? That's the risk you're taking about heroes that benefit off of the Zero Golem in the game, right? If they manage to get the steal and dwindle the farm and growth of the jungler in the early parts of the game, you can but just by destroying the potential good.
Yeah. Okay.
It makes a lot of sense.
For me, it's kind of like, I'm not looking for. I want something that's as well-rounded as possible, right? Like I don't know what at the end of the day what the enemy team is going to be bringing to the table. And I would want something that like I'm comfortable with. Like don't get me wrong, the strategy is sound, and what you're talking about with like the tyrants and the timings with those buffs, super key. But it's one of those things where I would rather have comfort, best draft, synergy, regardless of where I am on the map, so to speak, red or blue.
Okay, I'm gonna show that I have watched too many motivational videos online. But you know what? Success comes with risk. And I think it's better to formulate a draft where you understand true and tested the weaknesses of the draft. And then you just need to pay attention to those markers. It's much simpler than having a comfort draft where there are multiple things you need to right? And this allows the opportunity for that mistake to be exposed. That's the way I see the game.
Okay. So like control much, right? And just kind of put that in. Okay, so I think that does make a lot of sense. But going into this one, like, look, these teams have gone into serious, like, this is as deep as it's gone, right? Aside from yesterday's Ultimate Battle, this is the second one in season 3. This is a huge game going into this one. There's going to be a lot of pressure and ensuring that you do have the best draft. We're going to find out exactly what these teams drafted going into this one, because again, everything is at stake. This is the only game that matters as of who's going to be playing this grand finals. It's going to be
and of course, if you did not manage to catch us yesterday, don't worry. This is how the ultimate battle will run down, right? So we will review the picks one by one, but at the same time for relevant picks, after which we will then formulate who's going to have a better chance of winning
Speed class យួរថងខ្លះទៅយូរអាថងកាន់ដៃ Speed class យួរខ្លះទៅធ្វើចឹងទៅអាហ្នឹងនេះជាងតែបើ speed ទាំងអស់ហ្មងពិបាក speed class យួរទៅយួរ laptop ហ្នឹងយួរដៃទៅទិញវ៉ាលីទៅរៀនយួរវ៉ាលី
But before that, let's cover what this game was for the final series before we went into the ultimate battle. Look, everything onto Wendy here. I want to focus on this guy because he was just a beast, right? Mask of Agony, Venomous Staff, Splendor to keep himself safe. He was one of the catalysts as to why Nova was able to snowball at such a huge rate.
Yeah, and I mean, they were winning team fights, and then he was able to push, really using the prowess of that Milady and just being able to just like close this game out.
Ôi, blind draft chênh mau, mình rửa chênh mau Luna mà từ
I don't think that they were really prepared.
Nova hay Vitality rửa chênh Nova quay vào bên trong ba bên mình đây.
Game in 12 minutes.
Luna chọn Nova.
Nova, and having this in their back pockets more than Team Vitality really just being, up to the task.
ចង់មានតែញុក laptop អត់ចូល laptop ប៉ុណ្ណាលោកញុកអត់ចូលថង speed ដៃ
explosion that happened in the span of about 8 minutes. Look,
laptop ប៉ុណ្ណាតួ laptop ធំក៏ដាក់ចូលដែរ laptop 5 10 inch ក៏ដាក់ចូលប៉ុណ្ណឹង10 inch ខ្ញុំគិតថាដាក់ចូលដែរថងធំចឹងអី
you're going to have
រឿងអីតែដាក់អត់ចូលតែបើថារៀន IT កុំប្រើ laptop gaming ក៏បានដែរបើចង់ឲ្យស្រួលទៅប្រើទិញ Mac ប្រើទៅដូរប្រើ Mac ទៅ
very deserving of this MVP 31%
ថងតូចតែរកថងធំមួយមកទៅអា speed ធំនឹងខ្វះអីមកកណោឥឡូវបើខ្វះនេះយកពីខ្ញុំទៅខ្ញុំយកឲ្យទៅ
24% of the team's damage
មកកណោ
and he was one of the
ខ្ញុំប្រើ laptop 5 10 inch Asus ROG គាត់ថាទិញយូរហើយប៉ុន្តែមានដៀងនិយាយរួម laptop ទៅមានប៉ុណ្ណឹងដូចគ្នាដាក់ចូលនឹងមានន័យ យូរដាក់ប៉ុណ្ណឹងឲ្យចង់សាក់យូរដាក់ទៅតែបើថានេះគួរទៅប្រើ Mac ទៅល្អជាង
Look at that dream roll back with the tremor smash. Oh, so good by Waypit. He has been an all-star this game, setting them up, ensuring that they get those pickoffs. Team Vitality all limping home, and then with that space provided, KK just trying to make something happen, but going in 1 versus 5, not the greatest decision there. Pushing things out, but Nova Esports exerting that dominance with that space, making sure that they have nowhere to go, nowhere to run, and they get picked off. This was an all-Nova game.
YouTube ទៅណាប់ Upload notification ទេមែន bro ហ្នឹង
look at how to be a better room. Take a look at Wayne.
Upload notification មែន
Decisions in the game that are making the world difference for the side of Nova. Not just blindly throwing the skills, he's also timing the way he gets the tremor smashes and also exactly who he's aiming on. Target prio is a big thing in this game, and Waypit has
continuously show what it takes to be at the top of this game.
Speed Pro អត់ចង់កាន់ញ៉ៃញ៉ៃ
I was gonna say,
ចឹង
I thought you were gonna
Speed
just
ទេ
sell yourself and be like, hey, if you want to see how a good roamer plays, you should just watch me play.
កាន់មានអីញ៉ៃញ៉ៃគាត់ចង់ថង
I like the
យួ
fact
រ
that
ដៃ
you
មួយហ្នឹងមានអីញ៉ៃញ៉ៃ
actually sold it to the right guy, and I think Waypit is that guy.
Speed វាឈឺស្មាឈឺខ្នងហើយ Speed យូរទៅវិញទៅមក
The stuns have been unreal. Just what a great game, and I'm super excited to see Game 7, but I want to see the draft as well. But first, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we go into that Game 7.
ចឹងហើយអាលូណៃនៅចង់ steal ចឹងហើយតែពេលនៅចង់ steal នៅ Speed កតាបចឹងហើយចង់ steal ជាមួយតតិចទៀតទៅដល់ពេលត្រាស់ដឹងទៅគេរកគ្រូវិធីឲ្យទៅសម្រាលកើតថងកយួរ Speed ចំហៀងរបស់គេ Speed អីក៏ធ្វើដែរគេមិនខ្វល់អីយល់ទេពេលត្រាស់ដឹងហើយតែឡាលូណៃនៅចង់ steal ចឹង Speed តាមក្រោយចឹងទៅ
wants to take a break for the moment, so we're waiting for the break. Yeah, let's go.
មិនហើយជីវិតtrời ơi, số mày hơi chịu vật này Ping là hôi bro chết số mày hơi chịu vật nó tầm vậy hơi đừng chịu vật dụng mình hói cái lên đòi xa cả ta nó cái lên xa cả ta dụng mình tra đăng dụng mình tra đăng dụng mình tra đăng sao dụng mình dụng mình tụm ra tri ban bột thị clear đo bằng 2 mét trong đau mà ca đầy tra đăng cho dẹ dụng mình Ultimate bả thọ tậu ba ơi sao khi không sản xuất dụng buôn rất cao trở trong khỏi cả về bạn nó bị rúa tay tay đài nè mình bắt pin bao kia ta sao YouTube khơi nhà bắt pin lại bật rút sách nên đóng phim toàn phim hỏng bao giờ giúp mình rồi nó lại là ra biết du khách phim mà phải ra biết du khách nữa nè bạn ở Rebroadcast ngay cho bờ bật kia thứ mày hồn bây giờ cuối tuần mình ngắm thấy thưa mùi
Nova against Vitality. There was no other way. It converges into this situation. So, Holler, what do you think is going to be the result here?
Okay, well, before I talk about results, because I can foresee this, because I foresaw this happening, the fact that we were going to get a Game 7 because Kin was on the desk. But no, we did see that both of these squads were really going to want it. This is going to be pretty much it, right? Going into this one. You know, look, I thought that Team Vitality going in, they were they had that opportunity. They were up 3-1. They had that potential. But then Nova, man, everything is about momentum for me. Right now, the fact that they just won Game 5 and 6, and they gave themselves a chance to be in this ultimate battle speaks volumes about Nova. I like a team with momentum. I'm gonna go with Nova on this one.
Oh, but they start with the Dharma, dude. The Clash Naners have been.
តើនេះជំនាញ final របស់ Vitality ជាមួយនឹង Nova ពង3ស្មើលើយើងចូលដល់ Ultimate Battle បន្លាញ pick យកតែម្ដង
follow up.
ម្លាញ់ pick ដូចគ្នាទៀត ដាក់មកអស់កន្លង
So no, you are not seeing double if you're viewing from home. This is the ultimate battle. These were blind picks going into this one. They wanted to put their best foot forward. Obviously, very obvious. Oh, there's the difference.
អូបើថាទីលេង set up
Interesting.
Nova យកម៉ៃមកជួយទៅមិញ
So I think Vitality looking more for a team
តិចឡងដូលាមកទៀតហ៎
control
ឡងយ៉ាឌី
of positioning.
ឡងយ៉ាឌី
For the side of Wendy, they're looking for
អូអាលីឌឺនេះទៀត
snipes here. It is going to be a mirror match in the farm lane as well. Arlie, of course, touted as one of the best farm laners in the game.
Yeah, okay. So last pick though, do you think it's going to be the Dolia, the Dia?
យ៉ាឌីមែន
Okay, Dia makes sense as well.
ម៉ែ mirror mic ខុសគ្នាត mid មួយគាត់
This
កុំឲ្យ
is
mirror
going
mic
to be a test of their individual skills and of course
តែយីស៊ីងបបវិនសាហាវ
I love the fact that like this is like when you're trying to like, you know, sometimes you're like, yeah, they have an edge because they have a draft, you know, advantage or whatever. But going into this one, I mean, with the heroes pretty much, you know, 8 out of 10 all being the same, there's really no excuses at this point, right? But going into this one, I mean, I don't want to be like, hey, which draft you like, because they're like literally the same. But you made me jump off the fence and pick a team. Who do you think is going to win this game?
I'm gonna put my cards on the opposite end. I'm thinking Team Vitality over here. So I mean, these are all opinions. We want to see the facts, and let's go into the final game, the ultimate battle, Nova and Vitality. Who is going to be our first grand finalist of the day?
Okay, look, I'm again even more empowered by this Nova pick. We haven't seen Wendy get on the Mai throughout, hasn't given much space, but the fact that she's able to pick this one up and finally have it in the 7th game, I expect to see fireworks from Wendy on the Mai.
Oh, he needs to have a kill at this point, right? If Wendy doesn't get a kill, this game is not going to work for Nova, right? Likewise, I think Vitality, it's all about the wave clear here. The reason why they pick one Yixing, they want to have a faster clear, they want to have the counter initiation as well.
Yeah, and it's going to set things up, right? I mean, I think when it comes back to those team fights, you have that giant pit, which is a little bit different from what, you know, Nova have. Like, yeah, you have the Mai, you have that potential burst. But when the teams start to group up, it gets a little scary. You could potentially see Wen really controlling those team fights.
Yeah, then it really comes down to the Clash laners, right? How much can Xuan or Ke do? And I love the fact that this is a mirror matchup, right? Because it really shows you who the better player is, and then overall, it is who's the better team.
Yeah, zero excuses. It's all about this game. Going into this one, you know what I mean? Like, it couldn't be more even, right? You're picking your bread and butter. The Wendy Yixing versus the Wendy Mai being the only differential. But going into this, it's all about tempo. It's all about putting pressure on, because once you've got the little bit of an advantage, if you've got equal heroes, you're going to have a little bit easier time to kind of lock down the enemy team.
Yeah, okay, random curiosity. So if they lay down the path of passing, do both organs get to go over it?
No, I think you can only use your own, right? I don't know.
Should be, but it'd be quite interesting to see that happen as well.
Let's see. Okay, Dao is scared to use the enemy one. He's like, no, that's not mine. Duh. Okay, we were gonna do that for the sake of science, and Dao doesn't want to help us with those experiments at this point.
It's okay. It's okay to be selfish at times.
All right, but going in here, look, again, just more farm to Dao and CY. I think that, you know, there are the win conditions. They should be fine with this one, but it's gonna be. This is exciting, right? The fact that it's the 7th game in both of them. Like, Wendy, I feel like needs to be making a little bit more of a high impact, but he wants to clear the wave before he moves into the other lanes.
Okay, look, there's certain things in this game, certain markers that will be of even more importance in this game, which not necessarily saying that it's not important in the usual games, but last hitting, you need to get as much farm as you can, right? The better. Just the slightest of difference in items really makes the world difference here, and Waypit getting caught.
Yeah, taking liberties. The world is my board, and first blood is going to be given. Waypit is going to go down, but do they get a return kill? No, they're under tower, and Nova are behind, not able to make them pay.
Both Wen and Ke read that movement perfectly. They knew exactly what Wendy was trying to do there.
Yeah, they knew what they needed to have done, but now CY is going to deal with 3 members in that mid lane. Zhuan gets pushed aside. On, looking to go for this one. He's being super aggressive on the Zhuan. Diving under the tower? No, he's going to step back. He'll take the Firehawk instead.
Yep, the farm is more important here than risking a chance to get a kill and potentially die under the turret. So it is a good decision here by the side of Arn.
Yeah, and Nova need to bounce back. They're a little bit behind, but into the mid lane. Oh, he's gonna go golden, but not enough. When falls, Muchi gets credit for this one. The Heart Link, no, not enough. CY slices him down, and Muchen is down for the kill as well, and that's a 2-for-0 in favor of Nova.
Yeah, and they recovered the farm as well.
Recovered here. Dao just trying to deal with the mid lane. He's with all 5, the Conductor of Souls, but they're not really scared. The Truth pushing him back. Dao is going to tank most of this one. 5 members of Nova putting a lot of pressure in. They're committing to this. They want to put pressure on that mid T1.
Okay, and the fact of the matter is Kaka did not expand his Truth Mantra, so Nova definitely going to play a little bit safer. They don't want to open that chance up.
Yeah, he would definitely make some waves at this point. But, look, I think that they're going to go back into the lanes. They're going to continue on. Wendy hasn't. He's trying to stick around. I think Wen dying on that one was a little bit of a detriment to him, obviously. But we'll check out the replay here.
Yep, good combination actually. So they actually saved that combination to kill Waypit. Now the question is, how much of an advantage can they farm off of this kill onto Waypit, right? Because look, they're very close in farm, and like I said, the slightest of goal differences will affect the result of teamfights and this game.
Yeah. And look at how Team Vitality, 4 members, sticking around in this mid lane, putting pressure in. And they're leaving KK and Juan to be on their own on the bottom lane. They want to just ensure that, hey, if we're going to make any sort of movements, we want to put pressure down, right? Those overlords, or the Tyrant is now going to be started here, and it looks like it's going to go the way of Nova.
Okay, that's a big marker, right? So this means they have the ability to fight even more. At the same time, they get the gold and EXP fast. So Vitality have to take care about what kind of fight they want to choose in this moment.
Yeah. It's going to be key, right? But I think at the same time, none of these teams really wants to fight. I mean, CY is being aggressive. This is going to be a little bit of a smite battle. The Conductor of Souls onto him, and CY, it looks like he's going to continue to stay over the path of passing, but KK is going to be the first to fall. Waypit jumps onto him. He's got the Heartlink onto CY, but now Dao might have been in a bad spot. They do have the damage with that Kachusen, and Wendy gets a double kill, and that's why you don't give him the mine.
Yep, 5 members strong. They're looking to
Nova lại bắn đi đây.
Now this is a huge of farm for the sort of Vitality, and Nova definitely will have the advantage.
Oh, look at Wendy. Oh, the Kachusen. Oh, with the Shinobi picks off Wen. You cannot just go bush to bush because you're going to get caught out. Nova Esports taking advantage of the numbers and that map control. Now they've turned it into a bottom T1 as well.
Did they just send Vitality down the drain and back home here? That's the big question. This is a sizable lead. 2,000 with the same draft?
Yeah, it's actually huge at this point. And look, we thought that CY was a little bit over-aggressive. Kika dying on that one. And this is a moment where Dao probably should have played a little bit safer. He did not expect that many. But then Wendy from the side gets the nice little flank with that Kachusen. And then Wen just face-checking the different bushes, just trying to see if it's safe. Not able to do it. Now they're falling behind.
Yeah, Kaka did not have the ability to afford the chance to die there. There was no turnaround in that fight, and Nova, they took advantage, full advantage in fact, of that situation. Cleared the jungle, took a T1 on the bot, took a T1 in the mid. Now they're gonna finish the job off with the T1s all across the map on the side of Vitality, gone.
Yeah, and this is sad face for Dao, right? I mean, he's trying to take this blue buff, but there's 4 members of Nova. This is gonna be super tough to go in. The Conductor of Souls, and it looks like Dao is gonna be killed. He was sticking around, he just needs his buff, and he's not able to get it. The taking liberties is not enough, but the Truth catching on to 2. But where's the follow-up damage? And Kika dies with him. We ride together and we die together.
That is why they picked up the mine. Coming in with that Truth Mantra. No counterplay available. Sure, you get us, but as long as Wendy is not caught and Muchi is not caught, we have the ability to stun you out of it.
Here we go, Nova Esports. They know how to play with the lead, forcing it down, putting pressure on the mid T2. They're looking to go for this, but the Destiny countered, pushing them back. They're going to be aggressive, and it looks like they will finally back off, but man, that was precarious for both sides.
Yep, and still pokes available on the side. CY, he could very well get a few more kills down here.
Yeah, no way to defend on this one. Dao, he just wants his buff. He's not able to get a single one. CY and Muchi both with the buffs on this point, but Nova doing such a good job of playing with a lead here, and it looks like, Team Vitality are struggling to get back in this game.
Yep, 2 levels ahead, 2,000 gold ahead as well. This is not looking good for the side of Vitality. CY though, I think he has been phenomenal. The communication coming out from Nova, it's not a little, it's much better coming out from the side of Nova.
Yeah, for sure. They've been playing very well. I mean, when they're going in, but here we go. KK finds a nice little truth. That's could be a good kill for them. They found Xuan. Now they're going to be on the run. Nova wants something in return. CY is still up in front, and Team Vitality, all 5 still full, but they're playing a little bit scared. They're giving a lot of respect. They're even giving up the blue buff to Nova here.
Yep, it's a good decision, I think, in the side of Vitality. They don't want to afford any losses here, especially with the growth on the side of Wendy. He is a monster right now.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster. Very scary. I mean, it's becoming a little bit of a mid-diff in that sense. A 2K gold lead over Wen. And it could be a little bit of a draft here, right? Yixing is definitely more passive playstyle compared to Wendy, who's been aggressive. And Wendy has been that aggressor that you want to be, getting those pickoffs, ensuring that, hey, any sort of burst potential, and he gets those pickoffs.
Yep. We're looking for Wen to provide us with the world is my board, the best one possible, right? That could be the big market change for them to flip the script here. And once again, it does not hit the mark, so Nova, they have a chance to counterplay this.
Yeah, this is a potential, but who's going to take the red buff? And it looks like Nova will pick up yet another. They've contested everything, made it very uncomfortable for Team Vitality to get anything going. But you're talking about those perfect boards. It really comes down to play style and playing some things, some drafts that are a little bit simpler, because this is very difficult. If Wen is able to get the miracle board and set things up for the rest of the team, great, but it's not going to be easy, especially with Nova's spacing.
Okay, there's something that I noticed here that might make the difference. Wen actually goes for the Venomous Staff. No Venomous Staff inside for the side of Nova. They trust their heals to be much stronger.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're going to trust each other. They're going to understand exactly how they do this, right? CY over the wall, constantly switching back and forth with that vision. It looks like the Tyrant is going to be picked up. Dao thinking about going in, is looking to go for the steal, but he's been pushed away. They have it, and they got the Tyrant, and CY is continuing on. They've already gotten Wen. He's been taken out. There was no board. Nova Esports still in the driver's seat here.
Yep, very easy control coming out from Nova. The repositioning by Xuan has been absolutely a difficult one to handle on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, they have been able to find a single... Oh, but the truth connecting on. They almost got Wendy, but the Heartlink back kicking now dies with his own life. CY continuing on, has the Blood Rage, has the heals, but do they have the damage? They do, and Dao has been executed.
Oh, it's over.
And it's over right now, and they get a
GG.
triple kill with CY. They're looking to close the mid T3, and they will take down your base. And congratulations to Nova as they yet win again, and they continue on into the grand finals.
No other way to do it, Nova. This was the win they were looking for. Look, they were knocked down onto the ground over and over again by the side of Team Vitality. But like true champions, they rose up, they adapted, and they showed them who's boss.
Just the bounce back, right? Being down 1-3 and then winning the next
ជួយឆ្លួកកាហ្វេហើយទៅ
get
ឆ្លួកកាហ្វេ
yourselves in that position to win. And now this comes back to Team Vitality. Dao, I hate to spotlight him, but he's been here before. He was on Fearless Esports, and unfortunately, they were never able to kind of overcome the Malaysian teams when it came to any of the seasons or the championship. And the fact that they were so close, they were up 3-1. They had that potential to close it out, to exercise all of those ghosts and those demons, and he falls short yet again. Congratulations to Nova East.
Look at Wendy, right? He even purposefully pulled down the jacket of Mickey so that you could see clearly their jacket here, looking to sell some merch as well. And Wendy, I have to say, this is the first time I've seen him smiling. You know how much this means to the side of Nova, right? Over and over again, this is history for them, right? The pattern is there. They have never been able to reach the top stage. And finally now, after a year, and maybe even years of trying, they are here.
Yeah, I mean, totally earned, right? We're going into this one. We always knew the Malaysian squads were going to be the top dogs. They were always going to be the favorite, but the fact that they came in here as that #1 seed with so much pressure, getting themselves into a position where, and then they get to the semifinals where they're down 1-3, and they were like, hey, we still got this. We're going to be cool, calm, and collected. We're going to be the resilient team, and they showed up. Congratulations again to Nova Esports as they make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, so they flip Team Vitality and place them on their backs. This will lead us to the second series of the day. That's going to be
Blacklist International going up against Longshim. Another big series to watch because these are the dreams of, once again, two different regions that have not made it to this stage of the game just yet. Grand finalists, it means the world to either of these teams.
Yeah, and I'm expecting an ultimate battle in that second series because you and I will be back on that one again, and I think that's pretty much guaranteed at this stage. So if you happen to be tuning in from home, ensure that you have a comfy chair, you got some food, you got some water, because we got a long road ahead of us, and we're going to see some amazing Honor of Kings esports. The second series is also going to be a banger. Blacklist International and No Red Force, like Kin was just talking about here. But man, let's go back to this series here. Did you expect a 1-3 bounce back by Nova Esports?
There was a safe expectation that they could come back into the series, but not in the way that they did, right? And to close everything out with such a dominant performance, showing why they're deserving of not just that miracle comeback being down 3-1, but also showing that they are so far ahead of Team Vitality in terms of execution. Just those minor decisions throughout the game. Look, nuances, you need to win those small interactions in the game. And once you do, you force your will upon it, right? They never let the boots off of their neck.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at this one, like look, boots were on the neck of Dao Dao. 0-3-0. CY being like, hey, I'm the better augur, and in the mirror, here's proof of it going into this one. But this is a game of momentum, right? Being able to bounce back. Team Vitality looked devastated after that fifth and sixth game, and going into this one, their mindset was probably not 100%, right? And this is, when you're trading blows, sometimes things get a little hazy, and you gotta give yourself a chance. But this was all Nova as they finished this game in 11 minutes.
Yep, so MVP definitely has to be, I think, CY. But notable mentions, I think Wendy did phenomenal in this game. I think he was just picture perfect, right? He knew exactly what he needed to do. And the decision to go for just more bursts and be the main initiator of team fights was what really made the difference.
For sure. A full agreement right there. I think CY, Wendy, those are the top two for me. CY will probably end up taking this one because just the amount of damage and the amount of damage that he took as well. He was always that frontliner, and you know what I mean? He was constantly dueling with Dao Dao, knowing the limits of when to go in and out, because there were times where Dao Dao was being overly aggressive and he was completely baited by CY, and then you have the rest of Nova with like Wendy to kind of just ensure that they get those deletions. But here is the gold graph. This was all Nova all the time.
Yeah, I mean, this is also representative of a heart rate monitor, right, for Nova fans. Everything is silent, and then you're winning, and finally you get the last fight together. And yeah, so very lively. Nova, well-deserved. I mean, they had every single solution to the problem posed from Vitality, right? Okay, Kirker catches us. Sure, we have Wendy to push him away. We have Mushi to push him away. And once they get caught out, that's the end of the game. Wendy here taking the MVP away from the rest of the team, and well deserved as well. Not just about the damage that he offered, but the damage that he took. It's really the macro plays and the micro plays across the map itself, making sure that the team was always safe from aggression.
Yeah, just total presence felt by Wendy, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing, the impact that you're bringing to the table. And this is a good start by Team Vitality. We thought, oh, okay, they're going to start off with this banger. But then you're kind of looking at the jungle invades. It seems like, almost every single time Nova was being aggressive and forcing it out, it made Dao Dao very uncomfortable. He was taking a lot more risk than he normally does, and he got caught out many times because it seemed like there was a lot of frustration. He was not able to get his buffs and to get his game going.
Yeah, and you can tell the difference in what they were looking for on the side of Nova, right? They were just waiting for the initiation coming in. They understood fully what the resources were on the side of Vitality, and they canceled it out every single time.
Yeah, every single time. All of the team fights completely set up. And don't get me wrong, KK had some amazing truths. Really set it up, but they were kind of far behind where they didn't have enough damage to kind of clean house. And again, you're just seeing CY just run at you, just taking you down. And they took all 5 members, and there was really nothing Wen could do at this point. It was just a perfect game by Nova at this point.
Yep, so with that being said, that will conclude our first series of the day.
going the full set of games here, 7 games in a row with Nova edging it out, flipping the entire script with a reverse sweep. So it is time for us to go for a break. But before that, we will of course have our interviews. I think we are curious as to see what kind of responses we have from the Nova side. I think today is still Eruption as well. So really interested to see what kind of feedback they had. Okay, not yet, not yet. All right, let's go now.
Some noise for your first grand finalist! Wow, crazy energy. And because of that, because of his energy, and from the Philippines, we want to give you guys a gift, even though you're from Malaysia. But here in the Philippines, we have some Nova for you. Para sa'yo. That's for you guys. Champions right there. Okay. So, our first question is, Syempre, 3-1. You guys are down 3-1. How did you guys, what were you guys talking about backstage with your captain? What were you guys thinking on how to make that comeback to win 4-3?
I think, wait. In that time, we feel we almost lose. But Wendy and Xuan speak a lot. They said, we already lose last time in semi-final. This time cannot.
I love it. This time you cannot. Your captain, Xuan, he played very well, and it looked like he was commanding the team very well as well. So congratulations to you guys on that.
Muchi, as the marksman, it was a big pressure for you. But you fought and you go against one of the hardest team in this tournament as well, Team Vitality. How does it feel to finally win against them? Wow, unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
So cute.
I love it too. I love it because it is unbelievable, and they became unbeatable, right?
Yeah.
So our next question is, okay, you're now going to the grand finals. The next semifinals today is going to be Nonshim versus Blacklist. Who do you guys pick out of those teams to challenge in the grand finals, and why?
I think almost same, the two teams, but I choose Blacklist.
You choose Blacklist. Why do you choose Blacklist?
Because I want to beat them in Philippines.
Oh! Oh, I love it. Give me that Nova chips back. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's yours. That's it. I love that spirit because it's a mindset. The mindset is very important. Love that.
But last but not least, Muchi, do you have anything to say to your fans here? They were screaming their lungs out. Your fans back at home in Malaysia, whoever that's watching you as well.
Terima kasih semua friends. Malaysia boleh!
What does that mean?
Malaysia can.
Malaysia, let's go. Something
Let's
like that.
go. Yeah,
Malaysia, let's go. All right, guys. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much and congratulations. Our first grand finalist, Nova.
គូទី1ត្រូវបានបញ្ចប់ជាមួយនឹងការសម្រាកក្នុងរយៈពេល15នាទីជួបគ្នាក្នុងគូទី2យ៉ា
Golden Heart Dahaw. My IGN is Golden Kite. I'm from Blacklist International and my role is Farm Late. I feel very happy and I think confident because for what I see in our scrims, we did pretty good scrims and I think we can have a good result in this tournament. Yeah, of course, I'm happy because we did reunite again. Almost 2 years or 3 that we are not in the same team. In my team, I think they're also happy because Dragon have a lot of experience than us because he's playing HOK almost 2 years from now. I think it's better.
មិនកៀងមិនកៀងរឿងអីគេ ហេតុអីបានកៀង
I can say that we are more better than before.
ហេតុអីបានកៀង
We're preparing the most for Nava, but we still think that every team in this tournament is pretty good. That's why we need to take step by step.
មានរឿងអីត្រូវកៀង
Be ready, Nova, because we are going to have a revenge.
Maybe ខ្ញុំ slow យ៉ាខ្ញុំគិតថា slow យ៉ាខ្ញុំគិតថា slow ច្រើនខ្ញុំ
Supportan niyo po kami sa aming mga laban. Ang gagalingan po namin.
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusa ng lahi, ang puwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugudan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na namumulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya makikiba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng ka veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung Prince of Landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Cash. Cash G.
Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, sa lakanda na pita, lakanda na punta na kinda na po. Sa lato pira na pi, sa lato pira na po, sa lato pila na kulo, sa pila na kilita pira. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Ibis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Lang cho đó cho anh tiếp ra.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Vì còn nói lắng cho anh tiếp ra điện em xem.
Hello, Honor of Kings players! Starting from 2025, Honor of Kings professional esports games will implement a new format, the Global Ban and Pick. This exciting format enhances the viewing experience by mandating a greater variety of heroes in every game and opening up new possibilities. The Global Ban and Pick format was first introduced by Kings Pro League in 2018 and has been in use ever since. It has now become one of the most popular MOBA game modes. Honor of Kings Global Ban and Pick format entails that each team can only use each hero once in the entire BO5 match. This means that in any given game, each team cannot pick heroes they've picked in previous games, or heroes the enemy team has banned. The banning of heroes is only effective for the current game. This goes on until the end of the match. However, in a BO7 match, if Game 6 ends in a draw, Game 7 will enter Ultimate Battle Mode, in which Ban and Pick is disabled. All heroes will be available, and both teams can pick heroes freely. Teams cannot ban heroes or see each other's picks, which on rare occasions may result in identical lineups on both sides. When this happens, a true ultimate battle will unfold. Global Ban and Pick takes tournaments to a new level. It challenges professional teams and players to expand their hero pools, upgrade their strategies, and optimize their
Láng với vô chuyện cho hả? Cho lươn thì láng với nguồn láng vua làng là phải cho dương run cho vô đấy.
play styles that make games more unpredictable and interesting to watch. Get ready for more exciting HOK tournaments in the future.
Láng dương vua làng ta là phải cho dương ăn vua đôi dương vua làng thì dương tiền cho mà vừa những việc lượt giết. Để ta pê chân hả đó là phay ní mong rủ ấy ok cái update map mấy đây mà tới.
Through the darkest night, you've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. Fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel.
Bơ lại bom mình đá mấy clear mình đá mấy rắm. Đã. Mấy rắm tháp rứ có 3 watt. Ấy giờ rắm mấy cái rứ có 3.
To be a king, you carved your way with a sharp attack. You Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And try can
Họ cho rất là lươn năng, họ cho là lươn. Nhưng một ban mơ lại bong tên mấy phiền này họ đáy tê đá đáy tê họ con trai đỡ.
It's an honor showtime.
Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Honor of kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking ibawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitira ang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Pusan ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di pabasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang alasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bobombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan, dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Cash, cash G.
dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samdala po, kandala pita la kandala pita la kandala po, sala kandala pita la kandala po, dala kandala po. Sala to pira tapi, sala to pira tapu, sala to pila to kulo sa pila to kalita pira to pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bumpanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Patag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Ibis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. 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 Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
We are back, and it's time to come and find out who is going to be the next grand finalist of today. This is our second series and the last series of today. Blacklist International going up against Nongshim. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me is Holler as well.
Yeah, and we're going to have a banger, another great series. That's going to go the distance, of course. Blacklist International, the #1 squad out of the Philippines, they've showed up and they've gotten themselves in a great position to get into the grand finals. But first, they need to deal with a team that has been not so kind to the other Filipino teams. And this is, of course, Nongshim Red Force, the squad that won out of the Japan-Korea qualifiers. But first, let's talk about this Invitational GT20 Pro phone. It's the official gaming phone. You're seeing all the pros play it on stage. And of course, it is our sponsor for the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3.
All right, so big wins waiting to be happening now across the gorge, and we might be having a full best-of-7 series once again. Now, both teams, I don't think they want a small win. They want to win big. They want to win hard as well. So let's see what kind of drafts they can come up with. And in a very short moment, we will have the introduction of the members as well. By now, they should be familiar faces already. And the big question here we have, right, all across the globe is Nongshim really the PH kryptonite?
I mean, they've done it thus far. They've taken out Rough World Era, they've taken out Elevate, and next on the list is Blacklist International. So, to be honest, if they were to win this series, and it could be a bit of an upset depending how people are seeing this series, but they might have some tough times getting out of Manila. I'm just kidding. No, let it go.
All right, so let's take a look at the teams. We're going to be starting with Blacklist International. So they will be taking the stage here. The boys in black, Blacklist International, a well-known organization, and these 5 boys planning to put them all across the map as well. Can they do it though? They are looking for that clean 4-0 against the Kryptonite of PH.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be an interesting lineup. This is a team that has some, has had some decent success. They were 5th, 6th in that Honor of Kings Championship last year, and this is one where they're going to be in. They've kind of leveled up. They've gotten Dragon, and now it's going to see the Nongshim team here. Nongshim Red Force. This is a squad that has always been the bridesmaid, never the bride. Qualifier for mid-season EWC. They got second place to Weibo Gaming Malaysia. They were shut down, not allowed to play on the international stage. 2024 Championship Pacific play-in, they got second to Fearless Esports, where they lost in terms of a tie break. So Nongshim Red Force have been outed. They have not been able to get to the main stage. They finally did it this time. They've overcome their demons. They've gotten themselves here with that Japan-Korea qualifier.
All right, so let's take a look at the Blacklist International lineup. They're going to be represented by Dragon, Shami1, Jashi, Chaz, as well as Golden Kite. So the twins, Dragon and Golden Kite, can they make life easy for the side of Blacklist International and get the 5 boys into the grand finals tomorrow?
Yeah, the biggest thing about Blacklist International is that they just stay alive, right? They just make it tough to fight. But Nongshim Red Force, it's going to be Illusion, Haku, Faye, Siri, Kyung9. All of these guys really started to gel well together. Almost every single series has gone the distance, but they've found ways to win. Even that ultimate battle yesterday against Elevates. So this is a squad that's looking to continue on with this dream run.
All right, so let's take a look at their trash talk video right now.
Blacklist, it should be blank list together with other Filipino teams.
Oy, Nongshim, last game nyo na bukas.
Okay, some spicy words exchanged between the two teams here. And look, we want to see who is going to walk the walk here. Or walk the talk.
Yeah, I think that's a super, to be honest, like, I know Nongshim were kind of like giving it to him. They were doing some fighting words. But then Blacklist International, the whole Kentana thing, I mean, that just throws everything off. That's hilarious. I love it how they did that one. I mean, really just, it's lighthearted at the end of the day. I understand that these teams, obviously they want to move on to the grand finals and there's a lot of pressure in that stake, but there's no ill blood between these two. At the end of the day, it's all about Honor of Kings and it's all about playing to the highest level. I think that we're going to see a very competitive match here.
Yeah, no hard feelings, but there will be some hard punches exchanged between the two. And this is going to start with the first draft of the game. Now, both teams very proficient with the tank jungler meta, right? They like to pick the Orgwins, they like to pick the Duns. But let's take a look at the head-to-head here. Looks like the stats a little bit better for the side of Haku against Jashi. And this might be the difference maker in this series. But it's also a long series. So let's see the stats here. They're slightly different. That's definitely not the stats that are coming out of Nongshim. But hey, it's all going to be refreshed. It's a blank slate here because this is the first time the two have met.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, we're in the head-to-head. Haku was, highlighted there against Just-G, which is going to be a great matchup to watch. Just-G is very versatile. He plays an assortment of different heroes. Anything can be played at a moment's notice. Haku, on the other hand, has had actually the most kills going into the group stage. Yes, they played a decent number of games, but these are two junglers that are going to really want it in this series.
Yeah, and they're very aggressive, right? Which is a complementary of the playstyle to the rest of the team. They fight for the advantage of their entire organization, and then they go on to just suffocate and stop any growth going over to their opponents.
Yeah, and they'll do anything at this point. And I think that what we've seen from time and time again is that Nongshim really like to kind of set the stage. They go out very strong in that game one. Usually they started off with like an Ogren or a Dune to kind of, at least for that first pick. But I know TG, the coach on the other side, on Blacklist's international side, he's done a great job of research, really setting up this team for success as they were able to rebound in the day one series of the knockouts.
Yeah, likewise for YK, he has always been able to equip Nongshim with the appropriate equipment and tools for them to win the game as well. I mean, this also helps with the fact that the 5-member strong Nongshim are really proficient with so many different heroes across the lanes as well. My highlight player for the side of Nongshim is definitely going to be Kyung9. I'm interested to see his Dharma is Sunta many amazing plays so far.
Kyung9, basically his name is Sun Tzu, right? Let's be honest. He's just been on point. He equals Sun Tzu to me because he has always made an impact with it. I think he's undefeated on the hero. Just the amount of pressure and presence that he has. He's always there with that that counter initiation. But Nongshim now, they're going to go with the Dune.
Nongshim.
Yep, this is a standard lineup coming out
Nongshim.
from the Nongshim boys. At this point, they like to go for control. They like tanky members as well. So you can expect that Blacklist, they would want to try and stifle the growth, but also look for re-engage. So this is perfect in the form of Diadea, right? The lockdown coming in, the turnaround of situations with the Destined Encounter as well. They're going to start off strong with the Arlie.
Yeah, they're going to start off strong with the Dia as well. And I think both of these heroes, very top tier. Again, Blacklist International putting their best foot forward. Game 1, pivotal, right? We just talked about in the last series about how momentum and getting yourself into good positions. It's also about the mental warfare. And I think that, starting off strong with Game 1 is key.
Yeah, Nongshim, I think they might want to go for the Blitz here. That's a very strong draft coming out and a very specialized draft coming out from Nongshim. These are all familiar picks as well. Yixing, Dharma. With the world as my board, it actually makes it even easier for Kyung9 to land those truth mantras.
He's potentially going to be on point. Kyung9, great clash laner, really sets up those team fights. But Blacklist International, they're going to go the Yuan to kind of just round out this draft. They've kind of stuck with the, you have a little bit of sustain from the Yuan, but the Arlie and Dia definitely, potentially the damage and the control is a nice little 1-2 combination that they got.
Yeah, and right now we've already seen how this can be played, right? So in the previous series itself, before that ultimate battle, the Diadea here, played by Chaz, I believe, will be the main person responsible for stopping the initiation coming out from Kyung9. And if Chaz does a wonderful job, I think Blacklist pretty much have a simple time and more straightforward attempt of winning this game as well.
Yeah, but it comes back to vision, right? Is Chaz able to kind of, float around, kind of spot the enemy out before he gets jumped on? Because again, a little on the squishier side, yeah, you have Heartlink, but you need that mobility to get away, and you might not always have that luxury, so to speak. But I think it's going to come back to vision and just who owns the map.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, Nongshim, if you get caught off guard by them, it's a guaranteed team wipe if all 5 members are present. Right, so Blacklist, they have to take special care on who they want to pick next. This person needs to have a lot of iframes, and that's exactly what Mayin offers as well. And hopefully the counter initiation, as we've seen 2 of the best teams in the world here perform in the last series, Mayin, definitely a big pick.
Yeah, I like this one. It just the potential counter and that that initiation, the amount of burst that could potentially happen coming from Chammy1, who's just an absolute all-star in that clash laner, and it just kind of setting it up. I mean, Yixing and Lung are both prime targets, assuming you're able to burst them up in time. But it's going to really come back to, is Lung going to be able to get away? Siri has been able to pilot Lung very well, but it's on the squishier side. Sometimes when you're stun locked, you're just going to get killed.
Well, that's the job of Faye, right? And Faye has been pretty impressive
Long.
throughout the tournament. Yes,
Long.
he has been put in very precarious situations by the team where he kind of gave a couple of first bloods as well. But Nongshim have always used that, even though it's a deficit, they use that to their advantage and find the weakness in the draft
long,
and start
man.
working in from there.
Yeah, Fade giving up first blood, that's tactical feeding, right? They're next level, but it looks like Blacklist International rounding off their draft with Lady Jun. This is a somewhat squishier lineup, and it's going to be like a bunch of damage. They have a lot of potential for control and burst, but, if Nongshim's Dune or Dharma really get on you, they might have a hard time.
Yeah, Chaz is going to have a very important role here. He's taking on a lot of responsibility because if Chaz is unable to find where Kyung9 is coming from, I think this game is pretty much a smash for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, it's looking very strong. To be honest, I really like Nongshim's lineup. This is their bread and butter almost. If Blacklist were able to kind of pull this one out, I think that would be a huge, morale damaging blow onto Nongshim, because this is something that they bring to the table and they usually come out pretty positively on this one.
Yep, and these are signature heroes as well, right? We have seen how Illusion, Siwi, and Kyung9 perform on these relevant heroes, Haku as well. So these are all heroes they're very proficient, very familiar with. Now the question is execution. Can it be as clean as it has, or is it even better this time?
Well, I mean, if we're looking at the the brackets between these two. Blacklist International went 4-2. They were down 0-2 against Impunity. Were able to reverse sweep it, come on back. You know, if we're looking at the other side of the bracket, Nongshim Red Force against Elevate, they went to the distance. They went to the 7th game. So there has been no easy games between these ones. And this is going to be an exciting one because, again, I think that there's a little bit of a feud in terms of the Filipino teams really wanting to kind of stick it to Nongshim, who have taken out the other two.
Yeah, so big thing, right? They already have experienced the ultimate battle once. They should be a little bit more familiar in terms of like the energy required, the resources required as well. Blacklist then, I don't think
Wow, first blood rồi.
But who doesn't want to be in this position?
Bro.
Faye is in a bad spot.
Bro,
He has to
first blood
flash
coming.
away. Oh, is this
Hey,
going to
yo.
be tactical feeding of first blood? Okay, no, he's going to be fine. He gets Ocean of Tears one last time on his way out.
Yeah, Dragon gets hit in the face a couple of times as well by Simi. So, look, everything is working out in the favor of Blacklist for now, right? End of the day, you want the farm going into Golden Kite, and Golden Kite now has access into 2 lanes. This strategy did not take the fall just yet.
Yeah, again, still early. Nobody's really, like, losing. No first blood was given. Everything's kind of kosher in that sense. And it looks like Faye, he's healed up. Yes, he doesn't have level 2 at this moment. Siri doesn't either. So they're a little bit behind. Now they need to do some catching up.
I mean, it's fine, right? Because he's meant to be the utility mage here. It's his skills that are more important rather than the damage.
Okay, I see this. But, okay, we're going to talk about this Lung Moats bottom lane versus the Arlie Diadia. Who do you give the edge to? Just the heroes alone.
I think I would actually give it to Nongshim. It's easier to set that fight for their side on the farm lane. It's a bit of a risk because Chaz has to jump in to get the lockdown.
Yeah, okay. All right, it looks like Chamie won, trying to contest against Haku there. That was very close, but the Windslash, I believe, in the end got it. And it looks like Blacklist will kind of push out the mid lane a little bit. Cannon Blast is going to connect on to Golden Kite.
Faye hasn't missed a single Cannon Blast just yet.
Okay, but he's only shot like once, man. Like, are you... Okay, he just missed one. Boom! Jinxed it.
All right, Caster Curse working the full effect here.
A non-factor one at the 2-minute mark, but still, you know, like when you're going to call them out like that, you know that something bad is going to happen.
It's okay. You can find me at SirCloudMY.
Yes. Do reach out to him. Let him know that, hey, actually, he's going to hit all his Cannon Blasts, all right? And he hits yet another, huh?
Yep, there we go. Now, the rotation by Dragon hasn't come with any effects just yet, right? Simply because I think the positioning by Nongshim has been a bit cleaner than their past history of the matches coming into today as well.
Yeah, and while, Nongshim right now, I think we need to...
hang on.
Whoa. Oh my gosh, gets a little bit of damage. Siri tried to get one last shot, not enough to kill Chaz, but they're sticking around. Chaz is looking to recall now. But I do want to talk about Nongshim's macro game. I think that we saw this time and time again in the Elevate series about how, at a moment's notice, anytime there's a slight gap where they can potentially backdoor you, they could do so. So this is like a scary lineup.
I mean, it's exactly how Spice hits you, right? You think you're fine, suddenly it's too spicy to handle. So Nongshim really putting the embodiment of the word spice here.
Yeah. Is it because of their spicy ramen? Is that why you're bringing this up, the Nongshim one?
Oh, yeah. Well, nonetheless,
right.
I think we're in for a very mild start here because I don't think anyone is able to find those big openings that they're hoping for because they know what's at stake here, right? The first blood is definitely going to bring immense value.
Oh, with the Cannon Blast. The nice little combination. Justy, though, tanking most of this one, continuing on, but Haku all the way up in front goes for the Unruly Blade, but the Unending Sorrow, the Windslash has been almost kind of deterred, but now it looks like Haku's going to give up first blood. Golden Kite gets the pick off with this 5-man rotation.
Yep, Nongshim needed to get the kill in the duration of the board, but it did not happen. Unfortunately, Siri was just a little bit too far away. There were lanes to be cleared, and right now it looks like Blacklist, they have secured a decent lead for themselves.
And check out this replay here. I don't like the fact that Haku is going back in. I know that he had Yixing on the backside, but it's a numbers game. If you're at 4 versus 5, probably not great. You're a man down. Play to your team's strengths, which is like probably even, and then you can potentially get those kills.
Yeah, I mean, this is where chairs is so important, right? With that Destiny encounter, it really changed the shape of the fight because, I mean, if we talk about it, I think Haku would have gotten a kill if there was no bitter encounter. But right now, Blacklist, once again, out macroing Nongshim.
Yeah, doing a great job, right? And they're forcing it out. Infinite Vastness on back as well, and he's not going to go aggressive. There's no way, but the top T1 has been taken. Blacklist International gets a kill onto Kyung9 as well, and this game is starting to steamroll in favor of Blacklist here, as it looks like they're going to put even more pressure onto Siri with that think inside the box, lock it into 2, the cannon blast, but it doesn't look like Siri really wants to fight because he's just so low.
Yeah, and GoldenKite still has...
taking liberties. No, it's fine. Go on.
Yeah, the Maple Dance was still available, so Siri knew that it was a checkmate there. There was nothing else he could do.
Yeah, it was very close in that sense, but the Overlord picked up by Blacklist. The rich get richer. They're up about 2K, and they've taken out the neutrals. Blacklist International playing a very good, very clean macro.
Yep, and you'll start to see the advantage and benefits of this draft, okay? So when Blacklist are ahead, they can play from distance. And if there's any threat on their lives, Dragon is actually going to be the major saver here. And the turnaround engaged by Chami 1 will make life so hard for the side of Nongshim. So this destructive deluge might be the big game changer if Blacklist can maintain this lead.
Yeah, if they're able to, yeah. If they're able to kind of find it out. Like, look at how Dragon is kind of just stealthily there. He's probably was not spotted. So Siri needs to be a bit careful. They're thinking it's just a 2-on-2, but actually it's a 3-on-2. But now Haku's within the vicinity, and it looks like they're going to back off at this point. They have 4 members now for Blacklist.
Yep, they want to force the issue here. Haku's around them.
Yeah, Haku, but the wind slash onto him. The Unruly Blade back to safety. Haku needs to play a little bit safer. The Destined Encounter on top of this, but the Infinite Vastness used instantly, but that opens things up. Bottom T1 taken out.
Yep, they just want to force them back. Good macro play once again. And Blacklist targeting the one weakness we have seen Nongshim had all games until up to the ultimate battle, which is macro.
Yeah, it's been their strength for so far, but Blacklist International, they play their own game, right? They also are very good in the macro department, understanding the way they need to do it. But again, this is only 7 minutes in. It's been the late game macro decisions that Nongshim has really been able to take advantage of it, the awareness and when to kind of push or to potentially backdoor.
Yeah, masters at the tunnel vision play. That's what I coin as the Nongshim special.
Okay, no, I see that. But here's a little bit of aggression by Blacklist. They're going to slow siege the mid lane here. The Wind Slash onto Just G, just kind of slowing things down. And with that Ocean of Tears, they do have Just G, but they're just going to back off. Not really much they can get.
Okay, so yes, it's early in the game, and I think later on we will see Faye actually having a major impact in team fights as well. So far, based on what's been happening, Faye has been successfully landing most of his Cannon Blast shots already.
And he's going to have to set it up, right? I think that there's going to be a lot of moments. Like, when I see the Nongshim lineup, I kind of expect Haku to go in, or maybe Kyung9 set things up with the Truth. Haku will then go as a secondary initiation, and then you have Illusion, Siri, Faye with their lockdown and damage to kind of clean up. But that's kind of how I see best case scenario for a team fight. Problem is, it's 8 minutes in, they really don't have the farm to be fighting.
Yeah, exactly. They dropped the board early though. The stun does not make it true. Oh, hang on.
Oh, but Kyung, that's the truth. That's the good start. The Formless is forward. He dies in return though. Probably a little too deep, but Haku now going in. Misses the Wind Slash onto Chami. Chami does get away at this point. They need to be a little bit careful. Illusion on the lower end. Haku's still up in front. Jushi's looking to go for this one, but the Taking Liberties slows him down. Wind Slash onto 2, and they found him. And it looks like the Unending Star will keep Jushi alive.
Yeah, but the map, look, take a look at the top, right? Right now, GoldenKite is just having free reign all across the map. He might just give his life for this, in fact.
I think it's smart. I mean, you've already taken the top T3. He's trying to list step. He's trying to style on him. He almost gets the kill, and he does. He trades out with Illusion, and that's one way to go.
Damn. I mean, that was the best possible situation for the side of Blacklist.
Completely opening it up here, right? Blacklist International now take the mid T1. Nongshim in a world of hurt. They're behind in terms of net worth. The base is open in the top lane. And again, we're complimenting Nongshim's macro play, but hey, Blacklist International, very smart, doing their own. And GoldenKite styling on him, getting that kill onto Illusion.
Let's make things clear first. You were complimenting Nongshim's macro play. I was talking about Blacklist macro play.
We don't need to point fingers. At the end of the day, we're all here. We're all neutral. Everything, you know, we want both teams to win, okay?
Yeah, for sure, but I think you need to take some accountability.
Okay, my coins, okay? That's all I care about, all right? My prediction coins. I had a little bit of money on Nongshim, okay? But Chammy 1 now putting a little pressure on that bottom T2. It doesn't look like Nongshim can kind of defend at this point, but they're looking to trade out with the top T2, put a little bit of pressure. You need some space. You got to slow things down because right now it's not looking good for you, Nongshim.
Yeah, Blacklist actually just having a much faster pacing in comparison to the JPKR region boys here. And with this being said, the T2 should fall shortly as well.
Yeah, with those minions there, Justy, that board is slowing things down, if anything. But Chammy will just kind of whittle that one down. They do take the mid T2, and that's going to be the last one. The Infinite Vastness. Does he want to go in for this one? And it looks like they do. Kyung9 has showed him up, and they found GoldenKite, but GoldenKite has not been killed. Somehow managing to survive, but Dragon is not as lucky. Chammy now on the run, dodges the wind slash. Faye is going to be killed. Justy's still up in front. Now Haku trying to go up for this, but how tanky is he? He's got the Unruly Blade. He's got the pullback with the wind slash. Misses again. Oh, but he gets the kill on the GoldenKite. It would have been golden if he got 3 members, but instead he misses it out. Somehow gets GoldenKite, but Kyung9 does get Justy for sticking around a little bit too long. It's a 3 for 3.
I think actually that's a big win for Nongshim instead, right? So they actually clear out majority of the members on the side of Blacklist. Yes, they lost so much map control. Look, it's only the T3s left in the mid and the bot. But knowing Nongshim, they are also pretty good at the team fight department as well.
Oh, but man, Haku, he just, some micro mistakes, some of the nerves, he just kind of slipped up, and we'll check this replay here, because again, Siri going in, Infinite Vastness, but with the Kyung9's truth setting it up. GoldenKite solo, he was like, I don't really want to fight, but Haku continuing on, and the rest of Blacklist, they were like, we need his help to kind of go for this one. Faye getting picked off, but they found Dragon. That's a nice little pick. The world is my board. That's going to be slowing things down on that backside. Chaz flashes away. It does look like the Tyrant has been taken in. Nongshim finding ways to get back in this game.
So it looks like the execution from Blacklist is slightly different than what we expected, right? We were kind of prepping that Chaz should be the one watching out for Kyung9, but I think Chaz, the way he looks at it is more of, I would just heal you guys instead of trying to lock down Kyung9, because he can't really lock Kyung9 that fast.
Yeah, but they found Kyung9. They're trying to go. Oh, but the truth! Oh, he gets GoldenKite. He's turned this around, and he goes, call an ambulance, but not for me, as he 1v2s them.
That was a big play from Kyung9. I mean, are they really the kryptonite of the PH region?
I mean, they're finding gaps. They're finding ways to get in, and they are playing very confident. Like, most teams would have kind of crumbled. They would have been like, hey, we're behind. We need to play safe. But Nongshim are like, no. We're going to play our game. This is the aggressive one. We're going to continue to macro. We're going to stay up in front. We know our power spikes. We're going to hit them at the right times. And now it looks like they've taken the top T3, the Infinite Vastness, and Siri is out of it.
Yep, it's an instant trade in the span of 1.5 minutes. That is so well done by the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, completely turned it around. I mean, they have the net worth lead now. The only problem is that they don't have the mid T1. At this stage, at the 12-minute mark, that's a lot of space that's going to be created. If they were to take that by Nongshim, they still need to worry about that top lane, but they've kind of equalized in that sense. Nongshim have done a great job of bouncing back.
Yeah, you know what? I think Chaz might need to change the way he plays his idea, man. He needs to get the lockdown early on. Kyung9 is just too far ahead.
Too far ahead, but it's hard. And you're kind of talking about how Chaz is like sticking with the team and just trying to get the the bitter farewell, the stuns, so that the rest of the team can kind of get the kills. But I think it would pay off. But if you're looking at the Nongshim side, who's going to be up front? Kyung9, he's jumped on top of you. He's going to truth you. Haku, you don't want to be in his face as well. So like getting onto the back line is not easy because of those frontliners.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying, right, Nongshim, the king of tunnel vision. Haku jumps in, makes life difficult, everyone has to focus on killing him, and Siri and Faye, and suddenly Kyung9 comes out of the shadows like Batman, and, you know, everything's done for.
Yeah, he's going to take everything. I mean, it's a scary moment, and Kyung9, that's playing to his strengths, right? You could see him at a moment's notice. His initiations have been on point. He's done such a great job, and, you know, him, the nice little 1-2 combination between Haku. They found Justy, they have the wind slash, but Haku is going to back off at this point.
And Faye has provided so much value. His cannon blasts have been on point this entire game.
Yeah, it's been on point. Haku going in for this. Dragon has to go golden to stay alive. The Wind Slash is going to be a little off the mark. Haku gets picked off, but they do get a return kill in Justy. So jungler for jungler, and now it looks like the infinite fastest. What do they want to do? Illusion starting to run. They found this one. He goes right into this. Chammy is on the side. Are they able to go in for this one? It doesn't look like they want it because they have only 3 members right now.
I mean, Kyung is just such a menace, man. He keeps catching them out, and Blacklist have no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I mean, but it's a moment where he's just playing so well. I mean, if you have such a problem with him, why don't you report him, huh?
I'm gonna try to, but you know what? At this point, it's a difficult fight for Blacklist to take because Dragon expended the Splendor, went golden, and now there's still a lot of resources that Nongshim have available that could really turn the tides of the fight here.
Yeah, they're going to need that, right? They're going to need all sorts of help. But Chammy won all by himself, trying to get Siri. Think inside the box. He just barely gets killed. He gets clipped on that one. Chammy is down, and it looks like they want to get more. Chaz gets the Heart Link back to safety. Illusion so low. Oh my god, don't even look at him. But Golden Kite finds him. He says, I'll take that free food. He takes out Illusion as he gets on out.
Yep, Jashido caught in a 1v1. That's a big killer fight if I've ever seen one. Right now, it's Nongshim still having overall control of the map, even though there's a slight goalie going to Blacklist.
Yeah, look at Blacklist International right now. It's neck and neck. It's super dangerous at this point. How do they want to go? Because they don't want to group up too much. Kyung9 has proven that, hey, time and time again, he's going to hit those truths. It's going to be awkward and it's going to be uncomfortable, especially when you're able to just get smashed like that. Plus, it looks like Haku, still up in front. The Tyrant is going to just reset.
If they steal this as Zero Golem, it's going to be huge.
It would be huge, but it looks like they're going to just kind of back off at this point. Siri, very aggressive, in an aggressive stance, pushing things out. He's going to put a little bit of pressure on that T2. Nice little Wind Slash onto 2, but Haku is in a not great spot. Infinite Vastness, Haku, what's he going to do? He's still up in front, looking for Justy. It's going to be a little on the personal side. Goes for the Wind Slash. No.
Oh, they saw him.
Oh, but the Ocean of Tears, they found him. They found Kyung9, and that's going to be a big win. Chammy gets credit for this one. Justy now chasing after him. Haku's probably going to be a run. Nice little Cannon Blast connecting on a 3. Wind Slash onto 1. The Unruly Blade by Haku on the run at this point. Oh, but he gets the pickup onto Justy. Siri gets him with a Flaming Palm.
Oh, he's just too accurate, man. Siri has been timing his movements and attacks up to a T. And at this point, it is damage limitation, but maybe Fade might be the victim.
Oh, he's definitely going to be the victim. He was just scouting it out. He's going to go down, and the red buff is going to be picked up as well. So Blacklist International are looking to turn this one into a Tyrant, but Haku sticking around. Unruly Blade finds 3 members. Wind Slash trying to go on to Chammy, but he's been bounced around. Haku, how tanky are you? He's going to go down, and Siri does get the kill on the chest, but a trade for Haku, not the greatest. Golden Kite now on the run. It looks like Illusion threw out the board, but it doesn't look like they want any piece of that. Blacklist International are going to take the Tyrant.
Yeah, there's a lapse of concentration coming out from Nongshim, right? And I think Haku, if they had kept the same formula as they did just now, clean communication and looking for those little gaps that Blacklist have in their rotations and position, it would have gone much better. But Kyung9, that was the whole reason why they lost the fight in the first place. They already knew he was there. This initiation by Haku, it's the correct move to do, but he did it at the wrong timing because they had every single thing available. Destined Encounter, they had the Destructive Deluge, and obviously Golden Kite was just free hitting the entire time.
Yeah, and I think Nongshim need to do a better job of finding out what Golden Kite is. I mean, this is a guy that in the group stage, in like six or 7 games, he only died like 3 times. His KDA has been crazy because of that. He just has this ability to just stay alive, do the damage, and it's perfect for like a farm laner. That's what you want, especially when they're on like squishier heroes, like like the Arlie. So he's done such a great job with his positioning. So Nongshim, again, it's about the vision score, trying to find out where they are so that they can make the proper attacks.
Okay, are they really going to burn everything for Josh?
I mean, like the sustain, I don't think it's really worth it. You don't want to do that. And Nongshim right now, again, will just kind of hold the fort a little bit, slow things down, and just trying to get a little bit more farm as they're starting to fall a little bit behind.
Yeah, look, Justy is already at the full 6 items, right? And right now, it's really important to get rid of Justy, but you don't want to waste all of your resources onto this jungler because then what else do you have left for the fight? And they're waiting on the Kyung9 play once again. But I think Blacklist has definitely wisened up to what Kyung9 is doing, and they're actively looking for his presence right before the fight.
Yeah, and it looks like they almost found Haku. But to your point, exactly. Blacklist International have adjusted well, right? They put Justy up front. He's going to be the forward scout. Anybody else, all 3 of them are going to, the rest of the team are going to be following him. But Justy's going to be kind of be able to spot out exactly where Kyung9 could potentially jump from. They need to be super careful.
Yep,
The vision play by Blacklist is just on another level, right? And I think this might be the big difference maker between them and Nongshim in this first game.
Yeah, it would definitely be the difference here, right? I think, how does Haku find ways to get in? And he needs that value. And you're going to kind of start things off. I mean, Haku can go in on his own, but you really need Kyung9 to kind of set things up, right? One of the two, obviously, you can pick your poison as of which one you want to go. But I do feel like Kyung9, if he's able to find that 2 or 3 man stun, you're going to have a great time.
We might be looking for that perfect Unruly Blade.
Oh, Haku goes in, wind slash. Okay, but the unending sorrow used instantaneously in response. But do they get a secondary one? The wind slash used yet again. They've got the 2-man stun. Justy out healing this. The flaming palm. Oh, but Dragon goes golden. He's gonna stay alive. The think inside the box. That's gonna be life number 1. But Golden Kite is gonna be taken out. And it looks like the infinite fastness. Does he go aggressive? No, but they've gotten this one. The Vanguards are pushing, so Nongshim cannot continue on.
Yep, and this is the best time to kill Haku here, but they don't know this, right? So at this point, Blacklist, they need to buy a little bit of time because it's 30 long seconds before Golden Kite makes his way back from the grave.
Yeah, long time here, but Nongshim here. This is a Tempest Dragon. Potentially, they could look to start this one.
Chaz!
Series. Oh, gets gone on. Chaz finds him. He's not able to get away. No infinite fastness. He face-checked that one, and he paid with his life, and now they've turned it around. Blacklist International on the driver's seat. 8 more seconds for Golden Kite. Kyung looking to go for Chaz. He wants to get a single kill. The think inside the box. Are they able to do any more? The bitter farewell on Kyung, who's getting gone on. Chammy. No, that's going to be life number 1. Are they able to get the return? Chammy definitely maneuvers around it. He dodges the box, but Chammy continuing on. Nice 2-man stun. Oh, he's going to go immune. He's able to get him. He does get illusion. Haku's on the backside trying to keep him alive, but Chammy does still fall. Haku, Unruly Blades. He's being chased. He does get killed. Justy gets credit for this one. And now with Golden Kite here, this is the start of the Tempest Dragon.
Oh, they know the solution to the Kryptonite here. Blacklist doing so well. Chammy buying so much time with the 1v3. Even though he died, he provided so much value. And Blacklist, they're on the cusp of victory here. All they need to do is to secure this. No steals, please.
Yeah, they take
Má ơi, mày nhìn mạnh ra hai cho giá, lên em cho giá mỗi bay.
Potentially going for the steal, but he gets caught out. He's down for 45 seconds. Don't get me wrong, he's just the roam lives don't matter, right?
Mày bảo ban mày dính steal mạ nó ấy gì bắt đang lâu lên mà.
With the cannon blast and the think inside the box as well. So now with the lack of stuns, they won't be able to hold as well.
Mà game pin này Blacklist lên bay khai cho Blacklist lên bay ra nha.
Faye was the only thing that was stopping him at a safe range because he was able to deal damage and get the stuns in, set up the fight for the side of Nongshim. Right now, they don't have that.
Yeah, they don't have that. That's going to be huge for them. But Justy now, he's going to get gone on. He gets pushed back. Unending Sorrow, keeping him alive. Kyung9 is in a bad spot. The formlessness keeps him to safety. Justy needs to be careful with it well. And it looks like Haku, Unruly Blades back, but they're going to give up the mid T3 bases wide open. They're thinking about going in, but Blacklist International will let the Vanguards kind of do their damage before, if anything. Justy's still up in front, doesn't have the ult. Something to take note of. Wind Slash again off the mark. Haku has not been hitting them.
I think they want to play this safe, right? End of the day, yes, you do have the Siege Breaker on the Chammy 1, and the next wave is coming in. Here we go.
Oh, they're going in. They're going in. They find Haku. They decide to go right on this nice 3-man stun on this one, but Haku is looking to go. The thick inside the box. The infinite fastest. Haku is solo. He goes down, but the truth connecting under 3. He turns it around. Golden Kite gets blown up, but the rest of Nongshim are all so low. Here's the secondary life. Golden Kite has been killed, but what can they get? It's a triple kill going the way of Dragon. Siri gets the return one, but Nongshim are all dead, and Blacklist International will take game 1.
What a series to have, and what a way to end it. They ended it in a true fight fashion here, winning them cleanly, wiping the team off the face of the gorge here, and well-deserved. Blacklist, just a better team in game number 1.
Just some cleaner decisions, right? Just a little bit better.
Lên đi dễ, mình pha cho cái đá bóng cho first skill ra cho ơi.
Pull that one out.
Still mà Blacklist lên still Blacklist. Blacklist lên still mà thầm still Blacklist lên 7 sloy mà vậy.
Just the small
Giống phải biết still thằng mới bua qua đây bua qua nó 7 sloy vô không lên sẽ hai cho quay up mình khai nào á.
We have to commend his performance in this game, but I also want to compliment Chammy 1. Goodness me, the plays he made bought so much time, allowed Golden Kite to come back into the fight, turn the whole situation around, because let's be honest, Nongshim was winning at this point.
Yeah, they were definitely winning. It was that moment around, you know, the Tempest Dragon, just kind of the setup where Haku went in 1 versus 3. They were winning up until that point, but that was a questionable decision. I think that they're going to be shaking their heads. They're going to have to check the replay on that one because that was not great. But again, just one game, right? I think that we need to shrug this one off. If they get to the grand finals, they'll probably analyze it at that point.
Yeah. Now, here's the scary truth that comes out of this match. There is a high potential that we might go into the ultimate battle, right? Let's take a look at the stats here in terms of itemization. I mean, Golden Kite, he was pretty much 6 slotted pretty early on in the game. And more importantly, Joshi as well. So he was able to tank quite a bit of damage. And the usage of the Sage's Sanctuary Destiny, I mean, that's the whole play of the game when it comes down to the last few minutes of the game when the Tempest Dragon is available.
Yeah, and I think if we're gonna think about this, like you know, Nongshim need to do a better job of figuring out ways to not sacrifice, you know, your lives just to get a little bit of vision on things. I think Faye played a little overly aggressive. He got punished every single time he got caught out. I mean, yeah, he only died 4 times or whatever, but this is a moment where they need your cannon blast to kind of set things up. I think that there was some, you know, key moments where, you know, some of the members of Nongshim kind of threw a little bit to get really blacklist that lead.
Okay, I want to look at the pseudo heart rate monitor that is the gold graph, right? It's pretty much back and forth here. I think they had some sizable leads throughout the game on both ends. And here's the thing. I think Blacklist really adapted on the fly, right? They managed to bait out and understand Kyung's movements, which is why, you know, Nongshim kind of got shut down in the later parts of the game as well.
Yeah, but I mean, let's look a little bit about this damage here, right? Dragon here, the Lady John always strong. Dragon piloting it to the T. Jushi's still up in front, taking so much damage. I mean, you were talking about how Nongshim were going to go in. Or do they burn all these ults to deal with Jushi? He was just that tanky front liner that, you know, Nongshim really needed to respect. But here's that heart rate monitor you were talking about.
Oh, definitely beating very hard here for the side of Blacklist International. I think we already saw that they are very capable of obtaining that early lane gold advantage. And Nongshim, they were caught out a couple of times by the Kyung 9 Truth Mantra, and that's what caused them to have those dips here and there. But once they wisened up about, hey, Kyung 9 is also one of the main win conditions, they got the game in the bag. And Chaz, the hidden hero, MVP this time, the amount of heals that he had and his very, very ninja hunter skills of going to get the lockdown onto Faye, onto Kyung 9, and sometimes even Haku really opened up the map and the chance for Blacklist to capitalize on and get the kills in the team fights as well.
And we'll probably see it in the highlights here, but there were moments where all 3 of them were grouped, but Haku would go for the wind slash onto Chaz, trying to isolate, trying to burn him down. But then he would heart link to a teammate, and through the, you know, the iframes, he would be fine. Oh, that was such a nice truth, by the way.
Yeah, it was, but that's the cool thing, right? Chaz allowing the heals. Golden Kite was almost dead, and now Golden Kite, he's able to come back to the fight, try and change things up. And in this situation, yes, Golden Kite did die, but look at the amount of time that they fought, allowing Joshi to tank a lot of damage, push him away, and try and secure the win for themselves as well.
This is a very uncharacteristic of Haku. He's been on point with his wind slashes. This is the nice 2-on-1 by Kyung right there, just kind of owning them on that one. But, you know, Haku missed a lot of wind slashes. It was very uncharacteristic of him.
Yeah, it was, but at the same time, I think they did play very well on the side of Nongshim, right? This is the level of growth that I expected out of them. Knowing that they have reached the semifinals, I think it's well deserved that they are able to bring Blacklist to such an engaging Game 1.
Yeah, like this was not going to be an easy series for either of these teams. They knew it was going to be tough here. And the fact that both of these teams really showed up. But this is the questionable play. Nongshim was winning, but you're trying to fight this 2 versus 4? Like, look, dude, you just need to count the numbers. Like, how many do you see? Okay, we're in a bad spot. I can't be doing plays like that.
Yeah, and I think they overcommitted as well, right? This is where the difficulty comes because they wanted to try and burst down Joshi, which was a good idea because without Joshi, there was no one to tank. And, you know, when they have access to Golden Kite as they do right here, easy kills on the side of Nongshim. So they did have the correct idea, but execution not as good. And Chammy won. Goodness me, this boy doing so much work for the team. Gave his life, bought so much time, and with the arrival of Golden Kite, it's like the horns being sounded as they go to war.
Golden Kite was ready, took the kills, and they just went ham in this particular one, ready for the fight. Blacklist felt like they were the better team in terms of fighting it out, and they really were.
Yeah, they totally controlled that one. I mean, Kyung9 doing whatever he could with his truths, really just giving themselves a chance for most of these things, but unfortunately not able to pull this one out of the bag. I mean, they were behind, and they made some questionable decisions. I think that this is a game one that they, if anything, they just need to forget. They need to just move on.
Yeah, I think healing is definitely better than shielding. And for now, it looks like defense is the best offense, right? You get the heals on your team, you can come back and attack them once their healths are low. And of course, numbers matter as well. They have the bigger advantage in terms of manpower, and that's how they won the fight on the side of Blacklist International. So, with that being said, that's just game one. Exciting nonetheless. Actually one of the most action-packed game ones. So let's see what we'll have in game number 2 right after this break.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Hi.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Welcome back from the break. It is time for Blacklist and Nongshim to go at it again. And what a game one, full of action, full of surprises as well. Now they have exhausted a couple of picks and bans. Let's see what they have in store for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of expected that these two teams were really going to go at it, right? The team fights were going to be unreal. It was going to be next level in terms of just straight up strategy as of when to go in, when to find those gaps. And it looks like Blacklist International came out the stronger of the two teams right now. They started off very strong. That is the perfect way to start a series, winning that game 1.
Oh, definitely. And right in front of the home crowd as well. I mean, the fans, they have some very high energy, let's be honest.
Yeah, and it's super exciting. I mean, if you happen to be in the area, please do. This is, of course, Manila. It's SM City, North EDSA. check it out. I mean, it's all going live, and I mean, you're going to see today's game. Today's going to be the last semifinals. Then you have the grand finals tomorrow. There's a whole bunch of mini games, activities, ways to get some free loot. So do stop on by.
Yep. Okay, I want to talk about the ban picks here. Diadea and already exhausted. They won that series, that game. So Blacklist definitely is in a big advantage. Nongshim, on the other hand, they picked up this Kyung9 specialty Dharma and didn't do as well. Dun, also a Haku special, did not make the cut this time. So will we see a Sun Ce come out? I think this is the time to bring out the big guns as well.
Yeah, okay. Look, you want to have a very strong lineup. I think that you put your tried and true out there. Kyung9, you're talking about the Sun Ce. I think that that's a clear win in terms of, a pick that they could potentially have. But they have the second and third pick, something to take note of as they move forward here. I think it's going to be key because you do not want to be down 0-2 in a series.
Yeah, and right now, I think we're waiting for the Musashi ban, right? If Musashi ban comes true, Blacklist definitely want to secure that Algren as the first pick of this series. But it looks like we might have a good chance of it happening, actually.
Yeah, look at Blacklist International trying to set up the Algren pick, banning out the Musashi here. So now it's on to Nongshim. What are you going to do? It looks like TG is smiling because he knows that he's putting Nongshim in a situation where he's forcing them to ban what he wants.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, it spells Algren out in capital letters for me. And there we have it. It is going to be the Algren prio pick for the side of Blacklist. Now, what kind of options do they have? They need someone who's tanky. They need someone who's able to deal damage on the backlines on the roster of Nongshim as well. This opens up Kaiser, maybe the Menki, maybe even the Agudo, in fact.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go with the Dolia instead. This is, I mean, teams are all in. So all of the crazy alts that you're thinking about, the Elaines, I would have said, the Lung, but it looks like they've already picked that one. But they're going to pick up the D-Renje instead.
Okay, another big one that they can consider on the side of Nongshim is the Ganemo or the Shankwon. We've seen teams destroy Algrens simply because of the burst damage, right? And Blacklist now are going to take that page out of the Nongshim book. They're going to pick up the Lung for themselves this time. What do they want to pair them up with? Does Zhang Fei make sense for the side of Blacklist here?
Looks like they're going to go with the Mozi, again, similar to what Nongshim have done. They were like, hey, we're going to show you how to use these heroes. We're going to pick them up ourselves, setting it up. And again, a little bit of control, a little bit of extra support onto the Lung. Very nice pick there.
Okay, so Nongshim, they go with the Illusion Nua. I mean, his performance on Nua has been quite the spectacle, right, on the side of Nongshim. I think he has had pretty clean games. I don't think they have been handed a loss just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. I think you just jinxed it. I think it's done. That's how it works. No, but it's just first phase. Obviously very early. But, I mean, the biggest thing is just, like, dealing with the Algren, right? Finding ways to get on it or to kind of limit it from just kind of using that path of passing to its maximum.
Yeah, and now the YK actually helps the team. They ban out the Ganemo, one of the big counters to the side of Nongshim, because they're not very survivable, actually. Very vulnerable to huge burst damage potential, which is why this Lung makes sense in the draft for Blacklist anyway. Elaine, taken out.
Yeah, it's good ban, right? I mean, you know that the Dahlias there are the heroes that you see.
Hi, hello,
with,
Black
like,
Leaping, but no.
Celestial Melody, cycling.
Hello.
Is that enough? I think that you need probably
Black
still
Leaping
need two other heroes that can really take advantage of it. It's not the most powerful usage of that spell just yet.
Anh chắc đang the Nova tới mùi Black Leaping. Black Leaping cao thêm 10 linh rank này. Ô linh quay đó con. Lùi bạc lại một plate. Chỉ là lùi bạc lại một plate.
That is their choice of a tank to try and fight up against the Algren.
So it's interesting, right? Because it's the forward scout that you're gonna want. It can tank a decent amount of damage from Lung, at least until towards the end. But the Sun Ce is gonna be picked up by Blacklist themselves. It's a reverse Uno card, knowing that it is the Nongshim special. They'll pick that one up, and they're gonna be able to find ways to get onto that backline, which is looking a little juicy if you think about it.
Yeah, and if you look at the draft offered by the side of Blacklist International, there's a lot of control coming down, which means this Direnzier on the hands of Siri not going to have a good time of trying to be thrifty with that legal immunity. He will have to burn it early at some point, and I think that's where Blacklist will try to definitely jump up on him, which means there is a lot of pressure onto Kyung9 once again. This Ma Yin needs to make and pull the attention away from the Blacklist International players, put them at their strongest on the side of Nongshim with the tunnel vision plays.
Yeah, and actually, I really like the Mayan pick here. Obviously, Kyung9 is like an all-star on the Sun Tzu, so he knows the counter picks. And Mayan right now, all you need to do is just kind of do decently in the laning phase, but then you need to go on the back lines and just kind of harass the back line. Mozi, Lung, and Angela, more on the static side. Yes, you have the infinite vastness, but if you can bait that out early, I think that he's going to have a good time.
Yeah, at the same time, one of the weaknesses on the side of Blacklist International's draft is that if they actually get the stun, they might fall prey to the huddle up mentality, right? And they start to huddle up, and that's where Kyung9 is going to love that picture here. It's going to be a 4 or 5 man catch with his Get Serious as well.
Okay, and the more and more I see this Nongshim lineup, the more I'm kind of liking it. I think it has a decent number of answers. But again, Blacklist International, Jussie, getting the Ogryn, that's my biggest worry right now. I think that, again, Blacklist International know how to play it. Jussie's an all-star on that hero. But is Nongshim able to have the correct answers to counter this hero and, of course, the team?
Yep, once again, everything starts from the bottom here. That farm across all the different lanes, very important. And I think, personally, there's a lot of responsibility for Chaz once again. Because if he can land those cannon blasts, it really makes the situation a bit tighter for Nongshim, easier to catch for the side of Blacklist International.
Are you Chaz's dad? Because it seems like you're focused in on him and making sure that this guy performs. Like you're calling him out a lot to make sure that he's doing well. I'm just wondering.
No, it's because I'm the Rome
daddy. Okay. All right. I know you're a role player, so okay, interesting on that one. But okay, draft-wise, who do you like?
I like Blacklist International's draft. I think it puts Nongshim at a space where they have to commit more errors. Let's see.
Okay. All right. It looks like Faye going to be very aggressive. Kind of just push him out, Chaz, a little bit. And again, Faye always been aggressive, but he's going to take a decent amount of damage on his way out.
Yep. End of the day, it works out in favor because Blacklist now, look at that. The first movement is the invasion. And right away, I think Haku, he cannot do anything about it. He actually committed the smite already. So there's no chance of a steal coming in, even if he clears this side of the jungle.
Yeah, really smart intel that Blacklist have, right? Understanding that Menki's going to probably be not in the top side of their jungle on the bottom. So kind of slow things down a little bit. And, Jussie will happily take this one. Faye now being a little bit aggressive. GoldenKite, it's kited away.
I think he's perfectly fine at this point, but the immediate rotation by Haku. Xiaomi 1 in danger though.
He's got him with those blocks. Oh, he's got the Lego blocks to lock him in, and he's going to give up first blood. Kyung9 will take that one off a nice rotation.
And that is why Illusion has never lost a game on the Nuwa just yet. I mean, fact check me please, but that is the quality of Nuwa that Illusion brings to the stage.
Yo, dude, it's like a minute 30. Is the game over? Like, that's what you're saying? Just because he has Nuwa? Okay, all right. I'm doing some fact checking right now. He is 1 in 3. So I think he just won the one time he won.
Okay, but look, the damage coming in, that's something of big concern here. And Jussie already at level 5. So this is not a great situation for the side of Nongshim, right? They need to make sure they get some good catches, maybe a surprise kill, a solo kill onto someone across the map here.
Yeah, if he's able to get that, that'd be great, right? But look at Blacklist. Like, they're just babysitting GoldenKite. Dragon is potentially going to go in. If he hits that Chaos Cinder, it's going to be a problem. But it looks like, if anything, it's going to be zone space created as they potentially take this Firehawk for free.
Yeah, Chaz is just being the mommy here, right? He's sitting on the egg, making sure it's warm. And once the dragon emerges in full force, it's not going to be a pretty picture for the side of Nongshim. And once again, Jussie, just the rotation, stealing so many camps away.
Trời mà ơi, Ogryn snowball đó chứ mà.
Aggressive. He's one step ahead of Haku. This is gotta be super frustrating as a jungler. Oh, nice little play, but Faye limps away. He's gonna be fine.
Yêu chưa define mà ta nhưng mình chẳng để cho mình cho stun này mày đa bản.
So everything's gonna dwindle down, and right right now is a pillow fight in the mid lane. Let's take a look at the replay here. Nice catch. I mean, Illusion, man.
Oh, those blocks was perfect. He had nowhere to go. You know, I mean, Chammy he already used his flash as well, so he had no chance of getting out of that one. So, you know, not only is the common skill expended, but he gave up first blood. So that's a nice little play. But the biggest thing is that Justy has been invading the enemy jungle. Haku has been starving in that sense.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He's not even going for the Blazing Cape, right? Right now, I think it's a great
Haku
idea because he wants that
nín.
extra lifesteal. He won't get a lot of those melee style battles. He will have to play from distance. So the Dragon Rage definitely makes more sense. Also offers magic defense and lifesteal as well.
Gonna help out for sure, and lifesteal, just being able to sustain, I think it's gonna be super key on this one, right? You want to stay alive as much as possible, but look at Justy, man. The guy is just farming like a mad beast. Can we see the net worth on this guy?
We will see that in a bit once they have the information. Oh, Siri? Look, this is the situation I'm talking about. As long as Chaz is consistently landing those cannon blasts, look, Siri is always in danger here. No more legal immunity.
Yeah, no real chance. Golden Kite, though, on the bottom, kind of harassing the flank on this one. He even wants to go, but the backside, they've gotten Dragon, and he was a static target, and they push back Justy, and now Kyung-Nai needs to be a bit careful. Here's the set sail, looking for the perfect bound with 4! Oh, the flash away. Kyung-Nai just trying to stay alive. Illusion has already been killed. Does Chammy 1 die? Yes, he does. Haku got him with the Dream Roll, but it was an amazing boat. Siri continue to fight under the tower, finding Chaz. He's going to stay alive. Haku, though, might not be as lucky. He does go down. Golden Kite will snipe him down.
Yeah, that's a horrible situation for the side of Nongshim. They were on even ground in terms of the gold, but right now they're going to start pulling away on the side of Blacklist International, a free Tyrant for the taking.
Yeah, free Tyrants, and it's all off of the back of Justy. Being able to find and out-farm Haku. He had the damage. Haku was fighting. Yes, he was tanky, but he didn't really have enough. I mean, he's just like this tanky, cutie monster that really can't just, like, get any kills on Blacklist International. And Justy, 2 levels up against Haku.
All right, so here's the new model for Justy here. Oh, hang on. Big fight.
Yeah, Emergence. Oh, but the Infinite Vast is used perfectly. Golden Kite. Oh, brush the shoulders off, my friend.
Yeah, that was clean. And right now, I think the pressure alleviated, but the next wave is coming in. They might have to defend this quite seriously on the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, Gassinder just trying to slow it. If anything, you deal with the minions, you're fine. Looks like Blacklist International will hold, defends that bottom T1.
Okay. Oh my goodness, this rotation was so sick. Chammy 1 catching all 5 members there.
Okay, yeah, he caught them all. I mean, that was the perfect boat, Chammy, and he does die, so Haku got the revenge on this one. And that could have been way worse, but the T1 was there, and it didn't look like Blacklist were going to look to push their advantage, so to speak. But now, Nongshim right now, they're behind less than 1K, so it's still within arm's reach. But again, Haku, the Justy, the differential right now has been a little high in favor of Justy.
Another bolt this time does not hit the mark at all.
Does not hit the mark, but the Dream Realm does connect. It's going to be on to 2, but the Blazing Brilliance pushing back Haku. Justy looking to steal yet another Azure Golem. Haku needs to be careful. They both have Smite if they want to go. It looks like it's Blacklist International will give it up.
Right, so I have a petition to make here. I want to make a model for Justy. Justy with a slushy after the wins of a big team fight, right? So everyone turns to mush. Yep.
Okay, make it happen. Potentially. All right. Is it just the game or is it the series? Do they need to go that far?
I think the series is a bare minimum, right? It's the prerequisite for that model to be used.
All right, got it. So if they go into the grand finals, that would be interesting, something that they need to add into this. But okay, all right, we'll see how this one goes. But yeah, Justy's been playing very well, right? I think that, you know, Blacklist has done quite well with him as their jungler in terms of the success that he brings, because he's a formidable jungler.
Yes, he is. And one thing to note around this game at this point in time is that while Illusion did get that nice setup on the top lane to make the kill happen, right? He's still behind in farm. So Nua behind on farm, not the best situation. You don't get the first that
Ooh. Again, I've always talked about this, about like it's like a win more hero. I'm not a huge fan of Nua, just because it potentially, you know, if you're behind, it's really painful, right? He's a glorified ranged creep. Obviously, there's some utility, but they found him. No, Haku, Dream Roam's back to safety. Justy over the wall, says hi to the Overlord, if anything.
Okay, I think this is a very precarious situation for both teams. Look, the gold lead isn't that huge coming in from Blacklist International, so they can't afford to give away 3 kills. And at this point, they're forced away from the Overlord. So this is a silver lining for the side of Nongshim, right? They get to start the recovery, but I think they need to score more kills here. And end of the day, the map control is a little bit better. Oh, wow.
Okay, they found Kyung9. Yeah, he was just kind of caught in no man's land with 3 members. Blacklist International made him pay for sticking around. He did not pay rent in that case. And it looks like Justy not scared. Haku really nothing can do other than this, like,
Hey, what was that?
this tickling that he's doing to him.
And they're pulling attention away. So this allows so much space for Chami as well.
Yeah, they got the Cannon Blast. I think inside the box is going to be committed. The Conductor of Souls as well, but the Dream Roam, and he says, bye-bye. Haku survives to see another day.
My control.
But now the pressure
Haku
in the mid lane is so
tanpa
immense. They have to defend this. I don't think they can. This T1 will fall.
Yeah, with Chami on the flanks, I don't think that there's anything that they can do.
My controller, the more I gonna finish God of War on my phone.
Again, a key one, but they do have vanguards. Is there going to be a little
Live
space
stream, though.
created by Nongshim? Are they going to put some pressure on?
I think they will be able to, but it looks like it's not going to be enough.
Trolling a live
And
stream
here's
mà.
the thing, Nongshim, immediately after the first game, their macro has improved. They actually have the lead against Blacklist.
Yeah. Though, I mean, they'll find ways, assuming that they're given an opportunity. Blacklist International have played a clear game, though. They're not giving up the leads, so to speak. Nongshim have been able to put a lot of pressure on, but they haven't been able to find ways to get back in just yet.
Yeah, entry point is lacking from the side of Nongshim here to really
Trong
put
league bài
the
handheld.
game over onto the side of Blacklist.
I do not
Once again,
know
look, they're playing the map
Black
so
League
well,
bot landed
not gonna matter at
how
this point. They still get the T2 on the ball.
Yeah, and you think that you can, play the macro game, Nongshim, and nice little veil. They found Faye. They got the knockup, and Joshi's gonna get the kill. And now Haku goes for the Dream Roam, only connecting onto one, but it's Chaz. He's been Peacebreakered away, if anything, but Kyung9 thought about going in, but they're a member down thus far, but they need to defend their blue buff. It's going to be bouncing around. Joshi's looking to pick this one up. He does. He path the passings just on out of there. Kyung9.
អាកណាមួយណាដែលតតង lifestyle អាកណាមួយណាដែលសេពាក្យ lifestyle និយាយសិនពណ៌ក្រហមក៏មានពណ៌អីពណ៌ទឹកស្មៅក៏
He's
មាន
going to go aggressive. He wants this. He's going to look to turn this, and Haku's going to be killed as he goes out of position, but ZeolyKH gets illusion as well. The Dragon now chasing, and the boat from the backside. Chami finds him. They get Siri, and Joshi is going to get the kill on this one. Kyung9 will limp away, but now Faye is going to join, and Blacklist International, all 5 members still standing.
They punched them in the gut as they
ពណ៌ក្រហម
mentioned
ហើយពណ៌ទឹក
in
បិច
this
ប្រហែលពណ៌ទឹកបិច
video
មើលទៅ
here.
មាន
It
ណា
looks like they're putting the
ណា
pressure
ដាក់
on
lifestyle
Nongshim.
មួយ
They
ណា
have no way to survive this.
No way to survive. Kyung9 just going. He's trying to get serious for this one. He just barely survives, and somehow he does hold. The mid T3 not as lucky. It's looking to go down. They have this one, but it looks like that's going to be the end.
reset
The
all
first
បាញ់មួយ
will
ទៀត
be
1
used just to
2
deal with the
3
minions. Dragon limps away.
There's no.
Oh, he gets the secondary kill and a loser from downtown. You want a Celestial Melody? If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah, good effort. The tenacity coming in from Nongshim really does have some results right now. They need to make sure they get this Tyrant. Look, the T3s, they're not healthy on the side of Nongshim. And if they do lose this Tyrant, it's not going to be fun at all.
Yeah, they have to have this one. They have the numbers advantage. This is the time, but is Justy going to just steal it? And it looks like Haku will get this one with that smite. Justy now, he's getting focused in. He's been kind of controlled. He gets knocked up and he gets killed. Kyung9 is going to get credit for this one. And now Nongshim have an opening. 2 members down. Yes, Dragon is up, but this is a potential. Are they able to take some towers out of this?
I don't think so. That's the thing. T2 is the biggest possibility on the side of Nongshim. But Kyung9, he's not going to make that commitment at this point. I think they want to look for more across the map.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Nongshim finding ways. They're clawing back, finding the gaps to get themselves in this game. And they're doing it slowly. I mean, a couple of kills, yes, it's lucky, but they need to convert those into towers. It looks like they're going to take the top T2 here.
Yep, Daybreaker in the midst of being built by the side of Siri here. The boat is just as a deterrent to try and clear the wave as well. Bear in mind, the Tomb of Wisdom is already in the hands of Illusion. He hurts at this point. All they need to do on the side of Nongshim is to set up the team fight so that he can really just put in all the work. But here we go.
Oh, Haku getting gone on here. Tries to get knocked up the Dream Roam on out of this one, and he is going to star himself, bubble on up. He's going to be fine. They're going to back off. He is very tanky.
Yeah, not an ideal situation for Nongshim here to get caught out. Plus, with the fact that there is a Shadow Overlord for the taking, this has to be carefully planned out by the side of Nongshim. How do they want to take this fight?
I mean, Haku doesn't have Smite. It's still on cooldown. They need to be careful, but Blacklist don't seem to know that, and they're giving a lot of respect. They probably would have taken that if they were aggressive. Mind you, Justy wasn't in the right vicinity at the time, but it looks like that's going to be a little bit of a reprieve for Nongshim, as now the Smite is off cooldown.
Okay, there's another thing that's very apparent to me. There are flashes available for all the members on the side of Kyung9. Kyung9, Illusion, as well as Siri. They can actually bait out the Conductor of Souls to miss when he attempts it, and then he doesn't have to shield.
He just barely gets blown. No, he gets blown up. GoldnKite is going to get credit for this one, and now Justy's looking to fight, but the boat, it does connect, and it only connects onto one.
Nice.
Kill Illusion. He is. Chammy one hunts him down. Siri gets blown up as well. GoldnKite gets him with Ride the Wind. The Infinite Fast is on forward. Haku now running for his life. He gets knocked up. Pushed back, cannon blasted, and Blacklist International are looking to make waves. And Kyung9 is trying to fight 1 versus 5. Not possible, they say. They shut him down. They get the 8th, and it looks like they're going to take game 2. Blacklist International playing this one to the T.
14 minutes, that's how long it took as Blacklist International looking to clear the list. You said Blanklist? No, it is Blacklist International here.
Okay, Blacklist International. I mean, they were saying Blanklist, but also at the same time, they got nothing on them, right? Blacklist International is saying Kentana. I mean, they're up 2-0 at this point, and we're going to have to see exactly how they bounce back. Nongshim in a world of hurt, 0-2.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely painful. The fact that, you know what, Blacklist, they gave 2 of the strongest drafts ever. These are monster picks. And as a team going up against Blacklist, you want to stifle the growth. You want to make them feel the hurt. And you do that by handing them the loss. But every single draft that Blacklist has been putting out into the roster here, success on the board.
Very clean. I mean, just really well drafted, well executed, understanding that what you need to. I mean, they did so much research on Nongshim and understood the farming pattern of Haku, and they took advantage of that, right? The fact that they remember the early invade, they got the red buff, and they kind of started things off, you know, with Justy. That's perfect. And now those are the kinds of insights that you want when you're watching the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we have seen the journey of growth between these two teams from the place that they were at last year, from Season 2 coming into Season 3 as well. Both teams have improved tremendously, but there is just something about this Blacklist International lineup that has a different tinge to them, right? TG is on something else today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's hitting all the right notes. He's drafting the right heroes. The teams are playing well. GoldnKite 505, Chaz 109, not getting a single kill on that bottom lane duo. So tough. And then you have Justy with his farm of 10,000 and 415. Like, everybody playing so well together. Blacklist International. Wow.
Yep, and look at the damage that they're dealing, right? It's actually pretty even across the board. The people that are supposed to be dealing damage are dealing majority of the damage. 70 and 68,000 shared between GoldnKite and Justy. And here's the thing, there's a lot of trouble on the side of Nongshim because they couldn't handle the stuns, they couldn't handle the movement slows coming out from the Death's Precipice, and it was just Blacklist all the way once it hit the mid side of the game.
Okay, but let's talk a little about this gold graph. Look, Blacklist won. There were definitely some moments where Nongshim were able to come back, right? Yeah. I think that, you know, if Blacklist really wanted to, you know, take the fight to Nova, maybe I'm getting way ahead of myself as they have this opponent ahead of them, but these are the kinds of things that they can't really do, right? And I think that that's something to take note of, but of course, the MVP will be Chammy 1.
It has to be them, right? Chammy delivered so many nice set sails, and he is on his way to sail them all the way to a clean victory today. If this is the quality that Chammy 1 is going to showcase for the series today, I want to see what Nongshim has installed for their experience in this season.
They need to figure out ways to just kind of, I mean, Justy's been kind of a freight train in terms of farm and invasion, really stifling the growth of Haku. But I mean, check in this highlight. Watch this 5-man boat. One of the highlights of the tournament. All 5. Yes, Siri, legal immunities on out of this one, but sets it up for Blacklist International to win this one. He pays with his life, but it doesn't really matter at that stage because, again, everyone else is getting that farm.
Yeah, okay, regardless of what the result is today, I think Chammy 1 is definitely going to be on all our socials for sure.
He's definitely going to be on. I mean, look, it was just so well played. And Golden Kite with those fast fingers, infinite vastness, keeping him alive because Kyungnan was about to blow him up. But then Illusion gets caught out. Here's yet another good boat by Chammy1, setting him up. I mean, Joshi just like, it's so easy to just kill people when Chammy1 is just stun locking people.
Exactly. I mean, okay, Nongshim definitely had their moments of brilliance as well, but it was just Blacklist International who had more stamina and understood the ways to take the fight. It doesn't matter if one person died in the team fight, they always had a secondary, third, or maybe a fourth answer for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, they had just answers. The draft was just really well balanced, and basically like anything that they were trying to do, like Illusion wanted to stay all the way in the back, but how are you gonna run away from this like boat that's just chasing you down to the ends of the earth? You have no way to get out of there. And you know, I mean, Blacklist International, like it was just so clean on this one, and finding ways to win.
Yep, and even if you made it out far away, right? Then there was Chaz who was going to be shooting you with the cannon blast. It was a constant catch coming out from the side of Blacklist International. Now we're gushing about them, but hey, the hero pools are dwindling down, and some of the things they have showcased on the side of Blacklist International can also be put into the hands of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting going into that third game, right? I think that, you know, mind you, Blacklist International, they came back 0-2 to pull it out with that reverse sweep. Is Nongshim able to do that and give them the Blacklist special? We're going to have to find out. But first, let's take a little bit of a break here.
Okay, we're always joking when we're talking about break.
Okay.
So we will throw it over to the break in a little while. I think we still have some time to talk about the games itself. Now, it is a very clean 2-0 coming in from Blacklist International. Of course, you know, for the Filipino fans, of course, the home crowd, they're expecting a 4-0 victory. But I think that's a tall order. And hang on, that's not a tall order at all, because now we're going for a break. When we're back, let's see if the dreams can come true.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally
Welcome back. It's been a dominant display by the Filipinos here, region, Blacklist International, and Nongshim struggling to keep up at this point. But it's not the end of the day yet. It's not the end of the series yet. There is still much to play for as we head into game number 3.
Yeah, I think this is definitely must win at this point, right? It being down 0-3 is a mountain no team really wants to climb. You got to give yourselves a chance. And this is the opportunity. This is where you want to dig deep, right? The drafts have been fine. I think execution-wise has been a little shaky for Nongshim. They've been kind of pushed back, struggled in that early game, hasn't really been able to get their game going, so to speak. You got to unleash Haku.
Yeah, exactly. And look, the hero pool is still very open. On both sides actually, so there's still plenty of opportunities for, you know, number one, Nongshim to try and come back into the series, but also equally a very scary chance for Blacklist International to just close the doors right at the get-go.
Yeah, I think that Blacklist want to shut this one down. I mean, if they go home 4-0, they're going to be super happy. They're going to be confident going into this one. They're going to be well rested for grand finals tomorrow. Obviously, Nongshim want to play, you know, spoiler a little bit, right? They've already knocked out 2 Filipino teams. They want to knock out a third. I think that it would be a huge, you know, reward for them if they were able to do so. But again, I think that Nongshim, if you're thinking about it, with the expectations for this team, they're kind of riding a little bit on house money, right?
Yeah, at this point, I don't think they want to pressurize themselves too much, right? Yes, you're 2-0 behind, but there is still a chance of comeback. You don't need to put so much pressure on yourselves because it does affect your performance as well. Likewise, on the side of Blacklist, look, if they really do close the series with a clean sweep, it gives them so much value for tomorrow because now then Nova won't exactly have too much information as well.
Look, if you're not going to put pressure on them, YK's not going to put pressure on them, I need to put pressure on them because Nongshim, I want to see you guys go to a game 7. And the fact that if they're going to be free-flowing and everything's cool, casual, and calm, then they got a problem. Because again, it's down 0-2. And now is the time to really strike back.
Right. I think at this point, Nongshim looking for the Algren themselves. Will Blacklist give it over to them? No, they actually ban out the Diadia instead. So Algren probably in the hands of Nongshim this time and snap picked right away.
Yeah, instant pick right there, and they're ready to go. You got to let Haku do Haku things, and I think that this is a great start. Whatever draft that Blacklist kind of bring out to this one, it looks like they're going to look to counter this with the Zhang Fei.
បន្ទាប់ពីការដាំបាយរួចបាទ stream កំពុងមើល stream បាទព្រោះវាសាយកំពុងមើល stream ខ្ញុំកំពុងមើល stream គេ
off his cliff, so to speak, you might have a good chance.
ដាក់ទៅ
Yep, and they will go for the Lady Sun, someone who has a lot
សង្ស័យ Blacklist 4-0 ហើយមើលទៅតម្អាក់ម៉ាក់ហ្នឹងហើយ Blacklist លេងកាញលេងរែងលេងចូលវាយយកបរោយ
for the side of Nongshim, right?
មកលេងឃើញមនុស្សចុច
they want to ensure the
ចុច
survivability
ឲ្យធំរត់ដេញវាយបរោយ
on the side of Nongshim.
Okay. Now, the secure pick up in counter. Okay, what are your thoughts on this hero just in general? I mean, it's the latest one.
A menace. Absolute menace. I think Sakir is a scarily good hero, and if put into the right hands, provides a lot of value because the stuns, there's a lot of heals, but the heals also
ដូចគេនិយាយតែបើថាឆ្កែកាច់វាមានម្ចាស់មើលវាមិនអីណាម្ចាស់វាបង្ក្រាបកើតណាថាដូច Blacklist ឆ្កែកាច់អញ្ចឹងថាបើក្នុង sim គេលេងបានទៅគេបង្ក្រាបឆ្កែកាច់អញ្ចឹងទៅតែបញ្ហាឥឡូវមើលទៅវា Blacklist មើលទៅវាមិនឆ្កែកាច់វាទៅឆ្កែឈួតវិញហ៎
On
the
Chami 1.
Going
into this one with the Lady Sun and the Zhang Fei. This is a lineup. They're like, hey, we're gonna look to fight Nongshim here. Ogren or no Ogren, we're gonna find ways to get on you, reposition you, and stun lock you, and have the damage to do so. This is looking to be another strong lineup by Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we coined that term, right? Chami is the jammy. He's gonna jam them against the wall.
Yeah, definitely. Foresee it. It's definitely going to happen. So again, Nongshim need to be smart. They need to understand their positioning when those team fights are about to happen. Ensure that they don't group up. They need to kind of have that proper positioning before each team fight.
All right, so both teams leave the mid and the clash as mid as the last possible pick on their side, right? Right now, I want to take a look at what Nongshim has for this mid lane because they need an insane amount of burst. There is no more Nua. Maybe Legan and Mo is something they can consider, but still, it's a risky pick because there is a lot of entry points coming in from the side of Blacklist as well.
Looks like Ganonmo. Okay, that's gonna one way. I mean, it's the kiting, keeping the Ogren away a little bit and just kind of just weakening them as much as possible. Nongshim, that is. So this could keep them away. Dragon's quite good on this Ganonmo.
Exactly, and there
Yoshi
is
mà không rủ.
easier burst potential coming in from Black.
Okay. Yeah, it just like it's and the Sun Tzu. Okay, so Nongshim, this is guaranteed victory, right? The Ogren on Haku, Sun Tzu, Kyung-9. This is over, right? Do we even need to play this game?
Well, it remains to be seen, right?
Ah,
Nongshim, if
you
they
Juan cho
still
Malu.
don't win with this draft, and especially with
Juan
Yuan,
engage.
come on, man. These are all the big hero picks. Nongshim gonna put everything into this match.
Yeah, this is everything, right? And they have to. They must win this one. So I like it how they're putting with their best foot forward. But hey, Blacklist International, their lineup is pretty strong itself. This is a very formidable lineup going into this game 3 here.
Yes, it is. Now it really then comes down to the initiation, the execution, and will Nongshim pull a page out of Blacklist? But can they go for that level 1 invade?
Yeah, and I think that Nongshim need to change things up. They've been predictable, and I think that, the tape is out there in terms of how they like to move around, and Blacklist has made them pay. Nongshim need to change it up, or they
Game
need
này
to
game
look
miền
at
ta
ways
chọc
to
đốn
kind
này
of
mà trong
defend,
đến Blacklist miền ta chọc đốn nó chơi này đang ba trôi vô rồi.
Getting invaded is a really
Và
sad face.
anh chọc đốn thế đang thơm mà
But
chán
right
đấy
now,
kìa.
I think there's a lot of benefits to the Nongshim lineup, right? So the early secure farm lane is actually a much better draft compared to what Blacklist have on the Zhang Fei and Lady.
Nongshim draft rõ chứ.
Plenty coming out from Fei on this Sakya. So at the same time, it's also coming down to the position of Golden Kite. But against an early with the Maple Dance, the Lift Step, it's not that easy.
Looking at the Nongshim lineup, I think all of their players on those heroes are like their top 3 heroes. Like they're the best heroes aside from Fei Sakir, which we just haven't seen too much of as of yet. So they're, again, putting their best foot forward. They must win this game 3.
Yeah, we can't emphasize the must because look, it's a monster lineup coming out from the Nongshim Red Force boys. If they can't do it with such a draft, what can they do it with?
Yeah, really. I mean, that's the thing, right? If they can't win with this one, which and Blacklist's lineup is very good too, right? I don't want to undersell the draft that they have as well, but it's a situation where if you're playing your best heroes and you're not able to crack this nut that is Blacklist, you're gonna have a tough time.
Yeah, for sure. But of course, these are theories. We want to look at the practical applications of it. Facts over opinions. Let's go. Game number 3. Nongshim Red Force against Blacklist International.
Yeah, and it's looking to be a very strong one. I mean, look, Sun Tzu is been picked 5 times already, won 4 times, 80% win rate, one of the highest win rates that they have. Nongshim have been able to play this to the T, but setting it up is going to be key on this one. Looks like Nongshim are going to be the aggressors.
Hey yo, bro.
Camp on the top and first blood.
Bro.
Oh, Siri gets formless. It's a disaster. They try to invade.
What?
Fei actually has to flash away, but he gets caught out. Oh, Golden Kite will be cleaning up in aisle 2 and takes out the secondary one.
Yep, and of all the people to give kills to, they give it to Golden Kite.
Yeah, I've taken everything. That's the worst hero to give it to, right?
What?
No rotation. I mean, they saw that the invade was going to happen, and Nongshim, this is what you happened. Like, you got in their heads in the last game, and then now you're trying to do the same thing to them by putting a little bit of pressure on. Chaz could potentially jump over and go for this smite. Might be a little uncomfortable. No, it looks like Haku does take that.
Oh, Chammy with the juke as well. Don't think he's survived.
Yeah, I don't think he survives. Kyung-9 will chase him down to the ends of the earth.
Oh, he's buying a lot of time though.
Say that. Take the healing dude? No, he's not gonna take that. Kyung-9 will end up finding him.
Yep. Good buying of time coming out from the side of Chammy 1, right? Damage has been done. Look, it's a 1,000 gold lead in the first 2 minutes of the game. EXP-wise, I don't think Joshi is too much ahead of Haku. Haku did steal 1 camp away. But this does put Golden Kite in a, I wouldn't say massive, but a significant advantage. It's a 1 level advantage between Siri and Golden Kite, with Golden Kite having the advantage, of course.
Yeah, I mean, getting that kill will obviously help accelerate you, right? And Golden Kite just doing a great rotation, ensuring that they get this one. With a couple blades. Oh my gosh, Haku, sir! Oh, got caught out. The Wind Slash is going to hit again. He's hit 2 in a row. And it looks like Illusion will survive, but Blacklist International feeling it, getting aggressive, and finding Haku. Oof.
Base zone incoming.
He recovers all of that lost camps as well.
Base zone incoming.
No buffs, but still, it's the damage is really painful here. And if they get caught
nice
again,
boat. Nice boat. Dragon. Oh, okay. The back away from the unruly blade. Justy survives. Kung 9 was waiting in the wings. Not enough to kill him, though. Faye now getting gone on here. GoldenKite and Chaz. Looks like they're going to be zone away, but Illusion making his way. He might make an appearance, trying to make it a little uncomfortable for GoldenKite. But the Firehawk is the big target here. Siri really wants this. Does not want to fall further behind GoldenKite. Let's check out the replay here. Nice little wind slash. Connecting on. Finds Haku. Yep, and it looks like Nongshim will continue to push here. GoldenKite will farm under tower. And looks like he's going to take this one up. And, okay, continuing on. Dragon will just make his way around. I think the big thing is for Chaz. Yeah, okay, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, likewise, right? Chaz, very important member of the team on the side of Blacklist International here, right? Not just the fact of the lead saviors, but also because he has the secondary snipe.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta. It's scary, especially early, right? That first Tyrant can be a bit of an issue. But Haku's still up in front. Justy going aggressive, fighting 1 versus 3. He's got those wind slashes, but the Umbrella Outburst onto Haku, but not enough to push him out of the lane. So Blacklist International ults have been committed now. Haku, how do they go out with this Tyrant here?
At this point, I think they might want to back off and reset here on the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, they use them all, but Tammy with the truth catches him out. Haku, Conductor of Souls, looking to turn this. Dragon has been killed, and a nice little knock-up with that boat. They get the return kill onto Chammy. Dragon is down as well, but all for the trading of Faye. This is a bit of an opening for Nongshim.
Yeah, but in this reset situation, I don't think they have enough time. They have to try and rush this here. There is the option of just going crazy and tanking it up for the team. Dragon is now back, and now they can re-engage.
Anh như hồi đó đi Starstone nó thế kìa. Starstone là căng mà liền này.
Or off cooldown, excuse me, and it looks like they're going to continue on. But let's check out this replay here.
Yeah, very nice positioning by Haku actually, because they're trying to bait them in. And while there was a match by Jamie, Dragon, he was caught out, surprised, blindsided by Siri. Yeah, good map awareness to be able to get the kill. Kind of special.
Yeah, nice little flank there. Justy will secure the Tyrant here. That's the first of the game. Very well played by Blacklist, ensuring that they were going to be able to secure it. They had the proper numbers. Chammy was all the way in the top lane, saw Kung 9, and they saw the opening.
Yep. One thing that once the game close to a goal lead, it's Siri.
Yeah, he's been great, right? In terms of the laning phase, always giving their team an opportunity to win. You do not want to be behind in that farm lane, but he's really been sticking it to Siri, who has kind of not been the traditional Siri that we know, where he's been able to out-farm the other farm laners.
Yep. At the same time, the damage offered by Dragon quite significant at this point, because Illusion actually going for the tank build. He's going to be muted for quite a bit in this game, at least until the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and look at this. Siri continue to push bottom. A little bit of space there. Justy's still up in front. He's got the Unruly Blade. He will be backing off, but he's just kind of, pushing things out. Haku is a little bit of a slight level advantage, so he has that, but Justy's been farming quite well.
Okay, so once again, Nongshim, they have a slight advantage in terms of the macro game. He managed to push it away. Both landed on the top, not going to hit any target just now.
Yeah, not going to hit anything. But the blue buff, this is going to be the big one. Is Haku able to go for the steal? Probably not. Too many members of Blacklist. That's a very scary area to be in at this moment. Nongshim right now, back off. Ooh, those couple blades doing some work.
Right now, Haku just trying to put a little bit of pressure, right? This is to get the tunnel vision in so they can actually start working on the side lanes as well. Nongshim, this is the best macro performance thus far out of the 3 different series that we have seen today.
Yeah, they've been playing well. They've been forcing it out. Nongshim have been playing on the reactive side, kind of forcing to, this has been Blacklist's game, Blacklist's series thus far. But, again, there are ways for Nongshim to kind of get them in, but Haku hasn't had the greatest. He's going to go with a Death Precipice, does a little bit of work. There are all 5 members of Blacklist International here.
I'm not sure whether they want to take this fight, because GoldenKite has
Siri needs to be careful. He's been focused. Oh, the list step back. Oh, keeping him alive, and the sprites will keep him healed. Faye keeping him up at this moment, but man, that was close.
Not going to happen too often.
Jazz just got his
Đá ma
radiance,
mấy
so
bên
that's
đừng mất
gonna
trở như nó
provide
tới bắt
quite
mày.
a slow in the team fights as well. Now Blacklist, they still have the kill advantage, 4 against 3. This goal lead, nothing to speak of at this point, but the map control, if Nongshim don't play their cards right, you punish by Blacklist International once again.
Yeah, but look at how Siri's kind of pushing out the bottom lane. I think that this is good macro play by them, right? Forcing them out. Somebody has to make a rotation. Chammy's going to be there. He has the Enlightenment onto Faye. Is he able to get back to safety? They get the bottom T2. Fade riding the wind. He gets on out of there.
Right, so immediate evolution by Nongshim here. They realize, hey, you know what? Maybe fighting is not our thing against the Blacklist International lineup yet.
So you're saying that Nongshim just became a whole bunch of pacifists?
Yep, and
yeah. No, it's a smart play, right? At the end of the day, objectives wins games. Tell your ranked teammates that, because they don't seem to listen. But Nongshim playing it better, right? They're playing smarter. They're not overcommitting. They're not getting so bloodthirsty like we've seen in the other games.
Yep, and it seems to be working, right? Because it's slowing down the farm rate of Blacklist International as well. This also opens up the map at the same time, opens up certain avenues to try and go for the plus use as well.
Yeah, it's a good idea, right? You want to contest at this point. You got to keep things close. Haku needs to get a little bit more farm before he's hitting that critical mass. He will be up front. But Just putting a little bit of pressure in himself. Chaz looking for that flank, potentially looking to go, but Faye's going to be there too. And I don't think that there's going to be any.
តែមកគូដឹងខេតពងសង្ងំ farm លុយជាមួយទៅទៀតទៅពេលគូពេលគូដឹងខេតចេញមកវិញលំរៀលបាញ់ផ្អើលប្រហើយ
Nongshim and Blacklist. So what Nongshim has been successfully doing so far is allowing you to just farm safety and actually funneling a lot of them around the map into the end. So that's quite an explosive on.
Yeah, the unending sorrow just on back. He flashes actually away out of that wind slash that could have been life-threatening. So very smart play by Illusion just to stay alive. But now, what can they get in return? The Umbrella Outburst has been used as well. Ferali formed for him, but he's not getting any value. Siri's still up in front. He lists us back. He definitely maneuvers around, but they're looking to go for this one. They get him on the side. They do have the knock-up. Do they have the damage? And they do. And Justy's going to be killed in return. And now Haku looking to invade.
And they will
he got him.
Well.
Dragon.
Oh no, actually
Dragon
in the hands of Dragon. Save there. And here comes the boat as well. This could be a counter kill.
Yeah, he's looking to go for this one. He gets the side, he gets them with the truth, and they do find Kyung. So that's going to be a nice little kill. He tried to get tried to escape out of this one, but instead the way of Blacklist as they pick up yet another
instant trade, right? Even though Justry is dead, that's the best move they can make. In fact, it keeps them on pace against the likes of Nongshim. And this is, once again, a very close series, right? Not the biggest of goal differences. In fact, it's ignorable between the two teams here. The farm rate has been pretty similar for both farm lanes as well, closing into the 8,000, a slight advantage going into the hands of Golden Tide. But Golden Tide needs to convert this damaging items into turrets across the map. They need to balance the map control.
Yeah, and I mean, he's done. I mean, he's up 1K. At this point, at the 10-minute mark, that's kind of ideally where you want your farm laner, right? Siri hasn't been I mean, he's died once. Hasn't had the luck, so to speak, of the free food or the free kills that Golden Kite has had. I mean, he's got 2 himself. But it's one of those things where you just got to stay consistent. Continue to farm, try to get your spaces, find openings. Nongshim hasn't been able to do that. Haku's still up in front. We haven't really seen Haku be the initiator and then followed up with the Kyung-9 boat as of yet.
He needs to do that, right? If not, he's wasting his heat. And as Blacklist plays, they can take control of the special back control of the map really quickly.
Oh, Haku looking to go for this one. He's over the wall, though. He's going to be chased, and it looks like the lit step back by Siri. He'll stay alive. The Unbridled Outburst has been used. Something to take note of. Haku continuing on, putting with pressure. The boat is going to be queued up. I don't know if it's actually going to connect onto anybody. It doesn't actually hit onto a player. Instead, it hits the jungle minions. And now Haku's still up in front, but the rest of Blacklist back off and definitely maneuver all of the ults.
Okay, so they're actually pulling them away from the actual danger, which is going to be the Vanguard on top.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. The Unending Sorrow, Haku getting a little bit. Oh, but the truth! They find Haku. They have the stun lock with all 5 members. They get the pick off, and that's a great start.
bro.
It's looking to take out the top T2. So now Nongshim are on the defensive. They need to figure out a way to hold as they're all player down as well.
Now his he needs to stop the bleeding for the side of Nongshim here. All of a sudden, that big lead they've gotten for themselves.
Front line មួយទៅប្រោ
But the bottom T3 almost taking a little bit of damage. Kung9 had pushed that out before he was trying to go in. Again, the space that's created, you got to take advantage of it. Right now, Nongshim on the defensive, trying to get back in this game. They're only down about a K, but still, it seems like map control has gone completely in favor of Blacklist.
Yes, they need to, like, they can't let the boot off of the neck of Blacklist International here. And unfortunately, they did. And, you know, Blacklist, they come back and bite them. So Nongshim right now, they need to repossess the map at this point. And it's really hard to do so, especially off the positioning.
Oh, they're going to look to go. Joshi with a nice wind slash connecting onto 2. They've gotten Siri. They had the lockdown. They get the kill. And now here's the Unbridled Outburst in return. Chammy won with the Enlightenment. The Unending Sorrow keeping Illusion alive.
Oh, no.
Stampeded, though. And nice little stun lock by Chad.
Oh, no.
On, forcing it out. The Conductor of Souls will not save you, Haku, as he goes down. That's a double kill going the way of GoldenKite.
Once again, we're hitting close to that 14-minute mark. This is where Blacklist won both of the previous series games in the series as well, and it might look like the end for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, 10 seconds for Siri to come on back. Kung9 needs to just deal with the minions. Maybe he sacrifices the boat just to deal with it. They're trying to go on the backside with the Mulberry Power, but he's going to go for the boat instead. Faye sacrifices his life, but they go all in to stop the minions. It's not enough. There's one last one, and finally Siri is going to be there. They did have the ace, but Siri's back up. But now here's the next wave of minions. How does Siri hold the unruly blade right onto him, and they have him, and it looks like they will take this. Blacklist International take game 3.
It's a painful victory from the side of Blacklist International. Nongshim had all the best cards available in this particular round, and they could not convert it to a win.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist International have all of the answers. Their draft was on point. They were ready for what Nongshim were going to bring. This is their best foot forward, and actually, Blacklist is like, actually, we got all the answers. We got everything that we want on this test. We're going to take everything. We know how to play against it, and they played so well, man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there were so many moments where I felt like, hey, Nongshim actually got the advantage for themselves, but they just didn't convert it into actual advantages across the map, right? They didn't take the turrets enough. They couldn't break that T3 down, and they waited a little bit too long, allowed GoldenKite to farm a little bit too much.
Gave him too much farm, right? You're giving him too much respect. I think that you need to kind of force him down. You got to find ways to get up on him. They were not able to kind of stymie his growth at all. He was able to continue to just grow and just become this beast and just get so many kills.
Yeah, exactly. And we will take a look at the stats and the itemization over in a couple of seconds. Let's take a look down here. Look, the growth on the side of Haku was actually not bad. He had the Blood Rage, I have the Phoenix, Ominous Premonition as well. The entire kit fits the fight against the likes of Blacklist International. But the burst damage coming in from Dragon already at its peak. If not, I mean, there was one more slot available, but Savant's Wrath along with the Scepter of Reverberation, more than enough damage, along with the Venomous Stuff. Anti-heal really hurt the side of Nongshim Red Horse.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. What? GoldenKite was 702, right? And he had 61,000, 25% of the team's damage. Really showed up. Dragon with those couple plates, really tenderizing the enemy team. In hindsight, the Yuan pick, probably not great into the Ganon because you kind of have to use the Unending Sorrow a little bit earlier than you want to. I think that Illusion is kind of didn't really have as great of a game as we're normally see him.
Moonzone incoming.
I mean, yeah, he had a bunch of damage, but he wasn't really able to get going.
Moonzone incoming.
You know what? This goal graph actually reflects the state of the game as well. It was just boiling for a little bit, simmering for a little bit, and then it was just one moment of brilliance coming in from the side of Blacklist International. Once again, nearing that 14-minute mark, and they just destroyed Nongshim Red Foresters lineup and got the win once again.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of shows you how Blacklist International are just well coached, right? They've had a lot of practice, and you're seeing the fruits of their labor about how they're able to be the #1 team. But Chammy won on the Dharma, the MVP. Clearly the MVP on this one. He was setting things up, getting a decent number of kills, 3, 2, and 8, but 22% of his damage with this Dharma hero. He played very well.
Yep, the flavors were just too good. This peanut butter jelly sandwich. Chammy the Chammy, putting every single member on the side of Nongshim on blast.
Yeah, and this is kind of the disaster. This is the start of things not going well. Siri got caught out in a bad spot. They were trying to be aggressive, trying to invade the enemy jungle, but then they lost 2 members. GoldenKite takes that free food, and he never let it go because he started to snowball from there.
Yep. And you know what? The aggression here, I think Haku, he wanted to make the correct decision. He had the level advantage at that point. But even when you are having the level advantage, going up against Gun and Mo, levels don't mean that big of a thing. Right? Dragon is able to burst you down.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. I mean, look, Nongshim were finding ways to get back in, but it didn't seem like this is the traditional Nongshim team that we've seen where they've been able to team fight and been able to control fights. It just seems like Blacklist, you know, like if you're going to fight 1 versus 2 and in moments like that, you're not going to have a good time. And they just constantly had the right numbers and they were just taking really good fights when they needed to. And look at this. The wind slash, so good. And on the backside, look at Kyung Knight just trying to chase Dragon, not able to do it. And the counter initiations and the ults that Blacklist had, just with their far superior draft in this one, I mean, just they had so many answers.
Yep. And we were having questions about the game here, right? And you know what? It was completely muted this game because of the state from Blacklist. These skills were never ready for the counter initiation. Make something happen for the side of Nongshim report. And unfortunately, because of that difference of viable resources, it was just destroyed from the mid game onwards.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, to bounce back. At that point, the game was a foregone conclusion. They just had just too much at this point. But man, like, this is a team that Blacklist, they just don't really get out of position. They're always together. I mean, there's a reason why 3 out of the 5 top KDAs were on Blacklist, right? Because they've been able to just stay alive. They do the damage that they need to. And just like, everybody's on the same page.
Okay, so now we're presented with the situation, or at least Blacklist International is presented with a situation of a clean sweep today. That means many things for them, right? But we'll find out that meaning right after the break. When we're back, it is time for the potential game ender from Blacklist International against Nongshim. Wait for it. We'll see.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'ma get
We are nearing the conclusion here of this best of 7 series between Nongshim Red Force and Blacklist International. Blacklist International now leading 3-0 with a potential game closer to win this whole series with a clean sweep.
Yo, I do not want to see a clean sweep, right? I thought there was going to be some more fight from Nongshim. I know that there were some home fans, and there was a lot of people saying that they were going to, Blacklist were just too strong, too powerful, and we've seen it, right? They are clearly outclassing Nongshim at this point. Nongshim looked very scared. They've not been able to play the game that we normally see them play. They've actually taken some of their best drafts, and they've just been counter-picked, counter-drafted. Blacklist International just look really well prepared, and they've really stuck it to Nongshim here.
Yeah, they definitely have done the homework, right? And the spice level right now from Nongshim Red Force not enough. They can deal with the heat over here on Blacklist International. I mean, they are a long-standing organization, and you have to put respect to the name as well, right? So, yes, there is a kryptonite in the form of Nongshim, but it looks like it's entirely useless against one of the strongest, if not the strongest team from Philippines.
Like, the flavor's been mild. It hasn't been spicy black, right? We need to get to that level at this point. We need to just turn it up because, again, this is an elimination game for Nongshim, right? Their backs on the wall. They lose one game, they out, right? And, I mean, more props to Blacklist International for putting them in this position, but they got to close out this series here.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell YK is breath, right? Finger tapping, body language. He's not comfortable. And PG, he is ready to make life a misery at this point for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, I think TG's ready to go. I mean, he's ready. He wants this draft to start. It looks like we're underway here. As we get into Game 4's draft. Going into this one, Nongshim, they will be picking first. They ban out Nadolia to start.
That's a good one because end of the day, Blacklist, we have not seen big major picks. They have not picked up the Nuwa as well.
Bunson, let's go. Bunson, let's go.
Yeah, it could potentially happen. I mean, it could happen in, I think that they could actually just kind of play around. Again, I know that most teams, like with the amount of, games that have been played in series, you don't really play around. You just close out series when you can. Because you don't want to show too much tape on some of the potential hidden drafts that you might have. But yeah, it looks like the Dia and the Marco Polo bans here.
Yeah, you know what? I was actually expecting Golden Knight to give a pull out Marco this game, and it looks like Nongshim did read my mind here. So I want to see what kind of draft. There's no organ for both sides anymore. And right now, I think Nongshim.
Hello, B2KK8. Hello.
And ensure that this first pick is something that can really break the heart.
Oh, Lui Bang.
Oh God, Liu Bang is not that hard breaking guy. Going into this one. Obviously, this is a pick for the rest of the draft to kind of, to use his battlefield command to the best of abilities. But I always look at this as like, it sets the tone, especially when you have that first pick. And like, there's a lot of success based on that first pick. But the Liu Bang one is a little underwhelming to me as that first pick. But of course, we're in Game 4, and there's a lot of picks that have already been taken.
Well, every explosion needs to start with a light, a spark.
គេដល់ណាហើយបងគូទី1ចាប់ហើយគូទី1លេងដល់ម៉ាច់ទី7គូទី2របស់យើងNongshim មួយ Blacklist ឥឡូវពងដាក់ 3-0 អញ្ចឹងនៅសល់តែម្ដាយទៀតបើ Blacklist បានមកពងទៀត Blacklist ឈ្នះចូលដល់ final ត្រូវទៅជួប Nuwa.
Tanky, Musashi fights the bill here.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, speaking of pain, who better than the Musashi?
Nuwa Esport.
We know that Nongshim's Kyung9 likes the Liu Bang. He likes to split push, and then he just kind of zips on out of there with that battlefield command. It's just like not one of those things where we generally see it as that first pick, so it kind of throws everyone off. But it looks like the rest of the lineup, the Ganenmo and the Musashi, are very strong with Nongshim. So I like where their draft is going, and it looks like Blacklist International going with the secure here.
Okay, right now they have the option. I think one of the considerations is to ban out to Liang. I think the Liang and Princess.
ប្រហែលជា ban លៀនប៉មកទៅចង់ឲ្យយកលៀនប៉យកចូល back line.
At the same time, there is a safety card coming up.
ហើយលៀនប៉ដូចនេះស៊ីមលេងហើយតា
If you do
លៀនប៉គេមុនទេ
position where you are under control of the Liang, it also means Ganenmo has free aim.
នេះស៊ីមលេងលៀនប៉ហើយណានេះក៏ព្រឹកឡើង pick លៀនប៉ក៏នេះលៀនប៉ Byron
can be a support as well.
with the secure there, there's no way that they would pick the Liang as well, right?
Mày dính nó lên hỏi ấy một nắng.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, how many roamers are they allowed? I mean, are you trying to sabotage their lineup? But no, I mean, they picked up the secure, a little bit of control, ways to kind of just potentially deal with the Musashi.
Yeah,
you need a little bit of control for that. So, and it combos well with the Princess Frost because, you know, the longer that they're in winter is here, I think you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, and right now they need something.
Nishim probably ban mid.
Nongshim, I think they would do well to
Ban mid or ban Byron Chao. Yeah, ban Byron. Byron probably đi chợ toàn lên Byron không? Byron vô quay backline play low. Chả nè.
Kind of use that as just kind of zone them away and to push them out. But okay, the Guan Yu, Princess Frost, nice little combination they got.
Yeah, now this is going to put a lot of emphasis on Cammy 1, and so far, based on the play and the result of game 1 and 3, I think we can put a lot of trust into Cammy 1's one.
No sense.
Just trust Cammy 1 with any hero at this point. I think he's just shown up time and time again.
Okay, Yaria in the clash.
Okay.
I don't
know about that. Or the Dongwon?
Yeah, Dongwon is good. But okay, in this case, look, the check box has been put, right? They have good sustainability, they have global presence coming up from Nongshim. In fact, they even take the Liang for themselves. This is a good
They xin lên lũ iPad mở từ.
Against heroes like India. Now, Blacklist. This may be the
Đi nó sao mid mùi. Blacklist lên máy hơi nữ nè, đôi chuyện nữ nè.
Yeah. Actually, the draft is kind of round and out. I mean, obviously they're digging a little bit deeper in that pool, but I kind of like Nongshim's draft thus far. How does Blacklist? What is the last pick that you would want here to counter this?
I would want someone who has access into the back.
Oh, Lam. Oh.
Lam is definitely one of the heroes to consider, but my concern is Lam isn't that tanky, and it also places a lot of emphasis onto winning that jungle farming lead. The gold accumulation, EXP accumulation needs to
But your landing or khai trên Musashi and your lam always my man.
This might be.
Then cái thằng landing your law lên. Tại đừng từ your assassin là your AC mà lên cả này your landing.
Reward is high as well.
Lam.
Risk, do you really want to take it? 3 games ahead, maybe it's a given at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Just you got to give him credit. He's able to play these heroes. He's played the Lamb before. But going up against Haku's Musashi, I would definitely give that edge to the Nongshim side. But if you're looking at the rest of the lineup, still Nongshim's heroes are still, I would say, competitive, right? In the sense that the Shoyu, the Ganamo, they're going to do their damage.
Quân Y, quân Y cho khi chập sạc cho chập sạc kia chập Lam. Bà cho đá là về nó vậy. Liếng bờ đa ping map chập ping năng bão ấy, bạn lên nhỉ.
Round itself, if they can get the ultimates down on their focus or on the side of Blacklist International, I would find that this should be a W. Finally, one dub for the side of the Nongshim Red Force Sports.
Yeah, and that will be the start of the 3 more wins as they get to the ultimate battle, which we know is brewing in the background, all because of Yukin.
Wow, that is a very distant.
Vậy Blacklist đi tầm transfer mà châu A ok đấy Blacklist. Mai lên tầm transfer nếu mà lên National Championship vô rồi. Sẽ hai rồi ơi.
For Nongshim Red Force, they must win. I think that this draft though is probably one of the, you know, if we're looking, you know, draft to draft, team to team, I think that this is a good one. I think that they have a slight edge in terms of, you know, advantage going into this, but it all comes down to execution.
They must not overcommit, right? I understand this is a very tense situation. Nongshim need to look for an advantage somewhere, but they need to make calculated risks. Take calculated risks, not just dive in way early in the game. Right away, Blacklist, they're forcing their will onto this mid lane and trying to force out this clearance so they can make the first rotation.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty important. Chaz needs to kind of just protect Dragon, let him get a little bit of farm so they can kind of get a little bit of an advantage over Illusion. But, you know, look, for me, it's going to be about Haku, right? It's always Haku versus Joshi at the end of the day, because those are the ones. Who's going to get more farm? Who's going to be able to invade? It's going to be key because those two can blow up any of the other teammates.
And I would definitely give, at this point, advantage over to Haku simply because it offered on Musashi allows him to be a little bit tankier and much faster than Joshi in fight here.
Yeah, he can be very aggressive, right? But he's got to get there, right? And I think that with Kyung Nines, though, Liu Bang, it's going to be key, setting those up. When he does go in, he's going to have that protection just to kind of go in. But is it going to be enough to really get onto, obviously Dragon and Golden Kite are easy targets. But is Justy able to kind of counter all of that potential shielding to kill them in return?
Yeah, that's an important question here. And another factor to consider is also the fact that they're trying to limit Chammy's growth. So Chammy is great as one, but if he is under farm, it's a horrendous position to be in.
Yeah, but the team fight is all about those avenues of attack, right? I mean, look, Chammy 1 is going to still find his farm. I'm not too worried about that. But it's going to be more of when those team fights are happening. Like, remember when he comes in with like a 5-man boat or something like that, like we saw in the previous. The effect of him on the map, and it's as long as he's alive, it's got to cause a little bit of fear in Nongshim.
Oh, for sure. I mean, having been better for 3 games straight in a row, I would imagine confidence is not at the highest at this point, but maybe things will change here.
Oh, the barrier. The Leo Immunity Golden Kite. He eats up a couple blades. He's somehow surviving. Oh, and he dodges the last one. And Illusion not able to get the pick off.
He also misses that snipe as well. So this was quite a big commitment coming in from Nongshim. Red Force did not work out for them. For Blacklist, they established a little bit of a goal lead, about 200 goals. Right now, is there anything else across the map that maybe Blacklist can turn around?
Yeah, oh, man, Siri and Illusion both missing that one. Absolutely huge. It's like the small wins. They need to, it's like the details that they just like get those pickoffs, turn it into first blood, let it kind of compound so that you can get this snowball going. Because right now it's been a lot of it's been difficult for them to get any sort of momentum in this series.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, they're funneling farm into Justy as well. So that's good news for the start of Blacklist International, right? Right now,
Invitational season switch Blacklist លើកពាន
and for every shot, every snipe,
អាច
it's not looking
ប៉ុន្តែ Nova ក៏ខ្លាំងដែរ Nova ក៏ខ្លាំងដែរ
Make an appearance here in that bottom lane.
Nova ក៏ខ្លាំងដែរ
4 members of Blacklist. They're putting a lot of pressure on this bottom T1, already at half. And through it all, it looks like Golden Kite will kind of just chip away at it with every third shot, so to speak. But he will pick up the Firehawk on the bottom lane.
Yeah, they have to, right? Okay, look, Siri does have the level of
នៅមានលេងគួន E ទៀតស្មានតែខ្ញុំលេងតែឯងតែមិនដែលឃើញណាលេងផង
and so you're late.
អី character គួន E ល្អណា
He's hard to handle.
គាត់ថា character គួន E ហ្នឹងលេងគេត្រូវការ team ត្រូវការអីដល់ពេលខ្ញុំពេលខ្លះក្រៅសម្រាប់លេងហើយណាមួយ character ហ្នឹងដល់រៀនលេងមិនចេះលេងមិនចេះយកមកលេងកើតដល់ពេលខ្ញុំអ្នកខ្លះក៏ចេះលេងដល់ពេលខ្ញុំក្រៅលេង
Not only him but also myself, right? Which is probably more important.
សំបីតែខ្ញុំក៏អត់ចេះលេងគួន E ខ្ញុំចេះលេងតិច
looks like a Nongshim they might not they're
អ
not
ត់ទាន់ហាត់លេងថែមបង
interestingly enough
តែគួន E ល្អចេះលេងស្ទាត់ល្អ
if there is a potential snipe and ambush they can lay onto Blacklist because they're waiting for them to come for the Tyrant.
Yeah, look at this. All like 4 members thus far. Justy is not joined, but they take the bottom T1 even before they take the big neutral here. This is a pretty big opening for Blacklist here, and it looks like they're gonna kind of fortify the area around it, potentially look to go, but Justy on the top lane, they're not gonna go.
Yeah, definitely not. They will open it up for Haku as well. Looks like they got the message that the jungler is on the top lane, so they will fully commit for the Tyrant down here at the bottom side. Now the rotation is going for the kill. They get Kyung. It's going to be a
that tower មួយអស់20ជំនាញឲ្យបាន objective ស្មើ
they're looking for on the side of Blacklist.
So Haku did take the Tyrant, so that's a bit of a win for them, but they lost the top and the bottom towers. Which is a little bit worrying because that's just a lot of net worth that's just kind of fluxed into the gold bins of Blacklist International. So objectively, Blacklist are playing very well, and just keeping on pace, but taking those towers is actually quite key, especially early.
Actually, it's quite a big situation to be had because you only have that buff for about 80 seconds, and if you don't convert kills and turrets, it's not worth the effort on the side of Nongshim Red Force. So they need to find value after taking all these objectives.
Yeah, oh, the fly-in, ride the wind. Chaz looking to go with the multi power. He doesn't have anything onto Faye. He's trying to go for the secondary one, but the barrier will be used. That will thwart Chaz from going on in. But now the mid T1 looking to take some damage here. The Vanguard has been taken out. Haku might thinking about going in, but here's with the Battlefield Command with a duel to the death. They found him, but they don't have the damage, and Haku's going to be killed. He's going to give up first blood in the turn of events.
Yeah, that was a big swing. I thought it was a guarantee that Justy was dead there. I mean, they committed everything, with the exception of course, Illusion and Siri and FaZe Ultimate. But look, Battlefield Command is a huge ultimate. You need to get the kills with that.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. I mean, they just miscalculated, and Justy was just barely able to get away under that tower, keeping him alive. But this is not something that, you know, Kyung9 and Haku can do on their own. They need everyone to support them. They need to ensure that everyone, like Illusion with those daggers and Siri with the Wild Wind, potentially going in with the Winter is here, and they found him, and Faye is locked in and not able to get a kill. He tried to lock him
not
with
the
that
single
control,
kill.
threw it all. Now here's the return. Haku looking to go with his extreme speed, trying to go for Chaz. He did find him, and he's doing some damage, but I think Chaz is just baiting him out. He gets him with a duel to death, and he finally does get the kill, but that's a singular one. Haku continuing to fight. Dragon flashes over the wall. Chammy's a little bit on the low side. It looks like that's going to be the end of that.
Yeah, but it's a big win for Blacklist. Look, they deal so much damage to the tier 2 on the bottom. They force Haku to expend his duel to the death on a roam, right? There is no kill. They didn't get to shut down Golden Kite. They didn't get to shut down Chammy. And Justy has been just farming like crazy. 2 levels ahead. This guy is at level 13.
Yeah, and completely turning it up, right? It's scary. Justy right now, he's looking to go for this one. He finds Siri. He's going to go in, and he instantly deletes him. Coming out of the woods, but Dragon does die in return. Winter is here. Kyung9, he's going to look to just go in because he's dead, and he knows it. But now Chammy wants Chaz looking to chase. The couple blades will stop them, though.
Oh, they are forcing their will here. This is a game 4 that Blacklist do not want to miss out on. Look at the T2 on the bot, going to be pushed in by Justy as well. And along with that, it's not a consolation prize. Extra prize here, freebies with the Crimson Golem as well.
Yeah, Justy, man, he was playing that one patiently. He was like a hunter. He was prowling him out. He was stalking him almost. And Siri just thought he was so safe, completely got caught off. I mean, Siri's the type where, yeah, you were talking about the late game damage, but are we even going to get to the late game?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I don't think they will be able to. I mean, he was putting up those very good initiations. One thing to note is that he made it a very patient conclusion here. He waited the whole game. He did not touch Siri this entire game. He waited for that moment itself. He will pay for the sins that he has, right, for taking away that farm laner, but that's all they're going to get on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, but he died here in all illusion. He's
បាត់អ្នកមើល live ទៅណាអស់ហើយអត់ដឹងដែរថ្ងៃហ្នឹងស្ងាត់ល្អហ្មងថ្ងៃហ្នឹងខ្ញុំ live លឿនទៀតតែតែគ្នាយើងអត់មានអាគេនៅហ្មងបាត់អស់លីង
Haku finds Dragon, got all alone, and it looks like it's got 2 for 2.
Okay, but he does not have his duel to the death, which means Golden Kite is pretty much safe at this point. If they are in a bad position, they could definitely be punished by the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, mid T1 right now. Looks like they're going to just take this one down. They take it essentially for free. Blacklist International now. Continuing to farm. The Shadow variant will be spawning in 20 seconds or so. But Nongshim right now, they need to bounce back. Look at this jungle differential in terms of net worth. 6.5k from Haku, Musashi, and then you're looking at Justy, 8.93. This is a world of difference at this point.
And a 2-level advantage as well. And bear in mind, right, if we take a look at Golden Kite as well as Siri, Golden Kite is about 1,000, over 1,000 gold ahead, already has the Daybreaker, so he has immense pierce and a lot of damage to offer as well. So if he gets his Imperial Order down, that stun, oh, it's not a good story for Siri at all.
Yeah, it'll set it up. I mean, he'll do so much damage. And looks like Nongshim are going to make their way to the southern part. Kyung9, just look at the split push. This is what he should have been doing. Chammy 1 has to respond in kind. Haku, half-life for that Tyrant. Now they're looking to go, but that barrier is going to be used. And it looks like Justy takes the Tyrant. He takes the first Shadow Tyrant, and he's going to go in, but he's been controlled, and they do get the kill. Illusion will take him on this one. But the Rampage from Haku taking him out. Siri gets the kill onto Chaz, but Kyung does die. Chammy 1 will ride away into the night.
Yep, and with that, they establish a little bit more map control. They take the T2 in the mid as well, while they lose a couple of bodies here. Blacklist is still a favorable trade at this point.
Yeah, but it's 3 3 members down. I mean, for the cost
ប្រ
of
ហែល
Young
ភ្លៀង
Nine,
ដេញហើយមើលទៅព្រោះនៅផ្ទះ
you're
ខ្ញុំ
still
ភ្លៀងអត់ទាន់
finding
បាត់
ways to
អូយ
get
ភ្លៀង
back
យូរ
in.
ម៉េះ
It looks like Nongshim are going to push the envelope a little bit here by the Overlord, but Chammy won. Ooh, eats some couple blades. He needs to back off. Nongshim will get this cancellation prize.
Oh, that was one for the storybooks that if actually Illusion got that snipe. And with that, the pressure is going to be alleviated for a little bit from the side of Nongshim. They will get the Shadow Overlord for themselves.
No, but this map control turns into quite a bit of a gold swing, right? The fact that they're going to get this top T1 as well, in addition to that Overlord, things have kind of shifted a bit. Yes, it's about 2 or 3K at this point, but finding those pickoffs are good ways for Nongshim to get back in.
6K player នៅខ្មែរបានមាន offline AOK
Look, but they're also very dangerously close to having
ហើយចូលរាល់ថ្ងៃនៅខ្មែរយើងបានចុះ
Blacklist, they have turned all of the big wins in the team fights into the advantage. Right now, the base is pretty scarily defenseless if they lose the T3.
Yeah, that would be huge actually.
ចុះយើងមានដឹងថារាល់ថ្ងៃនៅខ្មែរយើងបាន K player
All they have are T3s at this point. So, you know, Nongshim doing a good job. They need to take out this T1, but look at Chammy prowling on the wings, looking for that flank. Haku, this might be a disaster if Chammy is able to find the right avenue of attack.
Yeah, right now it's information is stable.
មិនដឹងថាបាន 6K មាន offline
across the map on the side of Nongshim and Chammy
បានមកពី official មិនមែនបានពីណាម្នៃបាននេះ
more information to offer the team as well. Look, the clash laners they do meet at the bottom side of the map, and it could be Chammy one who gets punished here.
Yeah, he got caught out. He got spotted, but he's been controlled. But he's looking to go. Oh, the hero charge, pushing him back, and he's like, "No way, not today, my friend." But the duel to death. He's gonna find on the Golden Kite. Golden Kite he's gonna get burned out. He does get killed. Haku is looking to turn it up. He's 5-1, and it looks like he wants to go for more. He's trying to find Dragon, but the top side, Justy is looking to end this game. The T3 is under siege. They do have the kills, but now Blacklist International playing the macro game. The recalls are coming, but through it all, they've taken the top T3. Justy will retreat at this point, pulling them away. Haku is looking to take the mid lane. He's in between the tier 2 and the tier 3. If anything, he does have the Vanguard. Don't have an opening.
Observer.
Chaz make a very play as well. He actually stopped one of the TPs that was coming in from
6K ច្រើនណាស់ណា
So now there is lesser
តែរងឯងមើលទៅ
defend the base, and because of that, look, the
រងឯងនឹង 6K active នឹងមានអត់ 6K active រងឯង 6K ខ្ញុំគិតថាបាន 6K register 6K account តែបើថា 6K active ខ្ញុំគិតថាអត់មានទេតែចា 6K បានតែ 6K 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 active អត់ទាន់ដល់ទេយើង
The Musashi at the end of the day. I think Haku
ហើយអត់ទាន់ចាប់ទៀតនៅទេណាងាយចាប់ប្រកួតប៉ុណ្ណាណៃ
We're going to have to see on that team fight. But again, if we're talking about map control alone,
បងគួនអ៊ីពិបាកលេងអត់ទេអត់ទេ
yeah, that's right. I mean, they
តែហ៊ានលេងស្អីក៏អត់បាក់លេង
play as well as almost got
គួនអ៊ីអត់បាក់លេងទេ skill វារៀងសាមញ្ញដែរគាត់ថាយើងត្រូវប្រើយើងត្រូវចេះប្រើ skill វាម្ដងមួយតែ skill វាអត់បាក់យល់ទេវាមិនដូចជីងវាមិនដូច Luna អីវាត្រូវហាត់សមជាងតែបើគួនអ៊ីត្រូវរៀនលេងដែរគាត់ថា skill វាមួយវាអត់ត្រូវការយើងលឿនញ៉ៃអីច្រើន player អត់ដល់ 1K ផងតែគេ 10K មកធ្វើតែគេ 10K មកធ្វើ
But now the siege is on. Nongshim are looking to turn this game around.
The fate of Blacklist International's chances of going into the finals.
ដឹងទេមានដឹងទេ
If Haku makes a game-breaking play here,
no comment.
Because let's be honest, Blacklist International, they don't have a very tanky lineup as well. It could be that turnaround they've been looking for 3-4
មានដឹងមិនដែរ
Like a shark in the water, right? Prowling around, looking for that flank. I mean, Chammy one had previously done that, but he got caught out, and when he does, he will probably get bursted.
Oh, they're coming,
in the last one. Justy looking to find this one. And it looks like Kyung 9 is trying to chase him, but it's hard. He's very fast. He dashes away. And there we go. They do have the control, and they found Justy, and they found the predator, so to speak, and now they're looking to turn this around.
The hunter at this point, this is a big advantage for Nongshim. They need to make sure this is converted.
They need to put pressure on.
កូនល្អក៏ហមយ៉ាងហ្នឹង
But the top T3, there are super minions that will be pushing in favor of Blacklist. That's something to take note
ចុះ Black League 4 លែងចេញបណ្ដោយ
Okay, and it could be more.
fail ម្ដងទៀតចប់ហើយ fail ម្ដងទៀតចប់ហើយ
Right now, but I think it's a safe choice. They back off, and look, there are other objectives across the map. This is the best time to take that Shadow Overlord as well.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to just back off, take the Shadow Overlord. But Liu Bang, Kyung9 that is going to look to recall, needs to fix out the top lane. There's a lot of super minions there. It looks like the Haku will take the Overlord for now.
Okay, so situation reset now. Both ends have a bleeding wound. One in the top for the side of Nongshim.
អត់អាចខ្ញុំឈ្នះទៀតហើយមែនហ្នឹងហើយឈ្នះទៀតហើយ0ពងបើឈ្នះលើកនេះបាន1ពង
because it is the opposite end of the map against that Overlord, which means it's easier for the side of Nongshim to clear that wave.
Yeah, I mean, they should have a much easier time. I think that at this point, in terms of just like sheer net worth and wave clear, almost everyone is capable of just dealing with, you know, even this potential super minions that they have. But let's talk a little bit about Haku here. Really showing up in game 4, 6-1-1. We haven't really seen Haku kind of play Haku things and do well. But this is a game that he's really turned it up.
Okay, 0 point. ជួយ0 man មើលអូឈឺSo you late game full item បាត់ហើយឈឺ
Always knowing where everyone is going to be. But now with the Shadow Vanguard here, and also Kyung9
So you late game ឈឺណា bro. Wow.
If they're going to slow siege, Blacklist make a beeline for it. The top T3 does go down, and it looks like the mid T3 is
Like play bro, super minion bro, elite super minion.
Tough one for the side of Blacklist International. Can they actually hold on? Siri already hitting that late game build.
Yeah, they've got choked out. They hold. Chaz looking for that Mulberry power, not able to hit. He's going to whiff on this one. They've dealt with the Vanguards, so they will actually slow the push, at least for now. They need the next wave. These are elite, super elite minions now.
Yep, and
gotta fight, bro. They gotta fight.
For the roster on the side of
They gotta fight here.
Chaz, he gets a nice 3-man stun. The Battlefield Command right on top of this. Illusion has already been killed. Golden Kite on the backside. He's doing some work, but the base is at half-life. Kyung9 thought about going for it. With 3 members down. Siri and Faye now on the run. Now they need to defend.
Yep, they need to go for the chase here. Oh, it could be big here. Chaz actually catches eyes onto Siri, but Siri, he's a big boss to fight now. He does have the Sage's Sanctuary. He does have so much itemization, a lot of damage to offer. I think it's better for the side of Blacklist to just play the map. They are pushing that top wave super minions down.
Yeah, I mean, Siri right now with the biggest gun on the map right now, and he's able to just snipe him down. Chaz was thinking about going for it, but then he got shot a couple times, and he realized that, hey, actually Siri is doing some serious damage. Nongshim will survive, at least for now, stymie the growth, and again, these super elite minions, good hold by Blacklist.
Yeah, momentary stop there by the mid laner on the side of Blacklist International. It was a good stop. He actually delayed that duel to the death, which allowed the survivability on the side of Golden Kite, which is why they turned that fight around. So Blacklist, look, they're on the back foot, but it's not over yet. Nongshim, they still have a pretty good hold across the map, but if they make a mistake like that again, Nongshim definitely will regret.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would think that at that point, Blacklist could just end the game, right? They cannot take another fight like that. They need to be careful. Yes, the super elite minions are pushing, and they have a little bit of space, seeing as that they have 2 T3s, Nongshim that is. But the Tempest Dragon could potentially be up, which could make a world of a difference for either of the teams at this point.
ខ្ញុំនិយាយមែនបើ enemy មាន hero លៀងហ្នឹងពិបាក backline ណា
Give away the
គេយកមកទុក
Shadow Overlord.
ចាប់ហ្នឹងហើយ
Be the best one to make at this point. Because then, you know, Blacklist International gets to get rid of the wave. They have a little bit
ឥឡូវតែការតែ clear នេះ clear push minion ហើយបើអាចយក tempo
Split push in the bottom. I'm wondering if
you could do that.
But Haku is looking to go on. The duel of death. Oh, here we go. That's going to be life number 1. The winner is here. The Razor Cavalry is going to be on point, pushing them away. But Haku now getting focused. He's going to be killed, and Joshi gets return one. And the minions are pushing in the bottom lane. That's going to be going. JD1 making a beeline, trying to make the save. And they do have Dragon. He will actually close this one out. With Justy, that is.
Look, both teams, they made that decision to go for the team fight, but they disengaged because both sides actually had the winning.
Big. Oh, they found Kyung9. Trying to find both of them. Chaz and Golden Kite were both there. Somehow, everyone survives. Chaz is a little bit low, as is Kyung9. He's going to recall back to safety. There are potential for the back door, but it's going to be super careful at this point.
They found Golden Kite. He had to run away.
Oh, they have the control. They have the lockdown.
and they have just enough, and they will get the kill on this one. GoldKH gets caught out. Tempest Dragon is open. They have the numbers. Run right to the Tempest Dragon. Are they able to do this? Dragon is on the backside. Jushi's going to be spotted as well. Siri, I don't know if he wants to fully commit to this. The lanes need to be super careful. The super minions are pushing the bottom and the mid lane.
I don't think that's going to
Hey, yo, bro, hey.
do his best.
Yeah, he's going to try to track as much as possible. Here's the Battlefield Command. They do have the lock-in. They get Joshi. And now Dragon and Chaz on the run. Kyung9 looking to just end this game. Jamie 1 dealing with the minions, trying to slow this game down. Extend it as much as possible. Give 5 more seconds for GoldKH to be back up. But with the Super Elites all been pushed out, it looks like Haku is forcing on the base. Here's GoldKH. Can they hold? The base is about half life.
Nah, cannot.
Killed. Haku goes for the duel of death. Dragon has been killed, and it looks like they have the base, and Nongshim get on the scoreboard.
3-1. This could be the start of something wonderful for the JPKR region. And hearts are broken at this point for the Philippines region here. Blacklist, they're so near, yet so far.
Look, it's just one game, right? It's 3-1, and I know that this is one of those things where teams are all about momentum. And giving Nongshim that one game, yes, it's not great for Blacklist. They just wanted to go home. They were already thinking about dinner. But this is a moment where now you got to stop it. You got to stop it. As Blacklist, you want to win out the next game. You got to close out this series. Don't give Nongshim any more momentum.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, look, they did have the Musashi on hand. That was a good hero in the pool to kind of execute this late game. Now, I don't think there's a lot of do exactly what the Soya did, with the exception of the Mengya, right? There is a lot of huge burst potential from that, but it's a very difficult journey, especially if you take a look at the way how Blacklist International fights. So, this might be the one game that will decide the fate. The next game in this best of 7 series, but let's take a look at the itemizations.
Character đọt trên mọi hỏi. Cho đó game tiếp PM. Người ta game tiếp PM Blacklist nơi drop lên đã lắm.
Lifesteal as well, Daybreaker along with the Eternity Blade. So everything optimized to just kill off any aggression coming out from the Blacklist International lineup.
Yeah, and I want to give props where props are due to Faye. I mean, like, the damage is almost nothing, right? But he had such an impact of just locking down GoldKH when he needed to, right? He was always on there, and everyone else has the damage. They just don't have the control, and Faye brought all of that. The fact that he was able to flash control on top and just lock people down for the rest of the team speaks volumes. As a fellow role player, I see you, buddy.
Yep, and this is also exactly why
Blacklist bán 4 phút chấp. Nishiman 4 phút chấp. Anh nó bên cái nốt máu này, cái nốt game. Bà lên to đo mong mà vì dương đăng này. Đừng sao mấy đo mong vậy. Cái ớt cắt máu này cắt game. Nè đo bán buôn game một nắng chứ nè.
Blacklist still in full control to take this whole series away, but let's talk about the MVP like you mentioned. It is Faye coming in with the ultimate control.
Man là cái vô liệng máu hay dương lên mẹ vô đá. Cái vô liệng máu ấy. Cái vô liệng máu vô đi màu vô làm màu nhưng cái ta kể nó vô lên liên mất rồi kìa.
Right? And the fact that they picked the Liang last and having Faye just pilot this hero to the maximum, just kind of securing them whenever they needed to, it was just on point.
Yeah, but there was a couple of situations that were a little bit too sticky for the side of Nongshim right at the get-go. I expected that to be a full-on kill from the side of Nongshim Red Force, and in fact, they also allowed Joshi to get a couple of steals going into this mid-section of the game at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and look, there were moments where I was kind of like, oh, Blacklist. Like this part, I was like, okay, they're back in it. They're in the lead. And you saw the gold graph and just how back and forth this game was. There were definitely moments where Blacklist were going to get in. But once Haku got that critical mass when he was like, 4-1 and he started to be scary, they didn't really have any answers. Blacklist had to just kind of use the avoidance mechanism, and they weren't able to get away. And here's another knockdown.
Anh hay suppress stand miễn là liếng nó hay đông hoang hayแบบpin này.
Especially even though you have Siri who's still squishy at the end of the game, he's unreachable, untouchable at this stage.
Yeah, no real chance at this point. I mean, they turned it around. Their team fight was superior just by Nongshim's draft. Nice little Razor Cavalry there, but Chammy pushing them in. He just barely gets away. And this is another moment where you're kind of thinking, Haku down, Jussie down. But then Golden Kite, it kind of gets in the mix of this. But really just scrappy team fighting galore, right? And it's a lot of fun to watch, but sometimes, man, my heart can't handle this.
Yeah, for sure. I think they also muted Dragon pretty well in this game. He did not get the chance to have a good
ខ្ញុំ លេង ងាប់ មុន ចាប់ លែម លេង ប៉ុណ្ណឹង ដែល យើង លេង រៀង ពួន លេង ពួន លេង ពួន ពួន ឲ្យ ចាប់ បើ មិន ចឹង ទេ ឈរ ក្រោយ ចាំ គេ ហាក់ ចូល យើង ចាប់ បើ យើង លេង អាហ្នឹង ហើយ យើង ដើរ មុន គេ ចាប់ គេ ពឹប គេ ផ្សេង បាយ យើង អាហ្នឹង ធម្មតា អាហ្នឹង វា យើង លេង យ៉ាង ចឹង តែ ដើរ ផ្លេច ខ្លួន ហ្នឹង គេ វាយ បាក់ ជើង បណ្ដោយ
One more game to go, but we won't rush into it yet. Let's take a short break. When we're back, we will see what the reality of the situation is.
break 2 នាទី កន្លះ ចាំ មើល សង្ឃឹម ថា Black League បាន 4 តើ នេះ Shim បាន 1 ពង ទៀត រឿង ធំ ហ្នឹង និយាយ មែន ហ៎ ហើយ ចាំ មើល game 5 ទៅ ជា អី វិញ ខ្ញុំ ចូល រៀន វិញ ហើយ បាយ បាយ
Welcome back. It is time for the 5th game of the series here in our best of 7 Blacklist International. 1 win away. Nongshim Red Force looking to change that story up.
Yeah, Nongshim playing the role of a cockroach and be like, hey, we're not dead yet. It's just a flesh wound. We got this one. We're going to be able to come on back. They figured something out. That was a pretty good draft, and they were able to kind of use Haku to get themselves back in this game. But again, Nongshim, never say die.
Yep. I don't know what it is about this series, but Nongshim have got me pumped.
Yeah, for sure. I think, look, it's just one game. Let's not get carried away on this one. But that one felt good. And we saw it, we kind of saw this in the first series of the day where momentum is a big factor, right? And I know that it's only one game, and I know TG from Blacklist, the coach there, needs to kind of just keep his troops calm and ensure that they can continue to fight because they are in such a good position right now. 3-1.
Yes, they lost the game. Not the end of the world. They can just bounce back in this one.
Yep. Bring out the Mengya. Come on, boys. Bring out the Mengya. It doesn't matter who it goes on to. This will be the winning formula for either side, right? So I expect the Mengya ban coming in from either Blacklist International or Nongshim Red Force. Of course, ideally, one of these two teams will pick it up. And I just want to say, maybe it's a bit too fast, but I feel whoever gets their hands on the Mengya will win this next game.
Yeah, I mean, it's more because of the fact that there are really not a whole lot of good farm laners left. You know, I mean, you're kind of not exactly digging at the bottom of the barrel,
but you're coach player
getting
okay
close where you're like halfway towards the bottom, right?
ខ្ញុំមិនដែលធ្វើខូចដែរ ខ្ញុំមិនដែលធ្វើខូចដែរប៉ុន្តែនេះបើតាមខ្ញុំគិតទូទៅបើយើងចង់ធ្វើជាខូចទី1សំខាន់បំផុតគឺត្រូវយល់ពីហ្គេមទី2ត្រូវជាស្អីមិនយល់ពីហ្គេមទេទី1គឺត្រូវចេះ research ត្រូវចេះ research ទី2ត្រូវចេះដើរឆែកមើលឲ្យតែឲ្យសាកមើលអីចឹងទៅអញ្ចឹងលក្ខណៈថាយើងស្វែងរកព័ត៌មានយើងទៅតេស្តព័ត៌មានយើងទៅឆែកមើលព័ត៌មានហើយបន្ទាប់មកយើងយកព័ត៌មានដែលយើងមានមិនយើងឆ្នៃវាល្អជាងមុនអានោះបើចង់ធ្វើខូចខ្ញុំគិតថាចំណុចហ្នឹងវារៀងគោលតែខ្ញុំអត់ដែរធ្វើដែរខ្ញុំមិនដឹងទេតែនេះខ្ញុំគ្រាន់គិតទេ
where you're like so familiar with all of the different farm like you 100% on Alicio and at the same time
ដឹងពី statistic គាត់ដឹងពីលេខគាត់ដឹងពីអក្សរគាត់ដឹងពីអីឆ្អិនអស់ហ្មងខូចខ្លះគាត់លេងខ្លាំងខូចខ្លះគាត់អត់សូវលេងទេប៉ុន្តែបើតាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងចំណេះដឹងនៅក្នុងហ្គេមគឺពួកគាត់ឆ្អិនហ្មងអញ្ចឹងត្រូវ research ច្រើនព្រោះបើយើងអត់ research យើងអត់ដឹងទេអញ្ចឹងបើចង់ធ្វើខូចដល់ដឹងអាហ្នឹងបើសិនជាយើងខ្ជិលអត់ដឹងច្រើនអត់ឆែកច្រើនអត់ដឹងអីច្រើនទេធ្វើខូចអត់ចាញ់ទេយើងតាមអត់ទាន់មេតាគេទេយើងអត់តាមទាន់ទេ
They actually ran out of farm laners like where they kind of were forced to draft a more unconventional one because they were constantly focused
how to play គាត់យូ
right
ចាំមកនេះខ្ញុំបង្រៀនប្រលា
maybe they were looking
ចាំគ្រូតាលីបង្រៀនគ្រូតាលីជំនាញអញ្ចឹង
This is a very scary start from Nongshim Red Force as well but Blacklist they get the
តែខ្ញុំអត់ដែរធ្វើខូចខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងអានេះគាត់ខ្ញុំគិតចោលទេតែខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងថាត្រូវខូចនឹងត្រូវកាយគេខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងទេ
This is going to be
I don't know
tight-knit series because it really depends how fast does Justy get that growth and how fast does Haku get his growth on this Tiger.
Yeah, it will be very different. Assuming Justy farms like he did on that lamb and the lamb in the last game, and then if he's able to keep that pace up, he could be devastating, right? The Musashi, very scary hero, especially at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and right now they're going to try and buff things up with a little bit more shields. Zhang Fei in the pool for the side of Nongshim.
ធ្វើ caster អីអូខេមានចំណេះជាច្រើនជាងខូចអាចថាអញ្ចឹងក៏បានប៉ុន្តែអាហ្នឹងគឺតាមជាក់ស្ដែងតែដោយសារបើសិនជាយើងបែកប្រភេទ caster ហ្មង caster មានច្រើនប្រភេទទៀតមានមួយ caster គាត់ពណ៌នាតែពេលនិយាយហើយ caster ផ្សេងមួយទៀតគឺជា caster ដែលគាត់ជាអ្នក analyze គាត់យើងប្រើពាក្យ analyst អញ្ចឹងណាហើយគាត់ analyze គាត់មើលពី game គាត់បញ្យល់ពី game អីចឹងទៅតែបើ caster ខ្លះវិញជា shout caster ឬក៏អ្នកបន្តពីក្រោយឬក៏អ្នក hype ឬក៏អីចឹងទៅវាខុសៗគ្នាអញ្ចឹងមិនប្រកាសថាឲ្យតែ caster គាត់មានចំណេះជាងខូចទេប៉ុន្តែគាត់ថាបើសិនជា caster ហ្នឹងគាត់មើលច្រើនគាត់ស្វែងយល់ថែមទៀតហ្នឹងយើងអាចថាគាត់មានចំណេះដឹងទៅមួយហ្គេមច្រើនដែរតែបើថាច្រើនជាងខូចខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងទេដោយសារខូចគឺជាការងារមួយ caster គឺជាការងារមួយផ្សេងមួយទៀតយើងអត់អាចប្រៀបធៀបបានទេចា៎ចា៎
So and Marco suffers really hard against early game aggression because he does not have damage.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, again, you don't have a whole lot of farm laners. Even going to the last one, we're gonna find out how they want to go.
Coach នៅ Pro team ពីមុន synergy face to face combo វា
hero. I'm pretty sure they'll
គ្រាន់ជា tip រួចគ្រាន់ជា tip តូចតែ research ឲ្យច្បាស់ពី skill hero second skill and movement ក៏ត្រូវ need មើលដែរ need teach mentality team
right so let's see what they have in store for us Blacklist they're going to go
វាជាក្រុមតិចតួចទេគ្រាន់តែជា tip តិចតួចទេដល់ធ្វើបានដឹង
Chami 1 gets the way
និយាយរួមចង់ធ្វើខូចត្រូវដឹងច្រើននិយាយរួមចេះត្រូវដឹងច្រើនត្រូវនិយាយរួម mainly គឺត្រូវ research ត្រូវដឹងត្រូវអីយកមក
Yixing is
Dương trong
still
thư coach
out there and available to be picked. Man, this is a
វា
good
មិន
looking draft by
រឿងធម្មតា
Blacklist.
ទេមិនរឿងសាមញ្ញទេចាំមិនថាបើសិនជាថា caster ដឹងជាង coach ខ្ញុំអត់ហ៊ានធានាប៉ុន្តែចំពោះខ្ញុំអត់គិតថា caster អាចដឹងច្រើនជាង coach ទេ caster គាត់អាចដឹងច្រើនតែគាត់ដឹងជាទូទៅគាត់ដឹង general គាត់ដឹងថាអូ player នេះ team នេះសម្រាប់គាត់លេងមិនគាត់ចូលចិត្តលេងអីគាត់នឹងអាច pick អីហើយគាត់មើលដោយសារគាត់ caster គាត់មើល game ច្រើនគាត់ដឹងអូត្រាំអញ្ចឹងគឺអាចលេងចេះត្រាំអញ្ចឹងលេងចេះហើយនៅពេលដែល team A គាត់ត្រាំអញ្ចឹងមានន័យថា team B គាត់អាចត្រាំចេះវិញហើយ game play គឺវាអាចចេះប៉ុន្តែសួរគាត់ថាបើសិនជា player មួយគាត់យល់ថា player ហ្នឹងត្រូវធ្វើអីគាត់យកមកហ្នឹងនៅពេលដែល pick ចង់មកហ្នឹងក្នុង team ហ្នឹងគាត់ត្រូវធ្វើអីនីតិគាត់នីតិផ្សេងគាត់ត្រូវធ្វើអីតួនាទីគាត់ត្រូវធ្វើអីអាហ្នឹងពិបាកអាហ្នឹងខ្ញុំគិតថាអត់ដល់ហ្នឹងទេ
for the first 3 to 4 minutes at least until that spot watch
ពេលណា team KH ចូល invitation pro make see you soon ដាក់សួរខ្ញុំមិនដឹងហ្នឹងដល់សួរ team គាត់សួរខ្ញុំមិនដឹងពេលណា team ចូល invitational នៅពេលដែល team យើងលេងឈ្នះគេពេល team យើងលេងឈ្នះគេអាហ្នឹងយើងចូល invitational តែបើសិនជា team យើងអត់លេងឈ្នះគេទេអត់ចូល
You know, you can potentially vaulting shot, buy yourself a little bit of space. It's really going to be key in terms of his survivability. If he's going to be targeted,
ពេលណា team យើងលេងឈ្នះពេលហ្នឹង team យើងចូលហ្នឹងអត់មានស្អីត្រូវអត់មានហេតុផលអីផ្សេងហ្មងដើម្បីទៅប្រកួតផងដល់យើងឈ្នះតែតែយើងអត់ឈ្នះយើងអត់ចូលតែតែយើងឈ្នះយើងចូល
edge to Blacklist because I feel like this is a better draft overall.
I think if it goes late game, yeah, definitely it should be Blacklist's game. But right now in the early games, early stages of the game, I actually prefer Nongshim Red Force's draft. And look, bear in mind, Illusion has been very proficient on the saving style gameplay, right? Illusion is always there to cover the tracks of his team members. We've seen his gameplay with Shi, especially when Haku jumps in with the Dun. There were a couple of moments. So it really depends. My eyes are on Illusion. Illusion is the one that will tip the scales over in favor of Nongshim if he gets the best Rigid Prison.
Yeah. I mean, like you know where Musashi's going to roughly be looking to jump. Once he gets that duel to death, potentially the Frigid Prison, you know, it can slow that down. I think that would be ideal. But let's see how this one plays out because, again, there's got to be so many things need to happen properly for that to happen. I mean, and he can get caught out even by these taking liberties. The repositioning could be key as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But it looks like it's pretty even in the mid lane for now. Illusion should be able to clear this wave pretty quickly with the Shattered Ice. But the River Strike is important. They need to make sure they secure this because that's extra EXP that should go into your hands. And I think they did secure it onto Dragon.
Yeah, I think Dragon did pick that one up. But okay, Golden Kite here. And you're talking about, you know, Siri on the country has a better job. Oh, not even that one out there. That's sad for him. But I mean, Chaz is now here. They're going to put a little bit
so
more pressure
sad,
on.
bro.
But, I mean, look, you were talking about the fact that Kanto Yui has a better early game.
ពេលណា AOK ដាក់ tournament ទៀតណោ AOK KH I don't know ខ្ញុំឮថាគេកំពុងរៀបចំតែខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងដែរខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងពេលណាដែរខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងដែរ
Point taken. All right, we'll just call him out. But looks like a little bit of a rotation here. Kyung9 still out in front. But Haku is going to spot him out, gets taking liberties. But Dragon flashes over the wall.
Coming soon, yeah. ខ្ញុំឮថា coming soon ដែរតែយើងអត់ដឹងច្បាស់លាស់តែសំខាន់រាល់ថ្ងៃបើសិនជាយើងមានកម្រងចង់ចូលលេង Pro ចង់អីយើង train រាល់ថ្ងៃតែយើងចាំបាច់ខ្វល់រឿងមាន tournament មិនមានអីយើង train ទៅតែពេលវេលាដែលគេចេញ tournament មកគឺយើង ready យកហ្មងគឺយើងហើយយកហ្មង
Needs to be careful. Okay, they found him the duel of death instantly right when he's on 4. They find Haku.
យើងមួយលេងទៅតែចង់ចូល team pro ឬក៏ចង់ចូល pro ឬក៏អីប៉ុន្តែអត់មានរក team train ត្រឹមត្រូវអត់មានស្រាវជ្រាវអត់មានស្រាវជ្រាវអីត្រឹមត្រូវទេតែចាំដល់ពេលគេបង្កើត tournament ហើយបានចាប់ផ្ដើមបង្កើត team តែពេលចឹងមិនកើត
They were sticking around.
ដល់គេបង្កើត team ធ្វើដល់ពេលចឹងមិនកើតទេបើយើងបើថាយើងមានគម្រោងចង់ធ្វើយើងស្គាល់ពីដើមមក
Justy are on the prowl. You got
យើងធ្វើទៅហ្មងទៅដល់ពេលគេចេញមកហ្នឹងគឺយើង ready យកហ្មងគឺយើងលេចជាងគេហ្មងគឺយើងលេច flow ជាងគេហ្មងយើងដើរមុនគេហើយហ្នឹងយើងរៀបចំហើយមុនគេឡើង3លានឆ្នាំមុនហើយ
And in fact, this has been even longer than yesterday.
Okay, gamers don't fatigue. Have you not learned anything? Like the more games they play, the better they get.
ทีมនៅខ្មែរយើងតិចពេក register លើកមុន only 5-10 team តិចតាំងដើមហ្នឹងចាំមែនព្រោះបើយើងធ្វើដូចជា season ហ្មង King Rai យើង season 2 season 3 King Rai យើង King Rai យើងធ្វើដល់ season 3តែ team ចូលប្រកួត team ដែរនឹងអត់ដែរឃើញ team ថ្មីប៉ុណ្ណា
Even out the odds, but it's not the biggest win just yet. They got the kill on the chance, but it's a roam, right?
បើទោះជា team ថ្មីក៏ team ដដែលដែរគាត់ដូរឈ្មោះហ្នឹង
The ball comes in, does not hit the mark.
Does not hit the mark, but Haku is now here. Chammy's gonna take
Oh,
most of
like
that.
bro.
Taking liberties, and Haku gets gone on with a duel of death.
Bro,
He chases
what
him
the
down,
heck?
and Justy gets another kill.
Oh, Haku getting hacked down by Blacklist International. Not the situation you want to see because one of the main win conditions is Haku. This Tiger needs to grow.
Yeah, definitely needs to grow at this point. I mean,
ហាគូbay អត់ scarily ណាពី02បាត់ហើយណា bay 02ហើយ
just continue to farm because I need to give my team a chance. He is falling behind right now. He's died twice already.
កាល King Rai season 1 team បន្តិចណាតែ season 1 team បន្តិចមិនសំខាន់ទេតែយើងធ្វើដល់ season 2 season 3ហ្នឹងហើយ team យើងឃើញអត់មានឃើញកើនអត់មានឃើញអីប៉ុណ្ណឹងទោះ season 1យើង team ច្រើនមិនតែ team ច្រើនអត់មានអីប៉ុណ្ណឹងវាអត់ stable យល់ទេវាអត់នៅនឹងវាអត់មានស្ថិរភាពវាអត់នៅនឹងដូចថាទី1ឧទាហរណ៍ទី1មក play team ទី 2 5-10 team ទី 3 5-10 team ដល់ពេលចឹងហ្នឹងវាមិនទៅមុខអាហ្នឹងព្រោះថាទី1មក play team ទី 2 20 team អាហ្នឹងអត់អីទេទី 3 25 team អូខេអាហ្នឹងយើងកើណាតែនេះមានណាហត់តែធ្វើហត់តែថយ
In fact, it is Nongshim who is kind of forcing the pressure coming down onto the Clash lane.
ដល់ពេលវាបាក់ពេលឡើងដល់ថ្ងៃមកសំបីតែមើល team D រមើល team D រគេឡើងគេផ្លាស់ប្ដូរទៅប្រកួតនៅ game ផ្សេងបាត់ឯហ្នឹង
But you're a rich dude, right? You could at least buy me dinner once in a while, you know?
I want to be wealthy. I don't want to be rich.
All right, Blacklist International, Chammy one, looking to go for this one. He doesn't know that Faye is going to be there. The Umbrella Outburst, a little bit of a surprise. The Stampede, they have a little bit of a lockdown. Chammy
What's up?
Away, but he's going to be chased, and Faye doesn't want to actually go for this one. Chammy one survives.
Yep. Every single instance that Nongshim says they want to put some aggression down, Blacklist answers back instantly. And look, all this surviving plays by Chammy one.
បាច់គេមិនលេងចាំងកល2ដូចមុន
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're trying to go for
ចាំងកល2ណាគេមានដែរលេងចាំងកល
on the backside series in such a world of hurt. He's trying to
2តែ
get
ចាំងនិយាយថាគេយក smite មក2មែន
trying to get for Golden
បើយក smite មក2មើល Nishima មើលចាំង Faye យក smite មកតាមតា
unselfish gave the kill
អត់ដែរមានតែគេលេងចាំងកល2ទេគេមានតែលេងកោមើលថាយក smite មកយកមកកោអាហ្នឹងមានតែបើថាលេងចាំងកល2ក៏លេង
in a land of the gorge.
Yeah, and that's what you want, right? Once Golden Kite gets that farm, that Marco Polo, he's gonna just change like the dynamic of this game, right? Very scary once Marco Polo's there, but it's just a little bit of a lead right now. Obviously,
មេតាពីមួយ season មួយទៅពីមួយ season ទៅមួយ season វាផ្លាស់ប្ដូរដែរដល់ពេលអញ្ចឹងយើងអត់អាចលេង style ដែរទេអាហ្នឹងអាហ្នឹងនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតវាតែប៉ុណ្្នឹងអាហ្នឹង
And things are not looking too good for the side of Haku.
ព្រោះពីមួយ season ទៅមួយ season គឺមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរ character មាន buff មាន nerf អីចឹងទៅចាំមានន័យថាមេតាយើងក្នុងការ style លេងយើងមានត្រូវមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរដោយសារ character ខ្លះbuff ចឹងទៅគឺលេងកើតអីចឹងទៅ character ខ្លះគឺលេងកើតអីចឹងទៅអញ្ចឹងគេត្រូវមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរអីចឹងទៅ
probably insurmountable
អញ្គេដូរតាមនឹងជាក់ស្ដែងហើយសំបីត land ក៏ដោយសំបីត item ហើយសំបីត jungle ក៏ដោយពេលខ្លះតែគេផ្លាស់ប្ដូរ jungle ហ្នឹងក៏ត្រូវដូរមេតាដែរនៅពេលគេផ្លាស់ប្ដូរនាទី jungle ឬក៏អីចឹង
Yes, he's been very quiet on the map for the last 3 or 4 minutes, but he hasn't really had that space or that time to farm. They're forcing it out. Justy is starting to hit that critical mass where he's starting to be a bit scary.
Dragon.
He's level 11 at this point, and they're looking to go Kyung. Nice storm strike, but he finds it. The force field suppression in return. Dragon flashes over the wall. The Unbridled Outburst is going to completely whip.
Oh, they burn everything for nothing at this point. Nongshim, Red Forest, they need to make something happen.
Trying to go for this one, but Chammy under the tower. The winter is here.
Nah, bro, run die.
Go aggressive, try to turn it around.
Too much cannot hang, bro.
Too aggressive, throws his life away.
He gives it over to the side of Nongshim, so Nongshim happy with the present, but Golden Kite maybe.
Oh, he's trying to go. The Resplendent Revolver just too much. Haku not going to eat any of that.
លេងកោ Clash Land រ jungle មិនគេថាគេយក jungle កោឲ្យ team នោះយកតាម
fight fight back into the gorge itself on the side of Nongshim Red Force, so that's a good sign.
Lên cô Clash Lane Roll Jungle. Mấy kì đăng tha kì dọc jungle cô thì hơi thêm New York tao. Bây giờ nhưng mà ăn rồi. Nhưng mà ăn rồi.
That was a little aggressive, a little out of character for Justy, because that was a bit of a throw in that sense, right? You probably don't want to give up your life for trying to go for this one versus 4. Not the greatest of situations. Justy still wants to go. He's going to go, but the immune, oh, he plays over with his food, so to speak, trying to turn this around. They've gotten Golden Kite, the dash over the wall. He's going to go into Tiger form, and Justy now on the run. He's been sniped out. The single one, and they get a double kill, and Siri finds him, and Nongshim are clawing their way back with this 2-0 victory, or this kill differential, and now they'll take the Tyrant as well.
Choke á, Blackley choke á, Blackley.
Philippines region, they're getting a little bit impatient here, and
Blackley choke
very well apt at punishing these kinds of behaviors here. Now, look, T1 in the mid is not going to stand for long. In fact, they could get a catch here.
Oh, they got him with the Winter is here. This going golden is not going to help you. Dragon is going to go down.
And Aswin of course this game nha. Blackley choke cái năng. Choke cái tranh đi kia năng, tranh lead kia năng. Muốn được bóng early game but lead pay ra để năng hay đây là pay mà choke cơ bản team fight mà lấy thay lên tranh rồi. Ngã chi bạch. Choke game 6 rồi. Cho game 6 thôi, game 6 bà xin chia Blackley hết man game 6 chop ấy. Lên blind pick game Pearl. Ta lô blind pick Blackley ban ở phía đôi trận chứ là sao Blackley draft clone này vai vô. Ta nó dùng mừng khơi này.
I mean, I don't want to say lucky because they've kind of been planning this and they've been able to get those pickoffs, which has been great for them in this comeback attempt.
Look, they swing back the advantage. In fact, now Siri has close to a 1,000 gold lead. Hang on. Faye, I don't think he's going to be dying here. He does have access to the Unbridled Outburst. Probably wouldn't want to expend it at this point. But Daybreaker
Cause moment Charlotte troll jungle blacklist.
This is not looking good at all.
Nhưng mà ban mới Charlotte không? Ban mới game.
Okay, Overlord here. Justy looking on that side. The Tyrant has already been picked up by Siri. They're going to make a beeline there. They want to defend this. They don't want to give up the free Overlord. Faye all the way up in front. Blacklist International now on the run. Kyung-Nai looking for the right angle of attack. Not able to find it. He gets taking liberties on the side. The Oak Bolt from Siri will push things across. The minions are now here. The T2 is now under siege.
This is a very tough situation that he had. Haku looking for an opening as well, getting some free licks into the lineups of Blacklist International, and suddenly Nongshim flipped the whole script.
Yeah, flipping it on. They're going to be aggressive. They have map control. Golden Kite pushing the bottom lane. Maybe a little risky, but Nongshim, none of them are there. They're going to look to take the top T2 instead, and they will take that one down. All they have left are T3s.
They get a taste of their own medicine here on the side of Blacklist International. Nongshim, they have extended and doubled this lead to a 4,000 goal lead.
Example na cha Musashi đã mà hay giờ hơi đang đặc biệt na tha kê dọc jungle cô hơi kê dọc jungle cô đại.
Such a scary beast, Axe of Torment, Master Sword, so immense amount of burst and armor strength.
Yeah, can we talk a little? I mean, like,
đang đặc biệt na đang tha kê dọc jungle cô.
He's been playing this hero so well. He's 4-1-0. In terms of net worth, he's got a 1.2k net worth advantage.
Bây giờ jungle cô mấy trăm này tha Smite man, Smite nhẹ man. Trong dễ hưởng Smite nhẹ năng man.
The growth of Siri, who's actually been able to, get his farm.
It's not going to happen as well. He gets a Sun Chaser, he's going to be able to shoot from afar.
Rồi cái trang xưa thay dựng đăng mấy bàn dương thảo vô jungle vô roam từ cô jungle kia.
But now Blacklist International looking for scraps, looking to split push. The Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane, which is going to be the smart way to go, as it looks like they're going to be pushing the mid and the top themselves.
Look, Blacklist in a tight position at this point, because if you take a look at the draft right now, Nongshim, they can easily stop Golden Kite from coming in.
Yeah, it looks like the T3 going to be taken out. There's no way.
Yes, admin roam nhẹ dọc tề.
Things are getting a little worrying.
You mean nơi Clash Land kì vô Smite man, kì vô Smite nơi Clash Land man.
How Nongshim use the map. They're going to look to go, but the Fever Barrage right onto Haku, who dashes away, and he says, "Ha ha."
Yeah, it's not ideal, right? And he even expended the Frigid Charge as well. This is not ideal at all for the Blacklist boys.
It's tough. And it looks the bottom lane is taking a lot of pressure. Kyung9 is over the wall, is looking to push the mid lane. The Vanguard is at the top, so all three lanes pushing at the same time. They're looking to go. They get the bottom T3. And it looks like they want to go for this mid one, but it's going to be a jumped up. Chammy looking to go for this one. Finds Siri, though, who kind of goes with the protecting wins, but Chammy's going to be killed. They've gotten that one member, and now Haku still up in front. Almost gets enough to kill Golden Kite. Limp it away, gets back into the fountain. T3 still up.
Invitational មានបានក្រុមចូលក្នុងបានប្រទេសមានច្រើនណាខ្ញុំហៅបាត់អស់ហើយតែមានអាស៊ីមានអឺរ៉ុប
Dodges the resplendent revolver. Chaz.
Asia, Europe.
Vanguards are now here. This is going to be a
Europe មានទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងគេហត់ចូលទាំងអស់តា
zoning them away. They've been pushed back. Siri still up in front. The base is taking some damage. The Fever Barrage. Haku does go down, but it's just not enough. And Nongshim are back in this series with a second game in a row.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hand. It looks like Blacklist International might be running out of steam.
Blacklist ឈោកចុយមកអើយ
Momentum is huge, right? And the fact that they got 2 in a row, now the hero pool is as deep as it goes. We're going into that 6th game. I don't know if teams are going to be specifically ready for this. But going in, we could potentially have an ultimate battle, but Nongshim starting to feel it and get back in this series.
Oh, I can't imagine it.
ក្រុមលេងហ្នឹងគេប្រកួតគ្រប់ region ហ្នឹងទាំងខាងអាមេរិកក៏ប្រកួតខាងអឺរ៉ុបក៏ប្រកួតខាងអាស៊ីយើងក៏ប្រកួតទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងតែធីមឡើងទៅហ្នឹងអានេះធីមឡើងបានប្រហែលណានេះ 2 4 6 8
I mean, they got stronger and stronger and stronger. They were finding
8 ក្រុម8ក្រុមអើ6 2 10ក្រុម2 10ក្រុមដូច2 10ក្រុម
And we thought that the game was just going to snowball, and they were just
ឡើងមក Invitational ដូច2 10ក្រុម
He sacrificed himself that one time, and that was like the tipping point where Nongshim were just able to get back in the series.
Yep, there were a couple of things that were also necessary.
អត់តែខ្មែរខ្មែរយើងចាញ់តាំងវ៉ាខាតហ្នឹង
One of the items
ខ្មែរយើងចាញ់តាំងវ៉ាខាតហ្នឹងប្រកួតចាញ់វ៉ាខាត
or even the venomous
ឡើងអត់កើត
with the lack of heal
បើយើងឈ្នះវ៉ាខាតឃើញដែរឃើញយើងឡើងមកដែរ
as well as that
តែយើងចាញ់បាត់ហើយ
would have been much more easy for the side of Blacklist International to take the fight. But I want to highlight one player that has caught my attention this entire series, and that actually is Faye. Look, if you take a look at the stats of Faye, he tanked
តែបើតើតោមួយរឿងយកចាំងកលយកស្មៃចាំងកលកូនខ្ញុំអត់ទាន់យល់សំណួរច្បាស់ណាខ្ញុំបាក់ឆ្លើយដែរតែបើថាបើទូទៅពេលណាយើងត្រូវយកកោគេពេលណាយើងត្រូវមិនយកកោគេយើងមើលទៅលើ enemy ត្រាប់ជាក់ស្ដែងហើយមើល team យើងជាក់ស្ដែងថា team យើងលេងនិយាយរួមគឺវាច្រើន strategy ថាយើងគេត្រាប់ចេញមកអញ្ចឹងគឺយើងចង់កោគេអត់បើសិនជា jungler គេរៀងមួយអញ្ចឹងទៅយើងចង់កោគេក៏បាន jungler គេយើងចង់បិទកុំឲ្យ jungler គេ farm លឿនក៏យើងយកកោគេបានបើសិនជាខាងគេត្រាប់រៀង passive យើងយកកោគេយើងត្រាប់ flag ជា aggressive ដើម្បីកោគេក៏បានតែហ្នឹងស៊ីសងលើជាក់ស្ដែងវាមិនអាហ្នឹងគឺវាស៊ីសងទៅលើយើងអ្នកត្រាប់យើងអ្នករៀបខ្លួនយើងអាហ្នឹងយើងមើលគេចាក់ស្ដែងយើងមើល enemy ឬក៏យើងមើល team យើងទៅយើងចង់លេង style អី
And now here we go. The MVP series on this one.
ហើយបើថាបើឲ្យ
I thought he played a
បញ្យល់ច្រើនមកហ្នឹងក៏ខ្ញុំមិនជំនាញណាហ្នឹងតែលុះត្រាតែដឹងថា Brother đi chạy xe trong vậy tạ tông bị ấy trong vậy tạ tông ha nè Clashland vô smite ឬក៏ Rome យក smite ឬក៏អីចឹងទៅព្រោះ Rome ហើយ Clashland មួយណាយកមកក៏បានដែរហ្នឹងស៊ីសងទៅលើ team យើងអ្នក design team យើងអ្នកឆ្នៃចាក់ស្ដែងដែរតាប៉ុន្តែវាច្រើន Rome គេ Rome អ្នកកោទេមិនមែន Clashland អ្នកកោទេ Rome ដល់ពេញ map Clashland នៅលើយ៉ាងច្រើន teleport តែបើថា Clashland កោក៏បានតែវាច្រើន Clashland បើលេងមែនតើប្រកួតមែនតើក៏អត់មានអ្នកគេដែរយក smite ដែរ
very nice setups by the Princess Frost. Illusion just a different class of
មានតរោមិនដូចចាំងហ្វៃនេះចាំងហ្វៃយក smite មកតាមទិញឲ្យថប់មកទិញ smite មកទៀតបានចុចមួយជួយយក objective ហើយបានជួយ slow ទៀត
team fight was unreal. Chammy won just trying to force it out, trying to
យើងមើលទៅបើ jungler យើងមាន skin low យើង pick smite ទៅដល់ទៅវិញហើយសំខាន់ណាស់ស៊ីសងលើ team ដល់យើងលេងលក្ខណៈ set up 5នាក់អីអាហ្នឹងមិនទៅរួចតែបើថាលេងមួយ random យក smite កោប្រៃអីអូ no
I mean, we're definitely having an ultimate battle, right? There's so much momentum on the side of Nongshim.
Well, if stats don't
ស៊ីសងលើ draft enemy ស៊ីសងលើ draft យើងស៊ីសងលើ strategy របស់យើងចង់លេងបែបមិន
want to hope. The Filipino fans, look, number one team in the region, they are
ចា
representing.
របស់ហ្នឹងដល់ដល់ហាត់សមរៀងដល់យល់មិនមែននៅសុកនឹកឃើញយកប៉ាំងពងទៅអត់រួចទេណា
They're gonna eat at us a little bit longer because we're going to go for a break. When we're back, let's see, is this gonna be an ultimate battle day or not?
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
Blacklist ចាប់បាត់ Blacklist ឈោកហើយឈោកមែនតើណាចាំមើល game ទី6បើសិនជាអស់ draft អស់ character ច្រើនដែរអញ្ចឹងបើសិនជា game ទី6យកអត់ចោលទេចូលដល់ game ទី7អាហ្នឹងបើសិនជា Blacklist វាអត់តាន់បែកខួរអាហ្នឹងប្រហែលជា game ទី7លោកអាចល្អសម្រាប់ពួកហ្នឹងដែរដោយសារពួកហ្នឹងវាមានយើងអាចយក character របស់យើងដែលយើងចង់បានមកលេងអញ្ចឹង Blacklist យកមកគឺលេង style រហូតដល់ហ្នឹងយើងអាចឈ្នះខ្លាំងអញ្ចឹងទៅតែបើសិនជាបែកកាវហើយចាញ់ momentum គេតរហូតចឹងមាននីមឈិនឈ្នះតែប៉ុណ្ណឹង Rồi. Sorry. What the fuck was that? Hey, okay, miền đã name team P đội ban đại man example Onyx PN Onyx. Nó mày hai đôi cái này hai khó nè. Để thêm tờ muối bàn tay ai đã chmua khó nè. Đã chmua ai đôi cái hay logo và ai đôi cái này. Chẳng bạn đã đây chẳng Onyx Philippines hay Onyx đâu này gì chẳng tới hay logo khó nè tịch tua chẳng tới. Không có lỡ được khỏi tịch tới là nắng bàn ok. Tại vì thằng đã đôi cái một ca đi. Chmua và thằng đã bà chmua đã đôi cái gọt card logo đã đôi cái gọt card này. Từ khó nè. តែបើថាយើងដាក់ Onyx ពីមុខអត់អីទេអត់បញ្ហាតែសំខាន់គឺកតុយគឺត្រូវខុសគ្នាយើងត្រូវថែម Onyx A Onyx A Onyx B អញ្ចឹងទៅយើងអាចដាក់ដូចគ្នាបានទេ
I think that this is how teams have prepped and getting themselves in this situation because again it's very difficult to draft something when you're not able to pick potentially like 29 or so heroes.
Okay, look, they're play the utility build, right? Hoey as well. Wait for the burning sun arrow, land it from distance. It could be something that they're looking for, right? On both ends. This is a strat that both teams can still make use of because nobody has played the Hoey just yet. Once again, we still have options like the Mengya, we still have options like the Lupan, there's still options like the Alicio. These are big, scary picks available for both sides. And then, I really want to mention this. Aggression is important, but having restraint is also important.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be the biggest thing, right? Just being able to, like, not only outdraft them and to have something that's really competent at this stage. And there's still some decent bans that Blacklist are looking to go with a Dia to kind of start things off. They have not allowed that to Nongshim. It's going to be key.
អត់មានអារម្មណ៍មើល tournament លើកនេះសោះអត់មាន team dominator dominator ឆ្លេ dominator អត់មានអត់ដឹងដែរអត់បានមើលក្រុមមុនហ្នឹង
Yeah, definitely is, right? Both teams now. So
team ស្អីក៏ខ្ញុំមើលដែរអត់លេងខ្លាំងខ្វល់ទេ dùng mưa cái thằng khăn dùng mưa tật đây cái lên là phân man dùng mưa cái trap cái lên mất meta cái lên cái ấy
Haven't been able to find the right keyhole just yet.
Has it solved? I mean, neither of these teams have really figured it out yet. They've both been able to find all of the games.
Blacklist đôi ở trap vãi vậy nè.
In the sense of like two evenly matched teams getting themselves here.
Nếu sim đôi chuyện nó sao trap vãi tại Blacklist đôi ở trap vãi nè trong mẹ lên trap set up nè.
Of how they play and they've been able to counter each other very well.
Nếu sim lên trap set up mới tới.
Going into this one, I would say that there's way more pressure on Blacklist to kind of close this one out.
Yeah, especially when you had the lead here. And it looks like they will start off with the
Lên po.
The Lienpo,
Lên po trap tranh lên po mà lên set up lên mùi muối ấy trap. Tranh lên po màu ấy. Team comment team player China Diamond. Tính nhưng mà đắng bàn tay bảo sân chỉ tôi chỉ tính của tính mà đâu mà nè này. Nơi AOK cái ai import player tao mà nè ấy. Bùa sọc kế vô bùa sọc kế cho team dương vô ba tao mà nè ấy. Cái đó vô chờ này. Blacklist đi sau main nhá nè. Blacklist giữa team main nhá lấy game nè. Bà mấy nhá khẩn shot du Blacklist đưa tao lên khẩn shot du không? Son Nova ra set up white ban đó game này.
And kind of outrange the Lady John here, but who's going to be up to task?
Chẳng gõ lịch nơi sao Monkey à? Team nào về là Sistran team năng win how chưa mi tàu vô bro. Damn. Okay. Sun Bin lên đi rồi cái lên liên po set up CC đập bên nên sim linh Sun Bin với moment speed tốc hột tranh để xin ghế choay bên rồi đó bên sai lên này moment speed được làm dạng phần này.
Yeah, I mean right now like
Ben suy
or maybe to even get away might be their biggest
Ben suy
we just want to fight.
Ben còn shot du một tiếng làm gì?
And then just take those big old team fights and then we can wombo combo you. So Sunbin is just kind of like we got our time flux or time bomb and time lapse to kind of just create these zones where nobody really wants to get into. So
if soi cái kháng này cho nó game gì mà muối khô lên đá đang nãy cái lê kháng play bắt rồi. Yeah, cái bạn còn shot du man. Nó sao còn shot du lên còn shot du bàn đã Black là do bài run môn. Vô bài đó có lõ đó các bạn game set up lên một bài run. Bạn là lên. Challenge King Rise mà ở si team Archa Team Archa được mình team Archa để một xây mối tiết miên ta để cho play season 7 season trong khỏi để bà season muốn nọt miên này.
Your thoughts on this hero just in general?
I love it. It is also one
of my
heroes that I love to use.
Nó sao bay đã. Sao phang một tiết.
Are up. You are essentially not the best tool to have in the shed, right? And especially in the early game, you're easily punishable the moment you overextend on using your wheel away. So that's a situation that Notch will continually try to create, especially with heroes that can dive real deep here. Lam and Guan Yu, not the best situation as a farm play.
Nó còn là lại nhưng có theo Blacklist trap lõ vậy này. Nó sao character lõ hay lên sẽ ban trận. Ta gọi ra đi sim bờ miền Sun Bin lên thở co lõ này. Xin xong là Sun Bin.
This is game 6, right? There are like if we're talking about a jungler and the Dian Wei was banned out, I thought that they would potentially go with that direction. But who are you going to pick at this point? I mean, like a Kaiser doesn't really fit the mold. You want somebody who, like, the Guan Yu is going to be creating all that havoc, repositioning everybody. You want that damage and that you want that blow up. So, like, you can see the potential of it, but could it fall off and could it fail miserably? Yes.
Làm cả một món đá xì kỳ lên lợi xì kỳ lên cát. Cho bờ khỏi này nông. Bờ được mấy khỏi này nó phải cho mình lên cát. Cho bạn nhóm tha nè, nó tam meta, việc làm đâu là hô đó. Mới đôi đan vây mà đan vây có khi lên trở này là đan vây làm buff mai ở buff hay năng buff lặng đó coi năng.
This is going to be game 6. Your thoughts? Okay, who has the edge?
I actually prefer Nongshim Red Forces draft at this point. As long as Siri plays safe against Golden Kite, doesn't allow the big burst coming down from the target sided, it could very well be a 3-3 scoreline.
Lee Sin. Lee Sin.
Come on, man.
Lee Sin háo bệt. Lee Sin háo bệt do auto snap rồi, auto win.
The long series. I mean, they're so happy you have the best of 7 ultimate battle. Why are you trying to take that away from them, man?
All right, well, I mean, seeing two okay, we saw one yesterday, Ultimate Battle. We saw one today, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm stuck with Kin. Are we gonna get two Ultimate Battles in one day? Like, this is your 3rd series in a row, potentially, with Ultimate Battles. Am I correct?
Look, I love to extract the maximum value out of any experience that I want to give.
Okay, all right, well, you know, okay. We're gonna have to talk about caster pairing sets. I didn't know that was a thing that you like to manifest. All right, but going into this one, okay, look, it's 3-2 in favor of Blacklist International. I would say Blacklist International do not want to go to that ultimate battle. They want to end this game as quickly as
Game này Black
possible.
draft nó.
They're gonna try to do what they can, but
Tại
now,
sầm khăn lên từ nó ót
is
đắng
this
ấy.
lineup, I mean, if we're talking about Just pay, you know, is he going to be really enough to kind of use that early game head start to kind of take over this game?
I think it depends on Chemi 1's rotations. Look, he definitely will be able to clear the lane faster than Kyung9 because I think for Kyung9 it's a risk.
Nó lên mình cắt in rank tay nó kia về nó tập bàn để nhát cá nó là lên cắt và tha là lấy thử ca chùm lại và hai cho anh chịu môn để cả môn dương lên farm tụi tới dương nơi vay khăn là lấy dương thử ca lơ kia mà lục bể tới pi lục bể dương thử ca lơ hải thom game mua dương tới thằng vay ba này dương thử ca hiện hộp trở anh tích là lấy rồi và tha hộp ban trở là lấy dương nơi khăn đi môn nhăng tại vì tha lên thòm đa đi lượng môn là nó ắt khăn đi tại vì tha bảo hộp trở nhiều môn là nó ban khăn.
I'm looking at Haku right now. This man needs to carry this team in this game. Like there's so much pressure on him to not fall off, and not to die like he did in the last game.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also for the same warning, I think goes for Joshi, right? He needs to manage his aggression. While I love good aggressive plays, he doesn't want to cause the team with over-aggression.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you can't overstep your boundaries and you can't throw the lead like you did in the last game. I think that it's going to be super key on this one. Again, it wasn't 100% his fault, but that was a little bit of a tipping point where, you know, Nongshim were able to kind of get that momentum and to really bounce back, which is never what you want to see, especially when you're looking to close out the series.
Yeah, and right now, difference of millimeters here. Every single camp is important. So the fact that every single member on all sides of the map have secured their own respective camps is a big win.
Yeah, for sure.
Bị bạ cò man.
Stealing not only just the jungle camps, but also in the top lane, stealing some farm away from Kyung9. Of course, I know that this is something they're trying to direct. Give Kyung9 as much farm as possible. Let him get going early to kind of help them with the snowball, because again, they want to close this game out before it gets late.
Yep. We might. I mean, this series to me, Kyung9 is going to be the decider. Here we go.
Okay.
Yo.
But it looks like Kyung9 is already out the door. He was like, I'm not looking to fight this, and he gives up first blood.
Wow, close mình có mấy thằng bán first blood bắt mình.
Once again, Blacklist, they are great at getting this early aggression and early lead for themselves. Now the big question is, how well can they convert this advantage to maybe a turret in the top or the mid or the farm lane, right? At the same time, can they also bait out mistakes from Nongshim to try and extend the kill score?
Yeah, I mean, look, Dragon right there from a long range, all the way from his fountain. He was just going for that ruin play, just barely misses Kyung9. It would have gotten the killing blow had he hit, but Kyung9 gets back to safety. He's going to be back in that top lane. Haku back on the map, on the gorge. He needs to farm. Give him some time.
Yep, I think the decision here to move away from Kyung9 was a very big understanding that, hey, we were going to lose Haku anyway, let's cut our losses.
I mean, Dragon was low. The potential was there, but then, you know, Haku got lost in the sauce in the sense of, like, there were two other members that just kind of body blocked him from really getting the target that he wanted, which was Dragon. Again, if you're going to go all in, you got to make sure you get that pick off because it's really not worth that sort of high-risk play.
Okay, Haku does make some redeeming plays here. Does manage to take away 2 camps from the side of Jashi. So he is going to be able to match up to the experience bar. In fact, yeah, pretty much catching up already.
Yeah, but still a little bit behind. I mean, 500 gold, not the end of the world, but it is, you know, a stage where,
Nice
he's
pull.
pushing onto the tower. Needs to be careful. Haku, he might go down, and he does, and Dragon gets yet another kill. Here's Emergence looking for the teleport on the side. Kyung9 gets on out of there. He drives on out, but now Chaz looking to cut off the angle of retreat and just blocks him out, and Blacklist survive.
Yeah, they dropped 4 members on the top. They need to secure this T1.
Không ngọc
because
rồi.
it has been traded.
Mirage does some serious work. Dragon actually emerges out of the shadows, and he just gets killed instead.
Yeah, perfect timing with the time lapse as well for the side of Faye. This is the combination I was talking about, right? And he also expended his Purify on the side of
Trong ban chùm lại bắt được trong ban chùm lại khoan khoái.
disruptions to his movement.
Yeah, very smart. Ensuring that he gets it, right? I think that he was frothing at the mouth when he saw that, you know, teleport that was coming. And being able to pick that one off, a huge something, like a huge win for Nongshim, right? It's all about the baby steps is getting back in. It seems like Nongshim are always playing from behind.
Phê kìa. Nắc ta. Nắc lần nhóm nắc lần chủ sợ. Nhóm nắc lần chủ sợ. Nhóm nắc bê lần xe lần lần cái lô lần pi cái lô xe bê chung.
But okay, Kyung9 here.
Nắc bê nhầm hăng quá. Sai giá.
Onto Chammy goes in for this one, but again he's kind of looking to bait them out. The rest of them of Nongshim are right behind him, but Chammy's not falling for that.
Yeah, right now I'm very curious about the growth on the Shiri. He already has a Sparkforge Dagger, so building towards that Doomsday as well. And now Faye, he has a kit that allows him to be very trigger happy with his ultimate because the cooldown on that time lapse is not that long.
Yeah, it's not long enough, I would say, right? I think that this is a situation where Nongshim need to figure out ways to kind of claw back in the game. I think that, you know, being down 2K, pretty huge. Oh, here's Emergence. Siri, oh, they're going to look to go for the target, but Justy on the back. Siri has nowhere to go. He has to fight.
Hey, yo, no way.
Survives with that roaming gun. His mobility is unmatched.
Super lucky there's no alive as well, but that's quite a bit of damage coming down.
A lot of damage. Haku survives
Flank.
as well. Oh, they're going for the side. Kyung9 looking for it. He gets pushed back with those blocks, and now they're looking to turn this one. They do have this one, and they do have the Tremor Smash, but Chaz, not enough. The Resplendent Revolver just
boy.
barely out of sight, out of range, not able to connect on those.
Yep, they have used every single piece of kit available on both sides, so this is a dicey situation for both ends here. It is a 1,000 goalie coming into the side of Blacklist International, but right now I think pretty much it's dancing on knife's edge for both teams.
Yeah, and to be honest, if Siri goes down there, I think that we have a rough time. Nongshim just like will fall, right? It's one thing to focus one player like Haku, and the rest of the team can kind of pick up the slack. But if you're focusing in getting kills on Haku and Siri, I don't know how Nongshim would come back in this game. Yes, they're behind about 2K, but Siri is still your lifeline.
Look, Siri hasn't died the once yet in this game, and that's good news because he's closing in towards that frigid charge, helping his survivability, but also helping the aggression as well. And look at the map play here. Nongshim, they want to go for this Overlord, and I think that's the better decision at this point. They might have to give away the T2 in exchange, though.
Yeah, no choice. I mean, potentially get the minions or whatever, but with the Vanguards pushing, that'll provide a little bit of space. That'll stop most of this. But they do trade out the T1 top. Not the, I mean, it's still a bad trade, a T2 for a T1. But now they have Vanguards, and that will open things up a little bit more, and hopefully they can come back into this game.
Yeah, right now I think it's in their best interest on the side of Nongshim Red Force not to take too big of a fight. Tyrant's buff is definitely going to be a big game changer. Look, there is a 2,000 goalie going into the hands of Blacklist. And I think if they take a fight now, it potentially may double that financial advantage that they have.
Yeah. And it's all about those advantages, right? And going in, and Nongshim here will push a bit, but they need breathing space more than anything else. The Vanguards provide a little bit of that, but now Blacklist, oh my gosh, the Emergence. Chaz rushing in with
yo, bro.
They found Faye. Faye will go the other way and just sacrifice his life. He knows he's dead. And he's trying to just kind of provide space more than anything else. Siri still on the edge, needs to be careful. And with that roaming gun, he will go back. And I thought that Siri probably should have given a little bit more space and retreated.
unfortunate, right? He actually burns out his ultimate as well, so there's no.
Oh,
fight
he's
to be
dead.
had.
Yeah, Siri.
Bye bye. Boom.
Ruin. Oh, he's got to be so careful. He does get picked off. He finally finds him, and Kyung9 is now here. All 4 members of Blacklist are still there. Dragon is pushing in the mid lane. Haku doing what he can, takes the bottom T2, so they've gotten something, but he needs to recall. Chammy looking to go with the force field suppression, but the
Wow.
T3 has been traded out. Nongshim without a top tower.
Yep, they turn up the heat, right? Chaz actually did a very big job of tanking the turret hits as well, and now, unless they find a trade in terms of kills, this is not a good situation.
Not a good situation at all. Nongshim, they're going to be aggressive. They want to take the Overlord. It looks like, you know, they know that Blacklist are low. If anything, they're going to recall back because they don't really have that life. Chaz is going to spot this out. Not going to go in for this one. But Haku picks up the Overlord. That is a good start, but they're going to look to trade with the Tyrant here.
Yep, the Overlord Vanguards will be flying down from the side of the Nongshim Red Forest map, but look, they have the Tyrant's buff as well on the side of Blacklist International. They will have the lightning charges available. That's extra damage coming in, and it's going to be just a stalemate in terms of pushing power.
Yeah, stalemate for now, but you have the Vanguards. I always give the edge, you know, when you're kind of pushing along, especially at this stage of the game, when it's 10 minutes in. You've got that space. My only concern from Nongshim right now is the fact that they don't have, you know, a top T3, and the bottom T2 is open. So your side lane's being open, and obviously that just makes it very easy for Blacklist to kind of converge on that mid T1.
And there's better setup from the side of Blacklist International because they can just rely on the charge coming from Chaz. Now, to up the potency of that catch, Chaz actually goes for the Howling Wind. So
ចាំមកហ្គេមនេះ fair team fight តែមួយបញ្ហាបរហើយហ្គេមនេះអាច fair team fight ទៀតដល់ស្មាននេះឲ្យដល់2 10នាទីហើយ fair team fight មួយធ្ងន់ណាស់
I think that Blacklist right now just waiting for that
Share team fight មួយមានន័យ
Nongshim are kind of navigating
Share team fight មួយអាចឈ្នះ
Shadow Vanguard
ឬក៏អាចចិត្តឈ្នះតែការឈ្នះ team fight មួយ
Siri right now level
និយាយរួម
14
ចាប់ពីនាទីទី2 10ឡើងទៅ team fight មួយគឺចាប់យកបរហើយ
perfect fevered
ពី
barrage with that 5
team fight មួយគឺធ្ងន់ហ្មង chẳng thử lên ai đặt bàn này.
Is to make full use of that fog of war, right? Right now, the only reason why Blacklist International is not really jumping the gun is simply because they don't have information on where all the different members of Nongshim are at. Now, if they do have this information, they can definitely plan out a perfect angle of entry, and that is going to kill off any chance of Nongshim's comeback attempt.
Okay, all right.
Yo support your Howling Wolf ហ្នឹងសាហាវគួរឲ្យខ្លាចចុយ
he kind of falls off in the
Howling Wolf ហ្នឹងចុយទៅបាន movement speed នៅជុំវិញហ្នឹងរត់តែដេញរត់ប៉ាល់មិនប៉ាល់ដី
17 minutes and Haku is just completely useless. Like he's just not going to have a good time. Like what is that, you know, that moment, so to speak?
We're almost there actually because the members on the side of Blacklist, they're reaching 13 soon so max level. Itemization wise, we're pretty close to late game itemization. So at this point, Haku
almost right, Lucian.
You can see the difference, right? He's going to need to rely on Faye and Kyung9 to really provide him with the correct environment to pop off because he needs to go in, get the kill, and get out. He cannot afford to stay in this.
Hey.
He potentially gets on to Golden Kite, who can just wheel away, or Dragon. I mean, he's probably a more static target and probably better, but there aren't really a whole lot of like ways to get in because you have Chammy constantly up front, being that bouncer, that tank, and Chaz is always there as well. It's really tough to get to that back.
បើសិនជា Blacklist បាន Overlord បញ្ហានេះបញ្ហាសម្រាប់ Nongshim ខ្ញុំគិតថាប្រហែលជាគេអាចនឹង contest ហើយពេលព្រោះជា Overlord ចិត្ត spawn ចេះគាត់ថាតែមាន កាហ្វេ មើលទៅ
Trying to find the target. It looks like he's
so
gonna
close.
back off instead. The Tremor Smash was committed though by Chaz. And it looks like, oh no, he did not use that one. But it looks like Nongshim will force the issue, putting a little bit of pressure on this mid T1. Kyung9 looking for the flank. Chammy 1 has spotted him out.
Black 4 vs 2 Nongshim. Let's see. Wow, flash all.
Oh, they're looking
I don't
to
think
go
they're
for
gonna
this
get
one.
it
They're looking
though.
to turn this one, and it looks like they
Oh,
have
they make
a
up for
decent
Jim
amount,
Guan Yu
but the
rồi.
Trevor smash is not
Oh,
great
no,
by
never
Kaz.
mind.
He's going to be killed. He's actually the first to fall. Siri does die in return, and on the backside, GoldKH somehow still alive. No, make that 4. A double with Haku, and Chammy now on the run with his force field suppression. He dashes away, looks to deal with the minions before he dies, hopefully looking to slow this one down, but with this team ace,
Dang, big fail, bốc rồi.
but where are the towers? And it looks like it's going to be the top T2.
Bốc rồi,
They
bốc
might have enough
rồi.
time to break this T3 instead. Now the big question here is, do they have enough time to win the game? Because it's about 12 seconds before Just She comes out. Chaz is out in 5. Now that might not be enough time. We might be going for this final
Tuấn
ultimate
ơi,
battle
mới
here.
tới đừng mới thốn á. Tuấn ơi.
Just going to look to go for the space. Chaz is trying to
Yeah.
come back, and they can't do it, and we do get to an ultimate battle.
Wow, ultimate
And
battle,
Notion
man.
finding ways off of that team fight to get us to a game 7. Did you expect anything less, kid?
Yep, definitely not in this case. Welcome to the ultimate battle. I mean, we would not have it any other way, right? We want the best out of the best, and it looks like 6 games is not enough to determine who is the better of these two teams, the better of these two regions as well. So they have 3 minutes now and
boy.
counting to decide what is this final draft that is going to allow
ខ្ញុំគិតថា Blacklist ប្រហែលជាយក first
on the
draft
line.
Blacklist យក first draft នេះដោយសារ Blacklist draft ចង់វាយមើលទៅ I think Blacklist លេង aggressive draft យក first draft តែគាត់យក first pick ច្រឡំ first draft first pick
You know, we were joking. We were like, oh, it's definitely going to
Yeah,
happen.
see?
First to 7's
Told you,
guaranteed. But
first
the
pick,
fact
bro.
that They went 3-0 and then somehow came back 3-3 to bring it back to the ultimate battle. Like, I could not write this story even if I wanted to.
Yeah. And at this point, right, now it really comes down in terms of like the draft mentality.
Blacklist យក first pick ហើយសំខាន់ draft វាយទៀត
Patterns of drafting coming out from both sides.
ដល់ draft aggressive មែនតើហ្មង
Series, or will we see a complete opposite of trains of thought and get
ខ្ញុំគិតថានេះ sim ប្រហែលជាអាចលេងលេង draft set up មើលទៅប្រហែលជាអាចលេង draft មួយអត់លេង aggressive draft ទេមើលទៅ
Kind of shown those cards, right? And those are the ones
ពួក
where
ច្រកនេះ sim គឺលេងរៀង passive ជាងអត់សូវលេង aggressive ខ្លាំង
Dune, we know that they're very comfortable on these heroes. I'm wondering if this is the game of, chicken, dare I say, of is Blacklist expecting those same heroes to come into this one? Or are they just gonna worry about themselves and pick their own heroes regardless?
I feel like, okay, this is a bit,
ថៃ the first team fight 1ចាញ់ game ហើយទៅមែនអើយមិញ fail ពីរដងតែមិនបាន Marco
team rather than
តែមិញ fail គូន E មួយតែបាន Marco មកជន់ all ពីលើមួយទៀតស្អាតមិញហើយបាន Lam រត់មកពីក្រោយមកជួយ clean up ទៀតចប់យ៉ា Black team moral drop បាត់ហើយ yeah
Even in this series though, like you have done your
that's
research
true.
and you kind of have an idea of roughly what they will
បាត់ចេះរបីយ៉ាង
But even going into this one, you're kind of thinking, Haku didn't have the greatest Ogren game or didn't have the greatest Dune game. And then now it's like, would they pick that in this ultimate battle?
Yeah, that's what makes this so interesting, right? In a battle of meta picks, Blacklist triumphs over Nongshim based on what we have seen in this series so far. Now, we have all the picks open, available for both teams. They don't know what the opponent is picking, but based on past results, it might feel like Blacklist has a slight advantage in this.
បើសិនជា Blacklist reset ណា they somehow reset game 6 trap ព្រោះដោយសារ game 6 គឺ trap blind pick ទេ
Right. I know I sound like a broken record. I've said it so many times.
game 6 គេ blind pick drift ទេ
So I
pick
might be
ទេ
saying some of the same
trap
things, let's be
trap
honest.
blind pick
But momentum is huge.
ចឹងលេងស្អីក៏បានដែរលេងជន់គ្នាលេងអីហ្នឹង
So demoralizing. We saw what
អញ្ចឹង
happened.
ខ្ញុំគិតថាប្រហែលជា Blacklist ខំប្រឹងលេង to their
Didn't seem like
own
he was
strength
on point. He didn't seem like the typical Dao that we know. It seemed like he was a little bit tilted, almost. But going into this one, you got to think of this as like a best of one. You have to forget everything that happened because this is the only game that matters.
Yeah, and right now, composure, calmness is so important because you only have 3 minutes to relay whatever information you want to your team as the coach. And, they're tired now. There's a lot of fatigue in play. What if they don't receive the message? What if they don't execute the way that you want it to?
I mean,
Nong Shim,
you
Nong
have to trust the
Shim.
players. You got to trust the coaches to get the
Anh
the
anh
right heroes
ni
for,
Shim ni
the
Shim.
players
Cuma
to
ke Nong Shim
put
thôi.
them in the best position to win. This is it. There
Cuma ke
is
Nong
so
Shim.
much at stake. I mean, getting into this, between a third, fourth position to a second position, that's 25,000 USD more, right? So the jump is sizable. Getting yourself in that position, look, you're essentially playing one game for 25,000 USD. Are you able to pull it out?
Yeah, okay, and this puzzle piece that is Nongshim hasn't been solved by Blacklist just yet. So I think it would be safe to assume that if Blacklist International wins this ultimate battle in this final game of a best of 7, I think it's safe to say
ចាប់នេះហើយ
they
គេ
did
ប្រេក
break
គេប្រេកគេមិនមកវិញ
I think they did. They figured it out right now. And look, if you're a fan and you're just like watching this live and you're in the stadium and you're seeing Blacklist, like the mannerism, there's got to be a little bit of a worry, right? Going into this one. But we're going to find out the drafts. This is going to be super key, right? And where they're going to be revealed individually, one-on-one by the role. I'm going to be super excited. Again, I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm thinking Sun Tzu at what point, and probably a Dune, at least on the Nongshim side.
Yeah, okay. So the Battle of Minds, YK from the Nongshim Red Force side going up against TG of the Blacklist International side. I mean, the Battle of the Minds is the first part of this conclusion of the day, right? But let's take a look at the draft of the previous game that led
Hello Luna ចេញបរៀនជីទៅផ្ទះ
and that is going to be on the
របួស
side
bro
of Nongshim that I want to focus on.
Yeah,
right?
Sorry, go on.
ចេញបរៀនទៅផ្ទះទៅផ្ទះ
I
បាយ
was just going to comment more on the fact that, like,
បាយ
being able to push,
ដេក
get that team fight, and to have, the idea that actually we have enough time to just close out the game. Because there are some moments in that game, if you were one of those players, you would be like, we don't have time. I'm just going to back off. I'm just going to farm the other lanes or whatever, right? But they were like, no, we got this. We got this. Even with this gold draft, which is minimal. in
ក្រាប
favor of
Blacklist
Nongshim,
នេះ Blacklist
barely
រហូត
got by.
Blacklist
They
Blacklist
were
ចាញ់
able
មក
to
team fight
figure it
ដួល
out,
ចាញ់
but
ហ្គេម
man, that is a gutsy call as well.
This
So
thing is
sad,
they
bro.
missed out the one most important person on the side of Nongshim, and that was Haku. The lamp did not work out for the side of Blacklist, but Haku steals this series away, pushes it into the ultimate battle because of one rotation.
One rotation, that was pretty much it. And Illusion, the MVP of the last game, just on point, right, with the Lady John. We haven't seen too much success with the Lady John. It's kind of been overshadowed by some of
Lady
the other heroes as of late.
Lady
in season 3. But, Illusion still able to pilot to a very high level.
Yeah, look, 43% of the team's hero damage dealt across, as well as the amount of throwing size that he has landed is probably one of the biggest markers as to why he was able to do so much damage. Bouncing in between the members of Blacklist International, too much damage, man.
Yeah, no, I just look at this as all, like, I'm just joking here, but, it's because all the other heroes are crap, and that's why the Lady John is able to do its damage. But Siri, nice Fever Barrage. They're really setting this up, and this was so back and forth. Like, Siri here, I don't know why he was chasing 5 members of Blacklist when he knew that Faye was going to be killed here, and Siri just barely able to, he died on this one, but there were moments where you're like, why is Blacklist just not closing this game out? Why is this game being extended? How
lại
is
set
Nongshim
chơi
able to
anh
get
ạ
back in this
phải
game?
chơi
It's because of Faye, right? That big time lapse, that time flux, saving their lives, getting that health rebate if you must, right? At the same time, because of all the time that they buy for this battle itself, it allowed that rotation from Paku to come in and finish the job. And it was unfortunate because they needed to kill Siri off, but they just could not find him. That's the strength of a Marco, being highly mobile, highly uncatchable.
Yeah. Did a really good job. And the team is, like, they're starting to trust one another. And in terms of how they move around and they make those plays and they kind of stick together. And this is a team that's been playing for some time. There's a lot of history going back. But this is like one of the few times we've seen them on the international stage qualify for the big stage, because they've been bounced out quite a bit. And they came back and they're angry, and now they're on the edge of the grand finals. Whew.
Yep, they're putting a little bit more chili now in the sauce, right? And it might be a difficult one, but let's go for a break first. When we're back, we will welcome you into the final game of the final series of the day to see who's the grand finalist.
ពីទីកន្លះទៀតចូលប្រហែលចុយមកអើយ caster ពេញលេងលេង7 game 7 game យកហ្មងដៃស្មើៗគ្នា7 game 7 game អត់មានផ្អៀងសោះហ៎ caster និយាយបាញ់ពងក Final game, baby.
Final game of the final series. This is the
Trong mong
one
mà
to
này.
conclude the day
What the
and bring
heck?
us into the grand finals
Mai
tomorrow.
mong 7 sai
But we are
phèo mấy
still
năng.
unclear on who's gonna make it here.
À, bà
Red
ơi.
Force going up against Blacklist.
Nhưng bà hai gì chụp năng stream ấy mới tới và mong 7 sai phèo mày.
For HOK.
Ồ, mong đã chop game tới mong 4 3 đến là 4 chia mà đây.
Coming and making history for themselves.
I mean, this is the moment. There's got to be so much pressure. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on both of these squads to get themselves into the grand finals. But this is in Manila, right? As the Philippine #1 team going into a Game 7 with the potential of being eliminated or moving on to the grand finals. This is a must-win for them and their fans.
Yeah, I mean, and also there's a very big difference of 25,000 USD on the line here. Every mistake costs you quite a big sum of money.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, this game, literally 25,000, right? USD, straight up. You win this one, you win $25,000 more as you get a guaranteed second place. Who knows what happens in that grand finals? But we're here. This is the ultimate battle. The heroes will be revealed one by role.
Heroes on the gorge and
À, mơ Blacklist rồi ghê, đá má và đá má đang set up ấy. Ồ, ni xin lên Sun Si.
Dharma. We all love Chami 1's Dharma. We all love Kyung 9's Sun Te.
Yeah, and okay, yeah. I mean, we knew Chami was going to go with
Ogren
Dharma,
đôi
right?
khía.
Looks like the
Okay.
Ogren on both ends. No advantage in that one. I think that as long as they kind of control
Blacklist giống mid do máy
across the map,
mid
do
máy.
not give up their own jungle. I think that that's going to be key for no.
Ô, máy đi khía.
Wow, and we
Shit.
get a double my performance here, one by Dragon.
ai đờ lý cái
I
lòng
mean, we haven't seen
lý
too many
lý tôi
mice
có
from
lòng này
Dragon, but we have seen plenty of
hai
mice
cái lòng mới
from
từ
And if Illusion gets his way, this could be a
ô lòng mới lý môi
Like every single game,
Damn, hay
Illusion
giả
has
đĩa
not been able to get that mine because
trong
it's
khỏi bây giờ giả
constantly
đĩa mới
banned
nói
on him.
giả đĩa lo anh ghê
And because Blacklist tends to ban it, then they
Giả
we're
đĩa,
not able
hello?
to pick it themselves. But again,
Ô,
changing
giả
things
đĩa
up
đầu
here,
lý
it
à
looks like the double
Ooh.
D for the Roam, the Dia and the Dolia. Who do you give the edge to on this one?
Ôi, em play gì con
Oh, because at this point, we have seen how they perform, right? The refresh onto
Ultimate Battle របស់ Blacklist ជាមួយនឹង Red Fox
grand semi-finals match in the first place. Likewise, the Dia very eloquent with the lockdown.
ត្រាហ្វខុសគ្នាច្រើនដែរដោយសារ style របស់ Blacklist ហើយ
But you know what?
Red Fox ក្នុង Sim Red Fox ជាងខុសគ្នាតែ ម៉ៃដូចគ្នា Organ ដូចគ្នាខុស Clashland ជាមួយ ហើយនឹង Rome ម្នាក់ម្យ៉ាង
Yeah, this is going to be a banger. There's going to be so much pressure. Who wants to play in the grand finals? Other than me. Other than one between one of these two teams, we're going to have to find out who wants it more. Because again, it's going to be on. I mean, instantly, right? You see Dragon and Illusion, both of them, it looks like they're going to go one-on-one, but, you know, throwing out those Kachusins, they're starting off very strong.
Jay is already laying quite a lot of pain, allowing Dragon to land those hits. Faye is going to try and get the regeneration up for his teammate, but at this point, it looks like it's a pretty even lane, right? Trading blows as well. And Black, they win out in the lanes, they get that reverse sprite as well. So a slight EXP advantage going in.
Look at how Kyung9 leaning over, just kind of noticing that Chamie1 was on the rotation. Justy was there as well. Now Kyung9 might make it a little uncomfortable. Does he go for the steal here?
I don't think it's a good idea, right? There is a very high potential for outplay coming in from the two members of Blacklist, but Golden Kai, that's a bit too close for comfort there.
Yeah, a lot of damage already, and they're just kind of, you know, again, it's all about tempo. It's all about starting things very strong, and it looks like both of these teams, obviously, in a must-win situation, playing aggressively, trying to force the issue a bit, trying to look for whatever edge they can get at this stage.
Yep, and also this is a game of lockdown. The team with better lockdown and execution after the lockdown will be having the lead. Now, I don't think Blacklist is going to make the same mistake as their
ពិត
counterpart.
ជាគួរឲ្យជឿថា Blacklist ណា M Shunthi មានការរំពឹងខុស slash
Yeah, they're definitely not going to let
តែពេលយើងរំពឹងគឺយើងត្រូវតែជឿជាក់ bro
trading blows, both of them.
យើងត្រូវតែជឿជាក់ដោយសារពួកគាត់Ultimate Battle នេះគឺពួកគាត់ draft the best of the best ហើយដែលលេងសម្រាប់ team របស់គាត់អញ្ចឹងគាត់យកមកលេងហ្នឹង
Probably on the lower side, but with that wave breaker, that kiddie pool kind of getting a little bit of sustain at this point.
Yeah, and it doesn't take a very deep pool to get the kill, right? At this point, water will enter their lungs if they make a mistake on the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, need to be careful here, but it looks like Dragon makes an appearance here, kind of spots himself. Illusion is there, so he's looking for somebody to just get a little bit out of position. The lanes will, you know, push a bit, but through it all, Illusion, patience, but he's not going to take any sort of risk.
Yep, and so far, Haku has not... I mean, both Haku and Jashi, they haven't been able to find those open markers to really, you know, squeeze that advantage out in the lane.
Yeah, you need whatever you can get, right? Any sort of edge, any sort of advantage. I mean, who at the end of the day is going to be the better Ogren, right? I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure for this, for both of these guys to really show up to ensure that whoever, you know, takes it out, comes out ahead is going to be key for them.
Oh, okay. There's one small marker here. Illusion steals away that Tuskabor camp. Does get a little bit of EXP away from Jashi here.
Look at how aggressive they are, right? They're just constantly, just every sort of, any sort of jungle camp that can be contested, they're going to be there. Like somebody is there. It's either Illusion or Haku. Yeah, no, I love it because you got to put the pressure on. And Justin's Dragon's done really well too.
Blacklist 3 nong sim 3 Blacklist 3-0 បន្ទាប់មក nong sim យក 3 ពងក្រោយ 3 ពងតាមក្រោយវិញចាឥឡូវ 3 ស្មើឥឡូវចូលដល់ Ultimate Battle លេងវគ្គចុងក្រោយណាគេឈ្នះចូល Grand Final ដោយសារនេះ Semi Final ចឹងណាគេឈ្នះនេះចូលដល់ Grand Final នៅខាង team មុនហ្នឹង Vitality មួយ Nova ឈ្នះលេងដល់ 7 game ដែរលេង 7 game ដូចគ្នា Nova ឈ្នះអញ្ចឹង game នេះណាគេឈ្នះគឺត្រូវជួប Nova នៅ Grand Final
I would say secondary initiation you kind of want Haku to kind of start things off. I don't think you really want to start battles off with that boat. You want that when they're kind of grouped up and good to go, right? So I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly when the mid-game is happening and the team fights are about to start, exactly who's going to be able to initiate.
Yeah, actually, I would give, in terms of farm lane advantage, if we're going late game here, I would give it the Golden Kite over Siri here. I think the kid is just more...
fail, but...
Haku takes the first Tyrant, and they've been pushed back, and they've given up first blood. Chaz is going to get this one. He's going to get knocked down, but they do have the return. 3 members are already down, and Haku's got a triple kill. Make it a pentakill!
Big win there for the side of Nongshim Haku. I mean, what a time to get a pentakill. 4.5 minutes in.
Pentakill cho Hakuទាំងអស់ចូល Ogren ចាប់ដល់ Ogren Haku តែប៉ុណ្ណេះបានលីតធំដល់ក៏
Perfect start
លីតធំមែនតើហ្មង
to get back in, but let's check out the replay here.
Oh, it's one eye,
late on the entry coming in from Chammy 1. At the same time, they were very low on the side of Blacklist International as well. Golden Kite unfortunately expended that Mabel dance a little bit too early. And with the timing of the Seer State coming in from Haku, it was just picture perfect. Nongshim, they give the first blow, and it's a very definitely one. 5-0 in terms of the KDA.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream, right? You're thinking Game 7, my tournament life is at stake. And what happens? Haku gets a pentakill to start that off. It could not be any better. This has got to be very worrying for Blacklist, who are 3k behind.
Oh, jump shot down,
They want to get Haku in return. The Conductor of Souls gets a sustain, but they do get the shutdown, and Just will get this one.
Good recovery, but they need a little bit more because for now, Nongshim, they will have an advantage over the map. The ship is set as well. The sail has been coming. Not going to hit the mark at all.
Okay, he's like me when piloting a boat. Not great, running into the walls, but Dragon's going to be killed first. Oh, but the Conductor of Souls on the Justy just slowing them down. Dragon is down for 15 seconds. That was not great.
Yep, somehow Nongshim, I think they have found the formula to kind of bait out the skills on the side of Blacklist International, and they're punishing them really hard. The jump though,
yeah, Kyung getting a little bit low, needs to be careful. It looks like he's getting so low, he gets executed by Justy. He's going to look to walk away. Haku is there, but there's really not much you can do, especially since Golden Kite is kind of on the back of Justy.
Yep, now you can see in terms of team fights, right? Especially when they're outnumbered, the advantage given by this Diadea on Chaz is just that much better. At the same time, when it's a full-on 5v5, Faye is providing a lot more value. Let's take a look at how that went down. I think he was just out of options. No flash, no set sail, there was no ultimate, no save available.
Yeah, no real chance at that point. I mean, he just got out of position, got caught out, and Justy made him pay, right? And he needs that to get himself back in this one. Yes, Haku had that pentakill, but seeing as that he got shut down by Justy, things have kind of changed, right? The net worth lead kind of dwindling. I'm still in favor of Nongshim. They're still in the driver's seat at this point, but Blacklist are finding ways to get back in.
Yeah, they're definitely giving them a big fight here. But Nongshim, I think, in a decent position because they have not lost a single turret across the entire map just yet.
Yeah, but at the same time, they've taken the bottom and the top T1. Now, if they want to commit for that T2, they have to be a little bit deeper. Potential flank can happen, so they need to kind of make sure that they're, going in, slow sieging, potentially taking out that mid T1, which then would open things up a little bit more.
Okay, Haku, I just want to note the difference in the itemization here. Dragon Rage, the item of choice coming in for the side of Justy in comparison to the Blazing Cape. Is this going to be a big difference maker?
It could be. It could be. I mean, at this point. I mean, I think Haku with a slight net worth advantage right now, just trying to be the tank, trying to be up front, right? You want to let Siri do the damage at the end of the day. He has his ways to get out. He can be aggressive if he wants to. You got to make sure that Kyung9 doesn't get caught out without the set sail or the flash. He doesn't want to die again.
Yeah, for now. It's a very important marker to watch out for, especially, okay, look, another thing happening is the fact that Nongshim have pretty much set base camp in the jungle of Blacklist International. They are not letting go of this lead.
Yeah, and doing a good job, right? When you have the lead, this is all about that map control. Play it to the T, right? And playing it perfectly of just kind of forcing them back. Now, look at Golden Kite. Even pushing out that lane, he's not feeling comfortable. He doesn't know where people are. He's going to get on out of there. Now the Overlord going to be picked up by Nongshim.
Yep, easy map control here from the side of Nongshim.
យ៉ានេះមើលទៅ Nongshim កំពុងតែមាន momentum ខ្លាំងហើយ
Now, there's one thing that's brewing on the side of Blacklist International, and that is Golden Kite. he is steadily farming. He's keeping pace as well with Siri here at 6,000 gold.
Yeah, doing a great job, right? He's doing a great job in terms of any sort of farm. He's been pushing the lanes, and he's basically taking advantage of the space that's been given. It seems like Nongshim were forcing out in the mid and the top quite a bit, and Golden Quiet has been quietly amassing his own net worth, which has done a great job taking the bottom T1. But now with the Vanguards pushing, it looks like Blacklist probably need to group up and figure out some way to deal with this. But they're trying to go for Faye, who's been pushed away, and most of that is going to be there. The set sail does connect, and it looks like Justy will survive under that tower. It looks like Nongshim kind of hitting from afar, but not really able to commit too much.
Okay, I cannot emphasize how important it is for Golden Kite to have exceptional positioning. He needs to be away from the team, but not too far, so that he can capitalize during the chaos of the big team fights. Likewise, the same can be said on the side of Siri, and more importantly, his positioning by Illusion and Dragon is going to make a difference, because if you don't land your Kotosins, you don't land those Ryu engines, you lose the fight.
Yeah. And look at this. I mean, just the jungle invade right here, just going to be picking that up. And Illusion's on the backside, constantly throwing out those Kachusins, making it a little bit uncomfortable because, like, yeah, you go in, but then you have that burst damage potential from Illusion. He catches you out, and he can just literally delete you. Oh, but Chaz, in a very dangerous, precarious situation, finds Faye. Faye gets back to safety. He's going to be fine. The Dragon Boat making a way around. Actually will connect onto Justy. Haku over the wall with the path of passing. They're going to look to just take the mid T1 instead. They do take that one out. It looks like Nongshim will be on the retreat.
That was a beautiful bait coming out from Haku. He actually made Chami1 miss his truth mantra. And this is a big marker of advantage over to the side of Nongshim. Now they know there's no counter attack. They can, once they take this Tyrant, they can immediately make a beeline for that Shadow Overlord and make life a little bit difficult.
Overlord, 100% they're going to be picked up here, but here's the set sail. He's looking for Dragon. Not able to connect. They find Chami instead. Chami gets blown up on this one. Dragon has been killed as well, and the Infinite Vastness on forward. The double kill by Chami, or he's going to go down, and 4 members down. Justy's the only one alive, but they do have the Vanguards. That will potentially slow this push as all 5 members of Nongshim still alive.
All right, he did buy some time for the team. I think it might be enough this time.
Right?
March into the crystal to and work for themselves on the side of Nongshim. They will be able to take the tier 3 though, so that's a unfortunate situation for the side of Blacklist International. Now Nongshim, they are playing really well with the refresh onto the set sail. Now this is an issue that we have not seen many teams come out on top of, and maybe Blacklist might fall victim to this Nongshim strategy once again.
But again, opening a door to your base, it just says, it's like, and Kyung9 is the one that enters, and he just like gets into your, into the back of your house. It's super scary, right? Understanding where he's gonna be, and playing the macro game is gonna be super important, right? You gotta fix the lanes before you can do anything. You don't want to overstep your boundaries. The bottom T2 is gonna go down, and it looks like this game has been kind of shifting in favor of Nongshim as they are turning into a 5K net worth lead.
Yep, and Siri already has the Siege Breaker in his kit, so every single Flaming Palm is going to hurt that much more.
Yeah, it's going to do
a lot of Spawn Overlord, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Overlord ម្ដងទៀត Spawn Shadow Overlord ម្ដងទៀត Nongshim នឹងបុកបានហើយបុកគ្រូបាត់ហើយ 3 ផ្លូវ បើទោះជាអត់បានឈ្នះក៏បាន 3 ផ្លូវដែរ
I mean, especially with the Dolia, right? You have that secondary Infinite Vastness so you can get on out of there. You're kind of protected. But in terms of like range, farm, burst, I just really like the Loon pick, and I just feel like the Arlie one is a little bit more on the underwhelming side. Oh, but they go in. Oh, they found him. They have the knockup of Faye, survives, and here are the big bullies, the big brothers. Haku is there. They've slowed down Chaz. The set sail is going to connect, and they've got the knockup, and they found Chaz. But what can they do?
Oh, GG.
As well as Chami. They're looking to take it down. Justy's trying to fight this one, but the Infinite Fastness is going to push him into the top lane. He's going to be fine. Kyung9 is still there. Faye is going to be killed. Justy does get that kill, but now with the base open, the minions are there. The base is at about half-life. They're slowly trickling in. Kyung9 and Haku all the way up in front. Justy's trying to defend, but they take the base. And congratulations to Nongshim Red Force as they will go to the grand finals.
I mean, this is a result that no
បាទ fail ដាក់មកកន្លែងនោះមួយមិញទៅទាំងអស់បណ្ដោយ ចាប់ដូលីអត់ជាប់មិញ ហ៊ុញអូលមិញចាំពេលដូលីហក់ទៅហ៊ុញចេញទៅក្រៅអត់ហ៊ុញចំជាងតែហ៊ុញចេញក្រៅដល់ពេលហ៊ុញចេញក្រៅមកចាប់បណ្ដោយ
Being able to go in, they were able to start grooving. When you're on that hot streak, they're just going to turn it up. And Nongshim Red Force have completely changed.
GGBTF, bro. What the heck?
I don't think many people had Nongshim Red Force in the grand finals on their bingo card.
No,
faker. Nongshim win or lose? Win, bro. What do you mean? Cái chuyện này Nongshim mình vay tập bên này.
Will not take no for an answer.
Nongshim chine.
That's the third Filipino team that they've eliminated, and I mean, look, they're not making too many friends when they're in Manila. Let me be honest, right? And unfortunately for Blacklist International, crushing blow. But they're gonna be sad. Obviously, this is a heartbreaking moment. But this is a team that showed a lot of resolve. Being up 3-0 and losing.
Dude, that's so sad.
And, you know, in a reverse sweep, it's got to be killed.
Nice try.
This is an experience that will make this team stronger. They will be even better as we move forward.
Yeah, the L, like we said, is not for losing. L is for learning, and looks like there is a little bit more learning for the side of Blacklist International. They were just a hair shy, one win away to take the entire series. But Nongshim, they were just truly the PH kryptonite here.
អូខេប៉ាខ្ញុំវិនបាទហើយខ្ញុំចាក់ខ្វាយនៅលើ Blacklist ទាំងអស់នេះបាន3ពងដំបងហើយចុងក្រោយទៅឲ្យគេចាញ់ comeback 4-3 ណា What the fuck bro?
Every single series goes the maximum, right? Number of games. And just being able to put themselves in that position. Hey,
បើសិនមិញចាញ់10 game ចំគ្នាឥឡូវមកចាញ់ចាក់ទាំងអស់ទៀត
every single chance that was given.
ឥឡូវម៉ោង 9 ទៀតឡាយកែឡាយតដល់ម៉ោង 9 បាទហើយអូខេឥឡូវខ្ញុំសុំខ្ញុំសុំធីបិទ live stream នេះសិនហើយប្រហែលជា 9 កន្លះ maybe 9 កន្លះដល់ 10 បាទខ្ញុំបើកវិញតែមក 10 អត់ឃើញខ្ញុំបើកវិញខ្ញុំអត់បិទទេខ្ញុំអត់លេងទេយប់ហ្នឹងប្រហែលជាខ្ញុំអត់លេងខ្ញុំមិនដឹងដែរជាមួយបើខ្ញុំអត់លេងខ្ញុំប្រាប់ដោយសារតដល់ម៉ោង 9 បាទហើយចាចាំមើលចាក់ស្ដែងអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំបិទនេះសិនសូមតែធ្វើអារម្មណ៍មែនយ៉ាខ្ញុំចូលបន្ទប់ទឹកទៅរៀបអារម្មណ៍ខ្ញុំទៅជុះចេញភាពតុកសិកអស់ទេតបាយទៅបាយអត់ទឹកដែរ ចាខ្ញុំមករកបិទ stream នេះសិនហើយអូខេខ្ញុំរកបិទ stream ហើយអញ្ចឹងនៅសល់ final ដូចជាលេងfinal លេងថ្ងៃ3 final លេងថ្ងៃ3ខែក្រោយ final លេងថ្ងៃ3ខែក្រោយ team Nova 6 team Nongshim ខ្ញុំគិតថា team Nova ឈ្នះហើយ anyway ឥឡូវខ្ញុំបិទសិនហើយចាំខ្ញុំមក stream មកវិញម្ដងទៀតតែឥឡូវខ្ញុំសុំទៅញ៉ាំហើយជក់អាចហ្នឹងញ៉ាំអីហើយចាំយើងទៅជក់អាចយើងតាំងសិលដើម្បីត្រាស់ដឹងអូខេជួបគ្នាតិចទៀតជួបគ្នាឥឡូវខ្ញុំសូមបិទនេះសិនអរគុណបាយ
I think he didn't do it as well against Golden Kai, but it doesn't matter. It's a team